as the only 3S grade carp in the world. After transforming into a dragon, you were discovered by the celestial official of the Imperial Kitchen and even treated as an ingredient to be salvaged. At this moment, while you were still envisioning the wonderful life after going ashore, you did not notice a wide and unobstructed heavenly net that had already descended upon you. When the big net approached, you suddenly noticed that it was too late to dive into the water to hide. After the sky net was cast, it quickly ensnared your dragon body like growing tentacles, tightening more and more. Just as a rise sounded above the auspicious clouds, the golden thread hanging down from the sky gently pulled you up. You didn't expect that the first time you flew, it would be like this. Although you don't know where you are going, being bound by this large net is definitely not a good thing. In the blink of an eye, you have landed on top of the clouds. Fortunately, the clouds are soft and you have not been injured. You open your dragon eyes and see two celestial officials surrounded by clouds and immortality in front of you. These two heavenly officials, one of them is in human form, and the large net is in his hands, while the other one, although also in human form, has hairy ears, phoenix eyes, a mustache face, a tail behind him. All in all, looks like a fox. You have not spoken yet. The celestial official with the appearance of a fox said to another who was holding a net, "My friend, I never expected that this time we could catch a dragonfish. It has been many years since we last encountered one on the Luo River. When the peach banquet begins, this will be a top-quality ingredient." When you hear the word ingredients, you can't help but shudder. However, you have also obtained a key piece of information, which is the peach banquet. The mythological era you are currently in may be the world of Journey to the West. The heavenly official in charge of the net also said, "Yes, the dragon liver and meat eaten at previous banquets were all from the miscellaneous dragons in the dragon transformation pool, or they were transformed from the fish and shrimp that drank the urine of the true dragon. It is said that the taste is far inferior to the dragon transformed by the Dragon Gate. Today's creation, assigned by the heavenly official, we happen to encounter this rare event of the carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Let's bring it to the kitchen and hand it over to the food god. When the banquet is held in the future, we can also take credit for it. I didn't expect that after practicing for 100 years, I finally transformed into a dragon, only to become the food in the mouths of these immortals." Hearing this, you couldn't help but sigh. The dragon under their feet actually spoke, which startled the two heavenly officials. "Brother, strange, the fish that just leaped over the Dragon Gate can actually speak," the official exclaimed that day. "Really strange. We have caught many of these fish dragons in the past, but none of them can speak. Most aquatic creatures have low intelligence. Even if they can speak, they must have cultivation." The fox fairy couldn't help but sigh. The fox fairy approached Manhwa, squinted and looked him up and down, then asked tentatively, "Little dragon, let me ask you, whose carp are you transformed from, that you can speak like a human?" The celestial fox asked this question just to be safe. Although the 5 insects of heaven and earth each have their own destiny, it is particularly difficult for beasts to cultivate. Beasts are hindered by their intelligence. Without the guidance of immortals, they often have to practice for thousands of years to become immortal. Among the beasts, the aquatic creatures with scales are even less intelligent than land animals. Since the other party can speak human language, there must be extraordinary destiny. Therefore, the two heavenly officials dare not act rashly. They first need to clarify the details before making plans, so as not to entangle themselves in unnecessary trouble, such as bringing back a pet or mount from a celestial family, wasting effort, and avoiding causing trouble. You now see the sky for the first time, and there is a danger of being swallowed by people. In fear, you truthfully replied, reporting to the great immortal, "I am originally a fish spirit who has been practicing in the Siang River for 100 years. I learned some cultivation methods from my mother and only came to the Luoshui to leap over the Dragon Gate after 100 years of cultivation. Fortunately, the heavens have shown mercy and not in vain for the expectations of my mother and me. It was not easy for the little dragon to cultivate in the water for 100 years. Please show mercy, spare my life." The little dragon truly does not want to be eaten by people. Upon hearing that the other party had no background, the official said, "Brother, I didn't expect this talking dragonfish to have no family support. Since there is no family background to rely on, let's follow the orders of the spiritual official and send it to the royal kitchen. It's not in vain for us brothers to come this way." At this time, you only realize that you have been confused. It may be because you have been at the bottom of the water for more than 100 years, not caring about the world for too long, and your mind has become a bit dull. Since you are in the world of Journey to the West, without a background, you can only be at the mercy of others. That day, although the official had the intention of sending you to the kitchen to receive credit, the fox fairy was quietly watching you, not knowing what she was thinking. After a moment, the fox fairy sighed and said, "Dear brother, in my opinion, we might as well give this little dragon a chance to live." That day, The official asked. Brother, you never spoke before. Why are you showing such kindness today? The fox fairy replied. The dragons we caught before were mostly mixed blood dragons formed by devouring the treasures left by real dragons. Although they have dragon bodies, they are all beings with undeveloped intelligence. Now this little dragon can speak like a human after practicing for 100 years. His potential is truly remarkable. It's a pity to just eat him like this. Even if we catch him and receive rewards from the emperor and empress, it will be the higher-ranking spiritual officials and food deities who will receive them, not us who are just running errands. Moreover, at the peach banquet, there is no seat for us lower-level immortals. We can't even taste a bite of his dragon liver or meat. So why bother making things difficult for him like this? Upon hearing the fox fairy pleading for herself, Yu quickly agreed, saying, yes, 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 what the great immortal said is indeed true. I am small in stature, with only a few pounds of flesh. I beg the two immortals to spare my life. I will definitely repay you in the future. The fox fairy gazed at Yun Chonghua and said, there is no need to come to the next day. Today will do. Besides, I only said I'd give you a chance to live. I didn't say I'd let you go. The heavenly official looked at the fox fairy and asked suspiciously, what does brother mean then? The fox fairy said, as the saying goes, it's good to ride under a big tree, and this little dragon has no shade. Then we will find a knot just for him? This South Alimony Chinese Holy Land, adjacent to the East Ocean Sea. The water races of this eastern land are all under the jurisdiction of that Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. The fox fairy turned to Yun Chonghua and said, then, little dragon, right now, we are pointing to give you a way out. Whether you live or not is up to you. Chonghua bent down his dragon body and said, I still ask the great immortal for guidance. Chapter 3, The End of the West is Personnel. The fox fairy said, in a moment, we will take you to that eastern ocean and sea. Then I will let you go to the Crystal Palace to find the Dragon King of the East Sea. The water tribe of the lower element is under the control of the Dragon King of the Four Seas. I think it's better than the other fish and shrimp and alligator. If you go to the Crystal Palace and ask the old Dragon King of the East China Sea, if he is willing to accept you as a member of the East China Sea water tribe, then I will be able to help you. Then you are a dragon soldier in his mansion. We wouldn't have to arrest you to enter the heavenly dining room. After that you will ask that old Dragon King for some personnel for us. We'll give it to the king's official. This way, we'll be able to get away with it. It's the only way for you to live. Are you willing to go through with this? After that fox fairy finished speaking, Yun Chonghua also sighed in his heart. Sure enough, the end of the journey to the west is all about personnel, and that compassionate Buddha in the western paradise still needs personnel to pass on the scriptures, not to mention these immortals. It seems to be the only way to go these days. Chonghua replied. Xiao Long is willing to go. That fox fairy nodded, and with a wave of her palm, the auspicious clouds headed towards the eastern ocean sea. A few moments later, it was above the ocean. The fox fairy descended into the clouds and stopped on the choppy sea. The fox fairy said, "Oh virtuous brother, untie the heavenly net on him and let him go." I only saw that the heavenly official pinched a trick in his hand and muttered under his breath. The heavenly net that was strangling his entire body then instantly unraveled. As soon as that heavenly official flicked his sleeve, the heavenly net transformed into a silk tapestry tied around his waist. The fox fairy continued, "You can go. Whether you live or die depends on your own destiny. And remember not to say that it was our idea. You must not run away and make things difficult for us." Yun Chonghua replied, "This is natural. This is natural." He then jumped down from the cloud and, with a single leap, he entered the Eastern Ocean. After Chonghua had vanished into the sea, the heavenly official asked the fox immortal beside him, "Brother, although you and I work in the sky, but this magic power is low. If this small dragon into the sea, escape without a trace, what shall you and I do?" The fox fairy replied, "Then let him go. I thought that I had been blessed with the spirit power of my mother's sister's inner pills, and it took me a lot of hard work to cultivate my immortal body. I thought I had a great future ahead of me, but now that I've become an immortal, but it is not as good as being at home on Earth. I understand the helplessness of this little dragon. Now give him a chance to live. It's kind of a good karma thing, but virtuous brother should not be worried. I have also thought it over. There are no more than 2 results of his going. If he gets into the East China Sea and asks the old Dragon King for a gift, then you and I can fall into some favor. I'll give him some more. Everyone gets the benefit of the doubt, and this little matter can be put off. But if he escapes, that would be even better." That officer asked, "How is it better?" "Arrest him. It is our brothers who have been assigned by the picket Wangling one. If we return empty-handed, how can we afford to be offended?" The fox fairy shook his head at this and said, "Xian Di is really a truthful gentleman. In the end, he is not as cunning as my fox of 1,000 years. If he escapes from you and me and doesn't return, He has violated the rules of heaven and is a wanted criminal in the heavenly court. This Qin prisoner disappeared in his old dragon king's territory, and this old dragon is also guilty of the offense. In order to put the matter to rest, he will not be able to spare you and me." Hearing this, the heavenly official gave a thumbs up and said, "Hi, brother is really high. Whether this little dragon escapes or not, you and I can both land some personnel." The fox fairy laughed bitterly at this and said, "Alas, you and I have both done good things in the mortal world. I became an immortal only after my merits were fulfilled. There should be no such worldly thoughts. It's a pity that you and I are not only of lowly status, the salary is also low. In the mortal world, when you do good to others, you can still have a temple to worship, receive some incense, fasting fruit. Now that you have become a fairy and have a heavenly book, you are no longer afraid of the fairy gods and demons to arrest you and tie you up to take the dan. But it is a sad day. Otherwise, when it is true, one is not willing to do this injustice." This heavenly official also sighed and said, "Yes, the world knows that the immortals are good. What is the point of becoming an immortal now? It's just that they are not afraid of being killed or harmed by demons and immortals, and they have a longer lifespan than other living beings. When I was in the lower world, my little brother was also once in charge of the clan, called the Old Ancestor, and was honored by everyone. Nowadays, he has been fighting fish in the dining room for hundreds of years, earned that meager salary." While the two heavenly officials were reporting their grievances on the clouds, Yun Chonghua had already arrived outside the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. Since entering the water, Yun Chonghua thought about escaping there, but then he thought that if he escaped, he'd be breaking the laws of heaven. In the future, they will have to hide. By then, the ones hunting him would not only be demons and evils, but even these heavenly gods. Although the old Dragon King of the East China Sea is only an old loach in the mouth of the great sage in the world of the journey to the West, he is not the only one in the world of the West, but he is the only one in the world of the West. But for a little straggler like him, it's an unimaginable seal of approval. It would be best if I could find someone to rely on right now. There's no harm in seeking him out and walking up to him first. If it doesn't work out, it's not too late to wait for an opportunity to escape and find a way out. Moreover, Yun Chonghua also wanted to inquire about the current time stage from that old Dragon King's mouth. If it is the world of the Western journey, nowadays Sun Dishang may have gone to fetch the Western scriptures. If he hasn't gone yet, after he escapes, he may go straight to the mountain of flowers and fruits to join him. And Sun Dishang has always emphasized love and righteousness. So as long as we are on the same page with him, with Sun Dishang as our backer, as long as he doesn't cause any trouble, I'm afraid that there are not many people in the 3 worlds and 4 continents who can touch him in the slightest. Even if he was caught in the 18 layers of hell, Sun Dishang could fetch him back. After making up his mind, Yun Chonghua swam towards the Crystal Palace not far in front of him. This East China Sea Dragon King's Crystal Palace is not difficult to find. A submarine palace complex is since very conspicuous, and on top of the throne room of the Dragon Palace, there was also a water-avoiding night pearl that shrouded the entire palace glittering in the midst of the turquoise waves. The place that was covered by the huge water curtain held up by the precious pearl was the Crystal Palace where the Dragon King of the East Sea lived. As he was traveling, suddenly a sea patrol night fork holding a 5-stranded steel fork stopped Yun Chonghua's path. He was accompanied by 2 shrimp soldiers, crab rexes. This night fork was born with a blue face, bald, upper body like a man, lower body like a beast, really appalling. That night fork shouted, "Where are you, a wild dragon, from? How dare you trespass the Dragon Palace in the East Sea? Left and right, take it down." When that night fork said that, the shrimp soldiers and the crab rexes surrounded them with a brain. Seeing this, Yun Chonghua said, "Xiaolong's ancestry is from Xiangshui, a fish-turned dragon who jumped over the Dragon Gate not long ago, admiring the East Sea Dragon King Ford. I have come to join him." That nightstick was also surprised to hear that, and he said, "Oh, I have seen many fish-like dragons that have been transformed by the relics of true dragons, but this dragon transformed by leaping the Dragon Gate is indeed rare. In that case you will come with this general." Then the nightjars were in front, the shrimp soldiers, and the crab rexes on the left and right. The sailors escorted Yun Chonghua into the middle of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Through the water curtain, the shrimp soldiers stayed beyond it. The crabbers continued to escort them on the left and right. Yun Chonghua was not afraid of this scene. "I just kept looking around as if Lu had entered the Grand View Garden. There is no water in this East China Sea Dragon Palace. What there is a palace made of crystal. This crystal palace is really not dishonor its name. Surrounded by crystal mixed with gold and silver repair and become. There is no need for earthly wood, stone and brickwork. The word gilded does not even begin to describe the opulence of this palace. It is also surrounded by corals of various colors, and crystal gems saved in clusters, as well as all sorts of immortal flowers and herbs that Yun Chonghua had never seen before. and on the plaque of the palace was written the words East China Sea Dragon Palace. And in front of the door of the palace stood the turtle crab dragon soldier guards, each hand holding the blade of a formidable. As they traveled to the front of the steps, the crab soldiers on duty erected a wall of swords and stopped the crowd. The sea-seeking nightjar cried out to the guards at the door, "Go and inform the king of the... There is a wild dragon that has jumped the dragon gate, specially come to join me in the East Sea." The turtle soldier on guard sniffed, then without slowing down, turned around and twisted into the dragon palace to pass on the message. Chapter 4, Selling Your Life and Seeking Help from the East China Sea. A few moments later, the turtle soldier stepped out of the middle of the dragon palace, and he stretched out his neck and, the toady shouted, "The Dragon King has decreed that the wild dragon be summoned for an audience." Only after receiving consent did that crab Rex's wall of blades slowly open up. And Yun Chonghua slowly walked in. When you get inside the dragon palace, the decorations are even more luxurious than outside, only to see above the hall turned into a humanoid clam spirit, fish sister, warbling in front of the temple to dance, and above the golden seat in the center of the great hall, an old man with a dragon head, wearing a beaded crown and ochre yellow robes was sitting there. Without an introduction, Yun Chonghua knew that this person was Aoguang, the Dragon King of the East Sea. Compared to this Dragon King's strange, inhuman-like appearance, the Dragon Lady beside him, the Dragon Lady was however very good-looking, especially the white-clothed Dragon Lady sitting beside the Dragon Lady. Her muscles were like sheep's fat, her face was like a peach blossom, and she was bright and beautiful. Even though there is a pair of dragon horns on the head, it is hard to hide this show of color that does not belong to the mortal world. Yun Chonghua was also a little emotional when he saw this goddess. This fairy's appearance truly outshone that of mortal women, the great stars that I've seen before. Even those with the reputation of being fairies are far inferior to this true female deity. It's just that this dragon lady, who loves to laugh and has a little less coolness in her body. Otherwise it's really just like the imaginary Auntie Long. But he also thought of something. The dragon lady in front of him was this good-looking. I just don't know how beautiful the Chang'an in the moon should be. Yun Chonghua couldn't imagine it at all. The singing and dancing on the field did not cease, and the laughter of that Dragon King, Dragon Maiden, and Dragon Lady, intermingled with the sounds of ceremonial music rising and falling from the palace. Although the people of the Dragon Palace had long since noticed Yun Chonghua, who stood at the bottom of the jade steps, but they still only indulged themselves in watching the songs and dances in front of them. This feeling of being left out in the cold was not unfamiliar to Yun Chonghua. He had also experienced quite a bit of human interaction where he worked before he was reincarnated. Your status is not as high as these big shots, so they will not treat you with courtesy. They will only pander to those more powerful than themselves. In front of the peak, fawning like wagging dog. In front of his subordinates, his face is as cold as black steel. It's a common problem in this category. It was only after the song and dance had finished that the Dragon King waved his hand, signaling for the song and dance to retire for the time being. Seeing this, the Turtle Prime Minister at his side shouted, "Come and throw yourself into the wild dragon, and come up to the palace to meet the Emperor." When Yun Chonghua heard this, he walked up the jade steps to the Dragon King. In the Dragon King's side of the Dragon Lady Dragon Woman, see there are foreign guests to visit but did not avoid. Everyone stared at him, and a few looked at the younger dragonesses and covered their mouths in whispers. It was as if they were seeing something rare. Junior Dragon Yun Chonghua, meet the Dragon King of the East Sea. He then bowed to the Dragon King. However, Yun Chonghua had not cultivated his human form yet, and saluting with his dragon body looked comical. This comical scene directly attracted that Dragon Lady to giggle continuously. That East Sea Dragon King was sitting on his dragon seat. He narrowed his eyes and looked down at Yun Chonghua with contempt. The Dragon King said, "The Turtle General informed me just now, and I still don't believe it. I didn't expect you to be able to spit out human words, so you are indeed a wild dragon that has become a spirit. Little dragon, I ask you, where are you from? How much cultivation?" Chonghua replied, reporting to the Dragon King, the little dragon was originally a carp in the Xiangshui water, the shade of his mother. Cultivation for 100 years to get some creation, crossing the Dragon Gate illusion into a dragon, and now specially come to join the Dragon King of the East China Sea. The Dragon King of the East Sea said, You can leap over the Dragon Gate after practicing for 100 years. It's really not a low level of creation. Since you have the heart to come, then this king will reluctantly keep you in the palace to listen to your duties." The Dragon King had just finished speaking when the white-clothed dragoness said, "Father, my child lacks a dragon soldier by her side. Why don't you let this little dragon serve in my son's palace? How about driving the carriage for me?" Hearing the Dragon Lady's words, Yun Chonghua's heart could not help but be filled with helplessness. Sun Dishang, when the most downtrodden, is also a horse breeding Pil Mawan. I did not expect to come to their own but to give people as cattle and horses. It's not enough to be a cow or a horse in his previous life. When he comes to this mythical age, he has to be a cow or a horse for people. When really, there is no God. However, Yun Chonghua was a practical person, and he dared not to bow his head under the short eaves. First, he sent away the 2 celestial officials who had captured him, lest he become food in his mouth. It's not too late to make other plans for what comes after that. That Dragon King said, "Good, since my king's 4th sister wants to keep it, then the king will give it to you." Hearing this, the 4th princess of the Dragon Maiden hurriedly thanked, "Then my child will thank father." Just as the Dragon King's father and daughter pushed their cups together, Yun Chonghua said, "Many thanks to the Dragon King for his kindness in taking him in. It wouldn't hurt for Little Dragon to be a companion driver for the princess. But there is just one more thing Little Dragon is asking for." Hearing Yun Chonghua interject, Ao Guan was more than a little displeased. He impatiently asked, "What is it?" Yun Chonghua said, reporting to the Dragon King, "Little Dragon only leaped through the Dragon Gate to become a dragon today." Before Yun Chonghua could finish speaking, Ao Guan refuted, "Nonsense! That Dragon Gate is far away from the divine capital of Middle-earth. You are a water dragon that has just been transformed into a dragon, and you are not able to ascend to the clouds or ride the fog. If you have just become a dragon today, and how did you come from the Dragon Gate, thousands of miles away, to this king's eastern ocean?" Yun Chonghua hurriedly explained, "It's like this. Little Dragon has just succeeded in transforming into a dragon. Then he was apprehended by the heavenly messenger, who said that he would send the little dragon to the heavenly court catering room for the Peach Assembly to eat." When Yun Chonghua said this, it suddenly occurred to him that the Fox Fairy had instructed him before, "Can't sell them both." So Yun Chonghua changed his words and continued, "So Little Dragon took advantage of the 2 heavenly officials traveling in clouds to the East Ocean Sea. So he jumped off the clouds and escaped into the sea while he was not prepared. Little Dragon heard that as long as he had the 4 Seas sea book, so he didn't have to be the food in his mouth. So the Little Dragon came to join the Dragon King in order to survive. Now the 2 immortal officials are still on the surface of the sea. I implore the Dragon King to bestow some treasures as personnel, and the Little Dragon will offer the personnel, and after dispatching the immortal officials, he will surely offer his liver and brain to serve the Dragon King." Hearing Yun Chonghua's words, the 4th princess of the Dragon Maiden stood up and said, "This isn't difficult. I still have some pearls from the deep sea there. It's a decent gift. I'll bring them to you, after you've sent the magician away. From now on, you will be at my disposal." With that, the Dragon Lady turned around and headed to her chambers. When Yun Chonghua heard this, the big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. He also shouted, "Thank you, princess." Looking at the beautiful silhouette of the Dragon Lady leaving, Yun Chonghua thought in his heart, what Monkey said was really right. This Eastern Ocean Sea is truly full of treasures. The Dragon Lady's gift alone can save my life. I'll take this as a token of my gratitude for saving my life. When the current situation is discerned and the immortal path is attained, I will surely reward Fairy Sister for saving my life. Although that Dragon Lady was excited to save Yun Chonghua's life, however, that old Dragon King's face was cloudy at the moment. That old Dragon King waved his hand at this time, signaling Turtle Prime Minister to come closer. The old Dragon King whispered, "Turtle Prime Minister, you and use the Night Pearl to see if there are any heavenly officials above the sea?" The Turtle Prime Minister was ordered to take out a pearl from among his robes, and after murmuring under his breath, the eyes were shining brightly. When the eyes were cast above the pearl, it revealed the situation above the sea, and above the surface of the sea, a large sea turtle, lying on the reef, was looking up at the sky. Sure enough, I saw a misty cloud in the sky. The Dragon King could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw the auspicious clouds in the middle of the pearl. He murmured a couple of words in Turtle Prime's ear, and Turtle Prime turned away. Yun Chonghua didn't care in the face of Turtle Prime Minister's departure. In his mind, he was still thinking about how to repay the Dragon King's family for saving his life in the future. Chapter 5, A Fairy has no faith and goes back on his word. The Dragon Lady and the 4 princesses have yet to return, and the Turtle Prime Minister is nowhere to be found. A few moments later, Turtle Prime tiptoed in. He marched behind Chonghua, then fished out a red-colored rope from among his robes. With a smooth throw, the rope was like a spiritual snake, directly wrapped around Yun Chonghua's body. Shaigua was in a trance, bound by this sudden rope that he also kept twisting his dragon body to struggle, but the rope was getting tighter and tighter, and with most of the strength in him, even the few mana that he had, it seems to be bound by this rope as well. That old turtle walked up to Yun Chonghua and said, "Don't struggle. This is the dragon binding rope. It is a magic treasure that specializes in binding dragons. Whenever a dragon is trapped by it, its strength and mana will be bound by it. Not enough mana to break free." Yun Chonghua couldn't struggle away, so he simply stopped struggling. He looked at the Dragon King and asked, "Great King, what do you mean by that?" The Dragon King ignored Yun Chonghua, but stood up and, arching his hand, he said to the two immortal officials who slowly walked into the Dragon Palace, "The two superiors, Ao Guang has greeted you." The immortal officials who walked into the Dragon Palace were no other than the heavenly officials and the Fox Fairy who had apprehended Yun Chonghua. Although these two immortal officials were not of the same rank and position as the Dragon King of the East Sea, but they were working in heaven, and under the Tai Thunder Sound Response and Harmonization Zone, under the banner of Wang Lingwan, the correctional officer. It is often said that before the Prime Minister's door, there are 7 officials. Don't look at the monk's face, look at the Buddha's face, and that supervisor of heaven, Wang Lingwan, is the Jade Emperor's eyes and ears, correcting all the immortals. Even those great Luo heavenly immortals didn't dare to offend them easily. These two were under the command of Wang Lingwan, and the Dragon King honored none two of their minor immortals. Rather, it's the Wang Lingwan behind them. Even though the Dragon King of the East Sea was the Lord of a Sea, he also treated them with courtesy and respect. These two heavenly officials have also been immersed in the immortal world for many years. Since he knew that this Dragon King's courtesy was not to himself, he also hastily bowed and bowed down, saying in unison, "Little immortals have met the Dragon King of the East Sea." Ao Guang looked at Yun Chonghua on the ground and said, "The two top messengers. This demonic dragon is an admirable criminal taken by the two superiors. It broke into my king's place and I helped the two of you to lock it up. Can be escaped by this demon dragon? I think it's because you two don't have any locks in your hands. And now that this demon dragon has been captured by this dragon binding rope, you two superiors can rest assured." Yun Chonghua asked in surprise, "Great King, you have promised to leave me and the princess to accompany the driver. Why did you go back on your word? Dragon King, if you didn't save me, why did you betray me?" At this time, the dragon lady, the fourth princess, walked out with a box of precious beads. Seeing the scene in front of her, bewildered, he asked, What's going on here?" She saw the two heavenly messengers in front of her, and the fourth princess, holding the beaded box, said, "The two upper messengers. These are my daughter's offerings to ransom this little dragon. I still ask the two superiors to release." Before the fourth princess could finish her sentence, the dragon lady blocked her mouth and, then with two other dragonesses they dragged her back. Ao Guang glanced at the two heavenly officials when he saw this, then said, "Ha, it was just a stopgap measure used by the king to prevent the demon dragon from escaping and stirring up the dragon palace. My king and my fourth princess, none of them have anything to do with this matter. Please ask the two heavenly officials to be clear about this." The two-day officer was also a smart man, and immediately understood the cause of the matter. So the fox fairy dragged up Yun Chonghua, who was bound by the dragon binding rope, and said, "In that case, then little immortal will thank Dragon Lord for helping us capture the demon dragon. We will take our leave now." Ao Guang, on the other hand, said with a big smile, "I respectfully send off the two Shang Diao, Prime Minister Turtle. Send the two of you on your errand for the king." The Turtle Prime Minister then led the two heavenly officials and dragged Yun Chonghua out of the Crystal Palace. It was not until the three swam out of the water that the Turtle Prime Minister turned back. The immortal officer brought Yun Chonghua out of the water and immediately set up the auspicious clouds. That immortal official couldn't help but spit out, "Brother, I've heard that this Dragon King of the East Sea is stingy. It's really extraordinary to see it today." That fox fairy also said with a light hum, "Stingy? I don't think so. He is afraid of getting into trouble. Otherwise he wouldn't have produced a magic treasure like the dragon binding rope to help me. He is just trying to clear his name with this matter." The fox fairy looked at Yun Chonghua and asked, "Little dragon, let me ask you this. What did you tell that old Dragon King? From the look of his daughter, it seems that he wanted to save you. Why did she lead us to capture you in the end?" Yun Chonghua replied, "Alas, I won't hide it from the two immortal officials. Originally, Xiaolong had a good talk with the Dragon King, and he agreed to keep me as an officer in the Dragon Palace. He agreed to keep me in the Dragon Palace as an errand boy, to accompany the princess in her carriage. Also talked about the matter that I would be the food of the mouth. Except that when Xiaolong remembered the two immortal officials' instructions and talked about the matter of requesting personnel, the two immortal officials were hidden. I only said that when I was traveling to the East China Sea, I took advantage of the two immortal officials to escape and seek refuge. Want to find him to ask for some personnel to make peace. That princess is benevolent. Turned around and went back to the palace to get the deep sea pearl to offer. Unfortunately, this old Dragon King is despicable and shameless, agreeing to save me on the surface, but backstabbing me behind my back." That official said, "Oops, seeing that you are capable of human speech, I thought you had a clear mind. I didn't realize that he is an elm brain. That old Dragon King is timid by nature. You say you are fleeing down. he would not dare to tolerate you. However, the heavenly official glanced at the sea with disdain. But that old Dragon King is also really shameless, since he doesn't allow you. It's just a matter of driving you out of the Dragon Palace, even completely disregard the feelings of the same family, even directly betrayed you to us, but also deliberately out of a spiritual treasure to lock you. Alas! If you want to complain, you can only complain that you have a hard life and missed this chance to live for nothing. This heavenly official's words were also filled with regret. However, that fox fairy laughed at this time. Oh, that old dragon is shameless though. But this little dragon is a human being. Although the old dragon sold him, he did not betray you and me. If he didn't want to drag you and me into the water, there's no need to waste this chance of survival for nothing. Yun Xianghua heard that the two heavenly officials still had mercy in their words. So he said, in that case, I would like to ask the two immortals to give Little Dragon another chance. This time, Little Dragon can certainly beg for personnel offerings. I implore you two to spare my life. But that fox fairy shook her head and said, we have already given you the opportunity. Now that the old Dragon King has locked you up with a spiritual treasure, and we have no incantation or power to release you from the bondage, even if we release you, you will not be able to move. Besides, if we don't return this thing, if that old dragon asks about it in the future, we can't afford to be offended either. We can only take you back to the heavenly court now. Seeing the despair and loss in Yun Xianghua's eyes, the fox fairy comforted, but you don't have to be discouraged. Just because the old Dragon King won't take you in doesn't mean others won't. There are many capable immortals in this heaven. I'll take you around a few more times on my way to the imperial cuisine. Perhaps some other immortal Star Lord will take pity on you and keep you in the mansion to listen to your needs. The immortal official also said, that's good, little dragon. The two of us will give you this chance once more. Take you on a few more walks, in front of the mansions of the immortals, and whether you live or die will depend on your own destiny. Yun Xianghua was bound tightly by the dragon binding rope and could not move. There was no way out. At this time, he also crossed his heart and said, in that case, then life and death are up to heaven. The fox fairy laughed. Good. Have the guts. We'll take you on a journey to heaven. Saying this, the two immortal officials drove the auspicious clouds and went straight to that heavenly palace. Chapter 6, Climbing to the top of the heavenly palace and seeking help from the divine sisters. Seeking help from the Dragon King was fruitless, not to mention being betrayed by him. Yun Xianghua's mood fell to the extreme. Now he was full of hope that there was a system or something to help him. It was a pity that the two immortal officials dragged him to the outside of the western heavenly gates, and there was no system awakening of any kind, and no savior in sight. Although he did not see his savior, he had seen the reality of the western world along the way. The two celestial officials who captured him, although they had been treated with courtesy by the Dragon King in the lower realms, in this holy realm of the heavenly palace, and yet, they can only give others a smile. When he entered the heavenly gate, when he saw the marshal who was stationed at the heavenly gate, the heavenly king was also very respectful, and yet the delicacy of this heavenly palace is several times better than on earth. Although his death was imminent, he was still captivated by the beauty of the heavenly palace. It reminded him of when he watched the Palace of Heaven. Taibai Jinxing depicted to the great sage that the heavenly palace was really splendid everywhere, with exotic flowers and plants, and the stars were spread into the Milky Way, which was the most beautiful place in the world. Rainbows make flying bridges. Those 33 heavenly palaces and 72 treasured halls were all surrounded by immortal chi and were hidden from view. It's really beautiful. And the immortals in this upper realm, be they fairy children, fairy eagles, fairy officials, apart from those who were transformed by beasts, the rest of the human forms were all handsome and immortal in appearance, especially those fairies. In terms of looks, casually pull out will be better than that mortal woman a lot. No wonder the highest evaluation of the appearance of mortal women is that they look like heavenly fairies. Immortal posture and jade color. It's no wonder that all the scribes in the mortal world want to have a celestial fairy for a wife. No wonder the great sage wants to take this heavenly palace sacred realm. The scenery on earth compares to this heavenly realm. It's really not even close. It's just a pity that I don't know whether this heavenly palace is haunted or not, but I'm afraid I don't have the life to know. But having seen this heavenly palace in full bloom before dying, it's not a life wasted. Yun Xianghua was constantly lamenting in his heart. He wasn't in a low mood anymore. Rather, it's desperation. But despite the low despair, he wasn't particularly afraid, because it was a mythical world that there are 6 paths of reincarnation. If you die, the big deal is to reincarnate. You just don't know if you'll be a cow or a horse in your next life. Traveling to the heavenly palace, these two celestial officials were very humane. Whenever they saw a passing immortal regardless of size, they would take the initiative to come forward and salute. And if someone struck up a conversation, they would introduce Yun Xianghua's origins to him or her. It said that their brothers had captured a dragon that had jumped over the dragon gate and could speak human language this time down in the world. But alas, most of the fairy eagles and fairy officials who struck up a conversation with them were just like them. All of them are small officials who listen to the various mansions in this heaven and have no qualifications to shelter him. And the great immortals who are qualified to do so come and go in a hurry, totally disregarding small immortals like them. Even when they saw them saluting, they were completely ignored. For a talking mongrel dragon, much less interested. After all, in this Western world, dragons weren't a very rare divine beast, especially in a place like heaven. Even in the spirit mountain in the Western heaven, the golden-winged rock eagle ate 500 dragons in one day. Therefore Yun Chonghua didn't hold much hope now only wanting to be on his deathbed. See the beauty of the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace fairy a few eyes, but also to save in vain to come this time. Along the way, these two brothers were considered to have taken Yun Chonghua on a tour of half of the heavenly palace. It's also a mouthful to talk about. The three of them traveled to the outside of that Phi Xiang Hall, next to the Cloud Tower Palace, and temporarily stopped. That fox immortal took out the sweet spring at his waist and drank 2 mouthfuls of it as he said to Yun Chonghua, "Little dragon, as you can see, we have done our best for you. It's just a pity that we're both so humble. There's nothing more you can do to help you, though it was the two of us who sent you into that abyss of certain death. But I also hope that you won't blame us when you become the dead soul under the sword of that god of food. May you be reincarnated in the next life and not be the food of this mouth." Yun Chonghua replied helplessly, "The two immortals have done their best. This is perhaps my destiny, to be able to come to the heavenly palace before I die. It's not a wasted life." While the two were talking, that officer saw a figure walking hurriedly in the distance and said, "No, don't jump to conclusions yet. No one else can save you, but perhaps the man in front of you can." That fox fairy looked ahead and also laughed. Hey, the creation of the creation. Surprisingly, it's the 7th princess, little dragon. It seems you don't deserve to die. In this heavenly palace, it is the 7th princess who is good, although she is the princess of heaven. But never put on airs with us inferior immortals. Much better to get along with than the other star immortal officials. Wait a minute, we'll stop the 7th princess. You can go up to her and beg her, and as long as the 7th princess gives her the word, in addition to a decree from His Majesty and the Queen herself. Otherwise no one can kill you. Yun Chonghua was also overjoyed at the words, as he hurriedly said, "Many thanks to the great immortal for his guidance." The two of them then dragged Yun Chonghua in the direction of the 7th princess, and the 7th princess hurriedly came this way as well. When the two sides met, the two immortal officials immediately saluted. Little immortal pays her respects to the 7th princess. Yun Chonghua could not help but marvel in his heart when he saw the 7 fairies in front of him. Beautiful doesn't begin to describe her. Although all the fairies she had seen before were beautiful, they were somewhat dwarfed by the legendary 7 fairies. The 7 immortals, however, were in a hurry at this time, but in the face of the two men's pilgrimage, still very polite, he said, "Get up. There is no need to be polite when you see me in the future." With that, he went around the two men and was about to leave. The two of them looked at this hurried appearance of the 7th princess and knew that she seemed to have something urgent. But this was Yun Chonghua's only chance of survival, and that fox fairy then kicked Yun Chonghua, sending him to the 7 princesses. Yun Chonghua came under the 7 immortals' jade feet, although only her embroidered shoes could be seen now. Couldn't see her beautiful face, but the situation at the moment was urgent, so he hastily used his last strength to extend his dragon claw and, hugging the 7 immortals' thighs, she cried, "7 princess! 7 princess, save me! The 7 princesses saved my life." The 7 immortals seemed to be thinking about something, and were walking in a distracted manner. She didn't come back to her senses until after Yun Chonghua held her feet with his dragon claws. The 7 immortals were furious. "Where are you, a wild dragon that dares to block my way?" The 7 immortals looked at the two fairy officials beside them in dismay and asked, "What the hell is going on here?" Seeing the angry appearance of the 7th princess, the two immortal officials were also frightened and hastily kneeled on the ground. The fox fairy replied, "Back to the 7th princess. This little dragon is a fish-turned dragon that has jumped over the dragon gate in the lower realm. The peach banquet is approaching, and we have been ordered to collect the ingredients for the banquet in the lower realm." So he captured him in the sky, ready to be escorted to the dining room and handed over to the god of food. Not wanting the party to salute the 7th princess, I didn't restrain him in a moment and rushed the princess, so I asked the 7th princess to forgive me. After saying that, both of them kowtowed as if they were pounding garlic. After hearing this, the 7 immortals looked at Yun Chonghua, who panicked and explained, enlightening the 7 princesses. The little dragon was originally a carp in the Xiangshui River, but after practicing for 100 years, he jumped over the dragon gate of the Shindu city and was able to turn into a dragon. The little dragon was captured just before he transformed into a dragon. Little dragon is unwilling to be eaten just like that. I still ask the 7 princesses to have mercy and save me. If the 7th princess is willing to save me, little dragon is willing to serve the 7 princesses for the rest of his life, whether as a mount or as a caretaker. I only wish to stay alive. The noise outside the Cloud Tower Palace also aroused the interest of another person. He went to the window and, silently, he watched the scene before him. The man was leaning against the window, looking at the small, light golden dragon hugging the 7 princesses' leg in agony, and a disdainful laugh escaped his lips. Under his breath, he muttered, "Alas, this dragon race is still as before." In order to survive, he knelt down and begged for mercy. However, this little dragon is actually a dragon that has become a dragon by leaping the Dragon Gate, and it is much more powerful than the one in the East China Sea, which was born with the body of a true dragon. The old loach who was a bully is a bit stronger. At least he's practiced on his own too. Chapter 7, No One Rescues You in Distress. The Ultimate Future. The 7th princess was in a state of confusion at this time and was also about to leave in a hurry. Doing the wrong thing at the wrong time can also lead to the wrong result. Hearing Yun Changhwa's plea, the 7th princess said without a trace of anger, "You don't want to be eaten?" "Precisely. Please ask the 7th princess to save me," Yun Changhwa hurriedly pleaded. The 7 immortals laughed coldly and said, "Ha! Since you've been practicing for 100 years, I'm sure that in 100 years, you don't eat a lot of fish, shrimp and crabs, do you? When you eat them, do you ever think about whether they want to or not? You can eat them. Why can't other people eat you?" Hearing the 7th princess words, the man on the Cloud Tower Palace, too, couldn't help but burst out laughing, and the words of the 7 immortals directly dry-burned Yun Changhwa's CPU. Even though he still wanted to beg the 7 immortals to save him, there was no way for him to refute the 7 immortals' words. Yes, the great sage also said that all things in this world can become immortal if they have 9 orifices. In this mythical world, everything in the world also has spirituality. He did catch a lot of small fishes and shrimps to eat in the middle of Shangshui in the past 100 years. He didn't think much of it when he ate them then, both as a fish and as a human being. In his opinion, eating meat is the most normal thing you can do. I'm afraid there are not many people in the world who have ever repented of eating meat, but in the eyes of these immortals, killing him for meat, perhaps as common as killing your own chicken for meat in a previous life. Seeing Yun Changhwa's silence, the 7th princess also coldly grunted, "Humph, there's nothing to say, right? Well, this princess has important matters to attend to. She doesn't have time to tangle with you here. You two take him to the dining room quickly." Seeing this cloudy face of the 7th princess, the 2 immortal officials did not care about their love with Yun Changhwa. Right now it's better to protect yourself first. It wouldn't matter to others, but a word from the 7th princess, they can definitely be removed from their immortal status and relegated to the mortal world. Despite the fact that both men were dissatisfied with the meager salary and the low official status in the heavenly court. But it's so hard to become an immortal and go up to heaven. If we let them go down to the world again to be elves, loose cultivators, they are also absolutely unwilling to do so. So the 2 of them grabbed Yun Changhwa then said, "The 7th princess rests her anger. Little fairy will send him to the dining room now." At this moment, seeing that these 2 immortal officials were in a hurry, Yun Changhwa didn't hold much hope. Even the kindest of the 7 fairies refused to save him. He cried out, "My life is over." When the 2 men had dragged him a few paces away, the glow of the glazed tiles on the cloakroom mat, it struck above Yun Changhwa's light golden dragon scales. The 7 immortals saw this dragon scale but their eyes lit up. The 7 fairies shouted at this point, "Wait!" Hearing this, those 2 immortal officials also hurriedly dragged Yun Changhwa back again. Now that hope had rekindled in Yun Changhwa's heart, he asked, "Will the 7th princess be willing to save me?" But the 7 immortals didn't pay any attention to Yun Changhwa. They just walked up and looked at the golden scales on his body. The 7 immortals thought to themselves, "That Fu family member has an evil heart, and I can't use my magic power to protect Donglang at all times. Although this little dragon is not a real dragon, it's still a dragon bloodline, so this dragon scale can be useful. Afterwards, ask Sister Weaver to help weave a lightweight dragon scale armor, and you won't be afraid of that Fu family's people assassinating Donglang." After a few moments, she made up her mind, and she said, "He's going to be the food of the mouth of. This whole body of golden scales can't be used anymore. He's got some good scales here. You guys hold him down. I'll pick a few pieces to use." Hearing this, Yun Changhwa shouted, "If the 7th princess doesn't save me, that's just it. Why do you still want to kill and maim me like this?" But the 7 immortals didn't pay any attention to Yun Changhwa's shouts, but instead reached directly for the scales on his tail and plucked piece by piece. Dragon's blood dripped out along with the removed scales. It didn't take long for Yun Changhwa's dragon tail to become a bloody mess. Because of the intense pain of stripping the scales, Yun Chonghwa's tail trembled back and forth. The 7 immortals shouted with great impatience. You two are useless. Hold him down for me. The 2 immortal officials did not dare to delay when they heard this, and both of them pressed Yun Chonghwa to death. It was already bound by the dragon binding rope, and with the pressure of the 2 accomplished immortal officials, in a flash he was completely immobilized. Instead, that little fairy was all smiles as she removed Yun Chonghwa's tail scales, piece by piece. Even if he screamed and begged for mercy as the pain tore through his lungs, it was to no avail. His tail was a bloody mess, and the 7 fairies were completely oblivious to it, though the 7 fairies turned a blind eye and a deaf ear to the pleas. But that spectator on the Cloud Tower Palace, seeing this scene, couldn't help but frown, and the fists in his hands kept clenching as well, even though the stripping of dragon scales was something he had done back then, and even went even further, directly extracting the dragon's tendons, skinning the dragon. But it was also that sinful dragon that sought its own death. It was not his fault, and what he disliked most in his life was these people who were born rich and powerful, to take advantage of the shade of one's parents, to bully the weak and the powerful. But he had been an official in heaven for hundreds of years, and he had gotten a lot of refinement in his heart. It's not as impulsive and reckless as it was when I was young. Although he was angry and looked away, he also knew that he couldn't clash head-on with this princess of the heavenly court. Just have to watch all this in front of me in silence. It wasn't until the 7th princess had picked enough dragon scales that she slowly got up. She received the scales, whose blood had not dried, into her sleeve. Then she said, "There, you guys take him away." Saying that, the 7 fairies left quickly without another moment's delay. At this time, Yun Chonghwa was already half dead from their torture, and the dragon's tail, which had lost its scales, dragged out a long bloody trail on the ground. When these 2 immortal officials saw this, they also sighed and said, "Alas! This little dragon is really unlucky." The cloud of the dragon's transformation was detected by the spiritual officer, who ordered us to go and arrest it. He intended to let him live to find that East Sea Dragon King to beg for acceptance, but was betrayed by that old dragon, and now even if he begs to the most kind-hearted 7 princesses here, he also plucked off the dragon's scales. Now it's going to become food in the mouth again. It's really unlucky. The man on the Cloud Tower Palace saw the 7 princess leave, and heard that this little dragon had a grudge against the Dragon King of the East Sea. He didn't delay much either. Setting up 2 fire wheels, he came around the corner in a flash and stood in front of the 2 immortal officials. Seeing this man in front of me, the 2 immortal officials hurriedly put down Yun Chonghwa and saluted. Little immortal pays his respects to the 3rd prince. Yun Chonghwa raised his eyes at the sound of his voice and looked at the person in front of him. I saw that the person who stood in front of me, who looked like a young man, who looked like a good woman, and who had a golden ring on his collar. 2 punchy grips were tied to his head. A ruddy-colored belt floated on the body. A fresh scent of precious lotus flowers penetrated the heart. Without hearing the name of the 3rd prince, Yun Chonghwa knew who the person in front of him was. Within the 3 worlds and 4 continents, except for the 3 altars and the 3 sea gods, Neza the 3rd prince, there won't be anyone else. Yun Chonghwa's heart went cold and thought, it's over. This death is not even clean. Having just walked away from one who strips the dragon's scales, there's another one in front of us who draws the dragon's tendons and strips the dragon's skin. At that moment, he could only close his eyes and wait for death, and no more pleading for anything. Neza glanced at the injuries on Yun Chonghwa's body, and then at the long trail of blood on the ground. The heart also sighed. Neza said, just now I heard that you guys are going to send him to the imperial cuisine? That fox fairy replied, reporting back to the 3rd prince. Exactly. Neza said at this time, I don't think it's necessary to go through so much trouble. Recently, I've wanted to change my tastes, and also just want to eat this dragon meat. You guys don't have to bother taking him to the imperial cuisine. Leave him to me. Hearing these words, the 2 looked at each other. The 2 had been in the immortal realm for many years and Neza is also known for the ridiculous things he did when he was young. The Peach Festival is still some days away. Yun Chonghwa to the imperial kitchen he can still live for a moment or 3, but if handed over to the hands of this little devil, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive today. That fox fairy saw that Yun Chonghwa was already this unlucky, so she felt pity. He then prevaricated. 3rd prince, this little dragon was transformed by the Dragon Gate. We were ordered by the spiritual officers to bring them to the kitchen to be presented to the Queen and His Majesty at the Peach Festival. You are now privately withholding this. Chapter 8, Befriending the 3 Princes, Giving Treasure to Avenge Grievances. Neza didn't talk much nonsense with them. After coming to the heavenly realm for so long, he naturally knew the doorway. Neza took out 5 pearls the size of chicken eggs from his own. Then said, since you will not lose, you can take these as an explanation. That's fine, right? Seeing the fine pearls that Neza handed over, it was not only those pearls that emitted light, and the eyes of two fairy officials. Right now they couldn't care less, and after the fox fairy, took it, he said, in that case, then it will be given to the third prince. It's just that this dragon binding treasure is the dragon binding rope of the Dragon King of the East Sea. Please also ask the Crown Prince to return to that East Sea dragon. The fox fairy didn't finish her sentence before Neza's sharp gaze blocked the words back. Neza blew a mouthful of immortal chi, transforming into a colorful cloud that directly lifted up the injured Yun Chonghua. Neza said as he led Kaiyun away, "Let that old loach come and ask for it himself." Hearing Neza's words, the two immortal officials stopped saying anything. After all, even if they had told the Dragon King of the East Sea that the treasure was in Neza's hands, even if the Dragon King of the East Sea had 8 guts, he wouldn't dare to come and ask Neza for his treasure back. But the pearls are already in their hands, and the rest is a game for them, the upper gods and goddesses. It's not for them, the lesser immortals, to get involved. With this pearl, the two of them would have an explanation for going back. As for Yun Chonghua, the two of them could only let him fend for himself. They were in a lowly position. That's all that can be done to help. Neza took the injured Yun Chonghua and returned to the middle of the Dan room in Yunlu Palace. After arriving at the Dan room, Neza commanded Kaiyun to gently place Yun Chonghua on the ground. He grabbed the dragon binding cord on Chonghua's body, and then with a forceful tug, he forcefully ripped it away. Perhaps Neza himself is the strongest treasure against the East Sea. This treasure of the East Sea, under the divine power of Neza's third prince, he also immediately succumbed. The dragon binding cord that was like a coiled snake just now was as honest as an earthworm at the moment. After untying him, Neza took down a pill bottle from the cabinet in the Dan end. From it, he took out a pill, then broke open Chonghua's dragon's mouth and threw it in. Neza applied some ointment to his wound to stop the bleeding. This elixir melts in your mouth and the elixir is instantly recognizable. Just after eating it, Yun Chonghua felt a warm current attacking his whole body. The whole man also regained his strength and spirit, and also awoke from the pain. That immortal medicine was smeared on the wound, and the wound also healed immediately. No longer dripping blood. Only what healed was only the flesh and blood, but the lost scales did not grow back. Neza looked back at Yun Chonghua, who had come to his senses, and said, "Getting your tail scales plucked and coming to your senses so quickly." Although he didn't know what had happened, Yun Chonghua looked at the wound on the dragon's tail that had already healed and, obviously Neza had saved himself. So he hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground and said, "Little dragon thanks the third prince for the favor of saving him." However, Neza saw this and dodged to the side. Not accepting this bow from him, Neza said, "Men have gold under their knees, and this is not practiced in front of me. Let me ask you, what's your problem with that old loach in the East China Sea? Why did he betray you?" Now that he was out of danger, Yun Chonghua had a lot of bitterness in his heart and could only confide in Neza in front of him. Yun Chonghua then put his name and surname, and also got his mother's spiritual power. The incident of transforming into a dragon after 100 years of cultivation in Xiangshui, as well as the Dragon King of the East China Sea who was arrested by the heavenly officials after transforming into a dragon. But that old Dragon King went back on his word and betrayed him, and informed Neza of all of it. After hearing this, Neza said, "I see. I can't imagine that after all these years, this old loach is afraid of the soft." Backtracking on his word has not changed. Back then, he was subdued by me with the heavenly ayah and the Qiankuan circle. He promised not to trouble me again. However, he backhandedly joined forces with the Dragon King of the Three Seas to flood the Chuntang Pass, forcing me to analyze my bones and return them to my father. I cut my flesh to return it to my mother and eventually died of hatred. If I had not been the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, and my original spirit had not been dispersed, he was also resurrected by my benefactor, Tai Yizhinjin, in a lotus incarnation. It was also nearly killed by him. Neza looked at Yun Chonghua and asked, "By the way, your name is Chonghua, right? So what are your plans after that?" Yun Chonghua pondered for a moment. Although it had been less than a day since he had transformed into a dragon, but what he had experienced was more exciting and thrilling than he had ever experienced in his entire previous life. And after all these 9 twists and turns, he's come to realize one thing. In any world, it is always a good thing to be under a big tree. If you want to get on in this world and not be eaten up, you need to have a tough enough backer. The reason why the demons in the Western paradise do not die from eating people and harming the people is because the backstage is hard enough. Yun Chonghua looked at Neza in front of him. The 3 altars of the sea will be the great god, the third prince of the Tota heavenly king. This background in the 3 worlds is considered hard enough. So Yun Chonghua prostrated himself on the ground and replied, "I'm not hiding anything from the third prince. Little dragon has also figured out that, if I have no one to protect me now, I'll be the food of the mouth again. I need to find a support." If the third prince doesn't give up, he is willing to saddle up with the third prince thereafter, to repay the third prince for saving his life. After hearing Yun Chonghwa's reply, Neza but coldly snorted in disdain. Neza said, "Saving you is just a favor. No need to say thank you. When a man is born between heaven and earth, he should be able to stand up to the heavens and the earth. How can he kneel down to others so easily? How can he kneel down so easily? Besides, that old loach betrayed you. That fairy from the emperor's family plucked your scales and tried to eat you. But you don't want to take revenge. You just want to settle down. You're really useless. If I had known you were such a bonehead, I shouldn't have meddled in your rescue." Hearing Neza's flurry of criticism, Yun Chonghua was also ashamed in his heart. He was also filled with resentment as he recalled the events of the day. But the heart is resentful, but the power is not there. Yun Chonghua said, "The third prince's lesson is right. It's just a pity that I just transformed into a dragon with low magic power. Where are the opponents of these upper immortals? Even if you want to take revenge, you can't do anything about it." Neza sniffed and replied, "Having the ability and having the heart are two different things. If your magic power is low, you should practice diligently. If you don't know any spells, you should visit a famous teacher. As long as you bide your time and keep your head in the sand, you will be able to take revenge someday." Well, it's useless to talk about anything else, so let me ask you this. Do you want revenge? Yun Chonghua looked at Neza and replied firmly, "I want to. Of course I want to." Neza said, "Good. It's good that you have this heart. My master always says things in this world have their own destiny. Since you and I met, it is fate. Since you have the heart to avenge your shame, then I will come to help you," Neza said and threw the dragon binding rope in his hand. With that, he manifested a pair of wind and fire wheels under his own feet. I only saw the samadhi fire on that wind and fire wheel, like two fiery snakes heading towards the dragon binding rope in the air. The dragon binding rope, which had been scorched by the samadhi flame, then struggled continuously as if it were a living thing. But in return, the wind and fire wheels burned with even greater flames. In the end, under the scorching fire, that dragon binding cord quieted down. The line of golden hidden inscriptions on the dragon binding cord was completely burned away by that samadhi flame. It turned into light debris and gradually dispersed. Neza said at this moment, "Chonghua, pump your blood in." Even though Yun Chonghua didn't know Neza's intentions, but having read various novels all year round, it also understood that the immediate situation at hand seemed to be refining the magic treasure. So he stabbed his dragon's claws on the tip of his own tail, and then the dragon's tail threw itself around and 3 drops of dragon blood then flew into that flame. It was then slowly absorbed by that dragon binding rope. Right at this moment, that dragon binding rope moved once again as if it had been infused with new life. It then flew out of the flames and then coiled around Yun Chonghua. Chapter 9, Yun Chonghua gets treasure in Cloud Tower. Third prince teaches law in Dan room. Seeing the red-colored dragon binding rope surrounding him, Yun Chonghua asked, "Third prince, it's..." Neza put away the wind and fire wheel and then said, "This is a magic treasure I gave you. I've already re-refined this dragon binding cord for you. The spell inscription of the dragon palace has been burned away by me. Now that it has absorbed your essence blood, from now on, I will recognize you as my master. And this dragon binding rope has absorbed the samadhi flame from my wind and fire wheel. It can also transform into a fire whip. With it in place, you'll have something to defend yourself in the lower realms in the future, not to be bullied by some little fairy or demon. As for the 2 hawks and dogs that captured you under that black complaint-killing genius, if we meet again, use this fire whip to whip them away. Besides, this dragon lasso specializes in dragons, so if that old loach meets you again, if you can't beat him, you can take his skin off." Chonghua smiled and hurriedly thanked. "Many thanks to the third prince. Many thanks to the third prince. Just why is it only circling me now, and how am I supposed to use it?" Neza replied, "It has eaten your essence and blood, and is already connected to your mind. All you have to do is move your head." After hearing Neza's reply, Yun Chonghua then looked at the dragon binding rope and thought for a moment. That dragon binding cord was really at the mercy of what he thought in his mind. This was like a brain-controlled drone, and Yun Chonghua felt very amused. However, he felt a wave of exhaustion as he concentrated on manipulating the dragon binding rope. That's right, samsara fire. Then he thought for a moment in his head that dragon binding cord really lit up with a blazing samadhi fire. It was only for a moment, and it was as if his whole being had been drained of its breath. Straight down on the ground, and the dragon binding rope also flew back to his side, like a belt wrapped around his neck. Hidden behind that dragon beard, Yun Chonghua slumped helplessly to the ground, then looked at Neza and asked, "Third prince, what's going on here? Why do I suddenly have no strength here? It feels like the whole person is empty." Neza laughed at the situation. "Oh, although this samadhi true fire is not an overly profound spell, but not just anyone can sacrifice it. Since you are the owner of this magic treasure, how capable the magic treasure is, it all depends on your cultivation as well. Now that your foundation is shallow, even though you can ignite the samadhi flame, your mana is not enough to support him as he burns on. Yun Chonghua climbed up, then said, "So that's how it is. Thank you, third prince, for the treasure." Nezha waved his hand and said, "What third prince? Fourth prince. Neza is Neza. As the saying goes, shoulders together as brothers. You and I have a grudge against that old loach, and I'm not used to that little fairy bullying people. You and I are kindred spirits. Although I am like a child, I am older than you, so if you don't want to give up, you can call me elder brother. How about I call you old brother Chonghua from now on?" Neza has always disliked his name as the third prince, even to his ears. Might as well call them by their first names. After all, the emperor's son is called the crown prince, and he has already returned the bones to his father, cutting off his flesh and returning it to his mother. And which prince is he, in this lotus incarnation? Mother, brother is honorable. Sister Zhongyang is honorable. As for the father, Neza would rather not. After hearing Neza's words, Yun Chonghua was overjoyed to have made such a friend as Neza. It would be nothing short of an honor. Yun Chonghua said excitedly, "I'm grateful for your brother's favor. To be able to compete with Neza, who is famous in the three worlds, it is an honor to be called a brother, and I am willing to do so." Yun Chonghua also felt that he and Neza were quite compatible. Maybe it's because he was his childhood idol. Or maybe this little fish likes to swim around the lotus root. That lotus leaf is the barrier that protects the fish from the wind and rain. Neza nodded in satisfaction as he listened. Neza said, "Older brother, this cloud tower palace is not my home alone. Li, my father is stubborn and headstrong. If he comes back and sees you, you'll still be in danger of being stabbed. Besides, this heaven is a place of wrong. You have offended the 7 princesses. Now it is better to go back to the lower world. Now that you have the treasure of protection, ordinary immortals and demons can't help you anymore. When you get to the lower realm, you should practice well, help the people to accumulate merits, and cultivate your magic power. There will be a time for revenge in the coming days." But then Neza said with a cold face, "But if I were to know that you used the magic treasure I gave you to hurt people and kill them, just don't blame me for smashing your tendons and peeling your skin as well." Seeing Neza's sudden change of face, Chonghua also immediately said, "Please don't worry about this, brother. I will never do that evil thing of hurting people. However, some people in this world are more evil than demons. If I get rid of evil and kill people, or perhaps the earthly cultivators have come to capture me in order to claim the treasure, and have injured them, so please forgive me, brother." Nezha laughed at his words. "Ha ha, don't worry about it, old brother, although I look young but it is not a person who does not know what is right. Moreover, if we don't get rid of the evil people, they will harm the good people, punish the evil and promote the good. This is not only no fault, but also a great merit. As for those who covet the treasures you carry and take them by trickery, what good are they? Notwithstanding the treasure I have given thee, hitting them is." Chonghua also smiled and said, "Elder brother is sensible. Little brother is relieved." Neza said, "Good. After you go down to the world, first cultivate to human form. Human beings are the spirit of all living things. When you cultivate into human form, your cultivation advancement speed will also increase a lot. Take advantage of Li. My father didn't come back. I will send you down to the world." Yun Chonghua nodded before saying, "Then I'll be grateful to elder brother. But before leaving, my little brother shamelessly has one more thing to ask." Neza asked, "What is it?" Yun Chonghua replied, "Although junior brother has been practicing for 100 years, but also just from the mother learned some basic absorption of heaven and earth aura of the art of vomiting. It's really shallow, and I'm afraid it's not much progress for another 100 years of hard work. And although my little brother has a treasure, but it is also true that he knows nothing about spells. As a dragon, I don't even know how to fly. I hope you can help me to the end. Can you teach me some of the arts of the Tao, to help me cultivate?" Neza laughed after hearing this. "Oh, you little dragon, you are really greedy. I saved your life and gave you a magic treasure and you still don't know enough. You even covet my skills. I'll let you go. This time, I will help others to the end and send the Buddha to the west. Then I'll pass on a few handfuls of evening spells to you." With that Neza pointed his finger above the dragon's head. Yun Chonghua then let out a cry of pain. The feeling was like a bullet hitting the brain. The whole head exploded. It was painful, but after the bullet exploded in his mind, a flash of light came to him. He then felt that there was a lot of knowledge outside of his own perception in the middle of his sea of consciousness, such as mana, various knowledge of cultivation, and general knowledge of cultivation. There were also basic flight spells that the dragon race's most easily practiced techniques of swallowing clouds and spitting out mist. driving thunder and lightning, and calling out wind and rain were all imprinted in Yun Chonghwa's sea of consciousness in an instant. After doing so, Neza said, I've used my Yuan Shen to make these spells and cultivation methods. It's engraved directly into your sea of consciousness. It's painful, but it's the fastest, most direct way. It will also save you the trouble of studying again. But the good thing is that there isn't much content, so you'll be fine after a few moments of rest. The Tao under my Jade Clearance sect is profound. However, since the sealing of the gods, neither the Grandmaster nor the Master is recruiting any more disciples. I can't pass on the Jade Clear path to you without Master's permission. However, this basic art of climbing clouds and soaring, as well as the art of traveling rain that drives away thunder and lightning, have also been passed on to you. As a dragon you might have use for it later. Well, the hour is almost up. We'd better hurry before father returns from his shift. Yun Chonghwa came back to his senses and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you for your brother's guidance. But this time Neza didn't talk much nonsense with him and directly blew a mouthful of immortal chi. Yun Chonghwa's huge dragon body shrunk to the size of a loach in the blink of an eye, and Neza then spat out another bubble, and put him in that bubble. Then he hid himself. After that, he went out of the Cloud Tower Palace, set up a wind and fire wheel and headed towards the Western Heavenly Gate. Chapter 10, Falling Through the Heavenly Gate, Life and Death, Meeting the Great Sage, Seeking Immortality and Visiting the Way of the Immortal. Neza led He Hua to walk outside the Western Heavenly Gate. Guangmu Heavenly King, who was stationed at the Western Heavenly Gate, saw Neza coming, hastily stepping forward and arching his hand. He asked, Where is the third prince going? Neza replied, Nothing, just patrolling the 4 gates by order of my father the king. Hearing this, the wide-eyed Heavenly King hastily dodged away and said, We have all our soldiers and generals. No one has gone AWOL, and I ask the third prince to review the situation. Neza nodded at his words, then strutting around, pretending to walk in front of every celestial soldier. In the face of Neza's parade, all the celestial soldiers also held their heads high and were in high spirits, showing off the might of heaven's soldiers and generals. When he reached the last person, Neza saw that the distance was about the same. The bubble was casually taken in the hands of the crowd, and, taking advantage of the moment to turn around, then he threw Yun Chonghwa down from outside the Western Heavenly Gate. Neza turned away though gently. However, the thrill of this rapid fall from a high altitude really scared Yun Chonghwa who was in the bubble. The feeling of falling from the 9th heaven is much more exciting than bungee jumping. His dragon's eyes were wide open and he screamed in the middle of that bubble. But as the descent got faster and faster, the bubbles Neza had gathered with his mana were also getting bigger and bigger, and so did Yun Chonghwa's dragon body. The bubbles passed through the clouds, and Yun Chonghwa also saw the endless azure below. Great! It's not land, it's the ocean. With this bubble protecting it, it's not like you're going to get dropped. But before he could finish his thought, the bubble protecting him burst right through, and he instantly lost his support and fell straight through the clouds. I'm never going up again. At this time, on the Great Western Sea, there floated a small raft, and on top of this raft, there sat a monkey in human clothes. That monkey couldn't help but look towards the sky when he heard the terrified shout. What is this sound? This monkey was secretly wondering. When he looked up, he then also widened his eyes and let out a horrified shout. Then the monkey slid the wooden oars in a hurry, trying to get his little raft out of the shadowy range of that fall. However, Yun Chonghwa fell very fast, but this monkey was too late to catch up. Coincidentally, Yun Chonghwa's dragon body slammed directly onto that small wooden raft. Smashed that raft to pieces. The monkey was also smart and leapt into the water to avoid it before he smashed into it. Yun Chonghwa smashed into the water very deeply before stopping. When he landed in the water, the cool water with its coolness woke him up straight away. The pain from Neza's previous transmission, as well as the pain from falling into the water, slowly disappeared. Yun Chonghwa, who had come to his senses, hurriedly swam to the surface of the sea. When he left the water and breathed air again, he couldn't help but exclaim, I'm still alive. It feels so good to be alive. Although the breath of this lower world is far less refreshing than that of heaven, but there is no fear for your life in this lower world. It's really frightening to have gone this far before this life and death situation. Now that you've escaped with your life with the help of a nobleman, it's also hard to describe the relief of this turnaround. Just as Yun Chonghwa was rejoicing that he was still alive, on the side of the water, but came the sound of shouting and cursing. Where are you from the wild dragon? How to fall down from this sky? Smashed my raft. Really harmed me also. Hearing someone scolding himself, Yun Chonghwa followed the voice and looked over. A monkey was seen picking at the stumps of a raft, floating above the surface. Seeing this monkey that could only speak human words, Yun Chonghwa directly froze. And looking at that dragon, that monkey was at a loss. The monkey that would speak human words, could it be Sun Desheng? Yun Chonghua thought to himself, and yet, he didn't dare to be sure. Although he had met Neza before, he had forgotten to ask what year it was. But look at this monkey is very smart, and can speak human language, and in this vast ocean. Then Yun Chonghua's eyes turned, so he deliberately said, rare, really rare. I didn't expect that there would be a monkey wearing human clothes and speaking human words above this vast ocean. That little monkey, I ask you, where did you come from? This monkey was not at a disadvantage. He looked at the dragon in front of him and asked, where did you come from? You inform me first, and I will inform you. Yun Chonghua then introduced himself. My name is Yun Chonghua. I was originally a carp cultivating in the middle of Xiangshui water. A few days ago, he jumped over the dragon gate and became a dragon. While practicing the art of flight, he accidentally fell from the sky. What is your last name and where are you from? The monkey replied, I was born without a name, and I have no surname at all. It is not like you, the little dragon, who has a name. I am from the water curtain cave on Mount Huagua. Hearing this, Yun Chonghua was very pleased. It's the great sage. It's the great sage. It's just that he. Oh, right. That name Sun Mukong that resounded through the three realms was obtained for him by ancestor Subhuti, and now indeed he is born without a name. Originally without a surname. Now the great sage has not yet been given a name. It seems that he has not yet found that master Subhuti. If he had followed the great sage to Fangshu Mountain to learn the art, not to mention that the old Dragon King's deceitful revenge could be avenged. In the coming day, together with the great sage, we can fight up to the heavenly palace also to find that little fairy to avenge the stripping of her scales. Yun Chonghua felt the dragon binding rope on his body. If he captured that little fairy in the coming day, he would have stripped her of her clothes, and taken the fire whip in his hand to chastise her severely, and to beat her to a pulp. 2. Taste what he has suffered today. However, Yun Chonghua still had doubts in his heart at the moment, and he continued to ask for insurance purposes. Oh, I didn't realize that you little monkey came from that faraway eastern divine continent, Ari Kingdom's mountain of flowers and fruits. I just don't know where you're going on your long trek across the sea. As an apology, I would like to give you a ride. With that, Yun Chonghua swam over to the little monkey and signaled him to jump onto his dragon's back. That monkey leapt onto him with a single leap. It then grabbed his dragon's horn with both hands. That monkey sat on the dragon's back and said, in that case, thank you very much. I've been out of the mountain of flowers and fruits for more than 8 or 9 years, stringing the Great Wall, traveling in small counties, and always wanting to visit a famous teacher, and ask for a life extension. The immortal formula for immortality. During these 8 or 9 years, I have learned the manners of men, and I know the language of men. I have seen countless people of fame and fortune. It's just a shame that I've never had the chance to meet Gao Xian. Some time ago, when I arrived at this western sea, I thought that there must be gods and goddesses overseas, so I made a raft to cross the sea to find the immortals. I didn't want to come here, but you knocked over the raft. You don't need to send me far, just to the shore. After listening to the monkey's words, Yun Chonghua's heart called out creation. He had thought that his capture in heaven would be a great calamity, but he did not expect it to be a great creation. And, although he suffered from the pain of plucking scales, he was able to meet Nezha, who had learned some rudimentary spells, and gained a magic weapon to protect his body. Now that he had fallen into the lower realm, he met Sun Desheng, who had not yet joined Bodhi's master. When it really counts, it's the best of all possible worlds. He recollected the plot of the westward journey of. Now at this time of the year, Wukong was already only one step away from traveling to the western Nuga continent to pay homage to Bodhi. If he were to go with him, he would not only be able to learn the skill, but also have a fellow disciple. Even though there's no way to learn true kung fu from the old man like he did, but with his old man sheltering him, you can also practice at ease. Even if old Buddha Bodhi doesn't accept him, he has sent the great sage on this journey, so he's still considered to have some friendship with him. In the future, when he is successful, he will be considered a capable friend. It doesn't hurt to do the math horizontally, vertically, and diagonally. Yun Chonghua hurriedly said to the great sage, oh, you're also going to seek immortality and visit the Tao? That's just right. Then, you and I can be companions. Although I have become a dragon, I still want to further cultivate into a human body, but I've never found the way to do it. If I can really find an old fairy to give me some guidance, it would be considered my good fortune. Brother Monkey, would you like to take me with you? Chapter 11, The Two Saints of the Atlantic Ocean. Brothers separated on Mount Fangsuan, perhaps out of affection. Yun Chonghua subconsciously called out Brother Monkey. Wukong also agreed readily. That's great. I've been all alone on this journey. Sometimes I haven't spoken to anyone in a year and a half. It's good to have a companion on this road. Very good. Then a dragon and a monkey did not delay any longer and swam straight towards the west. On this journey to the western axis, Yun Chonghua also learned a lot of interesting things from the mouth of Wukong. Also know who is the king of the Middle-earth in South Alimony today, and along the way, through Goku's descriptions, and what he's seen along the way. It was also a complete reversal of his common sense of geography. This western world had 3 realms and 4 continents spread out, which was completely different from the earth in his cognizance, and the world was very vast, much bigger than he had ever imagined. The 800-mile-wide water here can only be called a river. The river and the sea are even more boundless. It's no wonder that those immortals, who fly tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye without moving, still can't touch the end of the sky. It was no wonder that it took him a year and a half to swim from Xiangshui to Luoshui in the first place. Yun Chonghua took Wukong on this journey, which also took a lot of time. He felt as if he had swum halfway around the world. And this is still the case that South Alimony and West Nuga are connected by land. He just swam a channel. If you want to completely around the South Alimony and West Nuga continent of the land tour, I am afraid that it will take a few decades. Despite his labors, he got along exceptionally well with Goku. The two were even sworn brothers under the sun and moon, and were called brothers, with Wukong being over 300 years old and much older than Chonghua, so he was a brother. Whenever the two men reached an island, the two of them went up to rest. If there are bananas, coconuts and other wild fruits growing on this island, Goku also immediately climbed up a tree to pick it off, and then the two of them lay down on the beach and shared it in the sun. After many days, the two of them finally arrived at the boundaries of the western Nuga continent. However, after arriving at this realm, Yun Chonghua was also somewhat in tears. Maybe Journey to the West is a Chinese mythological world. It is just like the American movies in which the whole universe speaks English, though the two arrive in a foreign country where the names of the countries are jumbled up, but the people here speak Chinese. There is no language barrier to communication at all, even if some of them are exotic looking and exotic in their attire. But the family name cannot escape Zhao Qian, Sun, Li, Zhou, Wu, Zhang, Wang and other 100 surnames. They even celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival. Although it was a bit of a crying shame, it made sense when Yun Chonghua thought about it carefully. The county marquis of that Tianzhu foreign county is also surnamed Shangwan. Even the shopkeeper who wanted to find a little lady for the 4 masters and disciples to rest with was called Zhao Widow. The Golden Sage Palace Maiden of the Juzi Kingdom was still captured by the Golden Hair Harvest on the Duanyang Festival. After arriving in the western Nuga continent, Wukong did take care of Chonghua. Chonghua is a dragon, and although he has been taught by Neza to have a small amount of magical power, he does not know how to change. If the two of them went to the countryside and towns, they traveled only at night so as not to disturb the people. When it was daytime, after Wukong had put Chonghua in his place, he went off on his own to find the. During this time he also begged for some food to enjoy with Chonghua. It's just that the food doesn't come so squarely at times. If Goku can beg for it, that's naturally good. But if it can't be begged, it's not for nothing that he's called the famous thief who covers the whole world. However, Wukong did not steal from the poor, but only picked the rich families in the city. He went to the house of a rich family, taking some extra stinking wine and rotten meat to eat. If they had taken more, they would give some to the poor and hungry people on the roadside. On this day, the two brothers traveled to an unknown mountain field. Seeing the beautiful mountains here, the forest foothills were deep, and the two could not help but climb to the top to watch. The two of them together were not afraid of any wolves, insects, tigers or leopards in the middle of the mountains and forests. This was because the wolves, insects, tigers and leopards were all frightened away by the dragon chi on Chonghua's body. Although divine beasts like dragons and phoenixes were just a dish on a plate in front of immortal Buddhas. However, the kingly pressure displayed in the face of these beings from the lower realms was very powerful. The two were viewing the scene when they heard a ghostly song from the distance, watching Cheskaran, lumbering Tintin. To socialize is neither immortal nor Taoist, but to sit idly and preach to each other. Hearing this distant mountain song, Chonghua said, "Brother is greatly pleased, interacting with both non-immortals and Taoists, idly sitting opposite each other and preaching the scriptures. Listening to that mountain song, it seems to be the words of the gods. You and I have a chance to think that today is the day." Then the two of them, rejoicing, ran toward the place where the mountain song had come from. When he got close, Wukong approached and shouted, "Old gods, stay back. The disciple has risen." The woodcutter stopped at the sound of his voice and looked back, only to see a man dressed in human clothes. The little monkey with a human mouth was striking up a conversation with him, and behind that little monkey was a light golden dragon coiled around a tree trunk, staring at the place. But this woodcutter saw the monkey spirit. The dragon monster is not surprised. Seems to be commonplace. He just put down the firewood on his shoulder and turned around and smiled. "Little friend, you're too serious. I make a living by fetching firewood, and I'm still not well fed and clothed. How dare I say the word immortal?" Wukong asked. Just now, when my brothers were in the mountains, listening to Mr. Song, he sang interacting with non-immortals in both Tao, sitting idly against each other and preaching scriptures. If Mr. is not an immortal, then why do you speak the words of an immortal? The woodcutter replied, this is that Lingtai Fonsuan mountain. The ancestor Bodhi of the 3 stars of the slanted moon cave taught me. Yukong scratched his ears and murmured after thinking, ancestor Bodhi? I guess it must be a capable one. Hearing Yukong's words, Chonghua couldn't help but smile in his heart. In this heaven and earth, in the 3 worlds and 4 continents, I'm afraid there aren't many people who are more capable than him. When I used to read Journey to the West, I didn't feel it. Now that I'm in front of the great sage, it's really funny to hear that. Yukong made an arching bow to the woodcutter, then asked, dare I ask, Mister, where does that old ancestor live? My brothers have come here specifically to seek immortality and visit the Tao, and I implore you, sir, to guide us. The woodcutter sniffed and pointed with his hand, saying, follow the mountain road all the way to the south, 7 or 8 miles away. It is that ancestor's cave. Yukong thanked the woodcutter once again at his words, then waved at Chonghua and called out, sage brother, the gods are just ahead, so you and I will go with them quickly. Hearing Goku's greeting, Yun Chonghua hurriedly flew towards Goku's direction. These days he practiced the flying technique that Neza had taught him in his spare time. However, this flying technique was just like running. The faster one ran, the more physical strength one used up. Only running consumed physical strength, while his flying technique consumed mana. And the higher you fly, the faster you go, the more mana consumed. But a foot off the ground, walking through the air, it was also much lighter than walking on your hands and feet. The brothers went out of the deep forest, found their way to the path, and, after crossing a small hill, it was about 7 or 8 miles away. Yukong then shouted with joyful hands and feet, sage brother has arrived. Arrived! There really is a cave there. What a great place. Saying this the monkey leapt down from above. Big brother wait. Yun Chonghua tried to pull Goku back, but it was an empty one. He saw Goku disappear into the clouds in front of him. Seeing the scene in front of him, Chonghua could not help but stand up with his dragon beard in fear. Where in front of this eye is there any Lingtai Fonsuan mountain? The 3-star cave of the slanting moon. There was just a thin cloud of mist, and after that cloud is a steep slope with no bottom. Could this be the woodcutter making a blindfold? Yun Chonghua was skeptical in his heart. No way. No matter what it is, it's always better to go down and take a look. Though the great sage has not yet achieved the right result now, but he has treated me well along the way, and I can't leave him behind, even though I've been rejected. We also have to see if he's really arrived at that 3-star cave of the slanted moon. Thinking of this, Chonghua then also pushed himself up and flew down that steep slope. Chapter 12, the mind's eye is dusty and doesn't recognize the place of the spiritual platform. That steep slope isn't very long. It's just so misty that you don't know how deep it is. It wasn't long before Chonghua had reached the bottom of the slope, and yet the scene before him startled him. There is nothing scary at the bottom of this slope. On the contrary, it is full of exotic flowers and plants, with cranes flying and butterflies dancing. The clouds at the bottom of the slope are thinner than above, and you can really see the bottom of the slope, but it's a good place to be. A huge ancient Bodhi tree stood there in a lush manner. The Bodhi tree seems to have a wheel of light manifesting itself, glowing with a 7-colored haze. It calms the restless mind. And what startled Chonghua was the fact that there were quite a few people meditating under this Bodhi tree. Chonghua came closer and took a closer look at the people, who were both monks and laymen, Confucianists and Taoists. Each is not one. All of them are sitting there in a posture of 5 hearts toward the sky. After searching, Chonghua saw Goku also sitting in meditation in the position of being entranced. When Chonghua approached to touch Goku, he was resisted by an invisible barrier, and though the barrier bounced him off, it didn't hurt him. Chonghua tried to shout, elder brother, but no matter how much he cried out, the Yukong should not even be answered, as if his 5 senses had been closed. At this time Yun Chonghua also seemed to understand something. He picked up a stone from the side of the. After looking around, he threw it towards one of the monks who was in meditation, and the stone was resisted by that barrier. Seeing this scene, Chonghua couldn't help but sigh. He looked at the huge Bodhi tree in front of him and thought, the 3-star cave of the slanting moon is thought to be in the small world of Sumerus set up by Master Bodhi. It seems to be the ancestor is unwilling to accept me into the door. Monkey God went to the 3-star cave of the slanting moon to learn the art, and I was left outside. It's okay, since I'm not destined to be with the Bodhi ancestor, I shouldn't force myself. There are quite a few famous teachers with magical powers in this world, so just find someone else. Although Yun Chonghua was a bit furious in his heart for not being able to ask for anything, but he also didn't dare to act recklessly in front of old Master Bodhi's door. Chonghua thought after looking at the great sage. According to the original depiction, monkey will take at least 8 or 9 years to learn this art. I don't have to wait here. Why don't I just go back to Xiangshui and land as a demon first, and practice for a few years? Fuse the spells Neza taught me. As Neza said, first find a way to cultivate into human form. Afterward, when monkey has finished his studies, then go to the mountain of flowers and fruits to seek him out. When the time comes, join him in the dragon palace to seize the treasure and seek the bad luck of that old loach. Thinking of this, Chonghua did not tarry any longer and was about to turn around and leave. After all, the people of this western Oxus continent are not greedy and not murderous. Demons with high magical power are everywhere. He wouldn't dare stay over here much longer. Now that he was alone, he saved himself from being captured by some demon while foraging for food. He did not go to the table of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, but fell into the mouth of those. So it's better to leave as soon as possible and go back to the eastern lands. But after just a few steps, he turned back. He looked at Wukong and thought, I've been with Monkey for a few days, and even though he's in meditation, it's not a good idea to just leave. Might as well leave him a letter. Yun Chonghua then searched around for a stone slab, and with his sharp dragon claws, he carved a line on that slate. Little brother may not be karmic. Do not disturb the elder brother's cultivation. First return to the South Alimony waiting for the good news. The next day we'll meet again. The tablet was then placed in front of Goku. I don't know if Goku can see it, but it's always a courtesy. After doing all this, he just turned around and went uphill, ready to leave this place back to South Alimony to go. When Chonghua left, a golden light surfaced above that ancient Bodhi tree. Among that halo of light, there stood an immortal old ancestor with a fairy child with a double grip on his head. That fairy boy looked at Yun Chonghua climbing the slope and, to the old ancestor beside him, he asked, Master always says karmic law. Anyone who meets with an apprentice, gets guidance from an apprentice, and comes here is karmically related to us. Why did Master let that stone monkey into our sect alone, and let this little dragon go alone? Speaking of this, the fairy boy sighed and said, that monkey is very affectionate and righteous. Seeing that his good brother was not there, he really searched well in the Sumeru realm. When the disciple opened the door for him, he also talked about his good brother who came together to learn the way. If it weren't for my disciple coaxing him that the little dragon had another chance, he would still be making noise in the cave. Upon hearing this, that ancestor lightly stroked his beard and looked at Yun Chonghua's figure and said, the body is like a Bodhi tree. The heart is like a mirror. Always wipe it diligently. Don't make it dusty. It is not that the master has turned him away. He just can't enter the door himself. His heart was filled with distractions, and his brow was filled with hostility. This state of mind has clouded the mind's eye. Naturally, I can't see the square inches of the spiritual platform and the 3 stars of the slanting moon. If you can't find the way to your heart, you can't enter my door. It's just sort of a fate with him. The fairy child crossed his arms at this time, looked at Yun Chonghua and shook his head and sighed. Alas, anyone who seeks this place is a person of destiny, and he can't even find the door to his heart. Pity, pity, pity. That old ancestor also felt sorry for it when he heard it. Immediately, he activated his Bodhi wisdom eye, wanting to take a look at the past life of this little dragon. That old ancestor's eyes were divine, with a pair of eyes that were white and red, resembling the sun and the moon. The Bodhi wisdom eye. A glance at the past and a glance at the future. It is a great divine ability that can see into the heavens. Old man Bodhi wanted to see what was the reason that this little dragon had the destiny but could not be initiated. As the saying goes, no man is an idiot, and if it's just a small mistake, it's not a big deal. He could also send the fairy boy to change and then open up the path of Chonghua's heart, so that he could find his way here again. Once again, he will be enlightened. However, after that old ancestor opened his wise eyes, his expression was uncontrollably stunned. With a stony face, he cried out, strange, strange. When immortal child saw old ancestor's mouth claiming wonder, he asked, why is master claiming wonder? Could it be that this little dragon really has some great creation? Ancestor Bodhi's pair of eyes dispersed their refined light. Once again, he was back to his old kindness and amiability. The ancestor replied, these 3 realms and 6 paths, the gods and ghosts of the heavens, all things in heaven and earth, the past and the future. None of them can escape my discerning eyes, but I can't see through the mystery of this little dragon. He has neither past nor future. When I look up, I see chaos. It was just like Panga's view of the uncharted heaven and earth. He is an anomaly in heaven and earth that is not in the 3 realms and 6 paths. I think that if he doesn't come under Bodhi's door today, he must have other chances. I just don't know. This is a blessing or a curse for all beings now. The immortal child sniffed and said, I see that my disciple's mouth has unfortunately hit the nail on the head. I can't imagine that the origin of this little dragon. Then this heavenly produced stone monkey is even more strange. The disciple this time is not to deceive that monkey. That's a lot more peace of mind. That old ancestor sniffed, and with the duster in his hand, gently tapped the fairy boy on the forehead. Subsequently as also a kind smile said, "Oh, this time, although you have no intention to say, but this delusion is not good. In the future you can remember." The fairy boy rubbed his head, then smiled and said to his master, "Ha ha." The disciple honors the master's order. But just as the master and disciple were talking and laughing, they heard the sound of a falcon chirping. The fairy boy looked up at the sound and said, "Humph, that handful of birds is here again. Only picked up a cheap uncle to do the whole day this flaunting, so that everyone knows he's here. Wait a minute, he couldn't have found a dragon here and come to feed on it, could he? We can't watch it harm life and limb. Apprentice will go and fight him off right now." With that, the fairy boy was about to jump out of the ancient tree, but that Bodhi ancestor, on the other hand, did not look at that sinful animal with a straight eye. He just stopped the fairy boy with the duster in his hand. Ancestor looked at Yun Chonghua, who was struggling to climb upward, and said, "It's just that, even though he hasn't entered my door, it is fate to come here. Then help him." Then that old ancestor lightly shook his duster, and a verdant Bodhi leaf floated down from the ancient tree. It flew straight to Yun Chonghua's body, and then dissipated into a spiritual rhythm. Yun Chonghua got that linden leaf, and for some reason, he also felt a sudden boost in spirit. Refreshed, the departure was accelerated even more. The rock golden-winged eagle on that day, however, could not help but frown at this time, thinking, "Strange, just now, I heard from the doorkeeper that there is a wild dragon in this neighborhood. I could smell him just now. Why is he suddenly gone?" The great rock golden-winged eagle couldn't find any prey, so it then turned around and headed straight for that spirit mountain. The halo that appeared above the ancient Bodhi tree then slowly dissipated. The figures of the ancestor and the boy also dissipated into it. Chapter 13, Grievance and Grievance, Danyang Realm Revenge and Snow. Although Yun Chonghua heard that falcons chirp just now, but it did not occur to him that it was the golden-winged rock eagle that had come to eat him. If it wasn't for Grandmaster Bodhi's spell to mask his breath for him, he was afraid that he would die directly in the mouth of this rock today. Yun Chonghua's trip. Even though he did not worship under Master Bodhi, he gained a great chance. The Bodhi leaf that the ancestor had rewarded him with was likewise an exotic treasure in this heaven and earth. Though this leaf is not as good as the peach, or the ginseng fruit, or the crossed pears. Fire dates are spiritual objects that can easily take thousands of years to mature, but it is rare. That old ancestor didn't dangle it for anyone. This leaf not only helped him cover his breath from being swallowed by the rock, but also benefited his life and prolonged his life, refined the efficacy of mana. Just that one leaf can increase your lifespan by 100 years and increase your cultivation by 100 years. The great immortals can't use it, but for the molding of the little elves and monsters that, there are also all little Taoist mortals, is indeed rare nourishment on the top. After all, this prolongation of life by 100 years and the increase of cultivation by 100 years, for these little people, just one more great chance to ascend to immortality. Yun Chonghua away from the West Nuga continent, will return to the sea, ready to go back to the South Alimony China Earth to go. He didn't find the boon of the Bodhi ancestor, though. It just felt like I had enhanced my mana quite a bit after walking under that ancient Bodhi tree. It was also very easy to use the flying techniques that Neza had taught him. Even the spells of spitting clouds, spitting mist, blowing wind, gathering thunder, and sending rain that, he can also use it properly today. Because he could fly, he was much lighter on this journey than when he had gotten up, and speed is also much faster. But a day or two he arrived from the land of the West Nuga continent in the territory of South Alimony. But the Xiangshui River is inland, so if it takes off, I am afraid of disturbing the people. In order to avoid disturbing the people, he retreated into the water and entered the sea from the river ditch. Swimming into the river ditch. I intend to return to Xiangshui through the river. On this day, Chonghua traveled to the territory of Danyang County, and suddenly felt a vague pain at the tail of the dragon. He turned his tail around and looked at it, his flesh and blood wounds having healed back when he was in the Cloud Tower Palace, yet the pain was very clear, as if it was deep in the bone marrow. What the hell is going on here? Yun Chonghua muttered straight in his heart. After he then felt it carefully, he finally realized what that pain was originating from. It's a dragon scale. It feels just like when that 7th princess plucked my scales. Is this not sensing? My dragon scale is nearby? Although Yun Chonghua was puzzled in his heart, he still carefully sensed the source of the pain. Soon he found out the direction the pain was coming from. He then swam in that direction, following the feeling of resonance. This Danyang County is located on the left side of the river, and the people mostly eat rice for food. There are many streams and canals in the territory. Chonghua swam along these streams, but heard the singing of a pair of young men and women on that bank. That voice is so familiar. Like I've heard it somewhere before. Yun Chonghua is searching underwater. But then I heard that shore song sing. The birds in the trees are in pairs. Instead, the male voice sang again. Green waters with a smile. Hearing this, Yun Chonghua already knew who the visitor was before he even poked his head out to check. He thought to himself, oh, no wonder this heavenly voice is so familiar. So it's her. Before the seventh princess was so impatient. It seems that she was in a hurry to go down to the earth to have a private meeting with her lover. Just coincidentally bumped into by the three of us. Afraid that she's going to be exposed. She's just seen dead. He quietly poked his head out of the water and eyed the two men walking on the stone bridge over the field. Although that Dong Yang was dressed in cloth, the dragon scale armor he was lined with was made from Yun Chonghua's tail scales. Although it was invisible when it was lined inside the clothes, Yun Chonghua could clearly sense it. As they got closer, the sensation grew stronger. The tingling sensation once again hit his body from his tail. Yun Chonghua is suffering in the water. But then I heard the bank sing, from now on, I will no longer suffer from slavery, and both husband and wife will return home. You plow the fields and I weave the cloth. I carry the water and you water the garden. In his previous life, Yun Chonghua would have been moved by the beautiful singing, also moved by the love between the seven immortals and Dong Yang. But now that he was enduring the pain and listening to the song, it felt very harsh. When he arrived near Yun Chonghua, that Dong Yang said, Mother, if it weren't for your mother's family heirloom soft armor, my husband would have almost been poisoned by that outlaw. The seven fairies replied, you don't have to keep that in mind, Mr. Sang. It is its good fortune that this dragon scale soft armor is worn on the Sagittarius, and it is its merit that it can save the Sagittarius life. Yun Chonghua looked at his bald patch of tail and I thought to myself, what a blessing and what a merit. It's so easy to be generous at the expense of others. The sweetness and love of your husband and wife, but it was built on my pain. It's not so bad to pull out my scales, but now that you've gained my favor, but instead of remembering my good deeds, he made such a snide remark. It's really disgusting. It's like if you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. At that moment a trace of anger was born in Yun Chonghua's heart, but this anger did not destroy his reasoning. Although he wanted to retaliate on the spot, he was afraid of the strength of the seven princesses of heaven. He pondered carefully. Among the learnings Neza imparted to me there is a mention that all the registered immortals in the heavenly court have immortal aura, except for their own deliberate concealment. As long as the heavenly court wanted to inspect, it could easily be detected by the heavenly court. Now that I can't detect the immortal aura on her, I'm sure she's hidden it herself. That is to say, she is no different from a mortal now. As long as she dares to strike with me, then her heavenly immortal's immortal aura would emanate, and she might attract the attention of the heavenly court. The matter of the seventh princess's illicit match with a mortal will definitely not be condoned by the heavenly court. Now then, even if I beat her up, she wouldn't dare fight back. One can only admit this dumb loss. With the strength of mortals is not my enemy. If I use my immortal power it will be detected by the heavenly court. Thinking of this, Yun Chonghua called out fortune. He immediately made up his mind. I'm going to teach this fairy a lesson. Yun Chonghua certainly didn't think he could kill the princess of heaven. After all, the seventh princess is a heavenly immortal body, much more hard than others. Moreover, even if she was killed, the hell would not dare to come to collect her yuanshan even if she borrowed 8 guts. But it's still okay to hit her twice with a couple spells to get out of the way right now. If she insists on not resisting, then it was time to give her a good taste of this whip with fire in her hand. If he missed today's opportunity, if he wanted to teach this little fairy a lesson again, he was afraid that he would have to wait until the end of time. Right, the opportunity is fleeting. Such a good opportunity. If I don't beat you up a few times to take out my anger, then it's not a dragon anymore, but a shrunken head turtle. Be anything, but never be a turtle. After making up his mind, Yun Chonghua fiercely sprang out of the water, and his mouth immediately condensed a thunderbolt. That seventh princess is still indulging in her sweet love with Dong Yang and her future life as husband and wife. It was not checked for a while. Even Yun Chonghua's mouth had already coalesced and formed the shocking thunder she had not yet noticed. Then Yun Chonghua saw an opportunity and then transported that shocking thunderbolt towards the seventh princess. Chapter 14 Dong Xiaozi sacrifices himself to protect his wife. The seven immortals are the fish in the pond. Yun Chonghua scurried out of the water and immediately activated the shocking thunderbolt and struck towards the seventh princess. Those seven fairies, though not alerted at the first moment, saw the huge dragon's shadow blotting out the sun. Still, he turned back in a hurry, but the moment she turned back around, she saw the scene that caused her the most pain in this life. Because the thunderbolt that Yun Chonghua had mobilized had not struck the seven immortals. Instead, it split on Dong Yang's body. Although Dong Yang has a dragon scale armor to protect his body, But that scale armor can only block the sword but cannot block the spell. Before Dong Yong could say a word, he was already as charred as a charcoal and died of gas, collapsed under that camellia tree. Ah! Yun Shonghua also stared at the situation with his dragon eyes in great surprise. He originally wanted to teach the 7 immortals a lesson, but he didn't expect to kill Dong Yong by mistake. Although Yun Shonghua hated the 7 immortals, he only hated her for plucking his own dragon scales. It's just a matter of making snide remarks. But there is nothing against Dong Yong. Yun Shonghua knew the causes and consequences of the Tianxian match, and he still admired Dong Yong quite a bit, based on the fact that he was a filial son who was filial to his parents alone. Yun Shonghua could not hate him, and it was just to teach the 7th princess a lesson. However, he did not realize that Dong Yong was so eager to protect his wife that he took the initiative to defend her. This unintentionally. The spillover hurt his life, killing such a benevolent and filial gentleman. Though unintentional. But Yun Shonghua still felt a little sorry for him in his heart. While the 7 fairies were holding Dong Yong's charred corpse, she cried out Sangho and Donglang with tears falling like rain. But no matter how the 7 fairies called out, they could never get an answer from Dong Yong anymore. Although the 7 fairies had anonymized her magic power, she was still in her immortal body. With her one eye, she just quietly watched the soul in Dong Yong's body gradually leave his body. Even though she reached out to grab it, she grabbed it in the air, letting that soul drift off into the distance. It was cast into the Fengdu underworld. Seeing Dong Yong's death has been finalized. At this moment, the 7 immortals glared viciously at Yun Shonghua. Yun Shonghua also saw murderous intent and anger amongst the eyes of this goddess. Seeing the pain of loss, looking at the evil dragon that killed her husband, the 7 fairies instantly lost their sanity. She slowly set her husband's body aside. Then, too, in spite of the pursuit of heaven, the next moment she drew back her bodice and the moment the cloth clothes on her body were ripped off, the majestic immortal power was instantly released, and a fairy light flashed, and the 7 fairies changed back to the brocade garments they had worn when they were in heaven. The feathered garments of the flying fairies, restored her old heavenly beauty, not like the village woman dressed up just now. And the very moment the immortal power was released, the rainbow light shot straight up into the sky. It was immediately detected by the heavenly court. At this time, above the heavenly court, the clairvoyant hurriedly ran to the front of the palace of heavenly jade and reported, "Report, Your Majesty, falling just from the South Alimony China earth above. A rainbow light rushed straight to the clouds. That appears to be the manna of the 7th princess, the Jade Emperor, who was high up in the temple of the heavenly palace. However, had a grave expression on his face. Equally grave as his face was the Queen Mother sitting at the bottom of the table. Instead, one of the minor immortals on the Lingxiao Palace was trembling in fear. Earlier, the Zhaojuan of Mr. Fu's family in the lower realm reported to Kahanji. It is said that the 7 immortals descended to the world to be privately married to the mortal Dong Yong. The matter concerned the Jade Emperor's face and the majesty of the heavenly rules. What's more, with the former love of Yang Jian's mother, Fairy Yao Ji, the first princess of the celestial court, the heavenly court had to take it seriously. Therefore, the Jade Emperor specially ascended to the temple to pick at the matter. That Jade Emperor looked at the civil and military immortals above the great hall, who did not speak, said, since the 7 princesses' magic power came from the lower realms, then this Zhaojuan's report of the 7 princesses being privately paired with mortals, I guess it's not false. Giant Spirit God, hearing the Jade Emperor's summons, that giant spirit god came out of his squad and then bowed. I am here, the Jade Emperor commanded. I am asking you to lead the fish maw and the 2 generals down to the world, apprehend the 7th princess back to heaven. Hearing the Jade Emperor's angry voice, the giant spirit god shouted, "Yes, sir," and then, without delay, then he set up the Cloud Leader Fishbelly General and the Medicine Fork General with a few hundred heavenly soldiers, and quickly came towards the lower realm. Inside Danyang County in the lower realm, after the 7 fairies had unbound their immortal energy, instead of attacking Yun Shonghua at the first opportunity, he slowly covered Dong Yong's corpse with the cloth garment he had just removed. But looking at the 7 princesses' expression, he knew that this woman would kill him the next moment. He sensed the danger and without further delay, he turned around and disappeared back into the water. After the 7 immortals set up a boundary on their clothes, they stomped their left foot and, setting up the auspicious clouds to chase towards Yun Shonghua in the air. And she didn't hold back at all, even though she couldn't see where Yun Shonghua was in the water. But she was attacking indiscriminately, with fireballs transformed by celestial immortal mana that, one by one, they smashed into the water. It then exploded in the water. Shocking explosions resounded in the water, and the dark currents that had exploded were constantly escaping in the water. Within a few moments, the entire creek had been flooded with waves. Not only were the fish and shrimp in the water affected by the 7 princesses' anger, They turned into boiled fish and boiled shrimp. Even the river overflowed and tumbled backward. Hundreds of acres of farmland were flooded. The wind and waves rolled up from that spell knocked over a number of oars, and the people on the oars who fell into the water, though they were crying out for help. However, that little fairy girl was totally indifferent to their safety, only bent on putting Yun Chonghua to death, wanting to avenge the loss of her beloved. The ferocious attack of the seventh princess, the ability to turn the river. I am afraid that the Naija of that year may not be better than this, although the people on both sides of the riverbank were affected by this windless flood, but she still has no intention of stopping. She seems to have the intention of letting all beings in the three realms be buried with her lover, a tribute to her dead love. Despite the seventh princess's overwhelming attack, Yun Chonghua was doing his best to save the people who have been swept up in this unmitigated disaster. After Yun Chonghua rescued the two boatmen who had fallen into the water on shore, he looked up at the angry seventh princess thinking, no way, this little fairy has gone crazy. The water here is shallow and the dike is broken. If it continues like this and the dike is washed out, the people here will have to suffer. A good man does what a good man does. Can't the fish in the pond be affected? We have to lure her away. Yun Chonghua then stopped hiding as he shouted, hey, little fairy, I'm here. If you have the guts, let's go to the river and fight, said Yun Chonghua, then flew towards the river. This time he didn't vanish into the water again. Instead, Ling Kong guided the seven immortals and quickly left the place, and while the two were chasing, the heavenly court's pursuers who wanted the seven princesses arrived. That giant god stood on the head of a cloud and looked down, and saw the misery of the people on both banks of the river. I couldn't help but let out an awe. The giant spirit god ordered, General Fishbelly, you should lead the heavenly soldiers to rescue the mortals who have fallen into the water. Stop that water from flooding the village. General Medicine Fork, come with me and capture the seven princess and the evil dragon. They must not be allowed to fool around anymore. The two generals were ordered to do so, and both of them followed their own orders. General Fishbelly led the heavenly soldiers to run down in a hurry. The celestial soldiers scurried into the water to take those mortals who had fallen into the water. We rescue all of them from the water regardless of whether they are alive or dead. And the Fishbelly general, setting up a cloud, was hurrying to the dike which had been broken by the seven fairies. With his own magic power, he stopped the flood that was about to completely break the dike. Then, little by little, he slowly restored the collapsed dike. Chapter 15, The Princess is Taken. And the princess is taken. And the princess goes to the palace. The giant spirit god and the medicine fork general rushed to the top of the river and saw the seven princesses fighting with Yun Chonghua. The giant spirit god raised the two hammers in his hands, and then the two hammers touched each other, erupting into a shocking thunder and lightning fire. That thunder fire then struck towards the middle of the two. Both Yun Chonghua and the seventh princess, who were in the middle of the fight, sensed the danger. Both of them dodged backwards. Only that one thunderbolt was seen to explode above the river. The seven immortals were shocked to see that the visitor was the huge, green-faced, copper-headed giant spirit god. Before the seven immortals could speak, that giant spirit god chided, Seventh princess, you see Fan descended to the world to marry a mortal. We are here by the Jade Emperor's holy decree to take you. I hope princess will tie her hands. Don't make things difficult for us. The seven immortals glared at Chiron. Then he looked at Yun Chonghua in front of him and said, if you and the others help me kill this demonic dragon that injured my husband's life, I will immediately go back with you. Hearing these words from the seven immortals, Yun Chonghua couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. But this time he wasn't going to tie his hands again either, and he muttered true words under his breath that the dragon binding cord that had been hidden under his dragon beard was then called upon. Now that he knew spells and had magic treasures, he was considered to have a fighting chance. If I can escape, I'll escape. If I can't, even if I die, I'm going to kick some ass with these high and mighty gods. He eyed the mighty giant spirit god in front of him, and the medicine fork general at his side, saving the dragon's body in preparation for the unforeseen. However, that giant spirit god did not come forward to ask for punishment after hearing this, nor did he have the intention of making a move. Just looking that ringed eye towards Yun Chonghua asked, then, Xiaolong, let me ask you, did you kill that Dong Yong? Yun Chonghua was also determined to die at this moment, so he simply said bluntly, not bad. It was not my intention to kill him, but he did die by my hand. Just when Yun Chonghua was ready to activate the Samadhi flame on the dragon binding rope to battle this heavenly general, I only saw that the giant spirit god throw the heavy hammer in his hand, and that hammer transformed into a chain in a split second. Straight towards the seven fairies. The seven immortals could not dodge in time, so they were bound by the ropes transformed by this heavy hammer. The seven immortals struggled at this point and angrily rebuked, Giant spirit god, what are you doing? The giant spirit god replied, The little god has already said that the little god, by his majesty's holy decree, I have come here to apprehend the seventh princess to ask for her crimes in heaven. The medicine fork general also asked at this time, General, since that mortal Dong Yong has been brought to justice, what shall we do about it? The giant spirit god said, collect his body and bring it back to heaven to resume his duties. The medicine fork general shouted yes and went straight to look for Dong Yong's corpse. The giant spirit god then looked at Yun Chonghua and said, that's Xiaolong. That Dong Yong was killed by you. You will go up to heaven with us as a witness. Yun Chonghua was also surprised when he heard this. So Yun Chonghua asked, reporting back to the supreme immortal, Xiaolong has committed a grave sin by hurting people and killing them. Please forgive me for not daring to go to heaven. The giant spirit god heard this and said, are you afraid of punishment? That Dong Yong and the seventh princess had an illicit marriage. Breaking the rules of heaven is a great offense that will bring you down to the 9 hells. Though you have harmed yourself and your life, but the person killed was someone who had violated the majesty of the heavenly laws. I can't say I've done anything right, but I've done nothing wrong. You and I will go up to heaven as witnesses. Don't worry, it will not be difficult for you. Listening to the megalomaniacs, Yun Chonghua always felt like a good citizen or even a tainted witness, but one learns from one's mistakes. Last time, I suffered a big loss at the old loach. He also didn't dare to trust the giant spirit god, but then he thought, this giant spirit god is the #1 fierce general under King Li Tianwang. Even the pacification of the mountain of flowers and fruits is a vanguard war general. The ability to be a vanguard officer is definitely not low. If he wants to catch me, he'll be able to catch the little fairy. I'm only afraid that it wouldn't take much effort. Now that he is willing to negotiate with me, I think it is true that he will not do any harm. Thinking of this, Yun Chonghua looked at the 7 immortals with a smug expression. Though he is now the faucet without a human face, but the 7 fairies still saw in his eyes the teasing of her, and the smugness of the extra-legal maniac. A few moments later, the crowd of celestial soldiers rescued the people and fished them out. Placed as much as possible on the bank, and the fish-belly general had already used his mana to repair the damaged dike again, and the overflowing river water. Once again, it was guided back into the river, and that medicine fork will, after searching carefully, see the hooded garment that glows with a haze of light that, and the already pitch-black remains of Dong Yong under the smock. Then Yun Chonghua, following the giant spirit god, took Dong Yong's corpse and, as well as the 7th princess, went back to heaven. Even though Yun Chonghua had already been to the heavenly palace, this time it felt very different from before. Seeing the beauty of the heavenly palace again felt even more beautiful than the last time. Although the last time the 2 celestial officials took him on a nice stroll through the heavenly palace, however, they did not dare to approach the heavenly palace where the Jade Emperor ascended to his throne. Instead, Yun Chonghua followed the giant spirit god this time to the Tongming Hall, outside the Lingxiao Palace. Yun Chonghua looked out at the plaque of the Lingxiao Palace, and then looked around at the forest of immortal officials. I really understand what Li Bai said in his poem. The people of Xian are like hemp, the lofty majesty of these celestial gods, and the oppressive feeling that the statues in the middle of the temple only show 1 or 2 points at most. That giant spirit god walked to the front of the Lingxiao Palace and shouted to the spirit officer on duty, my humble servant, giant spirit god, by his majesty's decree, the 7th princess, along with Dong Yong's remains, has been brought back with all the witnesses in this case. Please inform the Jade Emperor. That spiritualist immediately entered the hall to inform. Then an echo came from within that heavenly palace. Declare the great spirit god to come up to the palace. Hearing this, the giant spirit god took an official step and led the crowd to step into that Lingxiao Palace together. Yun Chonghua was followed by 2 accompanying celestial soldiers when he entered the hall. After he entered the hall, he couldn't stop looking around and saw the immortals of the heavenly court lined up on both sides of the civil and military classes. The immortals in this hall were both civil and military, young and old. Most of them were unknown to Yun Chonghua, and the only one he recognized was a man clad in gold armor, a middle-aged man who held up a pagoda with a solemn expression. There was also a white-clothed old man with a duster in his hand who looked compassionate and kind. That middle-aged man was undoubtedly Li Tianwang, while that white-clothed old man, Yun Chonghua suspected was Tai Bai Jinxing. Walking closer, he also saw Zhao Juan, who was kneeling on the temple, still shivering a bit. This one is also instantly recognizable. After all, in the present world, when he was a child, his grandmother worshipped him as the head of the family, the god monarch whom they, the mortals, so well worshipped in the mortal world. It was also like a shivering quail above this heavenly realm. In the end, Yun Chonghua turned his own gaze to the Jade Emperor, who was sitting high above the Golden Hall, and the Queen Mother. This Jade Emperor, square face, broad ears, Chinese character face, 3 strands of long beard face like a crown of jade, the golden light around his body illuminated his body, and he had the majesty of the master of the three worlds, and that the next queen mother, nor like folklore rumors of the appearance of the middle-aged crone, rather, the appearance of 30 or 40 years old, head wearing a phoenix crown, face with gold silk flower tin, a palace dress is very dignified. Yun Chonghua felt that the word beauty could no longer describe her. Though the empress is beautiful, she makes people look at her but they can't have any evil thoughts, because the first feeling she gives is that she is as loving as one's own mother. There is nothing but reverence for her. Chapter 16, Life is a Big Gamble. In that heavenly palace, the giant spirit god made his preface, tell His Majesty the Jade Emperor all the details of what happened. It also included the disaster of the pool of fish caused by the seven princess when she chased after Chonghua, even detailing how many farmlands were drowned and how many people died. Listening to this truthful tableau of the giant spirit, Yun Chonghua saw His Majesty the Jade Emperor's face gradually darken, and beside the face of the queen did not show anger, but the eyes are also through the disappointment. They looked at the seven fairies with a look of hatred. Immediately afterward, the Jade Emperor was also sullen and, to that report the seventh princess Si Fan Zhaoju in words of praise. Hearing this, Yun Chonghua also understood the cause and effect of the whole thing. So it was this Zhaojuan who told on us. No wonder the heavenly soldiers came so quickly. Once the seven immortals' fairy aura leaked out, it didn't take them long to come, so they've been eyeing this for a long time. Finally, the giant spirit god said, the criminal Dongyong has already been punished by the law, and it was this little dragon who was killed by the thunderbolt method. It was only when the seventh princess became enraged that she chased after him, so much so that she caused the river to back up. There were countless deaths and injuries to living beings. The giant spirit god spoke and finally added, the seventh princess has committed a heavenly offense by marrying a mortal. Although this little dragon has no intention of killing Dongyong, but this is a matter of defending the majesty of the heavenly rules, and the river is not his fault. The young minister also asks for your majesty's discretion. His Majesty the Jade Emperor was in a rage at the moment. Those eyes seemed like they were about to spit out fire. Though his old man had endured 750 kalpas. It is only for 129,400 years per kalpa that one enjoys this limitless path. For other things or can be changed. But in the face of one's closest relatives, even his old man had difficulty in completely letting go. First his own sister and now his daughter. They, the fairies, in the heat of the moment, have caused an illicit affair. But it caused him a lot of trouble. It was not only about his face as the sovereign of the three realms. It was also about the majesty of the heavenly rules. He couldn't bear to punish his daughter though in his heart. But if an exception is made today, how can the selfish desires of the immortals in heaven be restrained in the future? The Jade Emperor looked at the immortals who were looking at him, and then said in a huff, this is about the majesty of the heavenly rules. This little dragon killed that evil for heaven. Not only no fault, but also credit. Where are the yellow turbans? Take the seventh princess down. 400 strokes of the spinal rod. 5,000 years in the heavenly prison. No, 10,000 years. The Jade Emperor then closed his dragon eyes helplessly. Waving his hand, he signaled for the yellow turbans to take the seven immortals down. But until this moment, the seven fairies had not shown the slightest sign of begging for mercy. Still looking viciously at Yun Chonghua, at this that murderer of her husband, letting the yellow scarf warriors drag her out. And as the Jade Emperor watched his daughter being dragged away, he immediately looked around at the immortals. But all the fairies were silent. Looking at the heartbroken and helpless expressions of the Jade Emperor and Yang Yang, Chonghua could see the signs. It looks like this is a tearjerker. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother don't look like they want to punish the seventh princess, but they were forced to do it because of the majesty of the heavenly laws to convince the public, and their face. This is an opportunity. In fact, Yun Chonghua was not the only one who could see the clues. The immortals who could stand on top of this Ling Xiao Baodian. Each one of them is a human being who has lived for hundreds or thousands of years, with the exception of the simpler-minded generals. How could the others not see this little thought of His Majesty and the Queen? It's just that no one dares to touch the mold. After all, the heavenly rules were related to the operation of the Order of the Three Realms. It is a matter of great importance. If we make this start, then it will be difficult to convince the public in the future. It can be said that there will be no end of trouble, and the seventh princess's illicit marriage to a mortal has damaged the face of the royal family. If you don't plead properly, you'll discredit His Majesty and His Majesty even more. Then you'll be in trouble. The relationship network of the heavenly court is also as intricate as the officialdom of the lower world. The forces of each faction also had their own demands, and although we all stood in the same hall, we were not all on the same page. For example, the 28 stars, the 6 dings and the 6 armors. Just a better relationship with a group of demonic fairies of the same animal origin. And most of those human immortals also looked down on these beast immortals. Besides, among these immortals, I don't know how many of them are the disciples and grandchildren of the one in the 33rd heaven. There's even a Phi-Fon shimmy in the heavenly court. The 4 heavenly kings, these immortals from the Western sect, served in the heavenly court, and that Li Tian Wang is even himself in the heavenly court, and his eldest son is in the spirit mountain as the Buddha's protector. The second son was an apprentice under Guanyin. The third son, Neza, though at odds with him, worships Tai and is also under the primordial discipline of Yuqing. This faction is so intricate and complex that it really seems like a mess. If you are not careful, you may fall foul of the truth and invite disaster for yourself. So everyone was reticent. Even Tai Bai Jinxing, who has always been a good old boy, hung his head this time. Stand there obediently. Yun Chonghua guessed what the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother had in mind. So he planned, intending to take a gamble. If you make the right bet this time, you'll be considered rich and famous, and you'll be flying high, with the Jade Emperor as his backer. In the future, as long as you don't take the initiative to cause trouble in the 3 realms, you will be able to get away with anything in heaven and earth. If one gambled wrongly, then it would be considered a wasted trip. However, he felt that he could win this big gamble. Looking at the expressions on the faces of His Majesty and the Queen, Yun Chonghua used his previous life's skill of detecting words and colors. It was also a certainty in his mind that His Majesty and the Queen needed to step down right now, and one just has to give them a talking point that will convince the public. Just as the 7th princess was about to be dragged out of the hall, Yun Chonghua seized the opportunity to speak. Your Majesty, wait, little dragon has something to say. Upon hearing Yun Chonghua's words, His Majesty the Jade Emperor, however, immediately shouted, hold it, let's hear what else this little dragon has to say. The yellow turban warriors then dragged the 7 princesses back. Seeing His Majesty's reaction, Yun Chonghua's heart rejoiced as he felt that he had made the right bet. So Yun Chonghua took 2 steps forward and climbed up, then said to the Jade Emperor's Queen Mother, Your Majesty, Your Highness, just now, the giant spirit god, Zhaojuan's report has a lot of inaccuracies. Although the 7th princess has escaped to the next world, however, she has not been privately married to a mortal, and her injuring of life and limb was only caused by a misunderstanding with Xiaolong. I beg Your Majesty to see this clearly. Do not wrongly punish good people. Hearing Yun Chonghua's words, the entire Lingxiao treasure hall was surprisingly quiet all of a sudden. It was as if time stood still in this moment. All the immortals present, even the Jade Emperor's Queen Mother on her high seat, all of them were also looking at him with surprise on their faces. And it was the 7 fairies who were the most surprised. She froze straight away, and amidst her eyes full of hatred, it was full of doubts and incomprehension. She did not expect Yun Chonghua to directly excuse her with his mouth full of nonsense, and that Zhaojuan was dumbfounded after hearing these words. I didn't expect this little dragon to be able to turn black and white like this. The Queen Mother's heart was overjoyed after hearing this. She knew that Your Majesty, as the Lord of the 3 realms, was not in a position to directly and explicitly pursue the question. So the Nyang immediately took over and broke the silence by saying, Then, Xiaolong, you mustn't talk nonsense. All the things that Zhaojuan has reported have been ascertained. It can be said that the evidence is conclusive. And 7's fight with you has affected the people. It was also seen by the gods with their own eyes. How is this untrue? Finally, the Queen said in an aggravated tone, Tell me slowly and in detail. Hearing these last words from the Empress, Yun Chonghua was completely relieved. He knew that he had made the right bet this time. And the splash of riches seemed to be just around the corner. Yun Chonghua turned his head to look at the 7 immortals, and then in his heart, he also laughed to himself. Ha! My suffering was caused by you, and my present riches and honor are also caused by you, and you are really a sinful relationship. Chapter 17, so unenlightened, and still wanting to progress? After Yun Chonghua lamented, he said in public, Back to Your Majesty, Your Highness, the 7th princess has not been illicitly mated with a mortal. Everything is just a misunderstanding. The 7th princess is with that Dong Yong. I only saw that Dong Yong was a filial son who sold his body to bury his father and was filial to heaven and earth. So it was just a matter of taking the form of a mortal to help him free himself from the suffering of selling himself into slavery. And Little Dragon's killing of that Dong Yong was indeed an unintentional act. Little Dragon was originally a carp. 100 years of cultivation to become a dragon. After years of cultivation, he has learned the art of making clouds and rain. And with his cultivation, he has become arrogant. I want to spit out some thin rain for Danyang on my first try, so that those people can build a temple for me and cheat some incense offerings to survive. But Xiaolong's spells were not refined, and at the time of Bray, he really did not want to crookedly cleave that Dong Xiaozi to death. When the 7th princess saw the death of Dong Xiaozi, she mistakenly thought that Xiaolong was a demonic dragon that killed people and harmed their lives, and naturally her heart was set on getting rid of the demon. The little dragon knew that he had caused a great trouble and had upset the celestial immortals, so he could only run away out of his instinct for survival. He didn't want to escape into the middle of the river in Han, and tired so many living beings to be affected by the princess's spells and die. This is all the fault of Xiaolong alone. Your Majesty, please do not blame the princess. Even if the princess is at fault, she only went down to the border on her own, and what he did was a good deed. Little Dragon does not think it should be chastised. Little Dragon is willing to bear all of this culpability on his own. With that he prostrated himself on top of the throne room as a sign of prostration. Hearing Yun Chonghwa's words that turned black and white upside down, the immortals were even more surprised. Both admired the eloquence of this little dragon. Both His Majesty and His Majesty's mother were also delighted to hear this. Though His Majesty the Jade Emperor sits upright on his throne and says nothing, but the cloud on his face also dissipated away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yun Chonghwa's words not only inverted black and white the matter of the 7 immortals being privately matched with mortals, but also totally prevaricated and took all the blame on himself. Totally took the 7 immortals out of the middle of this. Now, even if the 7 immortals were to be questioned again, she would at most be charged with the crime of going down to the earth without authorization. But some people are happy and some people are sad. Yun Chonghwa's reversal of black and white really scared Zhao Juan. That Zhao Juan was naturally afraid, and he knew that this little dragon was trying to exonerate the 7th princess. But if the 7th princess got off the hook, he would have committed the heavenly crime of deceiving the king. I was hoping to get some kind of reward for that, but he didn't expect Yun Chonghwa's words to bring him great trouble. At this moment, he wanted to do his best to pull the 7th princess down. Then that Zhao Juan hurriedly said to Yun Chonghwa with trepidation, "Little dragon, what you're saying is untrue. This is a great offense. You and I have done well to uphold the rule of heaven. Why do we have to bear such misfortune? You don't realize, this time, there are dozens of injured bodies and lives. If you carry it alone, it will be hard to avoid a cut on the dragon cutting table." In the face of Zhao Juan's scare, Yun Chonghwa also shook his head helplessly in his heart. He said, "I can't teach a child to be a child. They don't have a clue." Yun Chonghwa completely ignored Zhao Juan's threat and continued, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, everything Little Dragon said is true. There's no such thing as half a lie." The Queen Mother knew that this matter would just lend itself to a quick conclusion on a pedestal. Is the best solution. Then the Empress said, "Your Majesty, since the matter of 7th child's illicit match with a mortal is false, then the crime of marrying a mortal is gone. However, she went down to the world privately and made a great deal of trouble for the people, although it was an unintentional mistake. But she is also guilty. I think she should be punished to go and face the wall for 1 year. And from then on, she may not take half a step away from the heavenly court without permission." The Queen Mother looked at Zhao Juan and said, "As for the matter of Zhao Juan's report without checking the facts, Her Highness originally intended to give him a lax supervision and untrue report to send him away. Afterwards, she would reward him with some spiritual objects as hush money, and the matter would be over." But that Zhao Juan was unenlightened and shouted from the front of the hall, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, be wise. What the little fairy said is true. Every word is true." The 7th princess invited Fairy Kai Wei to come down to the realm. He helped Dong Yong to weave 10 pints of brocade overnight to redeem himself. That brocade is still in Fu's house. What Xianyi wove was seamless. This is the hard evidence that the 7th princess is illegitimate with a mortal. "Please Your Majesty, Your Highness, be clear about it." After saying this, he kowtowed as if he were pounding garlic. Hearing Zhao Juan's words, the Jade Emperor's and Niang Yan's faces, which had just eased, once again became grave. Yun Chonghwa saw Zhao Juan's unenlightened appearance. It was also understood why he was still only a lower realm immortal after thousands of years of offerings on earth. Not only do you not share your worries with the higher-ups, but you also give him a hard time all day long. How does that allow the higher-ups to promote you and advance you? But looking at Zhao Juan's pitiful face, out of respect for this grassroots immortal who protected his family, also want this to be over in a hurry. So Yun Chonghwa continued to excuse Zhao Juan, saying, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, what Zhao Juan said was not entirely false. That brocade was indeed sent by the 7th princess. Only that is also the 7th princess to help Dong Xiaozi get rid of the means of disaster. Although this thing is not enough to prove that the 7th princess in mortal fornication, I think it's Zhao Juan doing his duty. He has to guard thousands of homes on a regular basis, and it's inevitable that there will be some misunderstandings in this by mistake." Hearing Yun Chonghwa plead for Zhao Juan's favor, the Jade Emperor didn't want to let this unenlightened Zhao Juan say any more. So the Jade Emperor said, "That's all. Although Zhao Juan's report is not true, but auditing the matter of the 7th princess privately descending to the realm is also considered meritorious. So I'll reward you with 2 golden flowers and go down to the realm." Hearing that he was rewarded but not guilty, Zhao Juan hastily thanked him for his grace. Then he didn't dare to delay even for a moment. He went down to the temple in a hurry. After that, the seventh princess was escorted to her immortal palace to face the wall. No one pursued the question of how Yun Chonghua knew the cause and effect of this incident. No one cares. And no one will follow the example of that ungrateful Zhaojuan, who must be more serious and recognize the deadliest reason. Get yourself in trouble. The heavenly court immortals who were in the heavenly palace then began to discuss the punishment for Yun Chonghua. Though everyone is in the dark about the hidden agenda on this one, however, for the sake of sentiment, all the fairies are also playing dumb and calling it a fool. All of them suggested that the Jade Emperor should be punished in accordance with the heavenly laws, as if they didn't know the secret of this. Therefore, the crowd either said that Yun Chonghua would be beheaded at the dragon-cutting platform or that he would be escorted to the demon-beheading platform for execution. Although all the immortals present intended to put Yun Chonghua to death. However, Chonghua was not afraid in the slightest at the moment, because the final decision rests with the Queen and His Majesty. Just as the crowd was talking, Tai Bai Jingxing got a wink from the Jade Emperor, and the Queen Mother also came out right away to round up the crowd. Tai Bai Jingxing came out of his class and then enlightened. Your Majesty, Your Highness, this little dragon has harmed the life of the filial son. Although it is at fault, it is also an unintentional mistake. However, the seven princess was affected by it. It has also harmed countless living beings. According to the opinion of my humble servant, this death penalty can be waived, but it is difficult to forgive a living offense. Just now the great spirit god reported, 33 lives have been lost because of him. Then how about if he injures one? He will be struck by heavenly thunder once to atone for his sins? At this time the giant spirit god said, with these 30-odd thunderbolts coming down, will it have a life? The Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor exchanged glances, and the Queen Mother nodded in understanding that Then the Jade Emperor said, just as Tai Bai Jingxing has said, where is the Golden Rex? The yellow turbans then went up to the temple. The Jade Emperor summoned the Golden Rex and took Chonghua into the heavenly prison to be imprisoned. Before entering the heavenly prison, his protective magic weapon, the dragon binding rope, was checked out. It was temporarily confiscated by that officer, and Yun Chonghua was quietly waiting for his fate in the middle of the heavenly prison. Though he was convinced that he had made the right bet, being locked up in the middle of this gloomy heavenly prison, he was still a little scared. Now he only hoped that His Majesty and the Queen would miss him. Chapter 18, The White Crane sends rewards for solving Jun's worries. Swallows peaches and the dragon's body becomes, completely opens the stage of cool text. His worries didn't last long, though, just as he was quietly awaiting his fate, under the auspicious light of a white-clothed figure drifted in. Yun Chonghua raised his eyes and saw a feathered, veiled, and the beautiful fairy wearing a red flower on her head moved her lotus steps gently and slowly towards him. The fairy appeared to be of very high rank, and as she approached those heavenly soldiers guarding the heavenly prison all bowed their heads and saluted him, and she just gently waved her own jade hand, and these guards all retreated, until she stood before the door of the cell where Yun Chonghua was being held, and the strong heavenly thunder boundary seal on that cell door was also completely ineffective against her. She just walked right in. Even though Yun Chonghua didn't know who the person in front of him was, out of politeness she saluted her respectfully. Seeing his courtesy, that fairy nodded with satisfaction and said, not bad, it's still polite. The fairy then introduced herself. I am the White Crane Fairy under the Queen's carriage. There's something the Queen wanted me to ask you. Yun Chonghua replied, if fairy has anything to say, there's no harm in saying it. Little dragon will certainly know everything. Words without end. White Crane Fairy nodded her head then, asked, why did you strike down Dongyong? Take this responsibility for the seventh princess? Yun Chonghua saw this, also answering matter-of-factly. He said, naturally, it's for the sake of upholding the majesty of the heavenly rules, as well as the reputation of the seventh princess, and the face of His Majesty's Queen. That White Crane Fairy nodded as she listened, but she repeated the question afterward as if it were a repeater. Why did you strike down Dongyong? Take this responsibility for the seventh princess? Yun Chonghua looked at White Crane Fairy's beautiful face that seemed to be smiling and not laughing. It was also immediately clear what she meant. Yun Chonghua then replied firmly, it was Xiao Long who unintentionally harmed life and limb. The seventh princess was acting on behalf of heaven and unintentionally did something wrong. What little dragon said at the Lingxiao Palace is true. Hearing this, the White Crane Fairy clapped her hands happily and said, very well, you are very clever. It's much better than that Zhaojuan. If he was as smart as you are, he would have reported the matter directly to Yao Qi instead of going to that Kohanji. There's no need to guard the stove in the lower realms for thousands of years. You must remember that above this heavenly court, say what you should say, and never say what you shouldn't say. It's better to admit what you should admit and forget what you shouldn't. You're not bad, you're a good person. It's not in vain that His Majesty's mother favors you in this way. Favor? Yun Chonghwa's heart rejoiced, and it was just that he wasn't sure what exactly this fairy meant by favor. The White Crane Fairy said, "Not bad. You little dragon is really blessed. The Queen and His Majesty acknowledge your love and intend to enlighten you into immortality." The White Crane Fairy then waved her hand, and 3 spiritual objects flew out of her sleeve. It hung in front of Yun Chonghwa. These 3 spiritual objects were a golden elixir, a bottle of imperial wine, and a bull-sized peach. The White Crane Fairy said, "His Majesty has given you a golden elixir, and the Empress has rewarded you with a peach, a pot of imperial wine." Then the immortals in the lower realms, even if they paid thousands of merits, I am afraid that it would be difficult to exchange for such a peach. And this golden dan is even more precious. Only the guests of His Majesty's Dan Yuan meeting are qualified to taste such a grain. This time, the golden pill, the imperial wine and the peaches are all here. Your creation is really not low, but you have upheld the honor of His Majesty and the Queen, and the majesty of the celestial rule, and the name and honor of the 7 princesses. This is your greatest achievement. It's not yet time for the peach conference. The other peaches have not yet ripened, and only the 6,000-year-old peaches are barely edible, and I am in that peach garden. I have picked a ripe peach for you with my own hands after 1,000 choices. If you eat this peach, you will be able to transform into a human body. Eat the peaches, drink the imperial wine, swallow the golden elixir, and you will achieve a body of muddy gold. Then you won't fear the punishment of that thunderbolt. But even though you don't fear it, you will have to suffer some pain. But don't worry, when you have finished your punishment, there will also be people who will intercede for you and keep you safe. Your Majesty has already prepared a healing artifact for you at the Yaoqi. When we return to the Ling Shao Palace, His Majesty will also have another reward." After hearing the words of the White Crane Fairy, for the first time, Yun Chonghwa felt what it means to be too happy to find the north. He does not have the feeling that he is getting rich, but only the joy of getting rich overnight. Previously, he had thought that having a shelter and a quiet place for him to cultivate would be considered a grace. "I didn't expect Your Majesty, Your Highness to be so generous. The peaches, the imperial wine, the golden elixir." His monkey brother hadn't gotten a taste this time, so this time he, as a brother, would get a taste first. But what made Yun Chonghwa the happiest was the fact that he had the opportunity to take human form. After being a fish in the water for over 100 years, now that I'd become a dragon, I'm still like, he'd forgotten what it was like to be human. At that moment, Yun Chonghwa prostrated himself on the ground and said, "Little dragon, thanks Your Majesty for your grace." Seeing his appearance, the White Crane Fairy said, "Well, if you want to thank me for my grace, it's not too late to go back after you've been tortured. There is no need to tarry here." Then the White Crane Fairy, her fingers flicked, and the bull-sized peach had floated to Yun Chonghwa's mouth. She said, "You should eat these quickly. I still have to go and resume my orders with the Empress, and I have no time to stay here with you." After hearing this, Yun Chonghwa did not delay any longer. Immediately, he grabbed that peach with his dragon claw and gnawed on it. He ate eagerly, but did not taste whether the peach was sweet or sour. In the blink of an eye, he ate that peach into a peach core, and when he finished that peach, the White Crane Fairy's fingers moved slightly and the peach kernel then flew back into her sleeve. As Yun Chonghwa ate a whole 6,000-year-old peach as much as he could, his body then emitted a burst of haze. Faint clouds also emerged from his body. The scales he had lost on his tail also grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, all of his light golden scales slowly transformed into a dazzling golden color, and he felt a pain in his hands and feet as a 5th finger claw slowly grew. The White Crane Fairy was also staring at him with her eyes and mouth wide open in astonishment. At this point, where is that 4-fingered motley dragon? Standing in front of the White Crane Fairy. It was a 5-clawed golden dragon with dazzling golden scales. The haze on Yun Chonghwa's body had yet to dissipate. He looked at his 5-fingered claws, and the golden scales all over his body. Then he looked at the astonished White Crane Fairy and asked, "Fairy, why haven't I turned into a human yet?" The White Crane Fairy came back to her senses at this time and said, "This is your first time transforming into a form. You may think in your mind about the look you want to take on, and you will be able to take on the form of a human being." Yun Chonghwa listened and then closed his eyes. He was thinking in the middle of his mind about what he wanted to become. He racked his brain, trying to change into something more handsome, but as he thought about it, and yet, I can't think of one, for he had gone up to heaven to meet a multitude of immortals, and the most handsome he could think of, it was also somewhat less than these true immortals. Since the choice was difficult, so Yun Chonghwa didn't think about anything else. Now he has only one thought in his mind, to become a handsome appearance. What kind of become? Just let it be. Thinking of this, the clouds that were lingering around Yun Chonghua slowly coalesced towards his body. In a flash, he was completely wrapped in that cloud. And when the clouds dispersed, where was that five-clawed golden dragon? There was just a jade tree, a fluttering beauty out of the dust like an immortal. Yun Chonghua's transformation was successful, and he slowly opened his eyes and looked at his long-lost hands, exclaimed happily, "I've got hands. I have hands. I'm finally human." Chapter 19, The Heavenly Dragon is Created. The Heavenly Dao's abnormal numbers first show their power. Having become human again, Yun Chonghua was very happy in his heart. But he wasn't happy for 2 seconds before shame replaced joy. Because at this time, he realized that he had just transformed into a form and was not wearing an inch of his body. His entire body was being looked at by the nymph in front of him. But despite the shame, there was one thing he was kinda happy about. And that was the fact that the rather large, quite majestic, just as Yun Chonghua was ashamed, fairy white crane was like a curious baby, looked at him left and right, then circled around to look at him. Yun Chonghua covered himself with his hand when he saw this, then asked, "Why is the fairy staring at me like that?" Fairy White Crane also noticed Yun Chonghua's embarrassment at this time, and then took 2 steps backward, pulled away from him. The White Crane Fairy said with a fluttering brow, "Nothing, just a little curious," said 2 white feathers, floating down from above the White Crane Fairy's feathered coat, flying straight to Yun Chonghua's chest, as well as the top of his head. The moment the feather touched his body, a flash of light flashed and a piece of that plume transformed into a brocade robe and was put on Yun Chonghua's body. One piece turned into a cloud crown to tie his hair. Under this wear, together with Yun Chonghua's appearance and temperament of this body, it really does have that heavenly fairy look to it. Yun Chonghua looked at his outfit and hurriedly arched his hand and thanked. Many thanks for the fairy's gift. But the White Crane Fairy didn't seem to have any interest in listening to him, and continued to circle around him non-stop. Looked left, looked right, and even ran his hand over his forehead. The White Crane Fairy muttered, "There really isn't a dragon's horn." After the White Crane Fairy muttered, she retreated again, and after she looked Yun Chonghua up and down, she, admiringly, he said, "Well, not bad at all. Indeed, it has the appearance of a heavenly fairy, only it is strange." Facing Fairy White Crane's gaze, Yun Chonghua asked in disbelief, "Oh, what's so strange about it? I would also like to ask the fairy for guidance." The White Crane Fairy replied, "Naturally, you were originally a dragon, but now you are a different person." Yun Chonghua asked, "I've taken human form, what's wrong with becoming human?" The White Crane Fairy said, "Of course it's not right. You are a dragon, albeit a fish-turned dragon, but also the dragon race. Although the dragon race is the longest of the scale insects, it is also always a beast. Within the 3 realms wherever beasts take form, if we don't consume mana to change again, it is bound to retain some of the characteristics of the beast." The White Crane Fairy then pointed to herself and said, "Take me for example. Although I have been practicing for many years by the side of the Empress long before I became different from a human, I have still left behind some of the characteristics of my true body." The White Crane Fairy pointed to the feathered garment she was wearing again. And the red-colored hairpin on my head continued. "For example, this feathered garment on my body is made of my plume, and the hairpin on this head is also the dandelion of my White Crane true body. But you are different. Although you are of the dragon race, you have no semblance of a dragon after taking form." When I looked at them carefully, they were all like normal people, with neither a dragon's head nor a dragon's tail, not to mention the scales and dragon horns that are the most difficult to practice. "I don't see you as a scale insect, but as a human immortal." "Human immortal?" Yun Chonghua thought of something and then said, "I've heard that the peach is in the sky of this. It is a rare spirit in the world. If you eat a peach of 3,000 years, you can become immortal and become healthy, and your body will be light and healthy. If you eat the 6,000-year-old peaches, you will be able to ascend to heaven and live forever. If you eat the 9,000-year-old peaches, you will be able to ascend to the heavens and live forever. Then you can live the same life as heaven and earth, and the sun and moon have the same girth. Is it not the work of this peach that I am like this now?" The White Crane Fairy listened, but shook her head. The White Crane Fairy explained, "Although you know quite a lot, you have forgotten one thing. Only human beings can have such effects after eating the peach. But you are a scale insect. I am a feather insect. Are not human. Although the human is categorized as a wasp insect, but the originator of the human. It was formed by Manhwa taking the clear air of the sky and turning it into water, and the turbid air of the earth into a body, and tumbling it into the earth. It also creates the natural body of the human race, the status of the all-pervading spirit. Although the lifespan of a human is just 100 years, the speed of human cultivation is 10 times 100 times that of beasts like us. Therefore that's 6,000 years of peach. People eat Kinshaju ascension, immortality, but you and I are 5 insects and animals. Just the ground grows. It is not innate. The turbid chi in his body is heavy, and his cultivation speed is far less than that of the human race. Even if you take spiritual substances, compared to people, it's also half efficacious in a big way. But you just transformed into golden scales, grew 5 claws, and transformed into a celestial dragon body releasing haze. Obviously Shaju ascension, an omen of immortality. But on second thought, it shouldn't be. Unless, Yun Chonghua asked. Unless what? The White Crane Fairy said. Unless you are originally human and have the gift of being human. This immortal body of the dragon race combined with the talent of a human being. Swallowing peaches naturally has this divine effect. Otherwise I can't think of any other explanation. But then the White Crane Fairy laughed. But that's impossible. You're a scale worm. This is what everyone saw with their own eyes. How could you possibly be human? Yun Chonghua thought to himself after hearing this, how is it impossible? Could it be that I have this strange creation that? Is it because I was born with a human cultivation talent because I'm a traveler? But that was just his guess. Now that I've become a human being, I have a great opportunity. There is no need to think about that. So Yun Chonghua casually prevaricated. Perhaps I have a different kind of creation. Although the White Crane Fairy could not understand, but did not pursue in detail. After all, the way of heaven is constant and impermanent. It's not a surprise that some rather created anomalies come out of the woodwork by accident. The White Crane Immortal said, you went straight from a miscellaneous dragon to a heavenly dragon. This is indeed a different kind of great creation. Between this heaven and earth, although there are quite a few large and small dragon clans, but there are only 3 of these heavenly dragons today. 3 of them? Then the 4 Seas Dragon King and the others don't count as heavenly dragons? Yun Chonghua asked. The White Crane Fairy shook her head and said, of course it doesn't count. Although that 4 Seas Dragon Clan rules the lower Yuan Water Realm, they are only true dragon bloodlines, and this ascended heavenly dragon. Besides you, there is only the Hyper Golden Star among the 28 constellations, and the dragon among the 6 dings and 6 armors. That Jingzhong dragon who stationed the prime Chinese table for His Majesty is only a true dragon, even though he is in the same upper realm. Yun Chonghua nodded his head as he listened. So that's how it is. Hearing that his status in the Dragon Clan was even higher than that East Sea Dragon King, Yun Chonghua was very happy in his heart. Now the Dragon King of the East China Sea is really like a loach compared to him. The White Crane Immortal said at this time, alright, you quickly drink the imperial wine and swallow the golden pill. In this way, your heavenly dragon body will be able to achieve a body of muddy gold. It will then be able to stay alive under those 30 or so heavenly thunderbolts. Yun Chonghua heard this and did not delay any longer. He took that golden elixir out of the box and placed a bite in his mouth. The golden elixir was then consumed with that mellow imperial wine. With the golden elixir in the belly, the wine went down. A feeling of power filling his entire body hit him. Immortal Dan. The wine has been completely melted into his internal organs and flesh and blood. His body felt an unprecedented sense of lightness, fullness, and wonder. He felt his Jade Palace Huachi was very warm and comfortable. Drunkenness. Maybe that's what it feels like now. Finally he burped and exhaled an intoxicating, aromatic breath. Chapter 20, One Step to Heaven by the Recruitment of Peace. Chonghua is tortured on the demon beheading platform. Looking at him, the White Crane Fairy couldn't help but smile. This beautiful fairy smile was even more intoxicating than this fine wine. With a wave of the White Crane Fairy's hand, the Dan box, and the jade bottle flew back into her sleeve once again. The White Crane Immortal said, well, I have to go back to resume my orders with the Queen. You should change back to your dragon body. Just wait to go to the demon beheading stage to be tortured. I'll come back to guide you when you're done with your punishment. Yun Chonghua said, I'll follow Fairy's orders. But, the White Crane Fairy murmured and asked, but what? Yun Chonghua said awkwardly, it's just that. How do I change back into my dragon body? The White Crane Fairy also shook her head helplessly as she heard this. She reached out her jade hand and tapped him on the forehead, then laughed. Just think with your little head. As long as you want to change back, the natural heart feels something. Yun Chonghua touched his forehead and nodded with a smile. Then he thought for a second that, shake it off. It then transformed back into the majestic 5-clawed golden dragon of the party. The White Crane Fairy took a look at this time but shook her head and said, AI, 1,000 calculations. I didn't even calculate that you would ascend to become a heavenly dragon. It won't do for you to go up to the demon beheading stage like this. That's just it. I'll spend a little more energy to help you. Immediately afterward, the White Crane Fairy, pinching her fingers and twisting her knuckles, after murmuring under her breath, exhaled a mouthful of orchid-like immortal chi. He said change to Yun Chonghua. After the immortal aura enveloped it, the mighty 5-clawed golden dragon, it then changed back to the light golden-colored mongrel dragon from before. Even the missing dragon scales on his tail were still missing. Yun Chonghua looked at himself, and had it not been for the elixir of immortality within his body, the coiled peaches, the engorged power of the imperial wine was still there, and he even wondered a little if his party had been dreaming. The White Crane Fairy nodded and said, That's about right. Alright, you wait in peace, I'll go first. After saying that, the White Crane Fairy turned around and left, floating away. Yun Chonghua eyed the White Crane Fairy's back. The joy in his heart now was hard to put into words. He felt like his life had been a roller coaster ride. He had previously reached the pinnacle of his life by transforming into a dragon, but then he nearly became the food in his mouth, and all the way down to the trough of life. And in the end, when the trough is dying, and repeatedly have a noble person to help. First, I met Neza. Afterwards, he met the Monkey King and went to the ancient Bodhi tree in the western Oxus. Though he has not been taken in by the ancestor to learn the skill of that through and through, but after coming back from that point in time, he met the 7 princesses and Dong Yong. Not only did he avenge the scale pulling, but he also jumped from the bottom of the demon dragon wild dragon to become a heavenly dragon. However, Yin Chonghua also let out a bitter smile in his heart. He had worked hard for more than 100 years while transforming into a dragon, but in the eyes of these gods and goddesses, it was just a dish at the peach party, and he himself killed people and did evil things, but he became immortal, and the little fairy who pitted herself against a rock and lifted it to stone her own feet. Instead, it had become the most important stepping stone on his path to immortal ascension, a step to heaven. Yun Chong could only sigh in his heart, this fate, it is really wonderful. He also completely understood the true meaning of a pig standing on the wind can also fly. Yun Chonghua stayed in the middle of the heavenly prison, not knowing how long had passed. Then a group of heavenly soldiers escorted him out. Then they brought him to the demon beheading stage. Around that demon beheading stage, there was already a forest of immortal officials watching the ceremony. There were also heavy celestial soldiers. Even Yun Chonghua saw that the Jade Emperor was also present in person, watching from afar from a distance. He looked around at the battle and felt that the execution of Sun Deshang was nothing more than that. The celestial soldier who was holding him bound him to the demon beheading platform and then immediately left. The 5 manifestations spiritual officer standing above the cloud top waved the order flag in his hand. The gods and generals of the Ministry of Thunder. Then they immediately did the practice of attracting thunder. All of a sudden, the sky above the demon beheading stage was filled with dark clouds, which was appalling. Although Yun Chonghua knew that he would be fine, he was still a bit timid when he saw this battle. In the next moment, a heavenly thunderbolt struck straight down towards him. It then struck his body. He yelled out of instinct, but he reacted only after he had screamed that. Although the force of this heavenly thunder was great, but it really couldn't do any real damage to him. It felt like just being punched in the face. It hurt a little, but it wasn't fatal. Then more than 30 heavenly thunderbolts struck his body in turn. Yun Chonghua carefully felt it, and nowadays, he had indeed accomplished the body of Hunjin. After receiving 33 heavenly thunderbolts, his body was fine except for a bit of soreness. It didn't feel like getting punched in the face, but rather like sore muscles after a long period of inactivity. But what was a little hard to bear among the soreness was what seemed to be thunder and lightning inside, as if stung by a bee. It's not very painful outside the skin, but internally it was like pins and needles. Although Yun Chonghua was not seriously hurt, he also kept in mind the words of the White Crane Fairy, deliberately pretending to be half dead on the demon chopping stage. After the thunder punishment was over, the 5 apparent spiritual officers dropped down from the clouds and came to Yun Chonghua's side. After taking a closer look, he said, "Your Majesty, this little dragon's destiny is really tenacious. After carrying 33 thunder tribulations, there is still a breath of life left. Dare I ask if your Majesty has disposed otherwise?" There was the sound of Tai Bai Jingxing's enlightenment from that far heaven, reporting to the Jade Emperor. Although that little dragon hurt people and caused harm, it has already finished receiving its heavenly punishment, sort of atone for his sins on earth. Since he is not dead, this is his good fortune. Your Majesty, nowadays the heavenly court is in need of people. I see that this little dragon has some skills, so why don't we recruit him and put him at the disposal of the heavenly court? Then the majestic voice of the Jade Emperor was heard again. Permit what the secretary has proposed. Release that little dragon. After healing his body he came to the Golden Temple to be enthroned. After hearing the Jade Emperor's holy decree, that 5 manifestations spiritual officer, he also immediately sent someone to untie Yin Chonghua from that demon locking pillar, and all the immortals who were watching the ceremony dispersed to their respective duties. After the soldiers carried the dying Yin Chonghua out of the demon beheading platform, the White Crane Fairy drifted in. The White Crane Fairy said, "You don't have to bother. Just give it to me." After receiving the order from the White Crane Fairy, the heavenly soldiers dispersed individually. After the crowd left, The White Crane Fairy asked. How are you doing? Yun Chonghua stood up and said. It's okay. It's just that there are some stinging pains on my body. As the White Crane Fairy listened, a lotus seed with colored light appeared in her hand. The White Crane Fairy said. This is the lotus seed born from the Yaoqi golden lotus, which has a divine effect to heal wounds. You will recover when you eat it. Chonghua then opened his mouth and the White Crane Fairy fed him that lotus seed. After the lotus seeds went down, the pain in the body really disappeared. Yun Chonghua exhaled before saying, Can I change back into my person now? The White Crane Fairy said. Of course. After saying that, Yun Chonghua shifted and transformed from his dragon form to his human body again. He dusted off his clothes and then said, It still feels good to be human. Just as Yun Chonghua was still feeling emotional, Fairy White Crane handed over a red-colored rope. The White Crane Fairy said, This is yours, isn't it? I got it back for you. Yun Chonghua replied, Exactly. Thank you, Fairy. Then Yun Chonghua's thoughts turned. Then the dragon binding rope was sensed and flew to his side, but this time it was no longer wrapped around his neck, but wrapped around his waist. That dragon binding rope then became the same as that Lajuan's frontier gold rope, a silk sash that girded his loins. The White Crane Fairy looked at Yun Chonghua and said, I just didn't expect you a dragon. Surprisingly, he used this dragon binding cord, which specializes in binding dragons, as a magic treasure. Yun Chonghua sighed at his words and said, AI, this matter is a long story. Kind of a not-so-good chance for me. Chapter 21, Once you have attained the ambition of the blue clouds, the Queen Mother invites you to the Yaoqi. As for the matter of the dragon binding rope, the White Crane Fairy didn't ask much. After all, this thing wasn't really a too special magic treasure in the immortal world. Of course this was only for an upper immortal of her rank. The White Crane Fairy then took Yun Chonghua and rushed to Yaoqi to meet the Queen Mother, to thank her for her kindness, for one thing. Secondly, the Queen Mother wanted to thank him in person. On the way to Yaoqi, Yun Chonghua attracted the attention of many fairies. Yun Chonghua asked the White Crane Fairy beside him, Fairy, why are they all looking at me? The White Crane Fairy laughed. Maybe it's because you look new to me. This Yaoqi is an important place in the heavenly court, the Queen's resting dojo. Unusually mortals are not qualified to enter. Yun Chonghua had now become the body of a heavenly dragon, and these five senses were also more sensitive. He was now human, but retained the peculiar sense of observation of the dragons, and his ear, sight, and the sense of smell is much stronger than the average living being. Not only can you smell the unearthly aroma of these fairies, you can still hear the whispers of the fairies. This divine sovereign is born so handsome, but he looks so familiar. I've never seen him before. Yes, it is not during the Peach Conference, and there is no one to guide the unusual male immortals. Is unable to enter within this Yaoqi, to be able to travel with the Crane Fairy beside the Empress. Is it possible that she is a guest of the Empress? Perhaps it's some immortal island, the upper immortal of the cave that has come to pay a special visit to the Empress. Hearing their whispers, one by one, really made Yun Chonghua's heart rejoice. It was only 2 or 3 months according to earthly time since he transformed into a dragon. Before that, he was a wild dragon to be slaughtered. Now they've become what the nymphs called the immortals. There was no other feeling, but this vanity was greatly satisfied. Although the term small man's ambition is not a good word, but if you really have the ambition to be a small man, there is no harm in being a small man. It's better than dying before your ambitions are fulfilled. When traveling across the 9-curve bridge, the lotus flowers bloomed side by side in the pool of heaven, and the sunlight glittered. The cloudscape is very nice. The water of the heavenly pond was reflected under the bridge. Yun Chonghua glanced at the reflection in the water and couldn't help but stop. He looked at his face with great satisfaction. When he first came to the heavenly palace before, except for some sperms and beasts that become immortals who are not human, and those fairy children and fairy officials all look better than people on earth. I think that Pan and Inson you may not have passed this. Yun Chonghua looked at his appearance, and it was even better than those immortal officials he had seen. The moment was also satisfying. When the White Crane Fairy saw that he wasn't leaving, she also stopped and asked, "What's wrong?" Yun Chonghua looked at his reflection in the water and said, "Is this really what I look like?" The White Crane Fairy smiled and said, "Oh, if it's not yours, is it not mine? Okay, you haven't changed too badly, and if you want to stink, you'll have 1,000 years of light in the future. Let's go, don't make the Empress wait." Hearing Fairy White Crane's urging, Yun Chonghua continued to follow her footsteps. Go deeper into the Yaoqi. Within a short time, the two of them turned to the Queen's chambers after the Yaoqi. The Queen Mother was sitting on top of her seat, incense and mist around her. Behind them 2 beautiful-looking nymphs stood at the side. The White Crane Fairy stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, Yun Chonghua has been brought." Yun Chonghua then followed the White Crane Fairy's example and went up to greet the Empress. "Little dragon Yun Chonghua, Meet your majesty. The Queen Mother looked at this benefactor who had helped them solve a big problem, also smiled and nodded. The Empress said, there's no need for Xianqing to be polite. Come on, give a seat and serve tea. The White Crane Fairy gave Yun Chonghua a wink, signaling him to sit up, and she stood back up to the matron. Yun Chonghua said, thank you, your highness, and then sat down on a chair to the side. And then a fairy carried a fine immortal tea and served it to Yun Chonghua's side. After Yun Chonghua got up and took it, he respectfully placed it on the coffee table beside himself. Although he was new to the immortal realm, he hadn't watched many TV shows before. Learned some manners. This reception on tea is not for drinking, but for watching. It is to be drunk only when the host permits it. Despite the fact that the Queen Mother was so high up, Yun Chonghua did not feel half as nervous in front of her. It's like a son meeting his mother face to face, and the conversation between Chonghua and Yang Yang was the usual one, starting with a question about Chonghua's background. Like if there's any family left in the lower world. Chonghua was also forthright about his bottom line. And the origin of his name Yun Chonghua was told to the Empress. But the only thing that was hidden was his beef with the Dragon King and the 7 fairies. He hides these things mainly because he's afraid he'll implicate Neza and the 2 fairy officials who lynched him. Even though those 2 immortal officials didn't save him to the end, Yun Chonghua was still quite grateful to both of them in his heart. The ones that have given themselves a chance at life. After talking about it a little, Nyang Yin mainly expressed her gratitude to him for Chonghua's sacrifice of himself. The majesty of the heavenly rules was upheld at the smallest possible cost, and she and the Jade Emperor's face, as well as the matter of the 7 princesses' name and honor, were greatly appreciated. Then also about how she had heard the White Crane Fairy say that he had gone from a fish dragon. The matter of Xiaju ascending into a golden-scaled heavenly dragon also felt astonishing. Finally, the Empress turned her words around and said, Chonghua, you heard it before in the execution ground. His Majesty intends to cultivate you, and since you've made an extraordinary fortune, I think you should stay in heaven as an official. I can't keep you here as I don't have any male immortals, but if you are a dragon, I will let White Crane go to the Thunder and Water departments to find a job for you. After hearing what the Empress said, Yun Chonghua thought to himself, forget it. This time, with no danger of getting this life back, it is already considered to be a great life burning high incense. Not to mention the fact that she has offended the 7th princess, and when she is released, this little fairy will surely retaliate against me, or at worst, put small shoes on me. They are a family, and it is naturally self-evident who they favor. That's all. Instead of Xinsheng dying on the inside, it is better for Chong'er to be safe on the outside. Though this heaven is good, but the water is too deep for the present me to grasp. Not to mention being an official in this day. It's also a matter of giving the other gods and goddesses a hand as a henchman. So it's better to go to the lower realms and be a handful yourself. I'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. After thinking about it, Yun Chonghua stood up and said, Little Dragon thanked the Empress for her love. But most of those who are immortals up there have great merits and virtues. If Xiao Long stays in the sky without any merit, this is afraid that it will be difficult to convince the public. Moreover, the size of this official position has always been from humble to honorable. If your Majesty wants to cultivate Xiao Long, Little Dragon is willing to go down to the land of China in South Alimony, go to be a river god, Dragon King, traveling clouds and rain to protect the sight of the people. If the next day to make merit, it's not too late for the Queen and His Majesty to raise the reward. In the face of this request from Chonghua, the Queen Mother was satisfied that this young dragon, who knew the time, had. It's also much more enjoyable. The Queen smiled and nodded her head. Oh, you little dragon is not greedy. Also, since you are afraid of the criticism of the immortals, it is not a bad idea to go down to the lower world and become a Dragon King first. In the future, if you have merit, and this palace will certainly not forget you. Hearing that the Empress had agreed, Chonghua hurriedly bowed and thanked. Little Dragon thanks the Empress for her grace. The Queen looked at White Crane and said, White Crane, you've made a hard trip to go to that heavenly palace and make a statement to His Majesty, so that Kohanji can check to see where there are vacancies. The White Crane Fairy, having received the Queen's decree, did not delay, and immediately set up the auspicious clouds, flying towards that Ling Shao Palace. Chapter 22, The world knows the immortals are good, only fame can't be forgotten. Fairy White Crane went to the Ling Shao Palace to inform. Among the Yao Qi, the Queen invited Chonghua to drink tea. The aroma of immortal tea is indeed superior to that of earthly mortals. But after Chonghua lifted the lid of the tea, he looked at the tea leaves floating above the teacup and, I can't help but think of Dong Xiaozi, who was beaten to death by himself under the camellia tree. The 7th princess imprisonment was her own fault and avenged her own scale-pulling, stepping on her to ascend the immortal path. Yun Chonghua did not feel a bit of guilt in his heart. This was considered what the seventh princess owed him, but that Dong Yong is a benevolent and filial gentleman with no faults, a totally good person. Eating the human blood buns of such a good person. Even in his heart there was something that did not fall to tolerance. With an inadvertent glance, the Empress saw the strangeness in the midst of his eyes. The Empress asked, Changhua, what's wrong? Why did you stop drinking? But the immortal tea of this Panglai immortal island is not to your taste? Yun Changhua came back to his senses at this time and said, reporting back to your highness, the fragrance of this immortal tea is not comparable to that of the mortal world. It's a blessing of several lifetimes for little dragon to be able to taste a sip of this immortal tea. How could he not be used to it? The Empress also knew that he had something on his mind, so she said with a slight smile, Changhua, in front of this palace, there's no harm in saying what you have to say, there's no need to cover it up like this. Seeing that he didn't cover up the past, Yun Changhua said tentatively, Your Highness is truly wise. It's just that this matter, Xiaolong is not good to say. If I were to say it, can you first forgive little dragon's innocence? The Empress smiled and said, Oh, well, you are forgiven. You looked different just now. What have you thought of? But do you think that the reward given to you by this palace is less? Yun Changhua shook his head and said, Your Majesty nudged little dragon into immortality and granted me the immortal talisman. Little dragon dares to say something unauthorized. Your Majesty's kindness is like little dragon's regenerative parents. How could little dragon be too little? It's just that when Xiaolong saw the tea leaves floating amongst that immortal tea, he couldn't help but think of that Dong Xiaozi who was unintentionally killed by Xiaolong. That Dong Xiaozi was killed by Xiaolong under a camellia tree. That Dong Xiaozi was a sincere gentleman. To die just like that. I still feel somewhat sorry for him in this heart, and I implore your highness to forgive me. Saying that, Yun Changhua knelt down in front of the Empress to ask for forgiveness. Seeing this, Nyang Niang said, What is Changhua doing? You took pity on that Dong Yang. And this is your kindness. How could this palace blame you? But you don't have to feel sorry for him. You took the karma for that Dong Yang. That Dong Yang now has some blessings of his own. Oh, Yun Changhua stood up and looked at the Empress with a face full of curiosity. After waving her hand to dismiss her left and right, the Queen continued, that Dong Yang and Cheer were illicitly mated. Originally, he had committed a heavenly offense. If he had been punished according to the rules of heaven, he would have been sent down to the 18 layers of hell and would never have been able to transcend life. But you cleared Cheer of the sin of illicitly marrying a mortal. And then it's not just Cheer who's off the hook for this, it's also that Dong Yang. That Dong Yang was neither guilty nor died in vain, and he was a benevolent gentleman of utmost filial piety in his lifetime. So he devoted himself to the blessed path in this life and went to reincarnation early. In this life she did not have to suffer from slavery, and was blessed in all 9 lifetimes. It's 1 day in heaven and 1 year on earth. I think she is already a week old, so you don't have to blame yourself. After hearing the words of the Empress, the guilt in Yun Chonghua's heart was completely put down. Even though he broke up Dong Yang's marriage, he saved him from suffering in hell. In that case, he should thank him. It's just that Nyang Yang didn't inform Chonghua of Dong Yang's next 9 lifetimes and 9 lives. Although they are all rich and long-lived people of clear fortune, she will not even be a man anymore, and she will be a daughter for 9 lifetimes. But it wasn't revenge on Dong Yang. It was for his good and for the good of all. The 7 princesses of the province, after finishing their face to the wall, will then descend to the earth to find the reincarnation of Dong Yang and renew their previous relationship. So heaven simply let the 9 generations after Dong Yang, all of them were born to be a rich and noble family's young lady. From childhood to old age, they all enjoy the happiness on earth. Even if the 7 princesses come down to earth and meet again, the 2 can only be sisters, not husband and wife. Hearing this, Chonghua replied, since this Dong Xiaozi is also a good person with good rewards, then the little dragon was relieved. I just hope that the 7th princess won't seek revenge and trouble me after she finishes facing the wall. Nyang Yang laughed. Oh, don't worry about that, Chonghua. If 7th child ever embarrasses you again in the future, you can come to this palace to complain. The palace will make a decision for you. Besides, you didn't harm the 7th child. She moved her mortal heart, which is a great sin. If you hadn't covered up for her, she should have the calamity of 10,000 years of imprisonment, instead of just being grounded in the middle of her chambers like today. A small punishment. Chonghua nodded after hearing this, then said, Your Highness, there's still one thing Xiaolong doesn't quite understand. I wonder if the Empress can clear up little dragon's confusion. The Empress smiled and said, just now you were saying that this palace is like your mother, and what can a son not say to his mother? In the face of this motherly gesture of the Queen Mother, Yun Chonghua also summoned up the courage to ask the doubt that had been troubling him for years. My lady, why can't a god be in love? Cannot unite with mortals? Sifan needs to be locked up for that long to atone for his sins. Is it so terrible for a god to be in love? This is a question that has sort of bothered him for years, and he couldn't figure it out when he was reading novels in his previous life. Why is it that these gods and goddesses always like to break up these immortal mundane lovebirds? Was it just a matter of wrong door, wrong family? He didn't think so. If it was only because of the inappropriate door and household issue, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother did not need to be so angry. Just privately will be the 7 princesses back to strict custody is. There is no need to make a big fuss. In the heavenly palace above the 3 hearings, make it known. Therefore Yun Chonghua had never been able to figure it out. But having just raised this question, Yun Chonghua's heart was somewhat fearful, lest the Empress would be outraged, suffer themselves. But the nymph's reaction was unexpected. The queen was a little surprised but not offended by the question he posed. Instead, he remained amiable and said, "Oh, I didn't expect you to ask this question. But since Chonghua has doubts in his mind, there is no harm in this palace informing you. But you have 2 questions here. So this palace will start by saying that why can't immortals and mortals be united, right? Chonghua, you are from the earth. Do you know what this mortal loves the most?" Yun Chonghua thought for a moment before answering. "Fame and fortune?" The Empress replied. "You are right, but not entirely. The celestial rules strictly forbid the union of mortals and immortals. It's actually for the protection of mortals. It was also for the order of the 3 realms not to become unbalanced. If it started from 7th place, then the heavenly rules can no longer restrain the immortals, and then the entire 3rd realm will be in chaos." Hearing this, Yun Chonghua could not help but reveal an expression full of doubt. Looking at him with a puzzled expression on his face, the Empress still patiently explained. "Mortals have eyes of flesh, and are mostly only aware of appearances. Not to mention those immortals with vast magical power, even the small immortals with little cultivation. All of them can turn into gold and silver, into beautiful women of national colors and handsome young men. It is simply easy to fool mortals with this. If the gods were allowed to have illicit matches with mortals, wouldn't there be great chaos on earth? Moreover, if you are moved to love, you will have selfishness, and although the mortal lifespan is 100 years, but such a look, however, in 40 to 50 years, their faces will be dull and old. At this point, their immortal companions will certainly try to do everything possible to help them live longer, seek a long life, or they find a chance, or beg for a spiritual object, or even more, they directly ferry them to achieve immortal bodies. They are also earth immortals and human immortals, and as a celestial deity, to transform a mortal into an immortal body, it wasn't anything difficult. Then these mortals married to the gods of heaven may, with the help of their mates, and without cultivation, easily prolong the life of the immortal body. That to those who accumulate merits and virtues of hard cultivation of the human monks, beasts and elves can be fair? It would be fine if only one person was enlightened. But the human heart is not lifted, and those mortals who have attained the way also have family and friends, and disciples and officials. At that time, I'm afraid that not all mortals will presume to marry an immortal and seek a one-man, one chicken and one man. Yun Chonghua nodded silently as he listened. The greed of the human heart was something he knew well as a human being. In the present world there are a lot of people who think about the big money to make a quick class leap and wealth freedom. There are also many people who either pave the way for the golden bridge or give themselves up to subterfuge. The idea is to get what you want through the back door, and that's just for fame and fortune. The lure of that immortality can be much greater than the power of gold and silver. And when one has gained a position of fame, one has to arrange for family and friends, and even offspring. If it is really possible to ascend to immortality through marriage and bloodline, then it would be a mess indeed. Chapter 23, What's the difference between immortals and demons? The dark flow of the heavenly court. The queen continued. There is also the fact that the lifespan of an immortal is not like that of a mortal. Less than a few hundred, as many as 1,000 years or 10,000 years. If they had left their reproducing descendants in the lower realms for 100 generations, I don't know how many there would have been. If the gods and immortals in the sky were to fall in love and have illicit sex in the lower realms, would it not be a violation of ethical norms if they were the offspring of their own children and grandchildren? That's why a god can never be illicitly mated with a mortal. Yun Chonghua listened and nodded thoughtfully. Then he asked, then shall the gods not fall in love with mortals? And shall they not even move in love? For Chonghua's willingness to continue listening to her chatter, Nyongyin instead appreciated the little dragon even more. A few more good feelings were added to his heart at that moment. After all, there weren't many people who could talk to her about these things in the past 10 million years. Even the Jade Emperor's sister, his own daughter, didn't understand the bitterness of the celestial rule of abstinence. Now that Yun Chonghua was willing to listen to her for a moment, the Empress was very happy in her heart. It's natural to know everything. More than anything else, the Empress wanted to pour out the bitter water that had been in her heart for millions of years in front of Chonghua today, sort of easing the pain in her heart. The Empress did not answer this question directly, and then asked, Chonghua, what do you think is the difference between a fairy and a demon? When Yun Chonghua heard this question, he remembered the various interpretations of Journey to the West that he had read in his previous life. Then he said bluntly, those at the top are immortals, and those at the bottom are demons. But the Empress shook her head and said, no, anyone with 9 orifices in heaven and earth can become immortal. Immortals and demons are all spirits created by heaven and earth, and are not different in themselves. The only difference lies in the mind. Immortals can control their desires after thousands of years of hard training, and even if they have desires, they know how light or heavy they are. But demons act recklessly with their power, and even call it self-contained and free. Unchecked power. That's a disaster. Then the Empress continued. This palace often says, the 3 worlds are not at peace when the gods are in love. This is not a delusional statement. For when there is love, there is also selfishness. And when there is selfishness, there is desire. And this desire is not for nothing. If used properly, it can lead to advancement. But if it is uncontrolled and becomes an evil desire, that would likewise create endless karma. Immortal gods are not like mortals. If a mortal has evil desires, at most they will kill and set fire to people. Worse still, they would slaughter cities and destroy countries. But the power of the gods and immortals is much greater than that of mortals. And if they want the world to be devastated, maybe it's just a matter of moving a finger. Immortal gods derive evil desires. And for the living, it's a mountain that's turned upside down. A great catastrophe where the heavens fall apart. If a great power destroys the entire earth, it won't be too difficult. Let's take this matter of 7th child. 7th child is the innate immortalizer. She has not been through the red world, nor has she explored the suffering of the red world beings, and with her natural immortal power, which is not too strong, with a few strokes of his hand, he caused the river to tumble, drowning hundreds of hectares of good land and killing dozens of people. What would happen if another great power came? And there's no need for the palace to say it. Speaking of the 7 immortals, the Empress could not help but think of Fairy Yaoji, the eldest princess, at this time, as well as Yang Jian, the Erlang god of the lower world. It is not in accordance with the rules of heaven that, even if one were to dignify oneself with some grandiose love, but there is no way to hide the nature of their indulgence. If the immortals are indulgent, with their own powerful ability to do what their minds desire without restraint, this divine immortal, then, is no different from a demon. That's why immortals need to break their love and lust. The rules of heaven are needed. Hearing this, Chonghua couldn't help but be shaken. Yin Chonghua nodded and said, what the Empress said is true. Little Dragon understands. Yin Chonghua also had a lot of feelings after hearing this. For the first time, he understood what it meant to say there is a difference between immortals and mortals. It seems that things in this immortal world can't just be viewed through mortal eyes. If the order constituted by this heavenly rule and iron law is really broken completely, that would indeed be a great disaster. At last the Empress also sighed and said, it is a shame to say that even this palace and His Majesty, I'm not sure if you're a fairy, but I'm not a fairy, so I'm not sure if you're a fairy, so I'm not sure if you're a fairy, so you don't have to think that this palace's reward is generous. Your actions have saved 7 for the palace, and for His Majesty, you've taken care of the whole situation and maintained order under the heavenly laws, so you are to be credited. Chonghua also smiled nervously when he heard Nyangnyang's praise of himself. Then he said, Your Highness is too kind. Little Dragon also did not expect his own momentary action to be as significant as this. It was at this time that the White Crane Immortal, who had traveled to the Lingxiao Palace to enlighten the audience, slowly returned. He informed Chonghua of his trip to the Lingxiao Palace to be ordained. So Chonghua took leave of the Nyang and followed the White Crane Immortal to the Heavenly Palace to hear the sealing. Although Nyang's sermon, Chonghua was enlightened, but he also felt some pity. This being a god himself, he can't be moved. This is more or less a pity. It would be more or less uninteresting to have a lifespan of thousands of years, but not be able to love. On the way to the Lingxiao Palace, the White Crane Immortal saw Yun Chonghua filled with a troubled mind. So he asked, What's wrong? You're about to be ordained. Why do you still have such a bitter face? Tell your sister. Sister, I'm a few thousand years older than you, so perhaps I can clear up your confusion. The White Crane Fairy and Yun Chonghua were so close to each other that they were also assigned by the Empress. There are many immortals in the heavenly court, and although we all serve in the heavenly court, but the relationship between the various factions is privately very intricate. Before His Majesty the Jade Emperor's throne, the only close ministers who can be fully trusted are Li Tianwang, the 28-star constellations, Tai Bai Jinxing and a few others, and most of the other powerful people, though serving in the heavenly court, were of another sect. In addition to the 4 heavenly kings, the 5 square unveilers are from the Buddha school in the Western Heaven. Most of the rest came from the 3 Qing sect, and the people under the 3 Qing sect are all very strong. not to mention Neza, just Yang Jian, who is not obedient to announcements, is enough to give the Jade Emperor a headache. Even the 4 heavenly masters who were on duty at the Hall of Tongming were all under the Tao ancestor. The 3 clear sectors were considered to be the most massive force in the heavenly court, and the last few remaining without sex mostly practiced neutrality. Although they are under orders to do their own work, they are also in the mentality of a laborer, and they do not necessarily contribute to the work. Just do your job and don't get involved in anything else. Maintain 1. Take no position. Offend no one, such as the 9 Obsidian Star officials, the 3 Stars of Fortune and Longevity of Penglai Immortal Island, as well as Jin Yuan Daxian and others from the Wushuanguan on Wanshashan Mountain are all like this. As an emperor, the most important thing he needs to master is to balance the various forces in the dynasty. And the 3 Qing sect, since the god of the quantitative robbery after the power is too big, it has just become a matter of heart for his old man. If this is still the case under the Jade Emperor's seat, there is even less need to say on the Empress side. Nowadays, the only people who can be considered close friends of the Queen are the White Crane Fairy and the 7-Clothed Fairy. There are only a few female immortals left, such as the 9 Heavenly Maidens and the Weaving Maiden, but they, the female fairies, are not at liberty to say or do anything about some things. Therefore, both Nyang Yang and His Majesty wanted to cultivate Yun Chonghua and make him a close friend outside of the heavenly court, become their assistant. In the future, if there is anything that is not convenient to publicize, it will be left to him. Although there are quite a few capable, vastly powerful immortals among these 3 realms, but a talent that has no sectarian origins and is barely on the same line of interest as them. Not very often. This kind of person can be brought together and nurtured by some rain and dew. But these words of pulling Yun Chonghua into service are not good enough for both Your Majesty and His Majesty to say in person. Therefore, they could only instruct the White Crane Fairy to convey the holy will of the 2 of them on their behalf. Therefore, the head of the Yao Qi is brother and sister to a young dragon who is new to the immortal path. Yun Chonghua didn't feel there was anything wrong, and he said with emotion, having received a vocation, it's naturally good to be a god, but in the future, you're also bound by the heavenly rules and regulations. One cannot marry and have love affairs. Chapter 24. Who says you can't get married if you've been given a vocation? It was only at this time that Yun Chonghua realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly said, I'm new to the immortal path, not as deep as fairies' Tao, this matter of love, I'm still. Hearing this, the White Crane Fairy hid her face and laughed playfully. Oh, who told you that you were subject to the vocation of the, you can't get married when you're a god? After hearing Fairy White Crane's words, Yun Chonghua couldn't help but stare. Yun Chonghua said, immortals can get married? But just now, Your Highness said that immortals can't be moved to fall in love with mortals. The White Crane Fairy looked at him with a smile and said, then what did the Queen say to you just now? Yun Chonghua then roughly repeated what the Empress had just said to a mortal White Crane. The White Crane Fairy laughed. What the Empress said is indeed good, but the Queen only said that you can't fall in love with mortals, and that immortals can't be moved. It didn't say you couldn't get married. Listening to Fairy White Crane's explanation, Yun Chonghua was even more confused. Yun Chonghua asked, what does Fairy mean by this? How come the more I hear, the less I understand? Looking at Yun Chonghua's puzzled expression, the White Crane Immortal also began to patiently explain. What the Empress said is certainly true, but the Empress didn't say that you can't store up your desires. She just said that you can't indulge in your desires and act in a capricious manner. Besides, not all immortals are bound by the heavenly rule that they cannot be moved. Within the circumference of the heavens there are 5 immortals, heaven and earth, men, gods and ghosts, and 5 insects, wasps, scales, hair, feathers and koan. And among these 10 categories, the only ones who cannot be moved are the 2 heavenly immortals, human immortals, ghost immortals, earth immortals. None of the 5 worms are bound by this as long as they do not serve in the heavenly court. What is this for? Yun Chonghua asked in disbelief. The White Crane Fairy still patiently explained. Heavenly immortals, you can't be moved into marriage. It's because most of the great emperors, heavenly beings, and ancestors who are celestial immortals are powerful and have long lifespans, as few as 10,000 years. If you have more than one, you will live the same life as heaven and earth, and the sun and the moon will be the same. If you are moved with lust, and have selfishness in your heart, and lose your senses, the trouble they cause may then evolve into a catastrophe for the entire 3 realms, spilling over to countless innocent living beings. But most of those who are able to cultivate into heavenly immortals have gone through 1,000 difficult practices. All of them had long since cleared their minds of worldly thoughts. Of course, the 7 princesses, who have lived in the immortal world since they were young, except for those born into immortality. And the immortals are mostly true spirits of the innate nature, and they hold the stable operation of the order of the 3 realms. There are even some that are still irreplaceable. If they were moved to lust siphon into marriage, then it will be an unbalanced catastrophe for the three realms. Just for example, the Sun Star Lord, the Tai-in Star Lord. If the Sun Star Monarch 3-footed Wu had broken away from the Yellow Way siphon to go to Earth, then with his 10 sons in one innate true spirit, in a matter of moments, he would turn the Earth into a sea of fire and red earth. If he had hidden his spiritual power, then without the light and heat of the sun, the whole Earth will be plunged into darkness, and then cold and hunger will sweep over the whole Earth. And Tai-in Xingjuan, the Lord of the Moon Palace, who, by the operation of the Moon Palace on the celestial rivers of the, controls the tides of the Earth. If she were to go AWOL, the Earth would either dry up for thousands of miles of bare ground, or flood to the point where immediately, the beings of the lower realms will also be civilized. Hearing the words Moon Palace Lord, Yun Chonghua couldn't help but be stunned as he asked, isn't the Moon Palace's Lord Chang a fairy? How come it's the Star Lord Tai-in? In the face of Yun Chonghua's question, Fairy White Crane continued to explain, Tai-in astrologer is Chang'e, but Chang'e is not necessarily the star goddess of Tai-in. Chang'e is just a title of honor for the celestial immortal eunuchs. The fairies with the title of Chang'e are not only the Tai-in astrologer Wangshu, but also the heavenly court's chief musical dancer Neishang Fairy and a host of other fairies. Looking at Yun Chonghua's seemingly understanding look, the White Crane Fairy gave him another more understandable analogy. The White Crane Immortal said, let me put it to you this way. You went up to the temple to be ordained this time. Surely you must also be crowned a Dragon King. Also a Dragon King? You and the Dragon King of the East Sea are one and the same? Hearing this obscure name, Yun Chonghua hastily waved his hands and said, of course not. Thank you, Fairy, for clearing up my confusion. I understand that the two heavenly gods and the two immortals can't get married. Just why am I allowed to? The White Crane Immortal continued to explain. Although you have been given a celestial vocation, you are working as an errand boy in the lower realms. It's an earthy mortal who notes the world. River God, Dragon King although also maintain the normal operation of the Order of the Three Worlds, but they are also only the Rain Ministry. Auxiliary positions for the various magi of the Ministry of Thunder. It is not indispensable. Without you, there are other cloud-casting gods who can take your place. And you're in dragon form. It's a scale insect, naturally not bound by this heavenly rule. Besides, all the old dragon kings in that lower realm have a whole lot of dragon children and grandchildren. Being the land of the ghost immortals, the city god is likewise in pairs. So this heavenly rule can't bind you. Yun Chonghua listened and suddenly realized. So that's how it is. No wonder some immortals have wives and children. Some are alone. I had wondered about that before. The White Crane Fairy shook her head even as she looked at him, then added, although the earth immortal that, ghost immortals, human immortals, are not subject to the rules of heaven, but they can't just get married. First of all among the 5 immortals, no matter which category, it is absolutely strictly forbidden to fornicate with mortals. This is the bottom line. If you want to get married, you need to report to the marriage division. Then, only after the approval of the Kohanji and the Pilgrim spiritual officers, who confirmed that the marriage partner was not a demon, but a virtuous immortal with a clean background, the final report can be submitted to His Majesty the Jade Emperor. After His Majesty the Jade Emperor approves it with his royal pen, then you go to the Department of Marriage, True Lord Yuehua, to hang the Life Yuan card and pull the red thread. Then you will be the divine couple recognized by heaven and earth. But ghost immortals, earth immortals, and human immortals couples can't live in heaven. They can be a free couple on earth. If a celestial immortal is moved to do so, he or she can only have his or her immortal bones removed and be relegated to the lower realms together, or reincarnated. Yun Chonghua listened and nodded. The heart lamented that the original by the heavenly court does not prohibit marriage, but only illegal illicit love. With the Jade Emperor's approval, they go to the marriage department to get a marriage license and are considered legally married. So they are fine. He could understand not being allowed to live in heaven. After all, time flows differently in heaven than on earth. The White Crane Fairy murmured at this point. But if you get married, the bride should be the princess of the 4 seas. I heard that the lower world of the Jinghe Dragon King, because of the marriage of the Ao family princess, from a wild dragon, he became the chief of the 8 rivers, the great dragon god of rain, and I heard that even his sons have their own future. That Ding Zhonglong, who guards the prime Chinese table, is one of his sons. But in the end, the White Crane Fairy hid a smile and said, but if it were you instead, I'm afraid that it won't be that princess who marries down, but the old Dragon King who climbs high. Hearing this, Yun Chonghua hastily waved his hand and said, Sister White Crane is joking. The Dragon King of the East China Sea is harsh, small-minded and very stingy. I hate him too much. How can I be his son-in-law? The White Crane Fairy said meaningfully. but there are times when it's up to you to do it or not. Well, let's get out of here before we delay the big event of your ordination. In the face of the White Crane Fairy's words, Yun Chonghua did not ask anything else. Besides, he has nothing to ask. Being a civil servant for the heavenly court is not only a job that comes with a package, it's also a job that is not easy to find. Even his wife was assigned to him, a good thing he had no reason to refuse. Of course, obeyed the superior transfer, and he was not afraid to mix himself with an ugly one. After all, he is a god, can't marry a mortal, and these fairies, even if they are ugly, are prettier than mortal women. So what's he picking? A few moments later the two arrived outside the Ling Shao Palace. The White Crane Immortal and Chonghua stood outside the temple and passed the message with that spiritual official. The spiritual officer went up to the temple to report, while the White Crane Immortal said to Yun Chonghua at this time, "Alright, by bringing you here, my mission is complete. The rest of the way, it's time for you to walk on your own." White Crane Immortal pressed Yun Chonghua's shoulder and came to his ear and whispered, "His Majesty and the Empress, all of them hold you in very high regard. If you are loyal to His Majesty's mother, your future prospects are unlimited." Yun Chonghua was a smart man. He understood at once that, why is the White Crane Fairy being so polite to him now? So Yun Chonghua also immediately replied, "Don't worry, sister. Her Majesty's Empress has enlightened me to become an immortal, and granting me the immortal talisman. Chonghua will surely be loyal." The White Crane Fairy nodded and said, "The child is teachable. Then I'll wait for you to have your merits and, it's time to return to heaven. When the time comes, I'll treat you to aged agar jelly." With that said the White Crane Fairy turned and floated away. Chapter 25, Edicting the Dragon King. After the White Crane Fairy left, a majestic voice of proclamation came from the Lingshao Palace, "Dragon God." Yun Chonghua goes up to the palace to hear the seal. After hearing the Jade Emperor's proclamation, Yun Chonghua hastily straightened his clothes. Slowly, he walked up to the heavenly palace. The spiritual officer, who was on duty at the temple, had been accompanying him, and when he had reached the appropriate number of steps, he then raised his hand to signal Chonghua to stand in place and salute. Yun Chonghua had previously been at the Lingshao Palace and had seen the rites of the immortals saluting the Jade Emperor. Nowadays, they are also half-assed. The Jade Emperor looked at Chonghua on the temple and appreciated it in his heart. It wasn't just because Yun Chonghua had helped him solve a big problem, saving his face and his daughter. Even more so, he appreciated that he was not proud of his accomplishments, also even intended to go from humble to honorable, willingly going to the lower realms. The Jade Emperor then inquired about the head of the Koan division. "Koan division Abba True Lord," asked the South Alimony among the lower world, where there is still a lack of a dragon god. But Hanji Abba True Gentleman after checking out said, "Back to your majesty, South Alimony. There are no vacancies in the 4 blasphemies under the 4 seas, except for Surabaya among the 8 streams, which now lacks a river god in charge." Hearing Kahanji's report, the Jade Emperor was full of disgust. That South Alimony Chinese Holy Land, the largest water vein is the 4 blasphemy. Originally, his old man planned to pick a big one for Chonghua, at least 4 blasphemies to start with, find an opportunity to move him back up to the sky afterward. But his old man was too busy taking care of the affairs of the circumference of the heavens to concern himself with the appointment and dismissal of such a small river god. "But I don't want to think that there are no more vacancies in this water of the 4 blasphemies, but that's how the rules are." His Majesty the Jade Emperor asked helplessly, "Chonghua, there are still no vacancies for the dragon god of those 4 blasphemies. Would you like to go to Surabaya to become a dragon god? If not, I can find an errand of the same rank with you in heaven." Hearing this, Chonghua said with great understanding, "This official position is a gift from His Majesty, and little dragon is willing to go." When His Majesty the Jade Emperor heard this, a hint of a smile couldn't help but flash across his cold face. So His Majesty the Jade Emperor said, "That's fine. Since you are willing to go, then I'll make you a dragon king of Surabaya. But where is Hanji?" But the true lord of Hansi Jianian immediately stepped out of the class line at his words, and then said, "I'm here." His Majesty the Jade Emperor continued to command, "I appoint Yun Chonghua as the dragon monarch of Surabaya. Grant him the immortal talisman, Jade Gui, purple smoke incense burner. You take him to Kahanji to receive it, and afterward go down to the realm to take up your duties." Got His Majesty's command, "Can Hanji Abba True Lord, Yun Chonghua are withdrawn outside the Lingshao Palace. Go to Kohanji." On the way to Kohan Si, but the Abba True Lord of Kohan Si was very courteous to Chonghua. It was more than very polite. After inquiring about his age, he praised his youthfulness, asked about the origin. It is full of smiles and praised its carp leap dragon gate fortune. Can be said to be all good words. In the face of this true lord's boasting, Yun Chonghua felt a bit strange, though, but it was also a moralistic and polite way of saying all the right things. He said that he would be an official in the lower world, and that he had to rely on the immortals. Saying anything is a distraction for his majesty. When he entered Kohanji, Yun Chonghua wrote his name on top of the immortal talisman. Receiving the enshrined oracle handed over by the hand of the true lord of Kohanji Abbot, the jade Q fluorine board. There is also a small bell that is exquisitely cast. However, Kohanji's line, Yun Chonghua also understood Kohanji's duties, but Hanji is the personnel department of the heavenly court plus the supervisory department, which manages the appointment and dismissal of personnel, as well as the performance appraisal of the various gods and immortals. There is also monitoring, and the gods of the lower realms can only reach heaven through the Kohanji. After Yun Chonghua finished his collar, and after some more commercial boasting, it was only then that he was personally sent out of the Kohanji by the Kohanji Abbot. True Lord, as nice as this feeling of being admired by everyone is, it does come with some heartburn. Yun Chonghua was also emotional, both in heaven and on earth. The four words human feelings are impossible to avoid. Although Yun Chonghua felt a bit tired of his heart, he was not afraid. After all, he hadn't dealt with this kind of dealings in his previous life. Now that this reincarnation had become a god, he could learn from it. After leaving Kohansi and before descending to the earth, Yun Chonghua wanted to meet his great benefactor Nezha. Nezha saved himself in the first place, and also gave him magic treasures and taught him his skills. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I'd still be locked up in the cage of the Imperial Catering Room, waiting to be made into a dish at the Peach Conference. How can we have the scenery of today? He's a man who makes a clear distinction between grudges and enmities. If you have a grudge, you have to repay it. And if you have a favor, then you have to repay it even more. Besides, it's a life-saving favor. Moreover, Nezha treated him very well and did not look down on him because he was a mongrel dragon. He even lowered himself to call him brother. After making up his mind, Yun Chonghua headed straight for that Cloud Tower Palace. But on his way to Cloud Tower Palace, he first met two acquaintances, only to see two immortal officials walk over not far ahead. One of them was a human immortal, and the other was a fox that had cultivated into human form. These two were the very same immortal officials who had caught him that day, but then released him privately. Seeing these two, Yun Chonghua was instantly delighted. He walked up and was just about to greet them both. But when these two immortal officials saw the fluorine board in his hand, they stopped in their tracks and then immediately flashed to the side of the road, followed by a respectful salute to Yun Chonghua, making way for it. Seeing this humble attitude of theirs, Yun Chonghua was first stunned. However, the two immortal officials saw that the divine sovereign in front of them didn't leave and just kept staring at them. The fox fairy slightly looked up at Yun Chonghua and saw that he was a human immortal. Knowing that the immortals in the sky, how much dislike they these animals, immediately gave a wink to the immortal officer beside him. The immortal official then asked with understanding, "Dare I ask what the god monarch wants from little immortal?" Yun Chonghua sniffed and immediately said, "Are you guys really unable to recognize me at all?" Hearing Yun Chonghua open his mouth, the two immortal officials both felt that the voice sounded a bit familiar, but then he looked at his appearance, but he didn't dare to confirm it. That fox fairy fawned and said, "Please forgive little fairy's poor eyesight and shallow knowledge. I don't recognize the identity of the divine sovereign. Please forgive me, divine lord." Seeing the two of them like this, Chonghua quickly said, "It's me. I'm Yun Chonghua." But when the two immortal officials heard this, they both looked at each other with puzzled faces, too, and none of them knew who Yun Chonghua was. It was only at this time that Chonghua remembered that, although they had been with him for many hours, but one never seems to introduce oneself to them by name. Yun Chonghua said, "It's the little dragon that you guys caught up to the sky some time ago and handed over to the third prince." The two were shocked when they heard this and remembered the familiar voice. That fox fairy even directly exploded. Then both of them knelt in front of Yun Chonghua then said, "Divine Lord, forgive me. I'm not aware that I've offended you. We didn't intend to arrest you, but we were sent by our superiors. I also ask that the divine sovereign not remember the faults of the small man. Forgive us." The two of them were just kowtowing to Yun Chonghua as if they were pounding garlic. Seeing these two people like this, Yun Chonghua hurriedly helped them up and said, "What are you doing? When have I ever blamed you? Although I was captured by you, you were kind enough to spare me. If it wasn't for the two of you privately releasing me in the first place, wouldn't I be here today? I can't thank you enough. How could I blame you?" But both of them didn't believe a single punctuation mark in the face of Chonghua's words. These two had been in the immortal world for hundreds of years, and they were even more familiar with the set of human feelings. The subtext of the respective unspeakable is even more understandable, but it's just so well trodden that they're mentally allergic, thinking too much. In their minds, Yun Chonghua's words, the subtext is translated as, "I have never forgotten your two feuds. If you two bastards had not taken me to heaven, I would not have had the days of today. We don't have long to come. We'll have plenty of chances to clean you two up later." These two were naturally trembling with fear. If Chonghua was just an ordinary minor immortal, the two of them wouldn't have been so scared. But when he saw the jade Q fluorine board in his hand, he was scared to death. Upon hearing this, that fox fairy pretended to be confused and immediately said, "Since the divine sovereign is magnanimous, do not count the faults of us little immortals. Then the little fairies will leave without getting in the way of the divine sovereign." After saying that, the fox fairy and the heavenly official stood up, turned around and left at a fast pace. No matter how much Yun Chonghua shouted, they would only run faster. Then they disappeared in a puff of smoke. Seeing this, Chonghua couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Chapter 26, Small in rank, but very high in rank. Seeing that the two heavenly officials were just scared away by themselves, Yun Chonghua was helpless. But he didn't go after them. After all, if he went after them at this time, then it would really look like you're being petty and are deliberately trying to get back at them. It seems like we'll just have to thank them both later when we're lucky enough to meet again. But Yun Chonghua was also a little curious as to why the two of them could be so scared. Although he himself had been ordained as the Dragon King, he was also the Dragon King of the lower realm, the 4 seas, the 4 blasphemies, and the 8 streams, though he himself was not considered to be out of place. But he felt he wasn't much bigger either. At least the Dragon King of the East China Sea has to be polite when he sees them. Why are they so scared? However, the time for his appointment was imminent, so Yun Chonghua didn't think much about it and went straight to the Cloud Tower Palace to visit Neza. After meeting with Neza, he went down to the world to be his own Dragon King. Yun Chonghua walked in the direction of Cloud Tower Palace. Along the way he realized that it wasn't just that the two brothers had treated themselves courteously just now. This is true of all the fairy children, fairy officials, fairy officers, and fairy girls who meet with him. All met him with a quick flash to the side of the road, after which they hung their heads and saluted. It wasn't until after he'd walked past that they straightened back up and went their separate ways. As nice as it was to be honored, everyone did, and Shaigua was more than a little squirmy. Soon after arriving in front of the Cloud Tower Palace, Yun Chonghua also bumped into Neza, who had returned from the checkpoint military school. Face to face, he shouted, "Brother, elder brother." Then he waved at Neza. Neza saw this handsome celestial immortal in front of him. The little head was also filled with great doubts. Neza then looked around to make sure there was no one else around here. Neza then pointed at himself and asked Yun Chonghua, "Are you shouting at me?" Yun Chonghua stepped forward and said, "Of course." Neza also saw the jade Q fluorine board in his hand at a glance. Then he arched his hand and said, "This divine sovereign looks very familiar. I wonder which immortal mountain he is working at. Which heavenly father's disciple is he?" Seeing that Neza didn't recognize him either, Yun Chonghua was a bit speechless. This had changed too much. It's not a good thing either. But as he turned his divine mind, the dragon binding rope on his body unraveled and hovered around him. He then said, "It's me, Chonghua. We've just been separated for a few days. How come elder brother doesn't recognize me either?" Neza heard this and then said in surprise, "Your old brother Chonghua? How did you become like this after not seeing you for a few days? Although I passed on some of your skills, your cultivation progress is a bit too fast." With that said, Neza surrounded him, sizing him up back and forth. If it weren't for the fact that the dragon binding rope was refined by his own hands, he was truly afraid to recognize it. Yun Chonghua asked strangely, "Such a big thing has happened in the heavenly court. Is brother not aware of this at all?" Neza asked, "What is it? What else is going on besides that little fairy who was brought back by the giant spirit god for going down to earth in private?" "That's right. How come you've suddenly become a fairy after a few days? Or this high position?" Seeing that Neza really didn't know, Yun Chonghua said, "Although in just a few days, but the feeling is as of a lifetime. This is a long story. Brother, please listen to me in detail." Neza sniffed and said, "Since it's a long story, let's go back to the palace and talk about it slowly. I've been counting the heavenly soldiers these past few days. I don't know about external affairs. Older brother Chonghua can slowly tell me about it." The two of them then walked together into the Cloud Tower Palace, where Neza invited him to his quarters. The brothers then poured a cup of hot tea and began to catch up. Then Yun Chonghua told Neza about what happened to him after he was thrown down, including the encounter with the Monkey King, the Sai Nagatsu party, and the encounter with the 7 immortals in Danyang County on the wrong side of the road. He killed Dong Yon unintentionally, and then was taken up to heaven. Afterwards, he took the responsibility of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother and made him an immortal. Seal him to be the Dragon King of Surabaya informed Neza of the matter one by one. However, as for the matter of Sun Wukon's visit to the Bodhi ancestor, Yun Chonghua did not completely tell the truth. He only said that he had gotten separated from the monkey when he arrived at the West Nuba continent. He didn't have any chance. Then back to South Alimony. before encountering the 7 princesses. Yun Chonghua said with a long sigh after finishing. Alas, little brother is also considered to have been blessed by the disaster. It's only a pity for that filial son Dong. But the empress said that he will be blessed in all 9 of his future lives, so I feel much more at ease. But when Neza heard this, he laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha, so that's how it is, so that's how it is. I didn't expect that older brother's experience in these few short days would be this wonderful. That little fairy has sort of lifted a stone and smashed her own foot. Instead, it has become a stepping stone for older brother's step on the immortal path." Yun Chonghua said, "Alas, taking revenge on that 7th princess is a great pleasure. It's just that I pity that filial son of Dong just died." Neza said in relief. "AI, sage brother need not worry. As the empress said, instead of harming that filial son of Dong, you saved him, even if you didn't kill him. When the giant spirit god and the others came down to capture the 7 princesses, he's afraid he won't survive, and it will only be a worse death. You at least let him keep a whole body. Even if he survives, he has violated the laws of heaven by fornicating with a fairy. After death, they will be sent to the 18 layers of hell to suffer and never be reborn. Now that you've taken the blame for them, he was reincarnated early to enjoy a clean slate, and that's considered the best outcome for him." Yun Chonghua said. Maybe. At this time Yun Chonghua remembered the strange things he had done when he arrived and asked, "By the way, elder brother, how many ranks is this Surabaya Dragon King of mine?" "If you go by rank," Neza replied, "Surabaya ranks among the 8 streams, and among the river gods of the lower realms. It was considered a position of no consequence, but it was not much bigger. According to earthly rank, it's probably just a bit bigger than a magistrate. A little smaller than the sheriff, I think, if you look at it from the sky. Sesame green beans, I guess." Yun Chonghua was not surprised about his official rank grade. What he wanted was not a big official, but he was curious as to why he was a sesquipedalian officer. This group of gods and goddesses in heaven treated him with such courtesy. He could still understand that Nako Hanji Abba True Lord was treating him with courtesy. After all, he knew that he was a popular person in front of His Majesty the Jade Emperor. But why are the fairies, the fairy children, who've never seen him, like this? That made him a little curious. Yun Chonghua asked, "Since I'm not a big official, even in the eyes of the immortals in the heavens, I'm just a green bean, why does everyone treat me with such courtesy? Even some of the fairies, all just flash aside and salute me?" In the face of Chonghua's question, Neza replied, "The reason lies in this fluorine board in your hand. Old brother, do you know what this fluorine board is for?" Yun Chonghua said, "Naturally, I know this. This is for the court meeting. I've seen all the immortal officials on that Lingxiao palace have this." Neza continued, "Older brother, you only know one thing but not the other. The fluorine board in your hand also has grades, divided into silver, gold and jade. The immortal who holds this board, only qualified to the Jade Emperor's playbook up to the heavenly hearing. And although all of these 3 kinds of fluorine boards can reach heaven, their roles are very different. Jin Gui is second, and although he has the right to go up to heaven to play the book, he can only play it up to the Kohanji. Then the Sunga is forwarded to the Jade Emperor by the Kohanji. The gold Q is centered in the center and holds the gold Q fluorine plate, which does not have to be handed over to the Koan division. You may go directly to the outside of the Lingxiao Palace to ask for an audience. After the spiritual officer has reported the matter and received the Jade Emperor's approval, he can enter the hall to meet with His Majesty. And the Jade Q in your hand is the top grade among the 3 grades. There is no need for a pass. Directly to the temple to face the king, and the immortals who hold this Jade Kwai. The entire heavenly realm including my father and others. There are only a few dozen of them. Even the immortal Wangs of those 10 continents and 3 islands don't have this power. But there are those who can't use these, such as those of you who are at the realm of the heavenly immortals, great emperors, ancestors, and Buddhas. They do not need a fluorine board to enter the hall to face the emperor, and they can also see the emperor directly. But with this Jade Gui in your hand, old brother Chonghua, you are second only to them. Yun Chonghua suddenly realized, oh, so that's how it is. No wonder they treated me with such courtesy. Neza added in conclusion, although I am a humble official, but your status in this god's world is not low. That old loach from the East China Sea is much more powerful than you, but he has been around for thousands of years. It's also just a golden kwai, and it's also a life where you can only kneel outside the Lingxiao Palace and listen to pronouncements. Chapter 27 Taking Office in Surabaya. Yun Chonghua looked at Neza and said, today, my little brother will be going down to the realm to take up his post, and this goodbye. I don't know if I'll see you again for decades or centuries. Let's not talk about the plagued old loach today. Neza took a look at the purple smoke bell hanging on his waist and said, where's the need for hundreds of years? You and I will see each other every day from now on. Ha! We meet every day. My elder brother is in the heavenly realm and I am in the lower realm. How can we meet every day? Yun Chonghua asked rhetorically. Neza continued. The spiritual treasure at your waist is called the purple smoke bell. It is the magic weapon of the heavenly court to gather all the immortals. Whenever this purple smoke bell rings and emits purple smoke, those who are immortals in the lower world, all of them have to go up to heaven to go to Kohanji to report on their duties. And the time for this debriefing is the month of April on earth, which is the hour of dawn in heaven. That's why it's also called dotting the I's and crossing the T's. This is 1 day in heaven and 1 year on earth. I reside in heaven. You are on earth. A whole year may have passed for you, but for me, you and I see each other every day. Yun Chonghua listened and said, so it is. Originally, I only thought that this was the credentials of a heavenly immortal, but I didn't realize that this item had such a function. Yun Chonghua looked at the small bell at his waist that was like an incense burner. I thought to myself, so this god has to clock in and out of work too. Yun Chonghua continued to ask, then the gods and goddesses in the lower realms, do they all have this item? Neza shook his head and said, this is not true. Not all immortals in the lower realms are qualified to go up to heaven to report on their duties. Only in Kanhan division note the immortal talisman only, and that south support continents such as the river god. The dragon kings are all governed by the 4 blasphemous dragon gods and the 4 sea dragon kings respectively. There are also the mountain gods, the land, city god and the others are ghost immortals under the jurisdiction of the earth's government. Even debriefing is only necessary to debrief their own superiors. There is no qualification to go to heaven. Although you are an earth immortal, old brother, you are an earth immortal who has received the heavenly talisman. Although you are an official in the lower realms, with the 4 blasphemous dragon kings, they perform clouds and rain, but are not under their jurisdiction. Rather, they are under the direct supervision of the Kohanji. That's why you need to go up to heaven every year to report on your duties and dot the I's and cross the T's. The only immortal I know of who has the same treatment as you is Yang Urge, of Gujianku, the 3 virgins of Manhwa, the 3 stars of Penglai Immortal Island, the 9 elders of Ingzhou, and a host of other immortals. But the second brother is not on good terms with the Jade Emperor. It's just that he doesn't usually come. As for that Zhaojuan, it's special that he doesn't go up to heaven to speak of the earth's woes and blessings until the time of the Ohio. Neza laughed at this point. Surabaya, where old brother is on duty, is one of the 8 streams and is close to the Eastern Ocean and the sea. Now subject to the direct control of the Han division is also good, but also to save the old loach to give the idol anger. Hearing this, Yun Chonghua said, I see. I don't have to face that old loach's stinking face. That's really a good thing. Yun Chonghua then did not delay any longer as he said, thank you, brother, for clearing up my confusion. It's getting late, so it's time for little brother to go down to the realm for his appointment. Elder brother, then we'll see you tomorrow. Seeing this, Neza also got up to see him off, and personally escorted him to the outside of the Cloud Tower Palace. As the brothers parted, Yun Chonghua said, brother, the secret of the 7 princesses in the party, please also keep your brother's mouth shut. Otherwise, if others find out about it, this will be the bane of my little brother. I'm afraid. Neza smiled and said, don't worry, old brother, I'm not that bad-mouthed. Moreover, this matter must be on the court of the 100 officials are well aware of. But this matter in the handling of the rules of the heavens, we can't catch a break. Naturally, I am not at liberty to speak of it. And naturally I won't get myself into trouble. Neza looked at Yun Chonghua and said, before we say goodbye, my brother has a few words of advice for you. When you first enter the public sector, your foundation is not yet stable. Can't get too carried away. This heavenly thing, it's more complicated than it looks to you and me. When things go wrong, you have to see more, learn more, and talk less. Yun Chonghua replied, I am grateful for your brother's teachings, and I have taken note of them. Neza continued, and that is to do more good deeds for the people when you get to the lower realms. As long as the people are good and sincere and give some offerings, you can send them some sweet rain. Don't be greedy like that old loach. Back then, at Chentang Pass, when the offerings were insufficient, he wouldn't give up half of the sweet rains. If he hadn't been scared by me back then, I can't say I'm going to eat any more boy or girl now. Yun Chonghua replied, please don't worry about this, brother. Little brother will certainly bless the side with good weather. The 2 brothers then said their goodbyes, and Yun Chonghua exited the southern heavenly gate and headed straight for the lower realms. Since he ate the peach, drank the imperial wine, swallowed the golden elixir, and became the body of a heavenly dragon, Yun Chonghua's magical power had also increased several times. Just this posture of driving a cloud down to the world was also too much stronger than before. His cloud was not much faster, but he traveled all over the 3 mountains in one day. The 5 continents are now a no-brainer. In just a few moments, he came to the South Alimony China Holy Land, Suzhou Place over the Surabaya River. Looking at the wide expanse of water, Yun Chonghua couldn't help but have a smile appear on his face. Perhaps from now on, his fate is truly in his own hands. From now on, he's kind of got his own mansion. He then pressed down the cloud and jumped straight into the water. However, compared to other immortals, Yun Chonghua had a natural advantage. That is, you don't need to pinch the water-avoiding trick to go into the water, not to mention the water-avoiding magic weapon. Though he was restored to his most perfect person, but he hadn't lost any of his characteristics as a dragon. Soon, Yun Chonghua followed the vein of water and came to the door of a not-so-decent water house at the bottom of the river. Of course, this unseemly is relative to the old Dragon King's Crystal Palace, but as one of the 8 streams, the entire water house was also made of the best granite piles. It was only underwater for years, and it also seemed to have little care, and was covered with moss. It just looks a little shabby. And that water mansion door hangs a stone plaque, written on 5 big words, Surabaya River God House. Yun Chonghua muttered, it seems that a river god originally resided here. And not the Dragon King. It's not as grand a name as Dragon Palace, but so be it. After saying that, Yun Chonghua wanted to go in and have a look at the place where he would live in the future. It was at this moment that a voice came from behind him and shouted, "Stay back, Supreme Immortal." Yun Chonghua turned to look, only to see a water patrol nightjar swimming behind him. And that nightcrawler was followed by a crabrex and a shrimp soldier. The night fork arrived close to the front, then bowed and asked, "Dare I ask where the immortal home is? What is your business here at the Surabaya River God's mansion?" Now there is no chief god in the river. Only the soldiers sent by the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea are on duty here. If the Supreme Immortal has any official business, please move to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea to meet my great king. Hearing the words of this night fork, Yun Chonghua took out his jade kwai, as well as the Jade Emperor's holy decree. Then he said, "I am the new Dragon Lord of Surabaya, sent here by His Majesty the Jade Emperor to take over this place." Seeing the Jade Emperor's holy decree, and that Jade Q, the night forks and shrimp soldiers, and the crabrexes fell to their knees in a hurry. "So it's the Dragon Lord himself. We've been remiss in welcoming you. I hope you'll pardon us." Hearing the noise outside, a voice came from within the river god's mansion. "What is it?" Yelling and screaming outside, "Think the Surabaya River God's mansion is a vegetable market." Hearing this voice, Yun Chonghua raised his eyes and saw only a turtle chief with an official hat. With his hands behind his back, he strutted toward the door. The fins of the official hat on his head were also swaying. Chapter 28, a small position, but a lot of money. That turtle master book is walking at ease. This official position is also full. When he came closer and saw Yun Chonghua, who was full of immortal aura, and the holy decree in his hand, directly staggered in fear and fell over the threshold. And then this turtle official, rolling and crawling, came to Yun Chonghua's nearness, then immediately kowtowed and said, "The Supreme Immortal is here in person. The little turtle has not been able to welcome from afar. Hope please forgive me." Although this turtle official's poor eyesight didn't see him, but Yun Chonghua's eyesight was so good that, a quick glance at his party's condescending appearance. Seeing the turtle's current turtle-like appearance, Yun Chonghua couldn't help but shake his head. It seems that bullying the soft and fearing the hard is a stinky problem that all the people in this East Sea Dragon Palace have. Yun Chonghua looked at the turtle's discarded official hat, then asked, "Are you the steward here?" The turtle master replied, "Reporting to the immortal. The little turtle is the turtle master under the Dragon King of the East Sea. Since there is still no chief deity in this Surabaya River, I have sent little turtle to oversee this place. I wonder if the Supreme Immortal is here to inspect." Yun Chonghua shook his head and said, "No. I am the new Surabaya Dragon Monarch appointed by the Jade Emperor, now come specially to take office." "Dragon Lord?" That turtle master looked up and down shaking his head. Seeing this son of a shake his head, Yun Chonghua laughed. "What? Don't believe it?" The turtle master replied at this point. "The Supreme Immortal is mistaken. It's not that the little turtle doesn't believe in it. It's just that when little turtle looks closely, the Supreme Immortal is a human god. But why does he speak of a dragon ruler?" Yun Chonghua didn't bother explaining more to him, then shook his body and appeared in his true form as a heavenly dragon. All of a sudden the light of the heavenly dragon's golden scales flashed to the eyes of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. That night fork, turtle master chief, shrimp soldier, and crabrex were also greatly surprised to see this. Yun Chonghua asked at this time, "Can you believe it now?" Saying this, Yun Chonghua shook himself and, back in human form again. That turtle master said hurriedly, "Please forgive our eyesight. I didn't realize that the Dragon King was a heavenly dragon descending from the earth. It's not an unusual dragon race. I'm sorry. It's just that if the dragons don't change their shape, it's hard for them to hide their scales and horns. We see the Dragon King human body, human appearance, and there is no river fish, seafood, watery smell. It is the unique fragrance of the immortal officials in the upper world. Therefore, I ask for forgiveness from the Dragon Lord for asking more questions. Yun Chonghua laughed. Those who don't know don't sin, even if it's a heavenly fairy who sees me like this. Also amazed. No wonder you guys. Well, I'll take over the water mansion. Guide me in quickly. After saying that Turtle Master Book came forward and led Yun Chonghua into the middle of the water mansion attentively. He then began to introduce everything in this water mansion to Yun Chonghua. This Surabaya River God mansion wasn't too big. It wasn't much different from a normal mansion. There is a living room, the parlor, and a couple of compartments, bedrooms. Yun Chonghua looked at the living environment here, which was still very good. Yun Chonghua then pointed to one of the largest houses among the water mansion and asked, "What's going on there?" The Turtle Master replied, reporting to the Great King, "That is the public hall of the River God. The Great King can't use it. I don't see the need to go through with it." "Ha? The public hall? Isn't the public hall one of the top priorities of a government? How can it not be used?" "I'm sorry," Yun Chonghua asked. That Turtle Master saw that Yun Chonghua didn't understand anything, and felt amused in his heart. But he did not dare to mock him. And then he also explained, "The Great King has been in the heavenly realm for a long time. Do not eat the fire of this earth. The system of governing officials in this lower Yuan water realm is different from that of the upper realm. If the Great King was just a river god, then that public hall is used. But the Great King can't use it if you are the Dragon King. The river god needs to control the many affairs of the domain. If there is a great event, he needs to be ushered in and out. The imperial court welcomes the superior. When things go wrong, we still need to have the chief bookkeeper, the Night Fork, to assist and submit to the superior. Naturally, there is no need for a public court. But Great King, you are a dragon monarch, and it is an ancient rule for the Dragon Clan to rule over the lower Yuan water realm. The authority of this river is yours alone. Your Majesty only needs to welcome you. No need for an imperial court. Naturally, there is no need for that public hall." Finally, the Turtle Master used a most direct analogy to explain the difference between the Dragon King and the river god. The Dragon King is the equivalent of an enthroned vassal king, although he only governs one river, but he has an absolute say over this river, so long as he is not promoted or appointed. Then this river, or this waterhole, or even a well, he can all keep calling the shots in there. The river god, on the other hand, has much less power. He's just an officer of the running water. Many things he has no autonomy, can only be submitted to the above approval. If the dragons above don't approve it, then they can't do anything about it. And the reason for this differential treatment of the Dragon King and the river god, it is because of the unique racial talent of the dragon race. The dragon race is the only one within the three realms that can directly skip the heavenly court of the various gods and goddesses, independently complete the race of rainfall. What wind woman, rainmaker, thunderer, electrician, cloud pusher, fog bearer, the work that could only be accomplished by a group of them. A true dragon with high magical power could do it all by itself. It's just that it's not as easy as if we all cast the spell together. And most of the river gods are served by human immortals, earth immortals. Although they are also in charge of the good weather in their jurisdiction, they do not have the ability to administer the rain. If you want it to rain, you can only use the 5 thunderbolts method. Send out papers, burn the diatribe, and inform the Jade Emperor that after they, and then the Jade Emperor will send an order to the 9 heavenly mansions to send more officials and soldiers to come here to make it rain. Hence this difference in ability. The dragon race then received this special edict from the heavenly court. Anyone from the dragon race, as long as they have been formally ordained by the heavenly court, then even if the place is small, he is also a king. The river god can only be an official. That's why the Turtle Master made it a point to ask about Yun Chonghua's identity. After all, it's about power. But then after the Turtle Mastermind saw the purple smoke bells on Yun Chonghua's body, and after the Jade Gui fluorine boards, it also felt like he had asked in vain. Because if there is a purple smoke bell, then it is an immortal subject to the direct jurisdiction of Kuhanji, even though they are earth immortals. But it is a vocation. Whether it's the river god or the dragon king, Yun Chonghua is able to make a decision here in the dry, and it is not subject to the jurisdiction of its immediate superior, the 4 blasphemous dragon gods, and its top superior, the Dragon King of the East Sea. Not only do they defy their control, but with that white jade fluorine board in hand, they can reach the heavens. The dragon gods of the lower realms all still had to respect him despite their high positions. When the final handover was done, that Turtle Master handed Yun Chonghua the Great Seal of the River God. Although it may not be used, there are some official documents that require his stamp. Yun Chonghua also asked him about his future duties. After all, he was new to the country. It's true that you don't understand anything, that turtle master replied, reporting back to the king. This dragon king of the 4 blasphemies and 8 streams of the things that need to be pro-regulated are also very simple, and that is the traveling clouds on both sides of the river. Yun Chonghua asked, then when should we perform clouds and rain? Master Turtle replied, this has its own heavenly will to send in advance. After the king receives the imperial decree, the wind lady, the sundance Erlang, the cloud-pushing boy, the fog clouds, the thunder goddess, and the electricity mother will all arrive in the air. When the time comes, the dragon monarchs will simply join them in lowering the rain. If it's a heavy rain with a widespread area, there will also be other dragon monarchs from other divine mansions assisting along with them. But this kind of rain doesn't fall more than a few times a year. If there's no holy decree, as long as His Majesty the Jade Emperor doesn't explicitly order a disaster, then the great king can also see if the local people give offerings, and if the offerings are sufficiently given, the great king may also give them some thin rain at his discretion. After Yun Chonghua heard this, he also finally understood why the dragon kings were all so rich. If it rains randomly, you have to ask the people to make offerings. No offerings, no rain. This holds the authority to rainfall, when it is really a fat job. Yun Chonghua asked, then how do I know what part of this does not allow rain? Master Turtle replied, there is no need to worry about this great king. If there really is this place, the water ministry of the heavenly court has its own official document to inform the palace. Chapter 29, Yun Chonghua assumes office. Old Loach loses his mind. Yun Chonghua listened and nodded silently, but Yun Chonghua noticed what seemed to be unfinished in this old turtle's words just now. He just said something about the dragon king needing to be hands-on. Yun Chonghua continued to ask, I understand this hands-on thing, but is there anything about this that you don't have to do yourself? Master Turtle replied, that's natural. The rest is just some minor stuff about inspecting the river. Just swim around a bit to make sure that this river is not occupied by demons and that the river's waterways are clear. As for the occasional water ghost looking for a double, this is a matter for the netherworld ghost realm, not under the jurisdiction of our dragon palace. We don't need to interfere either. The rest is that the dragon palace shall not interfere in earthly matters, such as the opening of mountains and the digging of canals to bring in water on earth. Fishing and crabbing, that's out of our hands. If something goes wrong and causes the river to go bad, I also asked the great king to present it to the heavens for disposal. Yun Chonghua asked, there's nothing else besides that? Master Turtle replied, reporting back to the king, there is no more. The rest of the things that, it's all up to the king's self-determination. Yun Chonghua listened, then nodded his head and said, all right, since this official seal and affairs have all been handed over, I will not keep you. You guys go back to the East Sea. Hearing Yun Chonghua's words, Master Turtle, and even the Night Stalker were stunned. Master Turtle asked, what? Won't the king keep us in the palace to listen to the orders? Yun Chonghua replied, listening to the messenger? Traveling clouds and rain, inspecting the river and all these things. I can accomplish this alone, and I don't need you, so I don't need to keep you with me. Besides, I'm new here. He is far less rich than the Dragon King of the East Sea, and has no extra salary to give you. If I can't support you, why should I keep you? You guys go back to the East Sea. After hearing Yun Chonghua's words, Master Turtle, Night Fork, Shrimp Soldier, and Crab Rex were all looking at me. Let me look at you. In the past, when other Dragon Kings took office, not only did they have to leave them behind as their men, we even have to recruit and expand our manpower, and select some muscles. Fish girls sing and dance in the palace for their pleasure, and they find some Mandarin women to serve the kitchen and food, but the Yun Chonghua in front of them was otherworldly to them. Not only did he not ask them to go and get him some muscles for his amusement, he even dismissed them. It is said that dragons are naturally lustful, but how does this one look like a dragon? Not only does he look like a man, the style of behavior is no different from that of a human being. However, Yun Chonghua was the master of this water mansion, a dragon monarch ordained by the heavenly court. Turtle Master and the others didn't ask too many questions, and then they all packed their bags. Then he returned to the East China Sea with a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and went to the Dragon Palace to resume orders with the Dragon King. It wasn't that Yun Chonghua didn't want to keep the gang, it was just that the others could have stayed, but he doesn't want anyone from the East China Sea. Not to mention the fact that the new official has 3 fires, he has to leave some empty seats to promote his trusted people later. It is not known how long this will take to be an official in the lower world. That old Loach is a devious man, keeping his men around. Undoubtedly, he has planted a rival eye on his side. I don't want to be caught by the old Loach if there's any inconsideration in the future, and then sue yourself for being difficult. Although the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother value him, as Neza says, the relationships in heaven are intricate. Now was not the time for him to get carried away. It was better to be cautious. but now that we have a new home, it's something to be happy about. So Yin Chonghua stretched his waist and started to clean up his river god's mansion. At least the moss on the walls needs to be wiped down. After that it's time to patrol the river. Look at your own beautiful country. There was no need to mention that Chonghua's side cleaned the room and familiarized himself with the environment. It is said that the turtle master, the water patrol night fish, the shrimp soldiers and the crab rexes, the soldiers guarding the water mansion, all of them returned to the East Sea Dragon Palace. It so happened that today, Little Yellow Dragon, the dragon god of Huaidu, visited his uncle, the Dragon King of the East Sea. Within the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea, Master Turtle was guided by his uncle, Prime Minister Turtle, to the top of the Dragon Palace Hall. Although the Turtle Master is a person of the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea, but that Surabaya River was originally a branch of the Huaishui. Xiao Huanlong is sitting in Huaidu Shi, and he also knows this chief bookkeeper who is in charge of Surabaya. When Little Yellow Dragon saw him walk in, he stopped drinking and then asked, Master Turtle, why have you come back to the East Sea if you're not on guard at the river god's mansion in Surabaya? Could it be that something happened in that Surabaya while this king was away? The Dragon King of the East Sea also asked, yeah, why did you come back? Master Turtle said, back to the two great kings. That Surabaya River was taken over by the newly appointed Dragon King yesterday, and the little turtle and Nightcrawler and the others were all whisked back by him. Hearing this, the Dragon King of the East Sea said, oh, that Surabaya already has a Dragon King in charge? How come it's so sudden? I have not received any official letter from the Heavenly Court. I was going to give this position to Alligator. I didn't want to be shortchanged. I wonder where the Dragon Lord is from. This person is not from my AO family. Could it be from the 10,000 Saints family? That turtle mastermind just shook his head when he heard it. When Little Yellow Dragon heard that Ninth Brother's divine seat was occupied by someone else, he was furious in his heart at that moment. He slammed the wine cup in his hand on the table and then angrily rebuked, Humph! Where did the wild dragon come from to be so ignorant of the rules? That Surabaya is this god Huaishui branch, also in my Huaishui Dragon Palace under the jurisdiction, and the South Alimony China Land Water Vein. All of them are under the jurisdiction of Uncle's Eastern Ocean and Sea, and since he has assumed his position, he does not pay homage to Uncle above or to this king below. When really so rude, Little Yellow Dragon said to the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, Uncle, these people who don't know personnel, in my nephew's opinion, it's only fair to give it a good thrashing. The Dragon King of the East Sea heard this, but he was gloomy and did not say anything. Hearing the words of Little Yellow Dragon, the Turtle Master hurriedly dissuaded him. Little Great King must not be reckless. The newly appointed Dragon King of Surabaya looks like a handsome human immortal with a human face, but his real body was a golden five-clawed heavenly dragon. And not only does he have the imperial decree of the Jade Emperor, but he also has the Jade Gui Chao Wat in his hand, and the purple smoke bell tied around his waist. It seems that not only can you freely enter and exit the heavenly gate, but you also have the right to go up to the temple to face the emperor. I guess it's not an unusual heavenly immortal. Hearing this, that Dragon King and the Little Yellow Dragon both trembled in fear. Even that Dragon King of the East Sea tilted his body and nearly fell off his seat. The Dragon King of the East Sea said, it's fortunate that I didn't act recklessly and almost offended the superior officer. It's a great disrespect for us not to welcome such a god. How can we dare to let him pay homage to us? Prime Minister Turtle, open the treasury and prepare some gifts, and choose 20 beautiful fish girls and clam girls from the sea. I'll go to Surabaya myself. The meeting will be worse. Upon hearing this, that turtle prime minister hurriedly went to the treasury and selected some precious gifts. That Little Yellow Dragon came back to his senses and said, Uncle, I don't want that guy to be a heavenly dragon coming down to earth. Just this dragon according to nephews no. Only the 28 stars of the Hypergene Xingjuan. 6 ding 6 armor among the dragon. Could it be that those two divine sovereigns were relegated to the lower realms and went to that Surabaya to become kings? The Dragon King of the East Sea shook his head and said, it should not be. The Hyper Golden Star Monarch's true body was a celestial dragon with an extra horn in front of its forehead. And Old Man Shenlong was proud of his true body of the heavenly dragon and never bothered to transform into a human body. I don't want this heaven and earth to give birth to another heavenly dragon. Little Yellow Dragon also said, yes, 6th brother, and 7th brother alone for the Divine Palace Town Ridge. One is stationed at the prime Chinese table. Both have not been enlightened by His Majesty the Jade Emperor, and Xiaju has ascended to become a heavenly dragon. Where the hell did this heavenly dragon come from? The Dragon King of the East Sea shook his head and said, this person is not a member of my AO family, and that 10,000 Saint family although also called the Dragon King, but the augur essence of the water monsters, with their bloodline is afraid to become what heavenly dragon. So be it. This king will go and meet this superior immortal first. Let's see where he really comes from. Then he instructed Little Yellow Dragon. My nephew, that Surabaya is connected to your Huai. In the future, you must be very careful when working with this superior. Don't offend him. If you need anything, come to my uncle. It is for me to go out and pick up the conversation with him. Little Yellow Dragon said. Don't worry, uncle. Child has his own measure. Chapter 30, he may not accept it, but we can't not send it. A few moments later, the Turtle Prime Minister had prepared all the meeting gifts offered by the Dragon King of the East Sea. The selected Dragon Palace showgirls and maidservants are all ready. Seeing that the Dragon King of the East Sea was going out, the Little Yellow Dragon did not stay long and went back to the Huaishui Dragon Palace first. That old Dragon King, checking it out before he set off. That Turtle Prime Minister from the Dragon Palace treasury among the pick out top quality pearl 30, jadeite, agate, coral and other 10 kinds of precious stones each 10 pounds, 100 pounds each of gold and silver, and 20 pieces of brocade woven with dragon silk outside. Considering that Surabaya River God's mansion has no water-avoiding treasures, I'm afraid that the new divine sovereign won't be able to get used to living there, so he purposely added a water-avoiding pearl that originally belonged to the Surabaya divine mansion. As a favor, the Dragon King of the East Sea also nodded in satisfaction after reading it. The last to serve as palace servants and singers, the 20 clams and the fish girls were all lined up. Let the Dragon King examine it. The Dragon King of the East Sea said after reading it. Good, let it be so. This kind of generous gift is not considered slack. At this time, the Dragon Lady also flashed out from behind the screen, and after looking at each other for a moment, she said, Great King, isn't this gift a bit too expensive for this first meeting? I'm just afraid that the newly arrived immortal will avoid suspicion and refuse to accept it. The Dragon King of the East Sea sniffed and said, Alas, what are you women moving? This is called, many people are not to be blamed. This is how we should treat our superiors. Otherwise how can we show our sincerity? Besides, he can refuse, but we can't not send it. If this first meeting leaves an undignified and inconsiderate impression on the immortal, I'm afraid it will be difficult to correspond in the future. When the Dragon King had finished speaking, he commanded, Come on, bring all the gifts for the Supreme Immortal with you. Setting up the Surabaya River God's mansion to pay homage to the Supreme Immortal. When the Dragon King said that, he turned around and left the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. A carriage drawn by 6 seahorses had already been waiting there, and the ceremonial procession made up of shrimps and crabs had already been lined up in front and behind. After the crabbers had loaded as many of the offered gifts as they could on the carriages, the ceremony of the Dragon King of the East China Sea then left the Dragon Palace and headed for the Surabaya River God's mansion. On Yun Chonghua's side, after these 2 days of familiarization, he had thoroughly learned the customs of the place. This Surabaya River was a bit bigger, longer and wider than he had expected, but nowadays, with his magical power, if he transforms into the true form of the heavenly dragon, the entire river patrols it won't take more than an incense stick. Coupled with the fact that there had been no holy decree for rainfall in the past few days, he had had a much more restful time. Even if you patrol the river twice a day, it will only take 2 incense sticks of time. The rest of the time he could only sit in the middle of the water mansion and laze around, or just lie down and rest. Either that or get out of the water house and sit on a mountain field and look at the view. You don't have to worry about food and clothing, and you don't have to be afraid of being victimized by demons and fairies. The days are really quiet and elegant, but it's easy for a man to think of something when he's idle. For example, what should I do in the future? And when I have time later, I will go to other places to see, such as the Western Liang Women's Kingdom. On this day, after inspecting the river, Yun Chonghua was resting in the middle of the water mansion. Instead, he heard a cacophony of noise outside the river god's mansion. The visitors are the Dragon King of the East Sea and the Turtle Prime Minister. The 2 of them had been standing in front of Yun Chonghua's divine mansion for quite a while now, because according to the rules of this era, if the relationship is not very close, you have to hand in an invitation first to visit a door. You can't just walk in the door. And Yun Chonghua was alone among the water mansion, and there was no concierge to pass on the message. So much so that Ao Guang and the others had been there for a while, and there was no one to greet them. Just when Ao Guang thought that this immortal was too arrogant, he suddenly remembered that Yun Chonghua dismissed all the people in this residence, and of course no one gave him a pass, and so this titular Dragon King of the East China Sea could only act like a boy. Standing outside the door, he shouted, Little Dragon, Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, has come to pay his respects to the Supreme Immortal. I implore the Supreme Immortal to honor me with his presence. Hearing this, Yun Chonghua sat up directly from the bed. He thought to himself, oh, it's really not an enemy that doesn't get together. How did this old loach come? I don't go looking for him, but he comes looking for me. Just as well. Let's see what he's coming for first. Thinking of this, Yun Chonghua stood up and subconsciously touched the dragon binding cord around his waist. Yun Chonghua stretched and left the room, coming to the entrance of the mansion. Seeing that someone came out from inside, that old dragon king was also very respectful, and hurriedly bowed down to salute him. Yun Chonghua went out of the door of the mansion and looked around. Then he said, "Egu, it's really the Dragon King of the East Sea. I just don't know what kind of wind blew the Dragon King of the East China Sea to my small temple. I wonder what the Dragon King's visit is all about." The Dragon King of the East Sea has been a eunuch for many years. He had heard the sarcasm and unkindness in Yun Chonghua's words, but that Dragon King raised his eyes and looked, but he saw that Yun Chonghua looked very familiar. All the gods and goddesses in this heaven who are a little bit famous, in the past 1,000 years, he dare not say that he has interacted with all of them, but at least it's all been seen. The Yun Chonghua in front of him, on the other hand, was a very unfamiliar face, and it is true that he is not in the shape of a dragon. As the tortoise bookkeeper said, he's a human body no matter how closely you look at him. The East Sea Dragon King's eyes rolled. It also confirmed that he had never seen him before, much less offended. Ever since Neza beat him up more than 800 years ago, the Dragon King of the East Sea has been much more honest. Basically, they don't invite disaster, they don't cause trouble, and as long as they see someone bigger than themselves, they are all kind and welcoming. Under this carefulness, he had never made any enemies in hundreds of years. However, the other party recognized himself again, and made a sarcastic remark. "I thought that it must be a familiar person," but the Dragon King of the East Sea, thinking left and right, really could not recall who the person in front of him was. When had he offended him himself? However, the Dragon King of the East Sea had lived for tens of thousands of years, and this thick skin was not covered. As the saying goes, don't hit the smiling face. Many people are not surprised by the courtesy, even if the other side speaks out of turn. The Dragon King still squeezed out a fawning smile and said, "Little Dragon heard that Shang Xian was ordered by His Majesty the Jade Emperor to take up this Surabaya divine mansion, but I did not get the official letter from heaven, so I don't know, hence the loss of a distant welcome." Today, as soon as Little Dragon learned of the news, he immediately came to pay his respects to the Supreme Immortal. The old Dragon King then waved his hand, and that Crabrex pulled over a cart behind the dragon chariot. The old Dragon King continued, "Today I pay my respects to the Supreme Immortal. Some thin gifts, no honor." By this time the mussels, and the fish women had all come forward, and they stood in line and stood beside the fragrant cart laden with generous gifts. The Dragon King of the East Sea continued, "Previously, Shang Xian sent back all the people that Little Dragon had left behind in the water mansion. I think it was because the Supreme Immortal felt that they were out of order. These are the showgirls of the Little Dragon's palace. I am good at playing and singing, and I can sing and dance well. Today, I would like to offer you to stay in the palace as a servant. I hope you won't give up." Yun Chonghua looked at the fawning Dragon King of the East Sea. Another look at the treasures piled up on that Crab Rex's cart. In the end, his gaze was locked on those clammy fish women. All of these women, while still retaining some form of their original, it's easy to see at a glance what they're made of, but their forms were all but indistinguishable from that of the mortal woman in general. And this goblin change was also much more beautiful and flirtatious than that mortal woman. A few of them even made a point of throwing winks at Chonghua when they saw how handsome he was born. Chapter 31, Chonghua reveals his identity. Dragon King bows in greeting. Seeing that Yun Chonghua just looked at those gifts without saying anything, the heart of the Dragon King of the East Sea could not help but beat a drum. I wonder what kind of path this one in front of me is on. It is also not known whether this superior immortal in front of us loves money, or loves sex, or maybe there is some other preference. Seeing Yun Chonghua's silence, that old Dragon King also remembered one of his own indiscretions. That's when the prepared gift list isn't handed out. So much so that the other person has no idea what they have prepared as a gift. But this gift list is usually delivered with the invitation to pay respects, and there is no concierge on Yun Chonghua's side, so none of it was handed up. At this time, that old Dragon King was also forcibly holding back his embarrassment, and then walked to that gift cart with a foursquare step. Then he introduced himself. There is no gatekeeper at the immortal's residence, so Little Dragon does not dare to trespass. This invitation and gift list have not been handed over to the superior immortal. It is really rude. Little Dragon congratulates the immortal on his appointment, and hereby offers 30 pieces of the finest pearl, jadeite, agate, coral and other 10 kinds of gemstones, each 10 pounds, gold ingots and silver ingots of 100 pounds each, and 20 pairs of brocade woven with dragon silk outside. I implore the Supreme Immortal to smile. Finally, that old Dragon King, smoothly, picked up the box containing the water-avoiding beads. Continuing, he said, "Ascendant Immortal has been in the heavenly realm for a long time. I thought that I would not be accustomed to living in this water mansion, This Surabaya divine mansion does not have any water-avoiding treasures. Little dragon is also hereby offering a water-avoiding pearl. Some small gift. I hope the immortal will not abandon it. After Yun Chonghua heard the old Dragon King introduce the gift, he thought to himself, this old loach is not a gentleman. This time, he made a personal visit, which is already considered to have given me enough face. As the saying goes, it's better to offend a gentleman than a villain. Right now, I'm new here and I'm not on a stable footing. Although I hate him, it's not a good time to offend him yet. Thinking of this, Yun Chonghua also changed his expression to one of delight. Then he said enthusiastically, I'm new here. How dare I labor the Dragon Lord of the East Sea to come in person? It's really a sin. Dragon Lord please, said he, then flashed open the gateway, invited the Dragon King of the East China Sea to the water mansion in the middle of a reminder. Guan was also overjoyed to see Yun Chonghua's attitude suddenly make a 180-degree turn. It seemed it was because he hadn't sent in his obeisance. The gift list the other party didn't know the depths of, that he was blocked from the door. Guang and Yun Chonghua then walked into the middle of the water mansion side by side in a polite manner, and Crab Rex and a host of attendants brought the various gifts that the Dragon King had brought on this occasion. All of them were placed in the courtyard of the water mansion, and the 20 maidservants, too, were standing in the courtyard. Soon Yun Chonghua guided the Dragon King of the East Sea into the middle of the living room of the water mansion. Yun Chonghua invited Guang to take a seat and said, "Oh, the humble house is simple. There is no hospitality. Please don't mind the Dragon King of the East Sea." The Dragon King also said politely, what the Supreme Immortal said. It is already a blessing for little dragon to be treated with courtesy by an immortal. Where else would it be too much? However, out of professional sensitivity, the Dragon King always felt that Yun Chonghua had something in his words. But the Dragon King did overthink it this time. Yun Chonghua just simply didn't want to entertain him. So the Dragon King looked around and said, although this water mansion of the upper immortal is good, but Shang Xian is a dragon body. We dragons, no matter how big or small we are, all those who have received the heavenly difference, are all kings in the lower Yuan water realm. I have heard that the immortal is a heavenly dragon, and is the best of the dragon race. I'm afraid that this water mansion doesn't fit the status of the Supreme Immortal. How about little dragon would like to set up another crystal palace here for Supreme Immortal to live in? When Yun Chonghua heard this, he felt that this old Dragon King was bending over backwards in this regard, rather generous. Not only did he give so many gifts of gold and silver, beautiful women, but he was going to give him a house. Yun Chonghua said, "Oh, I appreciate the Dragon King's kindness. I was assigned here by the Jade Emperor too. It's not a good idea to be so publicized when you're new here. Besides, you and I have been assigned by heaven to serve as officials here, in order to favor the four directions, to share His Majesty the Jade Emperor's worries, so that all beings will feel His Majesty's divine grace. It's not for our own sound and fury." The Dragon King heard his crowning scene, though he felt embarrassed. However, he also replied in a hurry, "What the Supreme Immortal said is very true. Little dragon has been taught, for the superior immortal to be so simple. He is also truly a model for us." After the two of them finished their grandiose bull *******, that Dragon King asked, "Little dragon has been in the immortal realm for thousands of years, and the immortals of the upper realm, although I do not dare to say that they are all friends, but also know each other. But look at the immortal is a very strange face, and this dragon family more than my AO family in-laws. But you are a heavenly dragon. Forgive my clumsiness, but I don't know who you are. I don't know where you are from. Who are your ancestors? Can you be related to my AO family?" Hearing that East Sea Dragon King inquiring about his origins, Yun Chonghua at this time was a cold laugh. Hearing his cold laughter, the Dragon King of the East Sea couldn't help but get goosebumps under his scales. Yun Chonghua asked, "Could it be that the Dragon King is so forgetful that he really doesn't recognize me?" Guan was even more confused when he heard this. He thought carefully again and really didn't recognize Yun Chonghua. Guang said at this time, "Please forgive the old man for his old age. This really can't be remembered by the immortal. I wonder where Xiaolong has crossed paths with Shang Xian." Yun Chonghua laughed. "Of course it's in the middle of your East Sea Dragon Palace." Guang listened and thought about it more carefully. Over the past few thousand years, there were quite a few immortals who went to him to fight. But it was also true that he had never seen Yun Chonghua, and he was now a celestial dragon. Even before he had taken form, he was no mortal, and if he had seen himself, it's impossible not to remember. Seeing Guang's difficult look that he really couldn't think of anything but was too embarrassed to say, Yun Chonghua immediately turned his divine mind and transported the dragon binding rope at his waist, which swam in front of the two of them. Seeing that dragon binding rope, Guang was shocked on the spot. Even though the dragon binding rope had been re-refined by Neza, how could Guang not recognize something that came from his East Sea? Ao Guang asked with a trembling hand at this time. Supreme Immortal. This is. Yun Chonghua laughed. It seems that the Dragon King is really forgetful. Just a few months ago. You tied me up with this and gave it to the two heavenly messengers. I'm going up to heaven. And I'm going to be the food on the plate. The food in my mouth. It's only thanks to your old man's cultivation. When the Dragon King of the East Sea heard this, he directly stood up in fear and took a few steps backward. His dragon's eyes opened wide and he shouted tremblingly. Could you be the day? Yun Chonghua sat calmly in place, then smiled and said, not bad. Xiangshui Wild Dragon. Meet the Dragon King of the East Sea. With that said, he made a point of clasping and arching his hand at the Dragon King. Only he is the right-handed fierce worshipper. When the Dragon King heard the teasing words, an inattentive frightened him and he sat on his butt. The Dragon King then snapped out of his shock and hurriedly climbed to his feet and, arching his hand down, he said, the Supreme Immortal rests in peace. The Supreme Immortal rests in peace. On that day, Xiao Long was obsessed and didn't know the face of heaven, and almost harmed Shang Xian. However, as a humble official, he did not dare to mess with the immortal officials of the upper realm under the command of the spiritual officer, so he failed to save the immortal. I also asked the Supreme Immortal to forgive Xiao Long for the sin of having eyes without a pearl. Yun Chonghua saw this old loach, which repeatedly bowed down and apologized, and at that moment let out another cold laugh. After waiting for that old Dragon King to give himself a dozen big salutes in a row, Yun Chonghua also felt that it was almost time. After all, this old loach is the Dragon King of the East China Sea appointed by the Jade Emperor, and is the elder brother of the Dragon King of the Four Seas Dragon Clan, the patriarch of the Ao family. It would be a bit of a bully to let him get down too much. Besides, this old loach is still so generous to himself. I don't know how many of the gang in heaven have received his generous gifts. He was able to thunder in the lower realm for so many years, and had his own heavenly powers to shelter him. Otherwise they wouldn't have been bold enough to eat virgins back then. Anyway, now that he's stepped on his head, he can take his time and play with it when he gets the chance later on. It's enough to teach him a lesson today. Chapter 32, Don't be afraid to ask for more than you want. Just be afraid that he won't take it. Seeing that it was almost time, Yun Chonghua hurriedly got up and went forward to assist him. The Dragon King doesn't have to be like this. Although you and I had a grudge before, now that we are ministers in the same hall, even if we don't look at your disinterested iron face, you also have to look at the Jade Emperor's golden face, don't you? After hearing Yun Chonghua's reply, Ao Guang was also instantly relieved. Although, listening to Yun Chonghua's tone, he didn't intend to forgive himself just like that, but there is already slackness in the words. As long as there is slackness, then there is a chance to turn a war into a war. Ao Guang hurriedly said, the Supreme Immortal has a broad mind. Little Dragon admires it. After that, Ao Guang, in order to appease Yun Chonghua, and then said a lot of auspicious words, such as what magnanimity Prime Minister Belly can hold the boat, adults do not remember the small man over cloud, and then is also praised a Cloud Chonghua young and talented. His Majesty the Jade Emperor appreciated him at such a young age, etc. He even took a look at his Jade Q fluorine board with his own eyes, and praised it as well. It was only when Ao Guang ran out of words that he stopped. After the final rituals were recounted, Ao Guang stood up, arched his hand and said, the upper immortal resides in Surabaya. Then he is a close neighbor to the old man, and he will have to be more intimate in the future. Yun Chonghua was also tired of him, and intended to say a couple more polite words, which would hasten to send him away. Yun Chonghua replied, this is natural. In the coming day, if I have the leisure, I will definitely go to pay my respects. With that, he sent the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea out the door. When the two of them arrived in the courtyard, the Dragon King was about to leave when Chonghua said, please stay, Dragon King. As the saying goes, you don't get paid for what you don't deserve. I appreciate this token of appreciation from the Dragon King, but these gifts are not to be accepted. Please also ask the Dragon King to take it back. This gift giving, not afraid of the other side to ask for more, but afraid of the other side does not accept. Right now Yun Chonghua was not accepting any of his gifts, and Ao Guang was also muttering in his heart, and even a little scared, especially after learning his true identity. Ao Guang didn't know that he had a grudge in his heart and didn't want to eat people's mouths short. Still don't think it's worth the price to make it worth your while and want more. Ao Guang said after thinking for a while, Supreme Immortal. These gifts are all little dragon's greetings for your arrival. Nothing else. Moreover, it is difficult to retrieve the gifts that have been sent out. This time, Ao Guang did not think wrong. Yun Chonghua did not accept his gift this time because he neither wanted to forgive him, and wanting more. Although Yun Chonghua wasn't a greedy person, this little bit of stuff sent him packing. Then he's too worthless. This old loach to save the money to play point no. Flattering on the difference is really under the book. If I don't kill him once and explode the old loach's gold coins properly, then the anger he had felt before, that would be for nothing. He won't take it this time, except that he wants more next time. But other than that, Yun Shonghua still had a concern in his mind. That is, if you accept a gift from him, is that a bribe? If there is a handle in the hands of that old loach, then it will fall into his trap. Yun Shonghua still planned to go to the Cloud Tower Palace to ask Nez's opinion when he went up to heaven to report on his duties. It's better not to step in the hole when you're new to the official world yourself. It is still important to listen, read and ask trusted seniors. Upon hearing this, Yun Shonghua replied, "The Dragon King is overstating things. It's just that I was assigned here by the Jade Emperor. This just arrived at the office will receive this generous gift. If this is spread out, I'm afraid that the Jade Emperor's face will be dishonored. Oh, the Dragon King also said that we are close neighbors, and there will be plenty of opportunities for us to get close in the future. But today's gift, I would never dare to accept it. Please ask the Dragon King not to make things difficult for me." The Dragon King replied, "AI, what the Supreme Immortal said. I have come to congratulate you today. This is an internal transaction between the Dragon Clan, and has nothing to do with His Majesty the Jade Emperor. It's an honor for the whole clan to have another heavenly dragon. Some small gifts in honor of the occasion." Yun Shonghua was also a bit helpless when he looked at this old loach with this cheeky look. Looking at his posture, if he didn't accept it, he was afraid that he would be stuck here and not leave. Aoguang has no choice but to be this cheeky, and if Yun Shonghua doesn't accept it, he'll see you again in the future. I'm afraid it won't be so nice. Although Yun Shonghua was afraid that Aoguang would take advantage of the opportunity to shade himself, but Aoguang was more afraid that Yun Shonghua would retaliate against him with slanderous words in front of the Jade Emperor. After all, now with Yun Shonghua's status, as long as the slightest slandering words were fed, he would have to lose his skin even if he didn't die. Therefore Aoguang expected Yun Shonghua to accept his gift this time. As long as he accepted it, this is the beginning of the icebreaking of their relationship. Next time, whether it was a door-to-door visit or an invitation to his own East Sea Dragon Palace, it would be good to talk. After thinking about it, Yun Shonghua said, "Since the Dragon King is so kind, if I still refuse, it would be a bit insensitive." Hearing this, Aoguang's heart rejoiced, and just as he was about to say something, Yun Shonghua, however, continued, "It's just that I really don't dare to accept such a large number of gifts. Let's put it this way," said Yun Shonghua, picking out the water-avoiding pearl. From amongst the many gifts, he took another deep-sea pearl and a few ingots of gold, and a horse of dragon silk. "It is indeed wet and heavy to live in this water. I will leave this water-avoiding bead to make this water house cleaner. I'll keep one of these night pearls for illumination. This cloth is soft, and can be used to make a bed. I'll leave a few ingots of gold to buy some food on Earth. As for the rest, the Dragon King will take it all back. We'll have a long time to come, so there's no need to bother about this small matter." Yun Shonghua's phrase, "there will be a long time to come," really made Aoguang's heart startled, but he had said all the good words. The other party has also been compromised, and then pulling the plug, for fear of hurting the face of the two. So Aoguang said, "That's fine, since the Supreme Immortal is so humble, then it will not be too late for Bruce to offer it another day. If the Supreme Immortal has leisure, he can come to the humble abode to sit down, so that the old immortal can fulfill his landlord's friendship." Yun Shonghua nodded and said, "Definitely. Definitely." Then Crabrex had no choice but to load all those gifts back into the car. Yun Shonghua personally sent the old Dragon King out of the water mansion. The two bowed goodbye. The old king of the dragon on the car chariot back to the East China Sea to go. Yun Shonghua also sneered after the Dragon King left. He looked at the pearl in his hand, the gold ingot, the water-avoiding bead, and the dragon image, and also floated a smile. "And, these items are small, but they are off to a good start." Then Shonghua didn't delay. He took out the water-avoiding pearl from the box, straight to the top of the roof of the water mansion. Above that roof there is a dome dedicated to the setting of precious beads. It is thought that there was originally a water-avoiding pearl here, only that the previous river god left office and was taken away. Now this old Dragon King just returned it. After Yun Shonghua hung that water-avoiding bead on it, a barrier of water that, in a flash, it enveloped the entire water mansion. However, when Yun Shonghua returned to the mansion, it was still full of water. However, after he used his mana to channel all the water inside the barrier, the water outside the barrier really couldn't seep in a single bit. Yun Shonghua got the treasure and cleaned up the room, naturally rejoicing in his heart. But some people are happy and some people are sad. After the Dragon King of the East Sea returned to the Dragon Palace, on the other hand, there is a constant sigh of relief. Seeing her father sighing, the Dragon Lady and the Dragon Ladies were all very anxious. The four dragon daughters walked up at this time and asked, "Father, what's wrong with you? You traveled to pay your respects to the newly appointed immortal. But you were met with his closed door? Guang shook his head and said, that's not true. The dragon lady came forward and asked, but he has not accepted our gifts? Guang sighed and replied, he accepted the gift we sent him. It's just that he didn't collect them all. This king has also made an appointment with him to meet at the Dragon Palace in the coming day. The dragon lady and the dragon ladies looked at each other. Then the dragon lady asked, in that case, why is the great king still so troubled? Chapter 33, A Little Aquatic Family, and a Very Mixed Relationship. Facing the dragon lady's question, Guang looked at his wife and daughters. He let out another sigh and then he said, do you know who this newly arrived dragon lord is? The 4 dragon maidens smiled and covered their faces. If you don't say it, father, how can we know? I just heard from Master Turtle that he's handsome and his real body is a golden dragon holding a jade tablet. You can face His Majesty the Jade Emperor directly. For the rest, father has not spoken to us, so how could we know? Looking at his naive 4th daughter, Guang said, hey, that day, my father really should not have moved that little mine to block my son from redeeming himself for him, and in doing so invited a great misfortune to the East Sea. When the 4th princess heard this, she remembered what happened a few months ago. The 4th princess asked in surprise, can it be that this Shangxian who went to his appointment is that little dragon who came to cast his lot that day? The 4th princess couldn't help but recall the events of that day. The day after Yun Shonghua had been taken away by the heavenly officials. The 4th princess also lost her temper with her father because he went back on his word, accusing his father of either not agreeing to it. How can he go back on his word after this promise? Donghai can't protect him. Throwing him out of the palace and leaving him to fend for himself would be fine, but cheating in the first place and betraying him to lure the heavenly officials to come, this is too unkind. Guang and the dragon lady had a good time moving and reasoning, even brought up the eventful situation, the safety of the East China Sea, etc., and made a good deal of peace. It took a while to coax this 4th princess. The main reason why Guang is so weak now and doesn't dare to offend anyone is that he was scared by Neza back then. Moreover, after the feudal quantum revelation, the disciples of the 3 purities had a heavy voice in the heavenly realm. That Li Jing who was so obsequious to him at Chantang Pass back then, now even become the Jade Emperor under the seat of the Pagoda Heavenly King. Do not dare to say that a person under 10,000 people, but also is not the East China Sea can afford to offend people. He had been afraid for hundreds of years that someone would catch him and send him to the dragon cutting table. Guang nodded helplessly and said, not bad, it is exactly him. I didn't realize that there was such a strange thing in this world. When he came to the Dragon Palace that day, he was clearly just a fish-turned-mixed dragon that had just jumped over the dragon gate, but I didn't expect to see him for a few days. But he directly turned into a heavenly dragon that could go up to the temple to face the king. If I hadn't witnessed that the dragon binding cord was in his hand, my father would never have believed that such a thing could happen. At this time Guang seemed to have thought of something, so he looked up and down at his beautiful daughters, especially at the 4th princess who was dressed in white and whose appearance was comparable to a heavenly fairy. Seeing Guang's gaze, the dragon lady however instantly understood what he meant. At this time, dragon lady said, does the king want to enlist him by marriage? To turn our 2 families into one? Guang said, since he can directly go up to the temple to face the king, he must be a popular person under the Jade Emperor. This kind of person is not someone we can afford to offend. In order to keep my East Sea safe, this is the only way at the moment. In the face of her father's compromise of making a deal with her daughter, the several princesses sniffed, and instead of objecting to it, even both eyes were glazed over, waiting for the father's decision. The 6th dragon maiden was even a bit moved, eagerly hoping that her father would choose her as the object of this reconciliation. The Dragon King was about to confer with the crowd. In the end, it was the 6th dragoness who was the first to be unable to hold back, as she rushed forward and pouted to her father. Father, if you want to make peace with that Surabaya Dragon King, let your daughter go. Seeing that 6th sister had made the first move, 9 dragon maidens also stepped forward and said, 6th sister is both talented and beautiful. Since there is no shortage of suitable men, no matter what my appearance, talent, are not as good as my sisters, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to find a man in the future. 6th sister then takes pity on little sister, so let her have this opportunity. Seeing that her sisters were trying to grab this opportunity, the 5 dragonesses also stepped forward and said, alas, this time, father wants to use us to make amends to that immortal, which is a kind of peace marriage. We have a grudge against him in the East China Sea, so I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to marry him. As an elder sister, how can I let my sisters suffer like this? So it's better for me to go. The 3 dragon ladies then argued in front of the Dragon King and the Dragon Lady, compete for this opportunity to make amends and make peace. To be taken to make amends, these several princesses are still so scrambling, since there is a reason. This is derived from the dragon's marriage system. For millions of years the dragons have largely maintained the tradition of internal intermarriage, with a few exceptions who will marry other races. Most will marry their own race. For example, the third princess of the Western Sea, Ao Tsuinshin, married Erlang Xian Shangzhenjuan as her wife, but the price was to break ties with his mother's family. The Western Sea. Nowadays, within the three realms, as long as a dragon king has been enthroned by the Jade Emperor and has taken up a seat, as long as they were not from the Ao family, the Ao family would intermarry and marry them. The Ao family has been pulling in these new dragon kings for thousands of years through this means of bind them to the interests of the Ao's dragon clan and become part of this huge community of interests. It was only then that the lower Yuan water realm could remain in the hands of the Ao clan's dragon clan. The Ao family for millions of years water world hegemony status is not threatened. Of course, the benefits of marrying the princess of the Four Seas were many. The emperor's son-in-law of the Four Seas, in addition to receiving a generous dowry from the princess, it's also helped by a network of connections throughout the O's interests. For example, that Jinghe dragon king, 1,000 years ago, he was transformed from an alligator into a dragon. He was appointed as the king of the Jinghe River dragon by chance. He married the sister of the dragon king of the Four Seas. Because of his wife's mother's family, the king of the Jing River not only became the chief of the 8 rivers, but also the chief of the 8 rivers, the great dragon god of Siu, and even his own sons, each with their own future. For those who do not want to cooperate with the Ao family, there are generally only two endings. Either he was framed by the interest group represented by Ao and went to the dragon cutting table, either that or they were sent to the imperial cuisine, became a dish on a plate at that peach conference. The Jade Emperor had also worried about the dominance of the Ao family in the water realm, so in addition to the Four Seas and South Alimony Ao family basic disc, most other places are set up the river god to supervise the river, and rarely set up the dragon king. Even the Jade Emperor was thinking of supporting other dragon clans to share away the power of the Ao clan. That 10,000 Saints family, for example, had been a pawn supported by the Jade Emperor, but it's a pity that the All Saints Dragon King was transformed by the essence of the Jiao, which is not useful to look at, cannot fight the Ao this huge interest group, and even caught by the Ao family fornication demon Handel, sued to the heavenly court. Make it known. So the Jade Emperor had no choice but to exempt the All Saints Dragon King from his divine office, but remembering his past accomplishments, instead, they did not send troops to encircle and annihilate them, leaving them to fend for themselves. Now that Wan Shang family although also have the title of Dragon King, but also just a lower world grasshead king, having lost the shade of heaven, although the Ao family had wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to annex the All Saints family. However, it was not possible for that Wanqing Dragon King to make friends with a number of powerful demons such as the King of Ox demons, the King of Jiao demons, and so on. With these powerful demons sheltering them, the Ao family had no choice but to call it quits. After all, no one knows that behind these lawless and powerful demons, what kind of heavenly immortal power is standing there that can't afford to be offended. Since then the Ao family and the All Saints family are also considered. Well, water does not offend the river water. We are at peace with each other. Nowadays, although there are hundreds of dragon kings in this world, but the Dragon King, who was officially enthroned by the heavenly court, is not one of their Ao family. It's just that it's already related to the Ao family. With all these years of intermarriage, to find someone who was not of the Ao family bloodline, and being officially enthroned by the heavenly court as a dragon king, that can really be said to be as difficult as climbing up to heaven. In the dragon tribe, all those who have been ordered by heaven to become a dragon king have a lifespan of 1,000 years to start with. The top is not capped, and the wild dragons, on the other hand, could have gotten their daughters high, bow down to the various princes of the Four Seas, seek a place of peace, but they and their heirs are not qualified to allow the princess of the Four Seas to marry. This led to the dilemma of the princesses of the Four Seas not being able to get low and not being able to get high. If you don't intermarry with foreigners, it's hard to marry off for dozens or hundreds of years. This pit is full of carrots. Now that this happened to have a spot, several princesses naturally jumped at the chance. Besides, dragons have 9 sons and many heirs. If they don't get married, the other Mikumi cousins, 80% won't let go of this opportunity either. Plus Yun Shonghua was a heavenly dragon, or a heavenly dragon that can directly go up to the palace to face the king. If you marry him, not only is it not a marriage, it's even a climb up for the Ao family. The women of the mortal world still move strong, and the female immortals of the lower world are naturally the same. Such a man of his own will. Several princesses naturally did not want to let go of this opportunity. Chapter 34. Though the temple is small, there are quite a few divine powers, and though it is good to worship more often, it is also necessary to treat the symptoms of the disease. Ao Guan was now anxious, and he listened to his daughter's quarrels and, Then he waved his hand and said, "Alright, all stop arguing. We don't yet know whether or not that Supreme Immortal has any thoughts of marrying us. What's the point of all this bickering?" Upon hearing their father's reprimand, the 3 dragonesses then each shut up. But Ao Guang saw the 4 dragonesses who had been reticent at this time, and he asked, "Fourth sister, what do you think? When he first arrived at the Dragon Palace, you were the only one who showed him that semblance of favor. If you are willing to marry, I don't think it would be too bad of a love affair with him if you did." The 5 dragon ladies heard, wringing their hands, and said with a light hum, "Father has always favored the 4th sister alone. Even this opportunity to get married must precede her. Since father has already had it in his heart to let 4th sister go, why look at us again, and leaving us to rejoice in vain?" Seeing that this opportunity fell on the 4th sister, the 6th dragoness deliberately scoffed. "Oops, father is doing this for our sake. Didn't sister 5 say that this is a peace offering? 5th sister can't bear the thought of us as sisters marrying over and not having a good time. Then 4th sister naturally can't bear to see 5th sister suffer anymore." And the 9 dragon girls were also quick to chime in. "That's right, both have suffered. It's better to let 4th sister take the burden for us who are sisters." The 4th princess has always been calm and collected, unlike her sisters who are so playful. The 4th princess said, "Sisters don't need to argue. If he is truly interested, this opportunity too, I'll make myself available to my sisters." If anyone else had said that, several princesses only felt that the other party was saying something grandiose to put them off. However, the sisters were convinced of the 4th princess' words. After all, since childhood, the 4th sister had always loved them. If there was anything good, she let her sisters choose first, and then she peddled what was left at the end. The 4th princess looked at the Dragon King at this time and said, "Only, if in the coming days he has the intention to return to heaven, what should we do if we don't stir up mortal matters? Are we not doing useless work by arranging ourselves here?" Dragon Lady looked at her several daughters at this time, then said, "Great King, in my humble opinion, why don't we choose an auspicious day to invite him to the Dragon Palace, and then let our daughters personally serve him tea? Your Majesty can ask around. If he is really interested, we will betroth him to whomever he chooses. If he doesn't want to, and the matter need not be brought up again." The Dragon King said, "Hey, this is all that can be done at the moment." More than half a year had passed since then. In the past 6 months, Yun Chonghua had done a good job of honing in on his job. The days are uninhibited and free. He patrols the Surabaya River on a daily basis, and when someone falls into the water for no apparent reason, he comes to the rescue. In the past 6 months, he had also received a summons from heaven, and then cooperated with the Thunder God, the Electric Mother, the gods and goddesses, such as the boy who pushes the clouds and the god who spreads the fog, send down some sweet rain to help the people. And in his spare time, when he saw the harvest drying up, he tried to send rain to the earth himself. Though he swallows the clouds and drives away the thunder and lightning, he can also bring down a rain on this earth. But he's all by himself, and he has no dragon soldiers or sailors under him. Compared to casting spells with other immortals, he alone is responsible for several tasks, including blowing wind, laying clouds, sending thunder, sending rain and collecting rain. It just seems a little more cumbersome and tiring. But seeing the way those people bowed down to heaven with joy when they got the sweet rain, he was happy to do so. But this even if it rains privately. Yun Chonghua is also following the agricultural time, not just any rain. In the past 6 months, his Dragon King temple has also been built on both sides of the Surabaya River. Along with the temple, he also discovered an interesting thing. That's the magical use of temple statues, even though the idol looked nothing like the man himself. But as long as the temple name of his Surabaya Dragon King is hung, and then the idol has been enlightened and eyed, it can be associated with his Surabaya divine mansion, as well as Yun Chonghua's divine sense connected, so that he could see, in the midst of the watery mansion, through the eyes of the idol, those who worshipped him, the mortals who make offerings to themselves. It's like a fixed camera surveillance. Of course, he could cast a spell to turn it off if he didn't want to see it. Even he could remotely pass through the idol, to come and talk directly to the mortal before the idol. It was like holding a microphone and broadcasting over a loudspeaker. Although Yun Chonghua felt like a security guard in a surveillance room right now. But people call this behavior manifestation. In return, there was a more enthusiastic pilgrimage, and a more robust incense burner. In addition to this, there is a very interesting and wonderful use of this idol temple. That means it can be used as a teleportation point. Temples, no matter how big or small, are connected to the water house. As long as the temple's statue is intact and has been enlightened, Yun Chonghua can pass the spell that teleport to any of your own temples at any time. For example, on one occasion, a couple of dogs, a man and a woman, or performing illicit acts in front of his idol's offering table. Let Yun Chonghua watch the live broadcast. It's just a matter of doing the right thing. But the man didn't find it exciting. He dragged the woman up there, deliberately letting her lie down on Yun Chonghua's idol. The two of them continued their meticulous affairs on the idol. In the face of this face-writing behavior, even if Yun Chonghua had a good temper, he couldn't help it. He kind of understood Manhwa at that point, too. What was it like to see King Zhou mentioning that obscene poem in his temple? He then teleported directly through the temple's teleportation function. Then he hid outside the temple and shouted, "Catch the cheating dogs! They're cheating on each other at the Dragon King temple. High treason!" The frightened pair of dogs who had come to the temple to cheat on each other fell right off the idol. He didn't even put his pants back on and rushed away. But then the two of them were caught by the temple priests and townspeople who arrived. The local clan leader personally escorted them inside the Dragon King temple to apologize to Yun Chonghua, the Dragon King, and made a number of offerings. Then this pair of cheating dog couple, according to the clan rules by the patriarch, directly piggy bank this temple. In addition to the functions of monitoring and transmitting, wherever the prayer book is burned in the middle of the temple, all of them will also be transmitted to the table of Yun Chonghua's waterhouse. Even though there were just 2 Dragon King temples in Yun Chonghua, because in the past 6 months, he blessed the people with good weather. But his incense was so strong that he received hundreds of prayer papers every day. But after seeing those paperwork, Yun Chonghua fell head over heels, and even a little bit of crying and laughing. This is because these mortals regarded him, the Dragon King of Cu, as the wishing dragon. Some of their wishes are beyond his purview. For example, if you are sick, pray for good health. There are some old people who pray for the safety of their children and grandchildren. The most popular ones are those who seek wealth and ask the Dragon King to bless them with great fortune. But this gift-giving and begging, all without the right department. What do you make people do? But in the face of these wishes, Yun Chonghua could understand. After all, he hadn't done much of that in the present world. Whether it works or not, let's try it first. But the ones that made him cry and laugh the most were those who came to him to seek a marriage or even a child. He, the Dragon King, doesn't even have a daughter-in-law yet. But those mortals asked him, the Dragon King, to bless them with a daughter-in-law. And then there are those who come to his temple to seek children. Seeing such instruments, this directly gave Yun Chonghua dry speechlessness. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. There was really nothing he could do. It couldn't be that he, the Dragon King, would personally take on the task of making their wives hurry up and conceive a child. Yun Chonghua had these messy paperwork to relieve his boredom during his little life as an official in the lower realms. It was a pleasure to do so. Time passed quickly, and shortly after the New Year's Eve, it was nearly the 2nd day of February. On this day Yun Chonghua, in accordance with the prayers of the faithful, finished giving the thin spring rain to both sides of the river, then folded back within the waterhouse, but saw that the turtle bookkeeper has long been waiting in front of the door for a long time. Chapter 35 Invitation to the Spring Dragon Banquet. It was close to the 2nd day of February, the time when winter turns to spring and everything recovers. After Yun Chonghua followed the prayers of the believers and sent down a thin spring rain for both sides of the Surabaya, then he immediately returned to the waterhouse. But I saw that the turtle master of the East China Sea has long been waiting for a long time in front of the gate of the water mansion. Seeing Yun Chonghua's return, that turtle master rushed to welcome him. Immediately afterward, he kowtowed to him and said, "Little turtle, see Dragon King Surabaya." Yun Chonghua landed in front of him, then asked, "Master Turtle, what wind blew you here today? What is it that you have come to seek me for?" After standing up straight, Master Turtle took out a gold silk invitation from among his robe sleeves. Then he said, reporting back to the Dragon King, "Little Turtle has come to meet the Dragon King on the orders of my family's great king. On the 2nd day of February, the Spring Dragon Festival, I will go to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea to drink and feast. I hope that the Dragon King will enjoy it." Regarding the Spring Dragon Festival that Master Turtle described, Yun Chonghua has been in this world for so long. It's also known. This Spring Dragon Festival is commonly known as Dragon Head Raising. It is the beginning of spring plowing. Nothing special, but it's different for the dragons. The 2nd day of the 2nd month on Earth is the birthday of the patriarchal dragon, and all those of the dragon bloodline. On this day, they gather their friends and relatives to celebrate the birth of their ancestors. This festival is the equivalent of the New Year for the dragons. Yun Chonghua did not expect. The East China Sea Dragon Palace New Year also invited him. He looked at the invitation handed up by Master Turtle and thought, it's been more than half a year. The things that should be familiarized are also almost familiar. This day a getaway almost forgot about this old loach. It was time to find an opportunity to seek his bad luck. Since he invited me, there's no reason not to go. At least this time, if we go, we'll be able to salvage something back. Although Yun Chonghua had made up his mind to go, he, for the sake of face, still said, it is good for the Dragon King to invite me. But on this earth, there are still bonuses and gifts for the New Year holidays, and I have always been without any belongings. This festival door, empty-handed to go is always bad. On second thought, it's better not to go. Master Turtle, you go back and inform the Dragon King that I appreciate his kindness, but as I am not in possession of anything, I will not go to the banquet before I am rude. Hearing Yun Chonghua's words, Master Turtle hurriedly said, what did Dragon Lord say? My king said that the Dragon King is a heavenly dragon immortal, and it's an honor for us in the East Sea to be able to see him in person. Where else would you count the Dragon Lord's gift? Said the Turtle Chief after another salute. I implore the Dragon Lord to be sure to enjoy the Spring Dragon Festival. After getting this from Master Turtle, Yun Chonghua took the invitation he handed over and said, alright, since the Dragon King doesn't care about these mundane rituals, I will definitely pay a visit on the Spring Dragon Festival. Hearing Yun Chonghua's promise, that Master Turtle was very pleased. He said, in that case, that little turtle will not delay, but will immediately go back to the East Sea and inform my great king of this good news. Yun Chonghua put the invitation away, then said, be my guest. After Master Turtle made another bow to Yun Chonghua, he didn't dare to delay even for a moment. He rushed back to the East Sea to report the good news and was ready to receive his reward. The Turtle Master returned to the Dragon Palace and reported the good news, as it were, to the Dragon King of the East Sea. The Dragon King of the East Sea was overjoyed to hear this. Then he immediately sought out the Turtle Prime Minister to set up this family feast in advance. Today coincides with that Jidu dragon god, Little Li Long, who came to visit his uncle before the festival. Seeing that the Dragon King of the East China Sea had made such a vigorous arrangement, he asked in puzzlement, Uncle, who is the Dragon King of Surabaya? Why is Uncle so involved? Besides, this Spring Dragon Festival is the reunion festival of our dragon tribe, all princesses who are out of the court, and the Dragon King who has the sole possession of a palace, spend their time in their own palace. Even the closest blood relatives come and go with pre-holiday greetings. Why did Uncle invite him? An outsider? Here? The Dragon King of the East China Sea said, your nephew is far away from Jidu, and is sparse in communication. I don't know what happened in recent years. The newly arrived Surabaya Dragon King is a heavenly dragon who has been blessed with creation, and is the most popular person in front of His Majesty the Jade Emperor's palace. Before this king and he has some grudges. Now although there is no suspicion, but this heart is always 7 up and down. This coincides with the auspicious day of the zodiac. Since then, I have been trying to find a way to invite him to come, so as to change the situation into a better one. Furthermore, this Surabaya Dragon King has not been married to my AO family. If we let it go unchecked, lest he shakes our position of ruling the lower Yuan realm. After all, he is not comparable to that straw man, the old dragon of the 10,000 saints. This time, the king also intends to let your sisters choose one to climb to him. First, to turn the war into peace, and second, to take the opportunity to enlist in him. Of course, if he has any intention of consummating the marriage. The little Liu dragon was surprised to hear this. So that's how it is. I didn't expect this person to be a heavenly dragon. If we can marry him, then we will have a helper in heaven in the future. This is our family. It's always better to talk to than those immortals who are not of my race. Little Liu Long asked it this time. Uncle, this time, to welcome the upper messenger. May I have the company of my 4 brothers? The Dragon King of the East Sea shook his head and said, this time it will not be necessary. That Surabaya Dragon Monarch is the true body of the heavenly dragon. High magic power, clouds and rain, not to mention a wide range of deep, and to the people to respond to their requests. It all affects the offerings of Huaidu. Your big brother, Little Yellow Dragon, has come to the East China Sea a few times and wants the king to speak with him about This king has never had the chance. Little Yellow Dragon is grumpy. You 4 brothers have arrived. Lest he does something inconsiderate in the seating room and offends the immortals again. Next time, this king will find another opportunity for you to meet with him. Hearing this, the little black dragon said, good, since this is the case, then my nephew will not stay long. Farewell. After saying that, Little Li Long took his entourage and left the East Sea Dragon Palace. On this day of the Spring Dragon Festival, Yun Chonghua also came to the East Sea for the banquet as promised. But see that the East China Sea Dragon Palace everywhere in lights and colors, and that shrimp soldiers and crab generals have long welcomed out more than 10 miles, waiting for the arrival of Yun Chonghua. Seeing that golden dragon coming, the turtle mastermind who had fought ahead also immediately greeted him. Little Turtle has been ordered by my family's great king to come and welcome the Dragon King. Yun Chonghua said, the Dragon King is polite. It really flatters me. Of course, Yun Chonghua is just talking about the scene. That old loach treats him like this, but it's just that he's afraid of taking advantage of the opportunity to take revenge now that he's gained power. This kind of false sentiment generation. He will not really be committed to love. But when I think of that old loach, hanging by a hand over his head, I don't know when the knife fell down to make him sleep and eat. Yun Chonghua heart can't help but want to laugh. Yun Chonghua then followed the turtle mastermind and swam in the direction of the dragon palace in the East Sea. Shrimpers and crabs lined up on the road to meet them. Seeing Yun Chonghua's glittering golden heavenly dragon's true body were also all sighing with emotion. Sentiment, this five-clawed heavenly dragon. Is then their great king? This kind of true dragon is much more grand? A few moments later, Yun Chonghua and the turtle prime minister, who had gone to welcome the turtle master chief, came together outside the dragon palace in the East Sea. And the dragon king of the East Sea with the dragon lady, princess and princes who are still in the East Sea are standing outside the palace to welcome them. When Yun Chonghua, who had transformed into the true form of a heavenly dragon, swam from afar, the dazzling golden light that glowed with the majestic true dragon's body really caused the princesses and princes present to let out a gasp. Although they are of the same dragon race, this is the first time they have seen a heavenly dragon. After all, that upper realm Hypergene Xingjuan, Cinnabar dragon is not something that they, the princes and princesses of the lower realm, can just see. Chapter 36, Dragon Palace Gathering, Princess Matchmaking. A few moments later, Yun Chonghua, together with Turtle Prime Minister and Turtle Master, arrived at that East Sea Dragon Palace, before the palace gate. When Yun Chonghua saw that the Dragon King of the East Sea's family had come out to greet him at all, he also immediately dropped down. After Yun Chonghua landed on the ground, he dispersed his heavenly dragon true body and changed into his human form. Taking the 4 square steps, he walked in front of the East Sea Dragon King's family, then arched his hand and said, "Thanks to the Dragon King's courtesy, Chonghua is truly terrified." The Dragon King of the East Sea greeted him and then said, "The Supreme Immortal is visiting my humble abode. You've made my East China Sea look like a place of honor. If I am neglected, I am afraid that I will lose my closeness in the future. Supreme Immortal, quickly invite the palace to take a seat." With that, the Dragon King of the East Sea welcomed Yun Chonghua and headed within the Dragon Palace. The princes met with Yun Chonghua this time, only counting it as a courtesy and seeing the world for once. None of them took it too seriously. After just a few compliments, everyone continued to talk and laugh. But several princesses were flooded with spring when they saw Yun Chonghua's true face. Princess Nine said at this time, "Sisters, this Surabaya Dragon Lord is truly a heavenly immortal, born with good looks." The sixth princess said, "Yes, with that 4-clawed little dragon before, it's like a different person. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes today, not only would father not believe it, but even I wouldn't believe that it's the same person." The fifth princess said, "That day in front of this hall, it all looked comical to see him salute, but I didn't realize he was such a handsome man." The ninth princess looked at fourth sister and said, "Alas, it's still fourth sister who has a good eye. That day, I wanted to give him a favor and leave him behind." Did fourth sister see that he had this kind of creation that day? While at this moment, the fourth princess was staring at Yun Chonghua's back out of her mind, not knowing what she was thinking. The sixth princess laughed at this. "Ha! It seems that fourth sister has had her soul seduced by this Surabaya Dragon Lord." The fourth princess came back to her senses at this time, and she said with a slight shyness, "Poof, what are you girls saying? I just didn't realize that after not seeing him for many days, he was so different from before." The sixth princess said at this time, "No matter what fourth sister is thinking, but I'm going to take this Rui. The sisters must not fight me." The ninth princess sniffed and retorted, "What is sister talking about? Father has said before that we'll all put our skills to the test in this competition and see who this Surabaya Dragon Lord likes more. And it's not like we can marry just because we want to." Hearing the sisters bickering, the eighth prince, who had been behind them, laughed. "Ha ha, this is so self-serving. I'd really like to pretend I don't know you guys." Hearing this, the sixth princess scolded with a frown. "Old eight, what did you say?" The eighth prince wringed his hands and laughed. "Let's not talk about whether or not that Surabaya Dragon Monarch has the will to tie the knot with us. Even if I did, in terms of talent and looks, how could you three compare to fourth sister? In terms of order of seniority, or whatever, it should be the fourth sister who marries him. You three just save yourselves the trouble. Just don't disgrace the Eastern Sea." Hearing this, the sixth princess stepped forward and grabbed the eighth prince by the ear, saying, "You brat, it's really like 3 days without a fight. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm afraid you'll forget your last name." Seeing the younger siblings fooling around on this most important of occasions, the great prince, who was walking at the front, shouted, "All right, all stop fooling around. What's it like to argue and quarrel? You're not afraid of being laughed at by the guests." Hearing their big brother's reprimand, The sixth princess and the eighth prince also immediately shut their mouths. The Dragon King guided Yun Chonghua to the middle of the Dragon Palace's main hall. But this second time in the palace treatment is very different from the previous. The previous one could only stand under those jade steps, waiting for the Dragon King's family to finish enjoying the songs and dances after they go up to the temple again. And this time, it directly allowed Yun Chonghua to sit as the chief. Only when Yun Chonghua was seated in the chief position did that old Dragon King and Dragon Lady return to the main seat. The princes then took their seats. That Dragon Lady waved her hand at her four daughters. The fourth Dragon Lady, the fifth Dragon Lady, the sixth Dragon Lady, the 9 Dragonesses. Then each walked out in a line carrying drinks, snacks, fruit plates and other seating items. The four sisters were placed in front of Yun Chonghua in turn. When the other few Dragon Ladies offered fruits for Yun Chonghua would just smile politely. Even if that sixth Dragoness even winked to tease him. Though the beauty of these Dragonesses was far superior to that of mortal women, it was less than that of the celestial immortals. Yun Chonghua then felt slightly less of a floating immortal aura. But the only time the four Dragonesses came near to pour wine for him, Yun Chonghua not only smiled and he even got up and nodded his thanks. The fourth princess, however, was flattered at the sight, then froze for a moment and a smile was then returned to Yun Chonghua as well. Finally hiding his shyness with a damplate, he left with broken steps. Seeing this scene in front of them, the other three Dragonesses couldn't help but wrinkle their brows and all of them looked at their fourth sister with a grumbling face, and the Dragon King and the Dragon Lady, and all the princes. At that moment, it was also felt that the princesses didn't need to argue over who would get married, for the result was already quite obvious, especially the eighth prince, who looked at his sixth sister with a mocking expression. Yun Chonghua stood up to honor the fourth princess, not only because she was the most beautiful in appearance, so like a fairy in the sky. What's more, earlier in the Dragon Palace, this fourth princess was the only one who genuinely wanted to save her. She even took out her own treasured deep-sea pearls, intending to impress the two heavenly officials. Yun Chonghua didn't care for what purpose she was trying to save herself, but this heart of hers, he was still committed to her. Originally, according to the original arrangement, it should have been the 6 dragon maidens sitting beside Yun Chonghua. However, because of Yun Chonghua's performance just now, the Dragon Lady directly arranged for the fourth princess to sit beside Yun Chonghua. After the princesses were seated in turn, the Dragon King first toasted Yun Chonghua. Then one by one, he introduced his daughters and sons, starting from the Grand Prince, all the way up to the 9 princesses. They were introduced one by one, and the princes and princesses, one by one, toasted Yun Chonghua, toasts and whatnot. All of them welcome him to the East China Sea clouds. And Yun Chonghua at this time also learned, beside the fourth princess's name, listen to the heart. After a round of toasts, the crowd had gotten to know each other. Subsequently, the Dragon King of the East China Sea did not delay, and then the Dragon Palace Spring Dragon Festival feast was held in the Muscle Spirit. The Dragon King of the East China Sea, the Dragon King of the East China Sea. It began in the midst of the ceremonial music played by the fish women. The banquet wasn't too interesting, it was simply eating and drinking. But the food that old Dragon King here entertained Yun Chonghua was not bad, and in order to entertain him, in addition to a variety of delicacies, a specially open jar of aged coconut milk wine. It was not as good as that imperial wine from the Heavenly Palace, but it was quite tasty. The program prepared by the Dragon Palace did allow Yun Chonghua to see a fresh one in front of his eyes. In addition to the mussels, the fish women sang and danced. It is the rays, the shrimp soldiers, that play like a circus sideshow. There's even a weapons battle between a crab marshal and a shrimp general. After all, he'd seen a lot of animal shows on land. This is the first time I've seen a water creature perform. It was much funnier than the clowns. This wonderful performance drew hoots and hollers from the princes and princesses. In the face of her younger siblings' clamor, the fourth princess showed the composure of a lady. This banquet pushed and exchanged glasses and lasted for 2 hours. All the people were full of wine and food. The princesses went to their rooms after the meeting was adjourned. And the Dragon King invited Yun Chonghua to the side hall to rest for a moment. Yun Chonghua didn't refuse. He knew that this old loach had invited himself here. It was definitely more than just a mere meal. The meeting after this banquet was the main event of the day. Chapter 37. Other people take more and you take less. It's you who have problems. Yun Chonghua followed the Dragon King of the East Sea to the middle of that back hall. After the two were seated, the Dragon King greeted the palace maidservant and offered him immortal tea to quench his thirst. Then the two of them made a scene of politeness, and first asked about the hospitality of the day. Yun Chonghua can still be satisfied. The Dragon King then apologized to Yun Chonghua once again. Sidebar about such things as grievances. In the face of the Dragon King's polite words, Yun Chonghua of course replied with that same set of scene-stealing answers. As for what the Dragon King said, it's better to settle scores than to tie them up. His answers are a bit more vague, always evasive. Not saying he forgives you or blames you. Although Ao Guang was a bit anxious, the topic was on point. At least Yun Chonghua was willing to come to the banquet today, which was a good start. Ao Guang then asked, the Supreme Immortal has been down in the world for more than half a year. Have you learned anything from listening to the messengers in the lower realms in the past 6 months? Yun Chonghua still answered with the same set of official face. What insights can there be? Wherever one serves, it is good to be worthy of His Majesty's honor at the top and duty at the bottom. Ao Guang smiled awkwardly and said, This is natural. It's just that there are some small things that Xiaolong still hopes that Shang Xian can mellow out a bit and blend in with all of us a bit more. The Dragon King's words were so confusing that Yun Chonghua was confused. Then frowning, he asked rhetorically, what does the Dragon King mean by this? How do I mellow out? How do I fit in? Could it be that the Dragon King thinks that my behavior is out of step with everyone else? When the Dragon King saw Yun Chonghua frowning, he then hurriedly stood up and waved his hands. The Supreme Immortal has misunderstood. The Immortal is mistaken. It's an honor for us to be able to come down to the world and sit with us, so I don't dare to slander the Immortal. It's just that although this matter is small, it concerns the interests of the entire dragon tribe, so the little dragon had no choice but to be a little more forthright. I hope you will forgive me. Every time he spoke to Yun Chonghua and he was a little less than ideal, the Dragon King was scared to death in a cold sweat. Hearing this, Yun Chonghua asked, Oh, in that case, then I would like to ask the Dragon King to speak frankly. What I am doing for? What's wrong with it? Although I have injected the heavenly talisman, I am young and shallow, so I still need guidance from seniors like the Dragon King. The Dragon King was relieved to see that Yun Chonghua didn't completely flip out. After the Dragon King sat down and stabilized himself, he said, the Supreme Immortal has overstated his case. It's not much of an instruction, just a few good words. Even though the Supreme Immortal is a heavenly dragon, he is also a member of my dragon clan. In this bloodline, much closer than the others, there are some truths, and the little dragon will say them outright. We dragons can dominate the 4 seas and reign supreme in the lower Yuan water realm. It is because the dragons have the ability to manage rain independently. If they need to send some thin rain, they can do it themselves without the help of the gods and generals. Because of this, we dragons can be appointed by the Jade Emperor at the top, and we can be worshipped by the incense on earth at the bottom. It can be said that the ability of the rain division, it's considered the greatest value of our dragon clan within the 3 realms. Yun Chonghua said, I understand that, but what does this matter have to do with what the Dragon King said? Ao Guang continued, Little dragon's meaning, I am asking you to stop being so obliging to the people under your rule. You are a celestial dragon with great magical power, and when you are traveling in the clouds and spreading rain, the area affected is far greater than that of the true dragons such as myself. It is not just the 2 sides of the Surabaya River, but it has even spread to places such as Huadu. However, when it's time for farming, then he casts a spell to send down rain to bless the people with good winds and good rains. The more Yun Chonghua listened, the less he heard. He asked, What? I protect one side from the wind and rain, or is it wrong? Ao Guang waved his hand and said, It is naturally good for the Supreme Immortal to be merciful, but this kind of behavior of the Immortal will make the other Dragon Kings difficult to do. In the past, when we sent down some private rain to help the people, we all received 3 sacrificial offerings from the earth. Therefore, it is a common practice on earth that whenever we ask for rain, we must rebuild the temple for us and set up offerings such as 3 sacrifices, fasting fruits, gold and silver. When they have completed their sacrifices and we have taken this offering, then we will send down this additional rain for the earth. This will not only save the people, but even make the mortals grateful, revere us even more. And as it is often said, if you are graced with rice, you will be avenged by rice. Now that the Supreme Immortal does not ask for anything in return, to mortals who ask for what they want, if this goes on long enough, the mortals will just think we're giving extra favors that blessing them with good weather is a matter of course. Then no one will come back to worship the gods. People cut off incense offerings, not to mention, if one day they don't do a good job, those mortals will even hold a grudge against us and then tear down the temples and smash the idols. Ao Guang mentioned this matter today, but also not to find Yun Chonghua trouble. It's just a matter of getting a statement from him. After all, Yun Chonghua's dutiful behavior, it really affected the offerings of several rivers around Huadu, and the offerings collected this year were less than half of those of previous years. If Yun Chonghua was willing to go along with it, that would be best. But if not, he always needed a reason to appease the other Dragon Kings, especially Little Yellow Dragon, who was the most short-tempered and neighboring Yun Chonghua. He was afraid that little yellow dragon would also offend Yun Chonghua and end up giving away his own life, not to mention that it also involves the East China Sea. Moreover, the matter of Yun Chonghua blessing the people with good weather has indirectly affected Ao Guang's interests, and the implication is huge. After all, the Dragon Kings under them get less offerings. Then where is the spare money to honor Ao Guang, the head of the family? When Ao Guang received less offerings and filial piety, how could he have money left over to pay for the heavenly beings? Yun Chonghua won't know how many hundreds of years he'll be here. And in the long run, it's a relationship that doesn't hold up so well. Yun Chonghua's small, unintentional move had sort of spoiled the feng shui on an entire line. If he wasn't one of the Jade Emperor's and Queen Mother's men, with these two ironclad backers in place, the vested interests in this line have long since been unable to tolerate him. Although the matter is small, but the implication is very wide. So Ao Guang took advantage of today's Yun Chonghua was entertained, happy to talk about it first, even ahead of his own daughter's wedding. But Yun Chonghua instantly cried and laughed a little when he heard it. In the lower realms of the Dragon King, where extra spells are cast to bring down rain, and with mortals to order offerings, Yun Chonghua thought nothing of it. After all, when you give a job on earth, you get paid. Receive the holy decree. Rainfall is considered to be the work of the job. Their own private work is considered to be an extra effort. The Dragon King sends down private rain, and in a way, is considered to be working for mortals. You have a need, I contribute, and in the end, silver and goods are paid for, which is considered a normal business transaction. There's no excuse for that, and it's fair. But the question is, this offering is more or less, not in the people, all by the Dragon King discretion. This pricing power is in the hands of the Dragon Kings. The price of the elasticity can be infinite. At any time, it can be turned into a tool for them to fish and plunder the people. Although Yun Chonghua was not a moral gentleman, he did not care to be in their company. And it's not like he rains on mortals without asking for anything at all. He takes offerings as well. But he's always been on point, pretty much. The end result, a good year's harvest for the grain farmers. And he's making a little profit along the way. So we all benefit from each other. With this point to point, he has also accumulated a lot of wealth in this period of time. Not to mention the fact that the days were lived without any worries about food and clothing. There was no problem in feeding a few dozen more mouths. It shows how greedy these assholes used to be. But after Yun Chonghua thought about it carefully, the greed of these people has been around for thousands of years. It can be described as a tree with deep roots. I don't know how many people are involved in the back, and it's not good for him to cause public anger nowadays, lest these insatiable assholes chew their own cud again. Yun Chonghua also thought of a reason to gag them. So Yun Chonghua smiled and said, "Oh, I understand what the Dragon King means." Seeing Yun Chonghua's smile, Ao Guang also laughed and said, It's good that the Supreme Immortal is considerate of us. In the future, if you have nothing to do, you can always come here to drink immortal tea and watch the songs and dances. I, the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, welcome the visit of the Supreme Immortal at any time." Yun Chonghua waved his hand and continued, "The Dragon King is in no hurry. My words are not yet finished. I understand what the Dragon King means, but this is something I can't agree to. Since the Dragon King has spoken from the bottom of his heart to me, then I'll say a few words from the heart to the Dragon King as well. Although I am now a Dragon King in the lower realm, but I am under the direct control of Kahanji, and not governed by the 4 seas and 4 blasphemies. Even His Majesty the Jade Emperor personally gave me the Jade Q Fluorine Board. The reason for this, with the Dragon King's intelligence, I guess it shouldn't be unexpected." When Ao Guang heard this, he instantly understood what Yun Chonghua meant. Chapter 38, If the future is in beauty, do not do anything foolish to abandon the future. Ao Guang said, "In that case, the Supreme Immortal will have to return to heaven someday?" Yun Chonghua nodded and said, "Yes, though this water flows down to the lower, but one must go higher. I am honored by His Majesty and should have a job in heaven, but if I'm given an honorary position for no reason, I'm afraid it's hard to convince the public. So His Majesty, in an effort to shut up the public, asked me to come down to the realm for some training, with authority from the humble to the honorable. After accumulating merits and virtues, they will be rewarded and then promoted again step by step. I'm so diligent. It is for the purpose of returning to the upper realm after accumulating merits and virtues as early as one day. I also hope that the Dragon King can understand." After Ao Guang heard Yun Chonghua's reply, he did not try to persuade him anymore. Then he said, "In that case, then the little dragon wishes the Supreme Immortal a speedy ascension." Now that Yun Chonghua had given a telling account and had not renewed his grudge against him, Ao Guang was also completely relieved. This is a mouse in a bellows. The feeling of being on both sides of the fence is really not a good feeling. Now he was also good to appease the little yellow dragon and a bunch of other Dragon Kings. After all, Yun Chonghua didn't want to block everyone's way to wealth, so everyone should be considerate. Stay out of his official way. There's always a valid reason for everyone to go halfway down the avenue. After talking about this, the Dragon King started rambling again. The two of them talked about a lot of interesting things in the three worlds. And then there was a side comment about how he was living in poverty and it was totally unnecessary, etc. Finally said the mouth is dry. The fourth princess came again in person and, changing tea for Yun Chonghua as well as his own father. Yun Chonghua still nodded his head and thanked him. He also noticed that the fourth princess seemed to have made a special change in her attire. A bit more delicate and beautiful than when she was at the banquet just now. Agwan looked at Yun Chonghua's reaction and was overjoyed. Then he sighed as he looked at the fourth princess departing back. Yun Chonghua asked, "What's wrong with the Dragon King? Why the long sigh?" Ao Guang replied, "I'll let the Supreme Immortal see what I'm talking about. Among the several daughters of my old husband, this is the fourth daughter of the most listen to the heart, not to mention her good looks. She is also well educated and quite talented. Even with that niece of His Majesty the Jade Emperor, the three holy mothers of CA, they are bosom friends. Previously there were quite a few dragon sons, dragon kings, who came to the East Sea to seek marriage, wishing to marry their daughters. However, this daughter of mine is very high-minded and proud, threatening that she needs to marry a great man of the world, so much so that she has yet to marry. What parents want most is for their children and grandchildren to be happy. My daughter has not met the man of her dreams for many years. I am a father, but also in the eyes, anxious in the heart. Therefore, I sigh long and hard. Please don't laugh at it. Supreme Immortal." Yun Chonghua listened, but also recognized the old Dragon King's meaning of the song. Now that this old Dragon King is praising his daughter like this, the name of knowing the three virgins was even brought up to raise the value of her daughter. In the end, he said that she was not yet married. How could Yun Chonghua fail to hear the strings? But in the face of such things, one can only look the other way. Yun Chonghua deliberately pretended to be confused and said, "Oh, this kind of thing, fate, can be met. The fourth princess is of noble birth and has a more heavenly appearance. There will surely be a man of your choice in the coming days." After hearing Yun Chonghua's words, Aoguang was also a little anxious in his heart. He didn't know if Yun Chonghua was deliberately pretending to be confused or if he really didn't understand. Aoguang and Yun Chonghua had been drinking tea here for so long that their mouths were dry from all the talking they had done. It's hard to find words again. So at that moment, he stopped inking, so he planned to get straight to the point. Ao Guang laughed before saying, what the Supreme Immortal said is very true. Over these many years, my daughter has seen a lot of handsome young men, but none of them have caught my daughter's eye. But today, at the Spring Dragon Festival banquet, the youngest daughter, however, is rarely willing to come out and serve wine and tea to the Supreme Immortal. I've never seen my daughter like this in all my years. I think my daughter seems to have some admiration for the Immortal. It's just that daughters are thin-skinned, and it's up to us, the parents, to speak and make peace. Finally Ao Guang smiled and stood up and said, Little Dragon also knows that my East Sea is not comparable to the Immortal Palace Sacred Realm. If my daughter is interested in marrying the Immortal, then the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea is too high for her. But if you are also interested in my daughter, the old man would rather pay out more dowry money to fulfill his daughter's wish. Ao Guang's words directly gave Yun Chonghua a whole laugh. He didn't expect the old Dragon King, who had always had a deep heart, to lose his temper like this time. Even save the cover-up. Direct dagger. First he sends money, then he gives a banquet, and finally he wants to send his daughter in marriage. He's playing these three cards pretty slickly. Although Yun Chonghua quite hated the Dragon King of the East Sea, he was quite fond of that dragon lady fourth princess. The fourth princess had once shown him that semblance of kindness. This made him feel that much better in his heart. If you get a wife in this world, Yun Chonghua felt that the dragon lady fourth princess in front of him was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate at the moment. First of all, she's got the looks. Even if you take her to heaven, this appearance may be less flavorful than a golden branch like the seven princesses, but it's not inferior to most heavenly fairies. The second thing is that he can hold down this wife. Yun Chonghua has been in the lower realm for more than half a year now. He also went to the earth from time to time to buy some wine and meet back after he got the silver money. The idea of the lintel was extremely strong in this era. He had also seen door-to-door son-in-laws in this era. The days are not so good. And those married women, although I do not dare to say that all the high and mighty attitude of the villain. However, when faced with a husband who is of a lower origin than their own, they all rely on their status to reveal a little bit of contempt for their husbands. Compared to that, at least the love brain of the seventh princess, who does things recklessly, is troublesome, but not so mean to her husband. The wife is still like this, not to mention the attitude of the in-laws. Even if the husband rises earlier than a chicken and sleeps later than a dog every day, working hard and being thrifty. The same treatment is given to those who do their best to provide for their in-laws' family. There's even an unlucky guy who sent papers to Yun Chonghua at the temple. I hope I have better days ahead. He could only lament the fact that it was not easy to be a son-in-law. If the human world is still like this, I'm afraid the immortal world is not much worse. This also gave Yun Chonghua a wake-up call. A woman's bottom line in her husband's family after she marries basically comes from the support of her mother's family. However, as the Dragon King of the East Sea had said, the fourth princess would be considered a high climber if she married him. Yun Chonghua married the fourth princess to his family, so that in the future, he would at least not be angry with women. After all, he could only marry someone from the immortal world. The lifespan of a woman in the immortal world can be as little as a few hundred, or as much as 10,000. He himself was of the body of a true dragon, the body of immortality. If he marries a wife who is not virtuous, then he will have to suffer this woman. Later on, thousands or even tens of thousands of years of gas, and even the disdain of old husbands and mothers-in-law. Thousands, tens of thousands of years with a asterisk. It seems worse than death. That's why it's necessary to marry a wife who is not so strong. And the last thing is, he can still make a little fuss over the fourth princess's dowry. Kill that old loach. Make him pay for his daughter before he pays. Even though this was a good opportunity, there were some concerns in Yun Chonghua's mind today. For one thing, he didn't want to just put this old loach at ease. He almost got himself eaten. It would be too much to say to forgive him so easily. Besides, Yun Chonghua wanted the fourth princess as a gentle and beautiful wife, but don't want the Dragon King of the East China Sea as a father-in-law. This second thing was the words of the White Crane Fairy earlier. Previously, outside of Yao Qi, Fairy White Crane had spoken to him about the rules of divine immortal marriages, and in the end, the White Crane Fairy had something to say. It seems that his in-laws, too, have other arrangements for later. Even though these four princesses were the most suitable for him, it was still better to go up to the sky and probe first. What if the queen has something in mind or sets him up with a better one? For the sake of his future, he can not just colorful decision. Although Yun Chonghua has a preference for beauty, however, he is not so colorful as to be blinded, and he knew in his heart of hearts that he could have such good luck with the peach blossoms. It's what you bring to the table with your own good fortune. If there is no such prospect, then the old loach will be a different face. Instead of betrothing his beautiful daughter to him, he would even put him to death. He's not one of the 7 princesses who'll do anything for love. Fools who do things recklessly. He wouldn't jeopardize his future because of a woman. Not to mention that without prospects, women are pressured not to follow you. After all, it's really hard to find a silly girl like the 7th princess who is pretty and willing to fall on her sword. So right now the prospects, the benefits are paramount and everything else is secondary. Now Yun Chonghua neither wanted to decide so quickly. And he didn't want such a beauty as the 4th princess to slip through his hands. He smiled and then said, "The Dragon King's good intentions are appreciated by Chonghua." Originally, when the Dragon King saw Yun Chonghua smile, he was waiting for him to hurry up and pay his respects to his father-in-law. But when he heard the word heart, Ao Guang's mood immediately dropped from sunny to freezing. Chapter 39, Reporting to Heaven and Meeting with the Immortal E. Ao Guang asked, "What? Does Supreme Immortal have no intention of my daughter?" However, in addition to Little Dragon's daughters, there are other princesses in the 4 seas who have not yet been betrothed to others. Before Ao Guang finished speaking, Yun Chonghua waved his hand and said, "Not really. The 4th princess has a decent character and a good heart. Although I have a grudge against the East Sea, she was half kind to me before. I am mindful of this favor, and if such a good match were to be made with me, how could I be unwilling?" Hearing that Yun Chonghua was really interested in the 4th princess, not only did Ao Guang's mood turn from worry to joy, even the dragon lady, who was hiding in the back and eavesdropping, as well as the princesses praised the 4th princess for her good fortune. Although the other princesses were a bit jealous of the 4th sister's favor with the immortal, but after all, they are sisters. Before Yun Chonghua had made his decision, they, the sisters, could still compete fairly, but the other party had already made up her mind. Then all they had was their blessing for the 4th sister. Ao Guang asked at this time, "Since the Supreme Immortal is interested, why did you speak out again to excuse yourself?" Yun Chonghua replied, "This matter is not for me alone to decide." Before descending to the earth, Your Highness has also said that she wants to reuse me. Chonghua's parents died early and he suffered a lot, but now that you've enlightened him, Your Highness is like a new parent to me. Don't people always say, the order of parents and the words of matchmakers? In a month or so, I am going up to heaven to report on my duties, and I want to go to Yao Qi to ask for Her Majesty's opinion before I do so. After all, this heavenly immortal can't have selfish desires. Ao Guang replied, "If the Supreme Immortal is only worried about the laws of heaven, this is not necessary. Immortals from the lower realms moved to the upper realms in the coming days. The marriages they made before they became immortals in the upper realm will be counted. For example, the family of Li Tian Wang. Now all the family of King Li of Heaven are in the upper world as heavenly immortals. However, what the immortal said is also correct. Having received great favors from the Empress, it's only right to go to the upper world this time and inquire about it. Yin Chonghua also said, "Then I thank the Dragon King for his understanding." Although this marriage proposal was not granted, but it also gave the people of the East Sea a hope. At least Yin Chonghua wasn't unhappy, he just still had concerns in his mind. Now it's time to wait for the results. After all, planning is in the hands of man and accomplishing is in the hands of God. In the end, it all depends on the attitude of heaven. That was the end of the Spring Dragon Festival feast. Before parting, the Dragon King also prepared many gifts for Yin Chonghua to take back, but Yin Chonghua was still the same as last time, just picking up some practical ones to take away, and didn't want any of the rest. Time passes, and in the blink of an eye it will be the middle of April in Midsummer. The purple smoke bell on Yin Chonghua's body also rang for the first time. As the purple smoke bell rang, bursts of purple smoke emerged. Yin Chonghua also immediately went out of the water mansion and, flying towards the heavenly palace. It didn't take long to arrive outside the southern heavenly gate, and when they arrived outside the southern heavenly gate, the growing heavenly king stationed at the southern heavenly gate had not seen Yin Chonghua. Then he was going to step forward to block it. Yin Chonghua was just about to present his credentials when Neza's voice came. "How does it feel to have made this trip to the lower world?" When the heavenly king of growth saw Neza approaching, he also immediately ordered the celestial soldiers guarding the gate to withdraw. When he saw Neza, Yin Chonghua was very happy and said, "It's been almost a year since I've seen you, brother. Little brother really misses it very much." Neza smiled at his words but said, You haven't seen me for almost a year or so, but for me, it was just a few hours apart. I just got up and toured the 4 gates, counting the hours. I thought you'd be here soon, so I came to welcome you at the South Heavenly Gate. How have you been these past 6 months? Are you used to it? Did that old loach bother you?" Yun Chonghua replied, "It's alright, at least I got the official title ordained by His Majesty and Your Highness. When I arrived in the lower realms, I could also fox and tiger, and that old Dragon King not only didn't dare to mess with me, but even invited me every now and then." Neza laughed. "Oh, that's good." Yun Chonghua was just about to ask Neza privately whether he would accept that old Dragon King's bribe or not. However, he saw a beautiful fairy dressed in brocade garments also slowly coming towards the southern heavenly gate. As soon as that fairy saw Neza, she quickly stepped forward and called out with a smile, "Neza!" Hearing that fairy's voice, both Yun Chonghua and Neza turned their heads to look. Seeing the beauty of the fairy in front of him, Yun Chonghua directly froze. But the fairy's eyebrows were like green feathers and her muscles were like sheep's fat. Her face was lined with peach blossom petals and her hairpin was made of golden phoenix silk. It was as if she was a powdered and carved jade person. Truly a rare beauty in the 3 realms. Even though Yun Chonghua had now become an immortal, he had seen many fairies in this heaven, but there were not many who were stronger than the person in front of him in his impression. Among the female immortals that Yun Chonghua had seen, even that 7th princess could only be equal to her. The nymph lightly walked up to the front and saw that Yun Chonghua looked very familiar to her. So she asked, "Neza, you've got to be kidding. This god's sovereign is." Yun Chonghua listened to that beauty's words, and then introduced himself. "My name is Yun Chonghua, the new Surabaya Dragon King." The fairy sniffed and nodded politely. Neza introduced himself at this time. "Older brother Chonghua, this is the 3 holy mothers of Siye. It's also a friend Neza made while he was on earth." After hearing Neza's words, Yun Chonghua said with some surprise, "Ah, you are the sister of Erlang Xian Shangzhenjuan, the 3rd holy mother of Mount Hua?" Upon hearing this, that 3rd holy mother let out a light laugh and said, "Oh, it seems that I have been in the immortal realm for nearly 1,000 years. The reputation is still not as loud as second brothers. Anyone who mentions me mentions second brother first." Neza laughed. "Oh, it can't be helped. Second brother is so powerful. The fame has moved the 3 realms. The people of the immortal world naturally know the hero before they know the red face." Yun Chonghua was so surprised, not because of Erlangshan's fame. Rather, he was just surprised at the stunning beauty of the 3 virgins. It was even more of a pity that such a flowery beauty in front of her was married to a nerd, when it really is a flower in cow dung. He now also somewhat understood why Yang Jian hated Lu Yinchang so much. His own beautiful sister, whom he cared for with all his heart, did not marry a gaijin, but she married a nerd like Lu Yinchang. Who else would have been less angry? I guess. Although both were favored by the fairies, Yun Chonghua felt that Lu Yinchang, compared to Dong Yong, it's going to be so much lamer. At least when he was laying his hands on the 7th princess, that Dong Yong really dared to stand in front of her mother. protect her with your life. It didn't help, though. Instead, that Lu Yenchang left with his child and then asked his son to learn the skills to save his mother. If it is the 7th princess who is under the pressure of Manhwa, it is estimated that even if Dong Yong is holding a shovel, we also have to dig up Manhwa and rescue the maiden. But if the 3 virgins' husbands were filial and responsible men like Dong Yong, Erlangshan 80% not only won't object to his sister being with him, he even dares to provoke the rules of heaven once more for the sake of his sisters and brother-in-law's happiness, right? Just as the crowd was talking, another gentle voice came over. It's so lively here today. The 3 princes and the 3 virgins are all here. Did the 3rd prince come to fetch the 3rd Holy Mother himself? The 3 of them followed the sound and saw a white-clothed white crane fairy, who was also floating. The white crane fairy was a mount that had served the Queen Mother for tens of thousands of years, and was considered to be the Jade Emperor's Queen Mother's beloved. Neza has always disliked the powerful in heaven, and the 3 Holy Mothers didn't like the royal family in heaven too much because of their mother, Immortal Yao Ji, and of course that includes those under the royals. Neza said, Fairy White Crane is also taking it easy today. Why do you have the leisure to come to the southern heavenly gate when your old man isn't serving the Queen Mother in Yaoqi? The White Crane Fairy listened to Neza's yin and yang, also slowly walked up and said, Naturally, I didn't come to see you, the little overgrown doll. Seeing these 2 fighting, Yun Chonghua stood helplessly in place. One calls the other old man and the other little doll. Neither one of them spared the other with their mouths. At this time, Fairy White Crane glanced at Yun Chonghua as she called out, Brother Chonghua, you quickly go to Kahanji to report your duties, and later on, sister will treat you to some immortal wine. Hearing these words from Immortal White Crane, Neza, in order to not put Yun Chonghua in a difficult position, then he said, the Divine Sovereign will go and report on his duties first. Neza will also continue to patrol the 4 gates. After saying this, Neza arched his hand at the crowd and then turned to leave. Seeing this, the 3 Holy Mothers also gently bowed to the 2, and went first to Kahanji. Chapter 40, You have a bright future ahead of you, but stand firm. Stay until the 2 are gone. The White Crane Fairy, on the other hand, also slowly led Yun Chonghua in the direction of Kahanji. When the 2 of them traveled to the coast of the Heavenly River, the White Crane Fairy stopped at the fence. After the White Crane Fairy looked around to confirm that there were no outsiders, then with a wave of his hand, he unfolded a soundproof boundary. She looked at Yun Chonghua and asked, Chonghua, you and Neza, and what's the relationship with the 3 virgins? How did you get involved with the 2 of them? You can be honest with me. Yun Chonghua saw this serious expression on Fairy White Crane's face and wondered what had happened. He then said, that 3 Holy Mothers was just a chance encounter in front of the Heavenly Gate, and Neza is considered my friend. I was betrayed by the Dragon King of the East China Sea before I attained enlightenment. I was bound by this dragon binding rope, and was captured up in the sky. It was nearly sent to the imperial kitchen to be made into a mouthful. It was the 3rd prince who ransomed me with 3 pearls and freed me from my bonds. He also gave me the dragon binding rope after refining it. It also passed on to me some spells of traveling clouds and flying lifts. There is a saving grace for me. After the White Crane Immortal heard this, the serious and grave expression on her face dissipated. She nodded and said, so that's how it is. I can't blame you for that. After all, this life-saving favor is indeed a great favor. The White Crane Fairy asked, just this situation. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Even though the White Crane Fairy was questioning herself at the moment, but it is also a private questioning. Apparently she wants to settle these things privately. Yun Chonghua felt that she could be trusted. Yun Chonghua did not hide anything. He said, this buying and putting thing doesn't seem too honorable. I'm afraid that if I say it, it will bring them trouble. The White Crane Fairy asked, is that all? Yun Chonghua nodded and said, yes, there is absolutely no concealment. Yun Chonghua looked at Fairy White Crane and then asked, Sister White Crane, is it wrong for me to associate with them? The White Crane Fairy came back to her senses at this time and said, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that the 2 of them have sensitive identities. That she, you Holy Mother, is His Majesty's niece, the biological daughter of the eldest princess, Immortal Yao Ji. The matter of the princess has always been a thorn in His Majesty's heart, and Yang Jian, the elder brother of the 3 virgins, is unruly in the lower realm. He's entrenched at Junko and Meishan. There are still 200 troops of the grass-headed god under his command, listening to the tune but not the announcement. It has also been a bad thing for His Majesty. As for Neza's 3rd prince's father, Li Tianwang, although he is His Majesty's beloved, but the 3rd prince himself and Li Tianwang's relationship has not been very good. Father and son are also face and heart. Moreover, the master of the 3rd prince, Tai Yi Jinjin, another disciple of Yuan Shi Tianzun of the Upper Qing Heavenly Milo Palace. If you count like this, the 3rd prince is considered the disciple grandson of the 1st Heavenly Father. Not only him, Even that Erlang Jinjuan also originated from Yuan Shi Tianzuan disciple Yuding Jinjindor. Nowadays, there are a lot of disciples and grandchildren under the disciples of the 3 Qing dynasty in the heavenly court, and the disciples of the 3 Qing dynasty. Most of them are very good at what they do, and they are considered to be the most powerful force in the heavenly court. I'll say one thing to you, it's a taboo. His Majesty does not wish to see the emergence of a force that can unbalance the situation in the court. Do you understand? Yun Chonghua could not help but be stunned when he heard this, although he knew before that the water in the middle of this heavenly court was very deep. But I didn't expect the relationship to be this complicated. Fairy White Crane looked at the frozen Yun Chonghua and patted his shoulder. Chonghua, you've solved a big problem for His Majesty and His Majesty, and both His Majesty and His Majesty trust you and value you. Letting you come down to earth now to be a small Surabaya Dragon King is just a mere formality. In the future, your future will be unlimited. You must not fail the expectations of the Queen and His Majesty. Yun Chonghua heard the White Crane Fairy's words. She meant nothing more than for him to make his position known and take sides as soon as possible. He had thought that the struggle in the lower realms was disturbing enough, but he hadn't realized that it was the same in the heavenly court. It is true that where there is power, these struggles are inevitable. Yun Chonghua said, "Don't worry, sister. Chonghua is not that ungrateful person. Your Majesty, the Queen has given me the peach and the golden elixir to make me immortal, and she has also authorized me to be a government official, so that I can have today's scenery. It's a great favor. I will never forget each other. Chonghua will also be sure to faithfully assist His Majesty and Your Highness. There will never be any second thoughts." Hearing this, the White Crane Fairy smiled and nodded. "That's right," Yun Chonghua continued. "It's just that third Prince Neza also saved my life. I'd like to ask you to put in a good word for me in front of His Majesty. In the future, Chonghua will definitely not intervene in the affairs of the 3 Qing sect, nor will he have any dealings with those 3 Qing sect members. But with the third prince's side, can it be constant?" The White Crane Fairy wasn't annoyed when she heard this. She said, "Naturally. Let me remind you. Just let you stand firm on your own position. It's not so that you can't stick a pin in it, can't pour water on it, and end up making a scene where people don't want to get close to you. Although the third prince is a disciple of the 3 pristine ones, his father is His Majesty's heart and soul. It's fine for you to have some personal stances with him. Just don't get too close to the 3 clear sect people behind him." After hearing this, Yun Chonghua said, "That's good. Otherwise, when we meet Big Brother Neza in the future, it's always bad when you're not very talkative." After the White Crane Fairy reminded Yun Chonghua at the bank of the Heavenly River, the two of them continued on their way to Kohan Sea. It's not too much trouble for this Kohanji to report on his duties, but he just picked up his fairy pen and, "I'm just signing the Kohanji's manpower book. This is the end of the dawn, and the gods who have gone up to heaven to report their duties, or you can go back to your respective duties." The 3 holy mothers, all the immortals of the 10 continents and 3 islands went back to the lower realms individually after they had ordered. Only Yun Chonghua was taken by the White Crane Fairy to the middle of the Yaoqi. Yun Chonghua and Fairy White Crane traveled to Yaoqi. Yun Chonghua asked, "Sister, I've finished this duty report. If we don't go back as soon as possible, is it a suspicion that we have gone AWOL? After all, an hour in heaven is a month on earth. If I don't go back for so long, if His Majesty decrees that it will rain, then..." The White Crane Fairy laughed at his words. My brother Chonghua is quite dutiful. Don't worry, I've already greeted the water and thunder departments. If there's any rain or clouds, they'll find another Dragon King to take your place. Take it easy. When you weren't in Surabaya before, wasn't it business as usual on Earth?" Yun Chonghua let out a light laugh and said, "That's true." At this time Yun Chonghua remembered that incident in the Dragon Palace. He asked, "Right, sister, there's something I'd like to ask you." The White Crane Fairy asked, "What is it?" Yun Chonghua then informed Immortal White Crane of all the things he had done with the old Dragon King's family in the East Sea over the past half year or so. From the old Dragon King's visit to the door to apologize, to the Spring Dragon Festival feast afterwards, and the Dragon King's intention to marry his daughter. It's all detailed. Yun Chonghua spread his hands at this time and said, "Hey, that's why I'm so troubled right now. If I accept that old Dragon King's gift, it will be considered a bribe. It would be a disgrace to His Majesty and Your Majesty. If I don't accept it, that old Dragon King is never ending again. Besides, he's always dangling those exotic treasures in front of my eyes, so even if I'm strong-willed, can't test me like that either. Besides, that old loach almost made me a meal out of a dish, and I'm afraid of accepting a gift from him. I got into his boat and couldn't get out. I don't want to spare him just like that, but if I want to take official revenge, he is very courteous to me, not to mention, can't catch him in anything too big either. It's really hard to do." After Fairy White Crane heard Yun Chonghua's description, She also disregarded her 10,000-year-old cool fairy's grooming. Couldn't help but laugh out loud. The White Crane Fairy said as she laughed, "Ha! I didn't expect my brother Chonghua to live in such poverty down there. Not only is there not half a soldier in this house, but he's even so unsympathetic. Let that old Dragon King give gifts that he can't even send." Yun Chonghua asked, "So I'm taking this opportunity to go up to heaven to report on my duties. I would like to ask my sister for advice. How should I conduct myself?" The White Crane Fairy also stopped laughing at this time, then rearranged his demeanor. Chapter 41, Don't worry, little lover. There's a good chance for you, White Crane Fairy said. Brother Chonghua, in the future, if that old Dragon King has another gift for you, just take it. For one thing, you can use it for yourself. Secondly, it also saves him from not being able to send it out, and then suffocating hysteria. Besides, you are not the only one in heaven who has received gifts from the old Dragon King. As the old Dragon King said, you mustn't be too much of a maverick to blend in with everyone. Brother, ha ha, said White Crane Fairy couldn't help but laugh again. Yun Chonghua asked, in that case, the next time that old Dragon King sends a gift, I'll take it though? White Crane Fairy said, take it by all means. Although that old Dragon King is a bit more mellow. But because of what happened to Neza, he is now quite loyal to His Majesty. Not quite a close friend, but barely one of our own. If he gives you any gifts in the future, just accept them. Besides, that old Dragon King will at most give you some gold and silver, a couple of maidservants and buy you a drink or something. These mundane things are worth more than the handing over of pears that these fairies in the sky are privy to. The fire dates and other spiritual objects are far worse. Therefore, even if His Majesty pursues the matter, it is not a major offense. Not to mention that His Majesty won't pursue you at all. As for the feud between the two of you, it seems to me that it would be better to put it aside for the time being. After all, grievances should be resolved rather than tied up. And although you are frightened, there is no great harm in a mistake. The Four Seas Dragon Monarch is also an important subordinate of Your Majesty in the lower realms. For the sake of Your Majesty's greater good, the White Crane Fairy touched Yun Chonghua's little tummy. Then he said, you're really holding up the boat in this belly. Let's not be generalized with him, a small Dragon King, over this small matter. The White Crane Immortal continued, Your Majesty, 100 patience, has achieved the great Heavenly Father's fruition. We also for their own future small endure a little bit is no harm. If you can't get over it, when you go back, find a chance to ask him for more goods and treasures. Consider it interest compensation. Whenever his loyalty to His Majesty runs out, you'll have no problem sending him to the dragon cutting table with your own hands. Yin Chonghua nodded and said, well, Chonghua understands. Then the matter of the marriage. The White Crane Immortal said after some thought, since that Dragon King is interested, you are also interested in those 4 dragonesses. It seems to me to be a good match. But then the White Crane Fairy turned the tables and said, but you mustn't promise him. Why is that? Yun Chonghua asked rhetorically, didn't sister say before that can I marry? The White Crane Fairy said, of course you can marry. It just can't be right now. That old Dragon King wants to betroth his daughter to you, but he just sees that you are the beloved of His Majesty and the Queen, and wants to climb up the ladder. We can't be like the commoners. We can't just accept the marriage proposal and lose our status. But don't worry, all you have to do is faithfully assist His Majesty and the Queen. The Queen and His Majesty will not treat you badly. In the future, His Majesty and His Majesty will surely look after your marriage and grant you a marriage. Since you have your eye on that 4th princess of the Eastern Sea, I will report it to Your Majesty and make her a first choice. But in the hearts of His Majesty and the Empress, whether or not that little dragon from the lower realm can be worthy of the heavenly dragon that is you, brother, it's hard to say, but you don't have to worry. In the future, even if you can't marry that 4th princess of the East Sea, His Majesty and the Empress will also arrange a better paramour for you than her. You don't need to worry about this matter. If that Dragon King asks again, just tell him, the Queen has her own arrangements is all. Yun Chonghua nodded his head as he listened and said, aha, in this way, when little brother goes back, and know how to cope with it. Even though this matter of the 4th princess might not be quite permitted to come to fruition, Yun Chonghua didn't care. After all, although he liked the 4th princess, he was not in that realm of not marrying her. If the Queen and His Majesty could arrange a better one for him, then he would naturally obey the assignment. This time he informed the White Crane Fairy of the situation, and the White Crane Fairy promised to report it to the Queen. Let the 4th princess to become his first choice for marriage. Yun Chonghua is also considered to be the best effort. After this marriage into the achievement or not depending on the will of God. After the two of them spoke, they headed to the depths of the Yao Qi to greet the Empress in the middle of the palace. The Empress also inquired about the insights of Yun Chonghua's walk on Earth, and some fun facts about being in the lower world. The conversation between the two men was all but rackety, and after greeting the maiden, the empress also gave Yun Chonghua 2 bottles of imperial wine and an imperial meal, allowing him to finish it in the middle of the Yao Qi before returning to the lower realms. After receiving the queen's reward, Yun Chonghua left the queen's chambers and went to a side hall, intent to taste that imperial meal. A few moments later, the White Crane Fairy walked in carrying an exquisite food box. The White Crane Fairy opened the food box and took out 4 famous dishes from the heavenly palace from inside. There were meat and vegetarian dishes, each one is very delicate and aromatic. And then 2 bottles of top-quality imperial wine flew out of the White Crane Fairy's sleeves. Dishes were served for it. White Crane Fairy said, "Brother Chonghua will then eat here slowly. The delicacies of this heavenly palace are no better than those of the mortal world, and if it were not for the Queen's Peach Assembly, even the 5 parties and 5 elders of the immortal masters of the 10 continents and 3 islands don't have this blessing." Finally, the White Crane Fairy pushed the 2 bottles of imperial wine in front of him and said, "This jade liquid and agar, drink as much as you can. It's good for you. There are still some things on the Queen's side, so I won't stay here with you. I'll see you out later." Yun Chonghua nodded. The White Crane Fairy then turned around and left the side hall to return to the Queen Mother. The White Crane Fairy related the previous dealings of Yun Chonghua with Neza and the others, as well as the grudge of the Dragon King, as well as the marriage of the 4 princesses of the East China Sea. All of them were reported to the Queen Mother one by one. However, the White Crane Immortal was very helpful to Yun Chonghua. When it came to small, insignificant details, they covered for him as well, and even spoke favorably of him. For example, his feud with the Dragon King of the East Sea. The White Crane Immortal then said to the Queen, Yun Chonghua had a grudge in his heart with the old Dragon King, but for the sake of His Majesty's Queen's overall situation, he had been holding back. Hearing this, the Queen Mother smiled and said, "Alas, this child is still a man of nature after all, but he's good at separating grudges and thinking about the big picture. Neza is an unruly boy. However, his father, Li Jing, was a loyal man. Since Neza had the honor of living with Chonghua, let him go. Just tell him not to get close to the disciples under the 3 Qing's disciples. As for the Dragon King, in my palace's opinion, it's better to settle an enmity than to tie it up. Let him ask the Dragon King for more wealth and treasures, just as compensation." The White Crane Fairy replied, "Yes." Queen Mother smiled and nodded. Continuing, she said, "Right, Chonghua's first days in the immortal world are few. In the future, if he has anything to do, you as a senior should guide him more." The White Crane Fairy replied, "At your service, Your Highness." At this time the White Crane Immortal looked at the Nyang Nyang and continued to ask, "It's just that, Nyang Nyang. Then what should we do about the marriage of the 4th princess of the East Sea?" Speaking of this, the Queen was resting her head on her wrist and letting out a long sigh. The Queen said, "How is it that this child, after a trip down to the earth, is just like the 7th child? All of them have moved this mortal heart. Could it be that the heavy turbid air of the lower world has tainted them? He's a scale insect and an immortal, although he is not bound by the rules of heaven. How can that dragoness of the East China Sea be worthy of him? A heavenly dragon? She'll be his servant girl. Serving the emperor is still fine, but marrying that East Sea Dragon King, this child has really lowered himself a bit." The White Crane Immortal asked, "Then what does the Empress mean?" The Queen said, "This Yaoqi Fairy of the Palace, and that Toad Palace Lady Hao, even though they live in the sky, but they are all human immortals. In terms of talent and appearance, which one of them is better than the princesses of the 4 seas? After we return to heaven, if he still wants to get married, I will find a feminine woman for him from the Toad Palace and the Yaoqi. It's just a matter of granting him a golden relationship." But in the end, the Queen also sighed and said, "Of course, if he really desires that East Sea princess, he can come to the Japanese palace to do the right thing. After that, it all depends on his personal behavior." The White Crane Fairy has been serving the Queen for tens of thousands of years, and knows the Queen's temperament very well. It was all expected of her. She had already explained this to Chonghua before, so there was no need to say it again. After receiving the Nyang Nyang's reply, she also immediately turned back to the side hall to look for Chonghua. Chapter 42, Speech Spirit Evil Curse. Essence of the Spell. Yun Chonghua finished eating the imperial delicacies and drank the 2 bottles of jade jelly brought by the White Crane Fairy. He was in the middle of the side hall while waiting for the White Crane Fairy to return. While doing so, he looked left and right at the jasper nettle bottle containing the imperial wine. He sought the gourd in the purifying vase of that old ruler, the one containing the elixir and the other the water. All of them can fit people. I expect that this Yaoji bottle of wine is thought to be a treasure. So Yun Chonghua was bored and playful, even pretending to act like the silver-horned king in the TV series. Shouting to himself, "Tai, I'll call out to you. Do you dare to say yes?" At this time, The White Crane Fairy came in and saw his nervous appearance. Thought he was drunk from 2 bottles of old imperial wine and was here to go crazy. The White Crane Fairy replied, "If you call me, why wouldn't I dare to oblige?" Seeing Fairy White Crane walk in, Yun Chonghua felt very embarrassed. Hurriedly, he put down that Jasper Pure bottle. The White Crane Fairy looked up and down at the embarrassed Yun Chonghua. The White Crane Fairy said, "Looking at you, kid, you don't look like you're drunk either. What were you doing just now?" Yun Chonghua said awkwardly, "When I was in the lower realm, I heard that in that 33 heavens, the gourd that holds Dan in the hands of the Taishang Taoist in the Tushio Palace, and the purifying vase that holds water, can be taken in by calling out to someone, and that person answering the call. Then for a moment or 3 moments turned into pus and blood. I thought that this bottle containing wine and yaoqi was no worse than that old ruler's treasure. I thought, for a moment of playfulness, I thought I'd give it a try." The White Crane Fairy heard this and hid her face with a light laugh saying, "Oh, so that's how it is. Although the treasures of yaoqi are not worse than those of the Laojun, the bottles and jars we have here are all for wine and food. They can't hold people, much less mischievous enough to turn someone into pus and blood." Yun Chonghua listened. After picking up the Jasper Pure bottle on the table and taking a look at it, he said, "This is really a pity. I was thinking of having a treasure to protect myself, and if I encountered any demons, I'd just take it in." The White Crane Fairy laughed. "It's not this bottle that can take people in. Rather, it was the speech spirit spell that was applied to the bottle when it was refined into a magic treasure. The bottle was just a vessel from start to finish. There is only a difference between vessels that are sturdy or not. There is no other difference. Any immortal with high magical power can inflict the spirit of speech on all things. Let the vessel also form a small world of its own. At that time, he would be able to contain people and objects. It's just that this kind of spell is very troublesome. It takes a few heavy speech spells to apply, like the one you were talking about, where you call out to someone, and they answer and take it in. It can even turn people into pus and blood. It requires at least 5 layers of spells to be inflicted. The speech spell when taking someone in, and the shrinking spell for taking someone in, the Chenkuan Ichi spell that constituted the space within the vessel. There were also various defense spells that prevented the opponent from breaking the vessel and escaping, plus the various sealing spells at the entrance, and the harmful spell that turns people into pus and blood. That would be 6 layers already. If these incantations are not purposely inflicted, then this artifact was just an ordinary vessel. However, this magic treasure can't just be refined successfully. If it's a powerful magic treasure, the inside will also contain some high magic power demonic beast immortal beast spirit essence, as the spirit of the weapon. Discipline, or kill the unlucky ghost trapped in the pot. However, this kind of magic treasure that specializes in restraining the enemy usually doesn't have a lot of space. There won't be room for the enemy to run away within the magic treasure. After listening to Fairy White Crane explain how this type of magic treasure worked, Yun Shonhua couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. He recalled the original journey to the west, the Lotus Cave in Pingdingshan, a difficult one in the middle of the, although Sun Dishang, by virtue of his own skill and wit, had fooled the gold and silver boys who held these 2 magic treasures. But if that gourd, the net bottle, contains someone else, or is not as capable as Sun Dishang, maybe that person is already dead. Even the dregs left. Using this kind of magic weapon is not considered a test. It is simply a real desire to put people to death. It was only a test when Sun Dishang was wise and courageous enough to get through it peacefully. In the end, the Taoist Heavenly Father himself came down and said, "It's all a misunderstanding. Then collect your children and treasures." But if he didn't make it through this, then what the outcome would be? He really didn't dare to think about it, though it was not his own personal experience. Yun Chonghua thought of the incident and yet, there was a pang of fear. The White Crane Fairy saw this look of fear on his face and then asked, "What's wrong with you?" Yun Chonghua came back to his senses and said, "Oh, it's nothing. I just didn't expect this kind of magic treasure to be this vicious. By the way, Sister White Crane, if we are really taken in by this kind of magic treasure, how should we save ourselves?" White Crane shook his head and said, Before confiscated in, can each according to their ability to escape. But if you are really unfortunate enough to be loaded into it, you have no choice but to make the person who took you, except to break that vessel by your own skill, put you out of your misery. Beyond that, there is no other way." The White Crane Fairy looked at his face full of fear and said, "Don't worry about it. You are a close minister under His Majesty and the Queen, and none of the great powers within these 3 realms would dare to take you in and refine you. As for some of the lesser demons and immortals, with your heavenly dragon true body, and your current magical power, it's not really certain who will refine who." Yun Chonghua wiped the sweat from his own forehead, then said, That's true. The White Crane Fairy picked up the purifying vase on the table and, then he said, "But if you want this kind of magic treasure, I can try to refine one for you. That detainer's speech spirit. Harmful evil spells I don't know though, but it's not hard to make a treasure bag vessel. What can't you use on a regular basis? Any magic treasure that is not the original life, or any enemy that has been subdued, can be collected inside and carried around. Afterwards, turn your divine mind and, by reciting the true words, you can call these things forth and use them for yourself. Yun Chonghua listened and said, "Oh, this is quite practical. Not only can it overcome the enemy, it can also store things. Just what do you mean by a non-essential magic treasure?" Yun Chonghua's divine thought turned, and the dragon binding cord that was used as a silk tape around his waist flew out. He then asked, "This dragon binding rope of mine can be controlled by my divine thoughts. Can it be considered my original magic treasure?" The white crane fairy shook her head and said, "Of course it doesn't count. Although this dragon binding rope has been re-refined and only follows your commands, it is still just an acquired magic treasure. All of the innate magic treasures are innate magic treasures. Some of this native magic treasure is born with the gods as companions. There are also some are acquired by chance, recognized by the magic treasure, with which to enter into a blood contract. The body of the success of the combination came. Moreover, all of the original life magic treasures can be transformed into one's own bloodline and connected to one's own life. Without the owner's permission, no one else can use it." Saying that, gusts of spiritual rhythms floated out from the white crane fairy's body, and those spiritual rhythms coalesced and it gradually transformed into a feathered fan. I only saw that the feathers on the feather fan, though plume-like, were crystal clear, resembling gold and jade. The flow of light is very nice. The white crane fairy handed Yun Chonghua the feather fan with a bad smile on her face. Unaware of the depth, Yun Chonghua reached out and took it, and was directly yanked by the feathered fan, planted on the ground. Seeing him in this state, the white crane fairy also hid her face and laughed playfully. Yun Chonghua crouched down on the ground and tried to pick up this fan with both hands with all his might. He said at this time, "Sister, this feather fan of yours looks light and airy. Why is it so heavy?" The white crane fairy said, "This is my innate magic treasure, the ice feather fan. It is the result of my attainment of enlightenment at a young age. When he took human form, he used the 8 jadeized plumes that he shed as his foundation, and absorbed the innate origin of the wind chi of the Buzhou immortal mountain, collecting the creation of heaven and earth." At this time, the white crane fairy's divine thoughts moved, and that ice feather fan immediately became quite light. This fan suddenly became lighter, and Yun Chonghua transitioned with force, and was again on his back. But this time when he was about to fall down, the white crane fairy dashed forward and caught him in her arms before helping him up. Yun Chonghua held the feather fan and asked, "Ugh, how did this become so light again?" The white crane fairy replied, "This is my own life magic treasure, connected to my divine soul. Naturally, I used my mind to inform her that she could be held by you, so you were able to pick her up." Chapter 43, All things are born with their own natures, and the cycle of mutual life and the law of heaven. Yun Chonghua took the ice feather fan in his hands and nodded after looking left and right. Yun Chonghua asked at this time, "Then can I use her?" The white crane fairy said, "Of course not. I was just enabling you to pick it up just now, but without my permission, there's no way you can utilize even a little of her divine power even if you fan her. However, this magic treasure of mine is dangerous. If I instigate it here, the entire Yao Qi is afraid that it will be blown to bits." Yun Chonghua asked, It's hard to believe that this fan of yours, sister, can you fan out that samadhi divine wind that covers the sky?" The white crane fairy, however, laughed softly and said, "What is that samadhi divine wind?" "The unconstrained wind that comes out of this ice feather fan of mine is an innate spirit from the time of the opening of chaos. It is one of the 4 great origins of wind, fire, earth and water. If it is exerted with full force, not to mention covering the sky and the sun, even if the sun true flame on the sun star sovereign is temporarily fanned out, it wouldn't be difficult to blow him off the yellow road and drop him upside down." Yun Chonghua said in surprise, "Wow, so powerful." The white crane fairy's divine thought turned, and that ice feather fan transformed into a mass of scattered spiritual rhythms again. It flew back to the white crane fairy. The white crane immortal took the precious fan back and continued, "This is why the Empress prohibited the celestial immortals from having illicit affairs. The power of the celestial immortals is simply too great, and if they are not restrained, this small matter of gently shaking a fan is a wrongdoing that will jeopardize the 3 realms. I am a spirit animal under the mother's command, but I am still capable of such behavior, not to mention the great emperors, ancestors, heavenly beings, and Buddhas who enter the court without tendency and praise and worship without names." Yun Chonghua asked, "Sister White Crane, I still want to ask a small, presumptuous question. Can those treasures that fix the wind, such as the wind-fixing bead, restrain this Buzhou wind of yours?" The white crane fairy did not hide her words and said directly, Naturally, it's fine. All things are born with their own nature, and each respects its own law. They are born from each other, and they are also born from each other. The way of heaven is cyclical and never-ending. Although my unconventional night wind is powerful, that magic treasure that fixes the wind is also my heavenly gram. Let's take you for example. The dragon race is the eldest of the scale insects and the king of the water race. If you use water-based spells or magic treasures to restrain you, not only can they not be restrained, but they will even be counter-assisted and used for you. For example, the water uncle's water pellet. If that river of river blasphemy water was poured on my body, this immortal crane of mine would have to turn into a drenched chicken. But if it is poured on your body, it is just giving you a bath. If you run into a fire deity like this who uses fire, he's as good as he is to anyone else. But to you spit and spit can douse him. In the face of fairy white crane's easy to understand analogy, Yun Chonghua also laughed. After Yun Chonghua finished laughing, he asked, in that case, can all of this innate magic treasures be transformed into the body as sister did just now? The white crane immortal replied, yes, the materia medica is linked to one's own life, nourished with bloodline aura. However, even though this innate magic treasure was strong, there was one bad thing about it. That was empathy. If your dragon binding cord is destroyed by someone, you'll just have one less usable magic treasure. But if my ice feather fan is destroyed by someone else, then I will be seriously injured by the backlash. Yin Shonghua said with emotion as he listened, such a powerful magic treasure. I wonder when I'll have one. The white crane fairy laughed at his words. You're a kid who is really greedy. However, other acquired magic treasures can be gifted to you, but this innate magic treasure depends on your own chance. Some immortals are blessed with great fortune. There are still a few, but some of them are so unlucky that they can't get one for hundreds or thousands of years. But you're so lucky. It's possible to find one or two of those. The white crane fairy picked up the jasper pure bottle on the table at this time, and she continued, well, returning to the topic, I may not gift you an innate magic treasure, but I can help you refine one of these latter-day magic treasures. The white crane fairy then began to run her fingers over that bottle. Inscribe a complex spell inscription. Looking at the way the white crane fairies line up, Yun Chonghua exclaimed, I didn't realize that my sister white crane would be good at everything. The white crane fairy laughed softly at this and said, this is natural. I was born tens of thousands of years before you. In these tens of thousands of years of life, I dare not say that I know everything, but I know a little bit of everything. Just be patient for a moment, take a nap aside to sober up, and I'll have it done for you in about an hour or two. Oh, an hour or two. That's quite fast. But at this time, Yun Chonghua reacted violently and said, what? 1 or 2 hours? 1 or 2 hours in the sky is 1 or 2 months on Earth. Am I guilty of malfeasance if I don't go back for a month or two? The inscription in the white crane fairy's hand still didn't stop. As she continued to inscribe, she said, my brother Chonghua is still a bit too young. Letting you go down to serve is just a formality. And you're quite dutiful. Don't worry about it. Someone else will be on duty for you even if you don't go back. Besides, it's not up to your ilk to decide whether you've committed malfeasance or not. Rather, it is up to His Majesty and Her Majesty's holy judgment. Your Majesty and Your Highness consider you to be in dereliction of your duty. And it is you who are in dereliction of your duty. And if anyone dares to speak out against you and accuse you of malfeasance, all you have to do is deliver a message to His Majesty. Then it's time for Wang Lingwan to find out if there's any malfeasance on his part. Yun Shonghua couldn't help but shiver when he heard that. Then murmured, is this the little caprice of power? The white crane fairy replied, yes, this is the depths of the Yao Qi. There are no outsiders. There's no need for all the formalities between us siblings. In heaven, as long as we don't violate the rules of heaven. So if it's good or bad, the final decision does not rest with the individual, nor with the immortals. Rather, it lies with His Majesty and the Queen. Your Majesty and Your Highness say you've done well. You are just doing a good job. If you are not good, you are doing a bad job. In other words, as long as my brother, Chonghua, doesn't violate the laws of heaven, doing great evils that would bring His Majesty and His Lady down, and being loyal to His Majesty and His Lady, then there's no harm in having a few inconsiderate little faults in the course of the day. Besides, you're just in heaven for a little while longer. It's no big deal. Just put your heart in your stomach. The white crane fairy glanced at Yun Chonghua and continued, alright, you can rest for a while. Leave me alone. I need to concentrate on refining this treasure for you. Otherwise, if you make a mistake in the inscription of this spell, then the artifact is ruined, not to mention I have to start from scratch. Yun Chonghua heard that he also did not dare to disturb the white crane fairy again, and 2 bottles of jade liquid jelly went down his throat. Now that this wine is on the head, there is indeed a feeling of drowsiness, so he just laid down on the table and took a nap. Seeing his sleeping form, The White Crane Fairy also guffawed. Everything in this heavenly court, it had been the same for tens of thousands of years, but with a young man like Yun Chonghua around, it was not bad to talk once in a while. I don't know how long it took, but the White Crane Fairy pushed Yun Chonghua's shoulder and said, "Wake up, the treasure is refined, so get up and take a look." Chapter 44, There's Something in the Bottle. Hearing the White Crane Fairy's urging voice, Yun Chonghua, who was having a spring dream, slowly woke up. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the White Crane Fairy in front of him, who was holding a purifying vase in her hand. He asked, "Is it done?" The White Crane Fairy said, "The inscriptions and whatnot have been carved. It's just that the final step is still missing." With that, Fairy White Crane pulled Yun Chonghua's hand over to her. Then with his fingertips, he tapped on his fingers. Yun Chonghua felt a stinging pain in his fingertips, and then a drop of blood seeped out. The White Crane Fairy's finger moved lightly, and the drop of blood flew into the jasper vase. Immediately after that, the purifying vase glowed with a red light. Yun Chonghua looked and the small wound on his own finger had also healed by now. The White Crane Fairy said, "You have eaten the peach, swallowed the golden elixir, and drunk the imperial wine. Also ate the golden lotus seed of Yao Qi. The body has long become a body of gold. That's just me. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid it's really hard for an outside force to hurt you in the slightest." At this time the White Crane Immortal offered a ball of flame in her palm. She picked up the other jasper purification vase. The vase was like a lump of clay in her hands, allowing her to pinch and change its shape. Finally, the White Crane Fairy attached it to that refined pure bottle, and she squeezed her hands a few times and, then to this jasper bottle, out of thin air pinch out a pair of earrings, and carved a lot of patterns with nails. The appearance not only looks more beautiful, but also more ancient, as if the bronze rituals of the Shangzhou. The White Crane Fairy withdrew the true flame in her palm as she handed the pure bottle to Yun Chonghua and said, "Alright, come and see. It's not so bad." Yun Chonghua stretched out his thumbs in admiration. Sister Bai's craftsmanship is really not bad. The White Crane Fairy also smiled sweetly at his words. White Crane Fairy said, "Don't just look outside. Go check inside first as well." Then Fairy White Crane aimed the mouth of the purifying bottle at Yun Chonghua and shouted to collect. The vase violently emitted a strong suction force. Yun Chonghua, who hadn't reacted yet, was directly loaded into that bottle. Yun Chonghua screamed and fell towards that bottle. The feeling was the same as the last time he was thrown down by Neza from outside the western heavenly gate. Out of fear, he then tried to cast a spell to vacate the clouds, but when he chanted the truth and tried to gather the clouds to catch himself, the bottle was immediately surrounded by a golden light, and countless inscriptions glowing with golden light formed a line, like a chain, wrapping around him. It directly imprisoned his mana. The feeling was similar to that of being bound by the dragon binding rope in the first place. I have the strength but I can't use it. Just when he feels like he's going to fall and hurt himself, only to see a white figure flying towards him at great speed, and then directly grabbed him with one hand. The person who came was none other than the White Crane Fairy. The White Crane Fairy wrapped Yun Chonghua around her body as she laughed playfully. "How was it? How did it feel to be taken in by a mace for the first time? It didn't scare you?" This feeling of falling from a high altitude reminded Yun Chonghua of the last time he fell into the sky. He hugged the White Crane Fairy tightly and said, "Of course I'm scared. This feeling of falling from the sky, I don't want to have it a second time." The White Crane Fairy also smiled without saying anything when she saw this. It just brought him to slowly fly to the space at the bottom of the bottle. Only after landing did Yun Chonghua release the White Crane Fairy. This world in a bottle wasn't exactly dark. It was even bright through the light outside. After Yun Chonghua looked around for a while, he looked upwards, unable to see the top, and was surrounded by another vast expanse. Yun Chonghua murmured, "Is this the world in a bottle?" The White Crane Fairy nodded and said, "Yes. How is it? Is this place still satisfactory?" Yun Chonghua replied happily, "Satisfied. Simply too satisfied." "Right, Sister White Crane. About how big is this world in a bottle you set up?" The White Crane Fairy replied, "This bottle is narrow at the top and bottom and wide at the belly. The bottom of this bottle is 800 miles square, while the center is 1200 miles square, and the mouth of the bottle is narrower, 300 miles square, and that's 800 miles high and low from top to bottom." Yun Chonghua was surprised to hear this. "Ah, is it so big here?" The White Crane Fairy laughed. "Oh, is it big? Compared to the ancestor of the earth immortals Zhen Yuan de Xian's great divine ability Qianquan in the sleeve that formed a side of heaven and earth on its own, this place is far too small, but I've only been cultivating for tens of thousands of years. It's no better than those great powers who have become Buddhas and ancestors. With my ability, I can at most help you do this much." Yun Chonghua replied, "Enough, it's enough. Sister White Crane, you are too modest." At this time Yun Chonghua remembered that he wanted to cast a spell just now. The matter of mana suddenly being imprisoned by inscribed truths. Yun Chonghua asked. By the way, Sister White Crane, when I fell down just now, I wanted to ride the cloud to stabilize my body, but at that time, the surrounding area was lit up with a burst of golden light. Countless inscriptions glowing with golden light then flew towards me, imprisoning all of my mana. What's going on here? The White Crane Fairy said. As I said earlier, this magic treasure I made for you, in addition to being able to hold things, it can also take in enemies. It's only natural for me to add some prohibitions against the enemy in this bottle. Although I don't know that harmful spell that turns people into pus and blood, but adding an inscription that imprisons mana is still possible. As long as the enemy is taken in by you, then he will immediately have his bones softened and his entire mana imprisoned. But not those with too much cultivation. Take for example, my heavenly immortal with tens of thousands of years of cultivation under his belt. I can't say I'm completely unaffected, but the inscription is still minimally effective against me. If I were to replace those great emperors and heavenly beings, this amount of my doubt would be nothing more than a worthless sculpture. As for you, you just didn't put up a struggle. If you had fought hard, you could have used so much as 6 or 7% of your true strength here as well. In addition to the inscription that imprisons mana, I also carved a Vajra inscription into the bottle. Ordinary small demons and monsters with 1,000 years of cultivation, after being put into this bottle, they are first confined to their magic power. Even if they still have some power left, without a special divine weapon or blade in hand, it is simply impossible to break it from the inside. When the White Crane Fairy said that, she swept Yun Chonghua up again and then carried him towards the side of the bottle. But after the two had flown a few hundred miles, suddenly a biting hurricane struck and Yun Chonghua was even directly blown to the point where he couldn't open his eyes. Where is this? Why is there so much wind? Yun Chonghua asked. The White Crane Fairy let out a light laugh and said, Bigger? Bigger you haven't seen yet. Saying that, the White Crane Fairy transformed her arms holding Yun Chonghua into feathers, protecting him with his own feathers. The two of them then flew towards the depths where the gale had struck. Yun Chonghua hid under the wings of the White Crane Fairy, and even so, he still felt the wind coming harder. Eventually, the White Crane Fairy flew another 20 to 30 miles and completely passed through that wind formation. After the two of them landed on the ground, Yun Chonghua looked back again and all that could be seen was an intense tornado circling and whistling in the area behind them. And behind them was the turquoise bottle and there were also hidden golden inscriptions floating above that bottle. The White Crane Fairy looked at the dragon whirlwind formation as she said, This is the 4th inscription I've set up. My best spell is to summon the wind, but that Bujoli wind is the innate aura attached to my magic treasure, so I have no way to give it to you. So they retreated and set up this formation of the 3 divine winds in this bottle. The seal at the mouth of the bottle was the same. Unless the other party has a magic treasure that fixes the wind, it is absolutely difficult to escape. After this, the prison within this wind formation you can use to trap the enemies that are admitted, and the empty space outside of this wind formation will be able to stow your belongings. Chapter 45, Can you teach me the threefold divine wind? After hearing this, Yun Chonghua said, It's just that, sister. After I put the things away in the, how should I send the items here? And how to trap the enemy in the middle of the wind formation? The White Crane Fairy laughed and said after nodding Yun Chonghua's head, It's still the same as before. Just think with your little head. There are 2 spells of teleportation in the mouth of that bottle, so if you want to give something away, then you can directly teleport the item to this place. If you want to imprison an enemy, you can also just throw them into the wind formation. And if you want to conjure an item out, it's just a matter of moving your mind. But to put out an enemy, one still needs to recite the true words to do so. True words? Yun Chonghua asked. The White Crane Fairy said, Yes, the true word is the key incantation to open the wind prison formation. If you want to put someone in, like what I did just now, point the mouth of the bottle at you, then recite the true words, then shout collect, then you can take people in. If you let them out, recite the true words once more and shout let go, and then you can release the person, just like that, said White Crane Fairy. Grabbed Yun Chonghua's shirt, then after murmuring under her breath, after shouting release, the two of them were directly pulled by a powerful suction force, flying towards the mouth of the sky bottle. At last the two men saw a flash of light above their heads, and when they got out of that light, the two of them were already standing in the middle of Yao Chi's side hall. The White Crane Fairy looked at Yun Chonghua, who had not yet snapped out of his shock, and said with a smile, Well, that's how this thing works. You attach your ear and I'll tell you the true words. The White Crane Fairy then informed him of the true words to activate the magic treasure in his ears. The White Crane Fairy asked, Well, did you memorize it? Yun Chonghua nodded and said, I've memorized it. This truth mantra isn't difficult. It's just that if someone else knew about it going in, would this baby be useless? The White Crane Fairy shook her head and laughed. This naturally won't be. The so-called true words that That is, it will only work if the holder of the magic treasure recites it. I am the refiner of this magic treasure. You offered a blood sacrifice and became the owner of the magic treasure. That's why it only listens to the true words of the two of us. But this magic treasure doesn't have a detained speech spirit. I set up a reverse wind formation that, thus he cannot take in particular persons or things, but everything before him, whether enemy or self, is swept up in it. But you don't have to worry. The force of this collection, you can control with your mind. If it's close to the front, it can be smaller. It is greater if it is collected at a distance. But it should be remembered that the range of casting of this magic treasure is no more than 100 or 10 feet away from the mouth of the bottle at the maximum. If your opponent struggles to escape, you won't be able to fit in. Fong, you were so easily loaded. It's because you're not alert to me. If you were a more vigilant demon who could hide, you need to subdue him before you can take him in. Yun Chonghua spread out his hands and said, "There's no harm in that. I have the dragon binding rope. Just tie them up and they can't escape." The white crane fairy didn't say anything, but only laughed softly. She then took a plume from on top of her feathered coat, which transformed into a silk sash in his hands. She took the tapestry, and with her own skillful hands, it tangled a few times above the body and ears of that jasper purity bottle. Not only was that silk sash completely bound to the bottle, but it was also braided in a nice peace knot. She then picked up the bottle and then tied the Tide Purification bottle to the jade belt around Yun Chonghua's waist. The white crane fairy nodded and said, "It's not bad. It can be hung on your body as an ornament, like a total little drunkard." With that said, white crane fairy hid her face and laughed. Yun Chonghua looked at the jasper purification vase at his waist, then he arched his hand and made a deep bow to the white crane fairy. He said, "Thank you, sister, for taking the trouble to give me the treasure." Seeing this, the white crane immortal waved her hand and said, "You and I are both close ministers under His Majesty's Queen. There is no need to be so polite. Besides, gifting you treasures is also to enhance your strength. It's just a matter of serving His Majesty's mother better in the coming days." But at that moment, Yun Chonghua stood up straight and touched the bottle at his waist. Looking at the white crane fairy with two glowing eyes, she said, "Sister White Crane, you just said that you set up the 3 divine winds in this bottle. Can you teach me that skill of the 3 divine winds?" The white crane fairy laughed. "You kid is pious and good at learning. It's okay to be okay. But you're a dragon, and dragons are water. The 3 winds spell doesn't fit with you. I'm afraid it won't be of much use to you if you learn it." Yun Chonghua asked, "It doesn't fit? In that case, I can't use it?" The white crane fairy shook her head and said, "That's not true. You can use that. It's just that I can't utilize the maximum power of this divine ability." Looking at Yun Chonghua's seemingly understanding appearance, the white crane fairy continued to explain, "As I said just now, all things are born with their own nature and have their own strengths and weaknesses. For example, feathered insects and birds like us can naturally spread their wings and fly, and ride on the wind. Therefore, not only can we quickly become proficient in our respective wind control and soaring spells, it can even reach the peak. For example, the unchained nightly wind that I conjure up can even blow out the true fire of the sun. And you are of the scale worm dragon clan, which is a divine beast born in water. Therefore, for traveling clouds and rain, as well as a variety of water spells mastered very quickly, not to mention being naturally immune to water damage. Using water-based spells is stronger than the other races." After listening to Fairy White Crane's explanation, Yun Chonghua nodded his head and said, "I see. No wonder that spell of traveling clouds and rain is so smooth for me to use." Fairy White Crane remembered her mother's advice to give Yun Chonghua more guidance in everything. Then the White Crane Fairy continued to add, "But the creation of heaven and earth also has its own anomalies. There are no absolutes. What I said just now is just common sense. There are some beings who, because of the right time and place, differences in cultivation environments will also lead to some strange creations that transcend one's own class. Previously, there was a sable rat on Spirit Mountain who stole lamp oil and seemed to call himself something like the Great Sage of the Yellow Wind. Although he was a caterpillar little sable rat, he used his 3 divine winds well. It even far exceeded that of a normal feathered insect. He is really an extraordinary person who has been created by heaven and earth. Even the 500 arhats under the Buddha's command and the 4 great Vajra could not hold him. In the end, it was only that Buddha Rulai of the Spirit Mountain who gave Lingji Bodhisattva a wind-stabilizing pearl and a flying dragon staff to subdue him. Yun Chonghua naturally knows the Yellow Wind Sage. After all, he is one of the few demon kings on the road to the west who, without relying on magic treasures and relying only on his own skills, let Wukong return in defeat to move help. He was impressed. "It is precisely because I know the power of his Samadhi divine wind. That's why I wanted to learn this skill from White Crane." Yun Chonghua said, "I didn't realize that Sister White Crane had lived in the Yao Qi for a long time. It's also this clear about the lower realms." The White Crane Fairy laughed. He, I'm not interested in caring about other things, but that Lingji Bodhisattva has that wind-setting magic treasure in his hands, which is my heavenly grimace, so naturally I'll have to keep a closer eye on it. Immortal White Crane looked at Yun Chonghua and said, alright, if you want to learn, I can also teach you. It's just that this 3 divine winds can't be maximized in your hands. Far less powerful than if you were to learn water spells. It seems to me to be nothing more than a waste of personal energy, but if you are willing to learn, I can teach you. Would you like to learn? Chapter 46, a trip that was not always consistent. Hearing that Immortal White Crane was willing to teach himself the spell of the triple divine wind, Yun Chonghua was also elated. However, he had doubts, and then looked at Fairy White Crane and asked, then how many % of the power of this spell can I cast? The White Crane Fairy replied, all races have different natures. The power that could be exerted was also different. Take the power displayed by a human immortal and define it. Then the human race is 10%. The feathered insects and birds are the most suitable for them, and they can reach 11 or 12% of their power when they are fully utilized. Land animals. Without the special creation of that sable rat, it would only be able to exert 2 or 3% of its power. As for you dragons, you need to call out the wind even when you're traveling in the clouds and spreading rain. The fit for this spell is a bit higher than that of a walking beast. It's probably up to 60 or 70%. After hearing this, Yun Chonghua said, 60 to 70%? That's enough. My dragon binding rope can conjure up the Samadhi true fire, plus the Samadhi divine wind that I learned from my sister. This wind helps the fire, and the fire borrows the wind. As long as it's utilized properly, this wind and fire will complement each other, and I'm sure it will be even more powerful. When Yun Chonghua finished speaking, the White Crane Fairy was stunned, and then dumbfounded. She said, he, it turns out that your kid is playing this kind of ghost idea. No wonder the queen so valued you. You kid really high enlightenment. This wonderful method of the interplay between heaven and earth has been put to good use by you. Not bad, not bad. You're really a talent that can be made. The White Crane Fairy said, good, then I will pass on this spell to you. In the end, how much power can you utilize? It's up to you. Yun Chonghua again arched his hand at Fairy White Crane and said with a smile, then thank you, Sister White Crane, for passing on the lesson. The White Crane Immortal replied, good, there's no time to lose. Follow me. Fairy White Crane then led Yun Chonghua out of the side hall. After leaving the palace room, the White Crane Immortal again wrapped her arms around Yun Chonghua and, taking Yun Chonghua with him, he flew out of Yaoqi and headed in the direction of that Western Heavenly Gate. When they arrived at the Western Heavenly Gate, the Heavenly King, Heavenly Ting, and Rex who were stationed at the gate did not recognize Yun Chonghua, but all of them recognized the White Crane Fairy under the Queen Mother's seat. All of them did not dare to stop her. However, when everyone saw the hallowed White Crane Fairy, the head of Yaoqi, being so intimate with a male immortal, and yet, they were all very surprised. Although the White Crane Fairy did not have much of a presence in the heavenly court in the past, but it has also always been unsmiling and quite intimidating. Now but one person this intimate, the crowd of heavenly soldiers naturally want to see more eyes. The White Crane Fairy swept Yun Chonghua down to the Western Heavenly Gate and carried him through the air for a long time. I don't know how far I've flown. It was only after finally looking out onto an endless mountain range that the White Crane Fairy brought Yun Chonghua down from the clouds. After Yun Chonghua landed on the ground, he looked around. I only see that all around this is a deserted area, and many jagged and strange rocks stand around the. Yun Chonghua looked towards his feet and even saw quite a few animal skeletons. I could not see the sun on that day, not to mention the moon and stars, but only the blood-colored red haze. The whole area was revealed to be indescribably eerie with the clumps of chaotic clouds. However, as the White Crane Fairy stood here, there was a bit of sadness in her eyes. Yun Chonghua asked after looking around, Sister White Crane, where is this place? The White Crane Immortal replied at this time with an expressionless, mournful look, Buzhou Immortal Mountain, my hometown. Ha, this is actually the legendary Buzhou Mountain? Yun Chonghua was very surprised to hear that. He had naturally heard of the name of the Buzhou Immortal Mountain. Beyond the Northwest Sea, in the corner of the Great Wilderness, there is a mountain that doesn't fit in, and it is called Buzhou. But that Buzhou Immortal Mountain is rumored to be the heavenly ladder from earth to heaven, the abode of the ancient gods. In Yun Chonghua's impression, wherever the gods resided, even if there wasn't a phoenix that, the ominous light should not be far behind, but it's a poor mountain and a bad water. Even the worst places on earth are feared to be no match for this place. Yun Chonghua murmured, how did the rumored heavenly pillar Buzhou Mountain become like this? Could it be related to the year when the head of Gong Gong touched Buzhou Mountain? Fairy White Crane looked at Yun Chonghua and replied, it's impossible to tell. My brother Chonghua, although not very old, but is erudite, even these stale things, also know everything. The White Crane Fairy looked into the distance and then said, "Not bad. This Buzhou Immortal Mountain is the most beautiful place in the world. In the past, the peak of Buzhou Immortal Mountain led to the Yaoqi in the heavenly realm. It is the center of the intersection of heaven and earth's aura. This place was also once as beautiful as Yaoqi. Auspicious clouds overhead, exotic flowers and plants in the mountains. Even that stream flowing down from that peak is full of aura. Anyone who is within the boundaries of this immortal mountain, be it a spirit animal or a mortal, all of them could rely on that abundant aura to nourish themselves to rapidly raise their cultivation level. You've been cultivating for 100 years, even if you've transformed into a dragon, or with the help of that Luoshui Dragon Gate's dragon energy, only then did he make his bloodline awaken to become a dragon. But do you know how long it took for me to become a human being when I attained the Tao at a young age?" Yun Chonghua stretched out 5 fingers, then tentatively asked, 50 years? The White Crane Immortal shook her head and said with a smile, "Relying on this Buzhou Immortal Mountain, the abundant spiritual power of the intersection of heaven and earth, and the exotic treasures in this mountain. It took me 1 year from birth to realize my spiritual wisdom, and it only took 10 years to transform from a crane body to a human body, and my ice feather fan also got a hint of the original wind power by chance. Afterward, with my own skills, I was honored by the Empress and became her mount, serving her for tens of thousands of years until now." The White Crane Fairy sighed at this time and said, "Alas, unfortunately, the prosperity of this Buzhou Immortal Mountain was ruined on the head of Gong Gong. Back then, that Gong Gong and Zhuansu had fought a fierce battle for the throne. That battle, the two fought with the sun and the moon. But it's a shame that Gong Gong ended up losing to that Regulus divine sword in the hands of Emperor Zhuansu. That Gong Gong is the bloodline of the ancient water god left behind on earth. He wanted to return to the heavenly realm through Buzhou Mountain and use the power of the heavenly realm to fight against Emperor Zhuansu. But when he came here he was rejected. In a moment of irritation, he touched his head against Mount Buzhou and collapsed this pillar of heaven. Since then the last pass between heaven and earth is so broken, without the nourishment of the heavenly clear spirit of the gas, here also from the blessed land of the spirit of the blessed, it's turned into the poor mountain that it is now. Xian Yuan Sword. Hearing this name, Yun Chonghua was very excited. When he was in the present world, having read quite a few immortal novels, this Regulus sword was known as one of the 10 divine weapons of the past. I didn't expect it to still exist in this world as well. Seeing Yun Chonghua this excited, Fairy White Crane continued, that Xian Yuan divine sword. It was when Emperor Xian Yuan was in the deer, fighting the heavenly anomaly Qiyu, born among the human race. The gods have combined the 4 fundamental forces of wind, fire, earth and water to create a divine weapon for it, forged with the Yellowstone essence gold, the origin of the earth, as the body of the sword, and strengthened by the origin of the wind, the origin of the fire. It was finally refined with the essence of water. Great Emperor Xian Yuan was augmented with humane qi, even that unrivaled Qi Yu, who presumed to unite the 3 worlds with the power of deicide, was defeated under this divine sword. Seeing Yun Chonghua's small mind, the White Crane Fairy turned her words at this time. A pot of cold water was poured on Yun Chonghua's head. The White Crane Fairy continued, "But you should not presume to obtain this divine weapon." Yun Chonghua asked, "Can it be that this divine weapon already has an owner? Who is holding the sword now?" Chapter 47, The Xian Yuan Restores the Beginning. The Tao born in the beginning. The White Crane Fairy shook her head and said, "I'm not too sure about this. That Xian Yuan divine sword was a humanistic magic treasure. It had been passed down by successive generations of earthly emperors since Emperor Xian Yuan. It is one of the symbols of the emperor's orthodox power. However, since King Yu, all subsequent human emperors have had difficulty utilizing the full power of this divine sword. Instead, the generation is getting worse. At the time of the usurpation of power by sustainability, although he had obtained the Xian Yuan Excalibur, he was unable to utilize half of the power of the Excalibur. It was eventually defeated by Shao Kahn, and by the time Xia Jie misbehaved and was exiled by Shang Tang, the sacred sword had completely lost its whereabouts. Shang Tang only obtained the other 9 humanistic treasures left by King Yu from the Xia capital. King Yu's 9 cauldrons, and Regulus divine sword has been lost since then, and no one knows its whereabouts. The White Crane Fairy finally added, "Though this divine sword was lost as a masterless object, but it's a humane treasure, protected by humane qi. You and I are immortals and gods, not part of the human way. Even if you find it, it's like my ice feather fan before, unrecognized by the magic treasure and humane qi. You wouldn't be able to pick it up, let alone use it." Yun Chonghua muttered, "So that's how it is, which is a pity. But what is this humane qi luck? It's not enough for us to have mana. How do we have qi luck?" The White Crane Fairy was not impatient with Yun Chonghua's question. He's going to be an errand boy for His Majesty's Queen. There are still some things to know. After all, If he is powerful, he will live with heaven and earth, and if he is not aware of this great way of, he may not be able to withstand the next great tribulation of heaven and earth. The White Crane Fairy said, "This is a long story. It's going to be told from the beginning." The White Crane Immortal then narrated, "This heaven and earth is not static. The number of heaven and earth. There are 129. 600 years is 1 yuan. And the first yuan is divided into 12 sessions. A session is 10,800 years. And this one element is the one lifespan of heaven and earth." Hearing this, Yun Chonghua asked in surprise, "What? The lifespan of this heaven and earth? Surprisingly, it's less than 130,000 years old?" The White Crane Fairy nodded and said, "Not bad. Among the immortal realms, those whose lifespan can reach one moment in time, then it can be called longevity, such as you and I. And only those whose longevity reaches this element are qualified to be called heaven and earth chi longevity. In the old days, when the chaos first began, the clear air rose up to become the sky, and the turbid air sank down to become the earth. The four main forces of wind, fire, earth and water make up the three realms today, and the essence of that heaven and earth, the chaotic chi, was transformed into the heaven, earth, and man, the three talents of chi, maintaining the balance of heaven and earth. And these three talents of chi can be said to be chaos itself, the true authority of the three realms. Not only did the White Crane Fairy use her mouth to speak, but she also conjured up an image in the middle of her palm that, allowing Yin Shonghua to witness the workings of the heavens and earth with his own eyes, as well as the division of chaos into three talents, and the emergence of the four elemental origin forces. Your Majesty has suffered through 750 kalpas, each of which is 129,400 years. He was finally recognized by the heavenly Tao. He resides in the heavenly realm as the great heavenly father of the Emperor God of Heaven, commanding all the gods in the heavenly realm. And the earth's chi fortune is held by the mother of the earth, Queen Hutu, who protects the prosperity of all living things above the earth and people. Hearing this, Yun Chonghua asked rhetorically, "Wait, isn't the mother of the earth Nuwa? How come it's the queen mother of the earth?" Immortal White Crane explained, "Mother Nuwa is the reincarnation of Mother Hutu. After the opening of chaos, the three worlds are born. This heaven and earth derive the gas of intercourse and give birth to all things. The five worms in the earth grows. But the original human race was entirely natural. At this time the image of heaven and earth mingling to give birth to the three worlds. It then slowly transformed into the appearance of a Taiji diagram in the palm of the White Crane Immortal's hand. Yang is heaven, and Yin is earth. The line of the heavens that interrupts the interaction of Yin and Yang is the earth that appeared only after the opening of the heavens and the earth. The human race was even more powerful than it is now. It is the master of heaven and earth who was born with spiritual intelligence to maintain the order of heaven and earth and to dominate the three worlds. It is also the carrier of the three talents of chaos, the original human race. Many of them are still around today, such as Your Majesty, the Queen, the three pristine ones, etc., as well as those great powers that made ancestors. All of them are among the first celestials after the opening of that chaos. But this heaven and earth are not set in stone. After the heavens and the earth have operated to a single element, the cycle of heaven and earth will come to an end. Then the heavens and the earth will close up, creating a change that will result in a great catastrophe of the heavens and the earth. This is called the Xian Yuan restoration. At that time most of the three talents and chi will also temporarily revert to chaos at this moment. And each time the catastrophe that falls at the time of the Xian Yuan restoration is different. The extent of the overflow of the power of heaven and earth is also different, and the damage caused is also both large and small. At this time, the phantom image in the palm of the White Crane Immortal's hand, that Xiaoyin and Xiaoyan were attracted to each other. The separated line of Hongmeng also closed up quickly, and the great calamity that fell at the time of the last restoration of the Xian Yuan was the collapse of the heavens and the earth. The fire of heaven and the weak water of the heavenly river poured down on the earth. The earth was also divided into the four continents and the overseas islands. At that time, His Majesty, with the great power of the heavenly Tao Supreme, along with the three purities, prevented heaven and earth from reclusing and returning to chaos, and had no time to care for the living beings on earth. With that said, in the palm of the White Crane Fairy's hand, the split earth appeared and the scene of the four little men holding up the sky and shaking the earth. It prevents the Xiaoyin and Xiaoyan from attracting each other and reclusing. Although Nyang Yang led us and all the immortals and gods of the heavenly court with all our might, however, it could not completely stop the heavenly fire and the weak water from pouring into the earth. In order to cope with this calamity and save all living things in heaven and earth, the Empress Hutu, then he was reborn in the ancient country of Huashu, and became Nuwa Feng Rishi. She became a brother and sister to Emperor Fuxi, who had mastered the power of humanism. Couple. But having said that, The white crane fairy withdrew the phantom demonstration in her palm. It was as if he didn't want to recall that memory. After that came the matter of Manhwa's refining stones to mend the heavens and restoring the heavenly realm again. But the catastrophe of the last element was so great that even your majesty, a great power who had endured 750 karmic events. I also realized that the last restoration disaster was the greatest in history. His Majesty even said that the last disaster was the greatest in history. It seems like someone borrowed the laws of the operation of this heaven and earth to deliberately do the same. But it's good that it got through. It didn't make the heavens and earth return to chaos again. After this great tribulation, the living beings of the earth, except for you, the dragons, there were also the divine beasts that remained in the heavenly realm. And outside of the demonic beasts that had survived in the various northern clubs, there wasn't much left. And the immortal gods in the heavens did not completely escape this calamity, and also fell and perished for the most part. For example, the cronies who follow His Majesty's service, the spring god Jumong, the autumn god Matsui, the winter god Xianmei, Zhu Rong, the god of summer, Gong Gong, the god of water, and other gods, the three divine beasts, the green dragon, the white tiger and the vermilion bird, all of His Majesty's mounts, the Yuan dragons, fell in the midst of this calamity. But thankfully, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong still left a bloodline on earth. They are the Zhu Rong clan and the Gong Gong clan on earth. The patriarchs of their descendants carry on the names of their ancestors. The one I mentioned just now, who angrily touched the Buzhou mountain and crashed the heavenly pillar, is the descendant of that water god Gong Gong. After that great catastrophe, the close associates of His Majesty's mother, apart from me, there aren't many left. It is precisely because so many of the heavenly immortals have fallen during this calamity that unable to maintain the normal order of heaven and earth. It was only then that the divine seal quantum revenge of more than 800 years ago occurred. Speaking of this, the white crane fairy, however, let out another long sigh and it seemed to be saddened by the last three realms cataclysm. Chapter 48, The Sovereignty of the Three Realms. After the white crane immortal let out a sigh, she then continued to narrate the latter as well. As the multitude of immortals and gods in the heavens are still like this, the human race and the last element of they were even ravaged by the heavenly fire and flood to the point of near extinction, with only Fuxi Emperor and Nuan Yangyang surviving, and the underworld was crowded with countless living souls. Nuwa then, with the help of the three purities, transformed water with the clear chi of heaven, and the turbid chi of earth into her body. Tumbled on earth creates new human beings who are born and raised, so that the earth's grumbling spirits have a place to rest. The six paths were restored to normal order, and Fuxi the Great, in order that these new human beings might survive after that great chaos, also in order to revitalize the power of humanism, to reattain the balance of the three talents of heaven, earth and man. Then also with the help of the three purities, he drew the 8 trigrams and passed on the teachings of the way, to teach fire, to subdue the 6 animal patriarchs and make a covenant with them, so that they and their heirs may be used for human purposes, teach marriage, so that mankind may flourish as soon as possible. And in return for assisting in the revival of humanism, the three purities also preached on earth and recruited a wide range of disciples. Many of these people have attained ascension and hold important positions in the heavenly court. Yun Chonghua felt that the amount of information was a bit too much after hearing it. He said, I didn't realize that there were so many stories in this heaven and earth. It's amazing that heaven and earth can still be rejoined. By the way, sister, in the midst of the last great Yuan cataclysm, did the Buddhist sect of Spirit Mountain in the Western Heaven ever exist? White Crane Fairy replied, naturally, it exists. That light-burning Buddha is the Buddha of the past. It's also a great power with multiple lifespans. Yun Chonghua asked again, then this great calamity that has plagued the three realms, how come we don't see them from the Western sect coming to help? The White Crane Fairy said, this stems from the teachings of their Western religion. The ancient Buddha believes that the fate of heaven and earth is fixed, not humanly possible to resist. This life and death are the number of heaven, everything with the law of fate. The disciples under the seat of the burning lamp ancient Buddha all cultivate no desire, no sadness, no joy, and take things as they come. Therefore the gods and Buddhas of the Western Church sit on the Spirit Mountain every time there is a great catastrophe in heaven and earth, neither hiding from nor did they help each other, but only recited the scriptures aloud. But the last catastrophe was as great as any in history, when the fire burned the earth. The Buddhas of Spirit Mountain have also passed away countless times. There aren't many of those 10,000 Buddhas left. After hearing this, Yun Chonghua was also a little bit in tears and laughter. The only word that comes to mind is Buddhist, and that's real. However, at this time, Yun Chonghua remembered something, and he asked, just now, sister said, there are 3 talents and chi between heaven and earth, and the holder of these 3 forces is the lord of this realm? The White Crane Fairy nodded. Yun Chonghua asked again, since this is the case, then why is your majesty now the lord of these three realms? Could it be that this imperial heaven is above and the other two realms are below and must be revered? Hearing this, the White Crane Fairy but shook her head. After hearing Yun Chonghua's question, Immortal White Crane then shook her head and said, this is not true. His Majesty is now the lord of the three realms, purely because the power of humanism is weak, and Nuwa has consumed so much because of her efforts to mend the heavens and create human beings. The surrender of power to recuperate leads to that. That tumbling of the earth may seem simple. In fact, it is a simulation of the process of the birth of all things by the reproduction of the intermingling of the gas of heaven and earth, which consumes a great deal more than we can imagine, so that after the beginning of this 1 yuan, Nuwa has then been recuperating. The last time I saw Nuwa was after the feudal measurement of God. That was the last time Nuwa came to the heavenly court. Nuwa had a secret talk with his majesty in the middle of Yaoqi. But since then, Mother Nuwa then left the heavenly court and is nowhere to be found. Nowadays, apart from your majesty and the queen, there is no one who knows the whereabouts of Nuwa, and the power of the underworld reincarnation controlled by that earth emperor was taken over by the heavenly court. It became the underworld, governed by the 10 temples of hell. Although that human emperor was succeeded by someone else, his ability was far less than before. That's why Mother Nuwa also gave your majesty the authority over the human realm. I hope that your majesty will help those newborn humans in the mortal world. Thus your majesty became the lord of the three realms in the midst of this yuan. The White Crane Fairy was puzzled at this time. Nuwa is tired. I understand the need to recuperate. But this humane chi is so weak in this element. But I don't know the reason for it. Yun Chonghua asked. The momentum is slight? Could it be that the humanitarian chi was strong before? The White Crane Fairy replied. This is natural. The three talents of heaven, earth, and humankind. The chi, the three supreme powers evolved for the chaos breath. It is chaos itself. It is only after the opening of the heavens and the separation of the clear and the turbid that it's these three strands of chi that are divided into three. At this time, the White Crane Fairy laughed coldly and said, although that three Qing skills are not low, but it must also recognize your majesty as the lord of the heavenly realm. This is because the heavenly Tao of Qi only recognizes his majesty as the lord, although the three of them are strong. But without the addition of Qi, it is no higher than your majesty. And the same is true of the Qi of the earth and the Qi of humanity. The three powers are separated, maintaining the balance of the three realms. There was no distinction between superior and inferior in itself. Prior to this yuan, the human emperor was equal to heaven and earth, the lord of humanity, although not nourished by the aura of heaven and earth. However, with this fortune, all of them can have 10,000 years, or even the longevity of a yuan. This is why, on earth, emperors are honored as bonsai, and before this first element, the three emperors of heaven, earth, and man were in charge of the three realms together. Your majesty also only has jurisdiction over the immortals of the heavenly realm, and there's no need to work as hard as you do now. But since this yuan, I don't know why, humanity's chi is greatly diminished. Even that human emperor has a lifespan of more than 100 years at most. Even that Nuwa's husband, Emperor Fuxi, only has 1,000 years left to live. Although my lifespan is less than 1 yuan, I have never seen anything so strange. At this time, the White Crane Immortal sighed and said, but this great matter of ruling the three realms of power, it's also not something that we little immortals can worry about. It's enough for us to be by His Majesty's side to receive this blessing of immortality. Yun Chonghua also sighed at this time and said, AI, although this blessing of immortality is good, I just don't know if I can carry through the next great calamity. Continue to enjoy this blessing of immortality. The White Crane Fairy laughed. Oh, don't worry, it's been a long time since the last Xian Yuan restoration. It's only been a few thousand years, not even a while from now. There's still more than 100,000 years until the next one. Moreover, although you have eaten the peaches of immortality, but the life expectancy is only 10,000 years, you have not reached the level of Xian Yuan in heaven and earth's lifespan. If you don't continue to take the spirit to prolong your life, you will die after 10,000 years. Yun Chonghua smiled and asked, then if I go to hell and eliminate my death certificate, does that mean I don't have to die? The White Crane Fairy replied with a smile. Oh, what are you thinking? You've gone to hell to eliminate your death record. But it is just that the hell does not accept your soul, so that you do not enter the reincarnation. Although your spirit is not damaged, but the body will still be corrupted as the years go by. Little by little, it will rot away. By then, if you want to survive, you have to take over someone else's body. Perform this iniquity. Hearing this, Yun Chonghua realized why, when saving King Wu Ji, it's not enough to have a soul alone. You have to use the 9-turn soul restoration pill to heal the flesh that has been soaked for 3 years. The White Crane Fairy said, but don't worry about it, as long as you stay loyal to His Majesty's mother. You won't be missing your place in all the peach conferences in the future. As long as the great heaven and earth calamity of the Xian Yuan restoration doesn't harm you and me, you and I can then be by His Majesty's side all the time. Yun Chonghua replied, don't worry, sister, even for the sake of 10,000 years of free time in the future, and this everlasting body, Chonghua will also surely go through fire and water for your Majesty's mother. The White Crane Fairy nodded and said, the children are teachable. Chapter 49, Divine Wind and Wondrous Technique Sheltering the Sun and the Moon. Samadhi's wonderful technique obstructing the mountains and the seas. Yun Chonghua asked at this time, by the way sister, you said that you would pass on the 3 divine winds to me. When will you teach me? Did we come here just to tell me these old stories? The White Crane Immortal replied, don't be anxious, that Samadhi divine wind will be extremely powerful if I cast it. Anywhere else would probably cause a huge mess. I can only come to this barren land of 10,000 miles so that I can pass it on to you. Yun Chonghua laughed at this, that's true. Sister is a heavenly immortal who has cultivated for 10,000 years. The power of this exertion is naturally not to be underestimated. Please also teach me quickly. Sister. The White Crane Fairy smiled and shook her head. Then she did not delay any longer. The White Crane Fairy immediately began to explain the Samsara divine wind to Yun Chonghua, from what is Samadhi to how to perform the spell. Finally, after the White Crane Immortal finished her explanation, she began to bring Yun Chonghua to practice as well. After seeing the White Crane Immortal pinching and twisting her spell, she blew out a violent gale. The gale was devastating, blowing the weeds up by the roots and the gravel flying all over the sky. The mountains shook and the earth moved, covering the sky and the sun. The red haze in the sky was covered up. The biggest sandstorm Yun Chonghua had ever seen was nothing more than a trifle in front of this wind. When the White Crane Fairy stopped, but saw the strange rocky clearing before her, aside from those stones that grew extremely deep in the ground, the rest of the things were all blown away by White Crane Fairy's small test of the Samadhi divine wind. Yun Chonghua jumped down from the hillside and came to a rock. He touched it with his fingers and the stone had long been polished smooth by the sand and gravel of the Samadhi divine wind, and not a speck of dust was visible on it. Looking further toward the place where the divine wind went, I saw miles of yellow sand rolling away, and saw no one coming from afar. The White Crane Fairy stood on the hillside with her arms wrapped around her and said, well, I'm done demonstrating there. Time to see how much power you can muster. Saying this, the White Crane Fairy leapt forward, and then she appeared in her true form as a white crane. With her crane claws, she grabbed Yun Chonghua and, taking her to another hill above, she threw Yun Chonghua down before transforming back into her person. The White Crane Fairy said, alright, you try it. Yun Chonghua then followed the spell taught by the White Crane Fairy, and also after pinching and twisting the spell, puffing up his cheeks, he blew out the 3 divine winds from his own mouth. Yun Chonghua ate the peaches and transformed into the true body of the heavenly dragon, and swallowed the 9 turns golden elixir, drinking 3 large bottles of aged agar jelly. Nowadays, although his magical power is not comparable to those heavenly immortal powerhouses, but when looking at the entire 3 realms, it's not too weak. If placed in the lower realm, it would be a demon king level. The 3 divine winds blown out by Yun Chonghua were also like the White Crane Immortal in the square. In a flash, the mountains shook, the sand flew, and the strange rocks, weeds, and gravel in front of him flew in unison. The sky was completely obscured and huge sandstorms flew away from the distance. This range was enormous, and it was also better than the White Crane Immortal's bullseye just now. It is really capable of blowing the darkness of heaven and earth, and good at scraping the sorrows of ghosts and gods. When the White Crane Fairy saw this scene, she couldn't help but have her jaw dropped in shock. After Yun Chonghua finished blowing a mouthful of Samadhi divine wind, looking back at the White Crane Fairy, he asked, sister, how was my party's execution? The White Crane Fairy came back to her senses at this time and said, are you really a dragon and not a human? Yun Chonghua laughed, this is natural. I still became a heavenly dragon after eating the peaches you gave me. Sister, why is sister asking this again? The White Crane Fairy said, the Samadhi divine wind that you performed just now, it definitely didn't look like it was cast by a scale insect. Rather, it looks like it was cast by a human immortal. I told you before, if this Samadhi divine wind were to be constant with a human immortal, the dragons would be able to exert at most 60% to 70% of its power. However, the Samadhi divine wind that you cast just now, it wasn't as good as Featherworm could be at the summit, but it was the full power of the outcast's ability to cast this spell. Can it be that you also have a strange creation like that yellow-furred sable rat? Hearing this, Yun Chonghua laughed awkwardly and said, ha ha, it's probably because I have high natural talent. The White Crane Fairy said, it's really strange. If I hadn't seen you transform into a heavenly dragon with my own eyes, and personally teach you spells. I will never believe that you, a scale insect, can be created as a human immortal, but it's a good thing that you have such a special talent, and the Queen and His Majesty have a capable helper. Yun Xionghua patted his ass this time and said, Hey, this is also because you taught your sister well. The White Crane Fairy hid a smile at his words, and then tapped her finger on his forehead and, then he said, Oh, you kid, since the lower world has gone this way, you haven't learned anything else, but learned this flattery from that old Dragon King, but this is also due to your natural talent. Once you learn it, not to mention, you can also utilize this kind of power. Nice. Yun Xionghua asked it this time, By the way sister, can this 3 divine winds only be blown out? How should I form a dragon spin like you usually do in that bottle? The White Crane Fairy said, Oh, this one is also simple, said the White Crane Fairy as she stretched out her own arm, then recited the incantation mantra as her arm swayed clockwise. A tornado then took shape from her hands. Then her jade hand would fling it toward the front, and the dragon spinning in the line of the 3 divine winds would fly toward the front. It grew bigger and bigger in a split second. In the end, it went straight to the sky, stirring up all the clouds in the sky. If it wasn't for the White Crane Immortal grabbing Yun Xionghua, he nearly would have been swept in as well. It wasn't until the White Crane Immortal waved her big hand and withdrew her own magic power that the whistling tornado storm subsided. Yun Xionghua said, It's really powerful. It feels like this usage is much more practical than blowing it out with your mouth. The White Crane Fairy said, Not only that, but if you're skillful in, one can also control the power of the Samsara divine wind freely. With that, the White Crane Fairy took 2 steps backward, her finger pointing at Yun Xionghua. She then stirred her jade fingers slightly, and just like just now, after she recited the incantation under her breath, a dragon whirl that was formed by the Samadhi divine wind, flying directly from her fingertips. The blow directly blew on Yun Xionghua's body, sending him flying, and that little dragon swirled around Yun Xionghua for I don't know how many hundreds of miles away, and with this blow, Yun Xionghua's chest was also as if he had received a heavy punch. It was painful and dull, and the amount of power made him a little breathless. Fortunately, he was a true body of the heavenly dragon, and the White Crane Fairy had not exerted all her strength, and had withdrawn her magic power in time. He's the one who's not hurt. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, the White Crane Fairy floated in to catch him. The White Crane Fairy said, How does it feel? Did you learn? Yun Xionghua touched his chest and coughed lightly twice before replying. Learned. It's just that, sister. Next time don't always test me, okay? The White Crane Fairy laughed, and I can't beat you to death. And besides, if you don't feel the same way, how do you know how powerful this spell is? Finally the White Crane Fairy's smile disappeared, and she also said with some sadness, Besides, if you can't bear this little injury, then how will you be able to withstand it the next time the Xian Yuan restoration takes place? Looking at Fairy White Crane's sad expression, Yun Xionghua did not say anything more. Perhaps the White Crane Immortal didn't want to see his fellow colleagues around him again, one by one, fall, and only then did he teach him his skills in such a meticulous manner. The White Crane Fairy came back to her senses at this time and said, Alright, you try it. When you've tried again and there's nothing wrong, you can go back to Surabaya on duty. It's time for me to return to the Heavenly Palace as well. Yun Xionghua nodded, and then he followed the White Crane Immortal's earlier example. The external use of the Samsara divine wind was cast, but just as Yun Xionghua summoned the dragon spin for the last time, the place where that dragon spin blew through many boulders rose up from the ground, being swept up into the sky by that dragon spin. And just then, the White Crane Fairy looked under the boulder that had been blown away by Yun Xionghua and, something seems to be glowing with auras. The White Crane Fairy gazed at the aura underneath the boulder. Hurriedly, he said to Yun Xionghua, Quickly withdraw your magical power and undo this divine wind. Chapter 50 White Crane gives treasure clothes. Although Yun Xionghua didn't know what was going on, after hearing Fairy White Crane's words, it also immediately collected the divine wind. With that storm whistling to a halt, the White Crane Fairy also leapt towards the place that was flooded with spiritual light, and Yun Xionghua also took a leap and followed with a cloud. The White Crane Immortal crouched down and with her bare hands, she moved a few boulders away from the place where the aura was placed. Seeing what was trapped amongst the stone cracks, the White Crane Fairy couldn't help but laugh out loud. Preserved in the midst of this stone crevice is a feathered garment. Even though it has been buried for many years, it is still as good as new. And on top of this feathered coat, in addition to some plumes, there were also some glittering scales set in. The White Crane Fairy smiled and said, Creation. I didn't expect to see it after so many years. Yun Xionghua also came close and asked, Sister Baiha, did you lose this dress? The White Crane Fairy was overjoyed to see her old belongings. She smiled and said, "This feathered garment was lost by me back then. When the Buzhou mountain collapsed back then, this feathered garment was lost. I didn't expect it to fall here. Blown out by you with the 3 divine winds." The white crane fairy took that feathered garment and compared it to Yun Chonghwa's body at this time. He then laughed. He, you kid is truly blessed with a vast source of fortune. Since this object has reappeared because of you, then it is also destined for you, so I will give it to you. Just when Yun Chonghwa wanted to refuse such a woman's clothing, that feathered garment, however, turned into a ball of spiritual light and flew to Yun Chonghwa's body. It ended up on Yun Chonghwa's body in one piece. Moreover, Yun Chonghwa's fear of the ghostly appearance of a woman in drag didn't happen. When this immortal clothes dipped into his body, not only did it automatically become a lot bigger, it also turned into the style of men's clothes. Above this feathered garment the shoulders and arms are crane feathers, and the hem of the lower body seems to be peacock plume feathers, and this front heart and back have some scale armor, and some plumes that seem to be ice feathers, and there is an unknown jewel that glows eerily at the chest. Although it didn't quite fit Yun Chonghwa's aesthetic, it was quite pretty. Now he didn't look like a dragon ruler, but rather like a god who had become a bird and a finch. Yun Chonghwa looked up and down at the feathered garment and then he asked, "This dress can actually change according to my size. It's really strange." The white crane fairy said, "This is natural. This dress is from the hand of the Kai weaving fairy, and woven with dragon silk. It is another rare magic treasure that can naturally change according to the owner's size." Yun Chonghwa asked again, "It's just that, sister. Is there anything divine about this dress?" The white crane fairy touched the plumes on that feathered coat, as if remembering her past. As she caressed it, she said, "This piece of clothing is called the Kuan scale treasure clothes. At the beginning of the new era, the 4 seas were first stabilized. The demonic beast of the North Sea, the Kuan Pang, was waiting for an opportunity to do evil. Not only did he cause the flooding of the North Sea, but he also humiliated and preyed on the dragons who had taken over the North Sea, and dominated the North Sea. His Majesty, mindful of his outstanding strength, once wanted to recruit him and let him be a divine ruler in heaven, but this sinful animal really doesn't know how to behave. The Kuan Pang is conceded to be born with an extraordinary creation, but the Kuan fish and Pang bird are symbiotic and have superior strength. Not only did he tear up His Majesty's imperial decree of recruitment in public, he also swallowed the heavenly soldiers who went to recruit him in one bite. So His Majesty, in order to uphold the authority of the heavenly court, then we were dispatched to cooperate with the 4 Seas Dragon Clan to bring it to justice. His divine soul was dispersed by the unforgiving wind of my ice feather fan. Only the essence that preserves its power remains." Saying this, the white crane fairy pointed to the eerily glowing jewel on this precious garment and said, "This is the essence spirit left behind by that sinful animal." Yun Chonghwa looked at the essence jewel on his chest and murmured, "Is this the power of that Kuan Pang in here?" White crane fairy said, "Not bad. This essence spirit lacks the divine soul, only retaining power. After we presented it to His Majesty, we thought of refining it into a magic treasure. So we took the kunscale and rock feathers of that sinful animal, then supplemented with the plumes of our immortal birds and spirit beasts to tame the power of the Kuan Pang." At that time, Fairy Kaiwei was enlightened by the Empress after she received the heavenly shuttle, an innate treasure bequeathed to her by Emperor Xuanyuan's wife, slave ancestor, and was thus ranked among the immortals. We handed over the materials to her, and she used the dragon raw material tribute by the Dragon Palace as the material for her clothes. We used the sky shuttle to sew together the spirit of this evil animal with the Kuan scale and Pang feather, as well as the plumes of our immortal birds, to make this wind-resistant, wind-guarded, and wind-transmitting device. Fairy clothes that avoid water. As long as you wear this immortal garment, you can awaken the power of the Kuan Pang. Behind you manifest the light wings of that sinful beast. His light wings were 90,000 miles away when he moved. There aren't many people in the 3 realms who can catch up with this speed. Even this Kuan scale is a magic treasure to avoid water. Yun Chonghwa said in surprise, "Then this is truly an unattainable treasure." Though Sun Deshang's somersault cloud flip is 108,000 li, which is farther than that. But if one really had this magic treasure with him, then in the future, one's speed would be just a little slower than monkeys. Yun Chonghwa asked strangely, "Just such a treasure. How did you get left behind in a hellhole like this?" The white crane fairy sighed and said, "Back then, after this precious garment was woven, the Empress remembers that I was meritorious in getting rid of the demon, so she rewarded me with it. Back then, when I was entangled with that evil animal in the sky, by virtue of my cultivation and special creation, I am no slower than that Kunlun, and I can't use this item, so I collected it in my mansion on top of Buzhou Mountain. I hate that Gong Gong knocked down the Buzhou Mountain, and the nest I built on the mountain. The mansion fell from the sky. I don't know where it fell, This precious garment was also lost in this way, but I didn't expect to find it here today. The White Crane Fairy turned around and said, I didn't expect you to make it see the light of day today. It seems that this treasure really deserves to be with you. This precious garment is useless to me, so I will give it to you. After hearing Fairy White Crane's words, Yun Chonghua was very grateful. He said, Sister, this walk up to heaven, you teach me the skills not to say. I was also gifted 2 treasures. The White Crane Fairy's favor to him could no longer be expressed with a word of thanks at this point. The White Crane Fairy was no different to him than the Bodhi ancestor was to the great sage. Seeing this, Fairy White Crane patted Yun Chonghua's shoulder. Then he smiled and said, It's just 2 magic treasures, not a big deal. If you are truly grateful to me, then just do your best to join me in assisting His Majesty and the Queen from now on. The White Crane Fairy remembered something at this moment, and then barked. Oh, right, I forgot to remind you. Although this precious garment can protect against wind and water, however, no fire-avoiding magic treasure was put on it when it was woven, said the White Crane Fairy as she rolled her eyes again. Continuing, he said, It's all because that stinking crow, the Sun Star Sovereign, doesn't have a single hair on his head. If he had his golden crow's feather, even the sun's true flame wouldn't be able to burn this precious garment, the White Crane Fairy said, and combed the plumes on that feathered coat. And then he said, But you're a scale insect water tribe. Water can overcome fire, so at least a little attention won't be a big deal. After finishing arranging Yun Chonghua's clothes, that White Crane Fairy said, Alright, you've got the treasure. This skill has been imparted to you. It's about time. You go back to Surabaya. I should go back to heaven, said the White Crane Fairy. Also did not delay, immediately driving clouds in the air above. The voice of the White Crane Fairy floated in the sky. Don't let me down. Though I don't know if the White Crane Fairy can hear me or not. But Yun Chonghua still looked at the sky and shouted, I know. I definitely won't let my sister down. Chapter 51, Riding the Wind in the Kuan Scale Treasure Clothes. Rocking up 90,000 leagues. After the White Crane Fairy left, Yun Chonghua did not delay any longer and immediately wanted to try the power of this feathered garment. He awakened this magic treasure with his own mana, and there seemed to be flames steaming amongst that chest jewel. Then the heart felt something. In the next moment, Yun Chonghua's back transformed into 2 huge wings of light. Even though it was only 2 wings of light transformed by mana, Yun Chonghua wore this precious garment and, it's still a tangible feeling of wings on your back. That light wing was sensed by Yun Chonghua's mind, and in the next moment, it gently flapped, causing him to rise up in the air, and the shrieks of Yun Chonghua came from the middle of the sky. The first time he used this magic treasure, he was very unskilled, and this speed was beyond his imagination. In just the blink of an eye he had arrived tens of thousands of miles away, so much so that he himself didn't know exactly where he had flown to. But this magic weapon is utilized as if it were growing on the body, and soon Yun Chonghua adapted. The wings of light behind him could change size according to his whims. The smaller wings fly slower, bigger wings fly faster. Yun Chonghua tested it in the air, and this light wing could be minimized to the size of an average falcon's vibrating wings. At this time his flying speed was not much different from his usual cloud riding speed, just slightly faster, and after transforming into his own body size, he could really reach 10,000 miles with a casual lift of his wings. But if the illusion is bigger, then gently lifting the wings will really rock up to 90,000 miles. It was only that Yun Chonghua in his human form was much smaller in stature than the Kuanpang. Therefore, although this light wings can also play a powerful, but in the Cloud Chonghua body individual wings maximum is only the size of a whale, not at all up to the fabled several thousand miles wide. This treasure, Yun Chonghua, in addition to developing the efficacy of flight, even the hurricane winds fanned out by that light wing could be used against the enemy, and that light wing could still close to protect him. After the test, Yun Chonghua seemed to have thought of something, and he then transformed into his dragon form. Even though he had changed into a 5-clawed heavenly dragon with golden scales all over his body, the divine effect of this feathered garment was still there. It was as if the light wings had grown on his back, and as his dragon body grew, the wings of light followed suit and became even more massive. At that moment he was skimming low over the sea, looking at his reflection on the surface of the sea, and now with wings on his back, his own. It is quite similar to the Ying Long in the legend. However, compared to this mighty, domineering and handsome dragon body, Yun Chonghua still likes to be a human being. Then with a turn he transformed back into his human form. He touched the Koanpang essence spirit on his chest and laughed. Good treasure, really good treasure. In a flash, the cloud-heavy China has returned to that South Alamoni China Holy Land. He put away the light wings behind that at this time and switched back to Tengyun. After all, this thing was too fast. If he hadn't been paying attention, he would have flown tens of thousands of miles away again. A few moments later, it was back over its own Surabaya river. Yun Chonghua jumped into the water with a long leap and this precious garment was inlaid with koan scales, so there was no fear of being spoiled by water. After rolling it around a few times, he then came to the door of his water house. The signboard hanging in front of the water house, reporting to heaven, is still there, but underneath that sign lay a moss-covered turtle shell. Seeing this turtle shell, Yun Chonghua also knew who the visitor was. Yun Chonghua walked forward, bent down and squatted beside that turtle shell. Then he pushed with his hand and said, "Hey, wake up." Yun Chonghua pushed twice before. The turtle that was sleeping in front of his door also slowly poked its head out from among its shell. After he fixed his mind and saw clearly that the visitor was Yun Chonghua, he immediately climbed to his feet and, tidying up his attire, he said, "The Dragon Lord can be considered to have returned." When really, it made little turtle wait well. Yun Chonghua also stood up and asked, "Waiting for me? How long have you been waiting?" Master Turtle thought for a moment and said, "It's been almost 2 months. My family's Maharaja said that any immortal who goes up to heaven to report on their duties will return in a month at most, and I didn't think the Dragon Lord would go for so long." Yun Chonghua replied. This time, he returned to heaven and drank 2 more cups at Yaoqi, and came back late. "You have come to me and have not yet departed, but something has happened." The Turtle Master replied, reporting back to the Dragon King, "My great king has important matters to discuss with the Dragon King." Yun Chonghua asked back, "What important matters? If it's still about the marriage with the 4th princess, then you go back and tell the Dragon King. This time I went up to heaven to report my duties to Yaoqi to meet the White Crane Fairy and the Queen. The Empress said that my marriage will be arranged later. There will be no need for us to worry about it ourselves." Master Turtle sniffed and shook his head. "It's not this matter, but that in the city of Jima, I do not know where to come from a demon compelling demon. The demon does not know where he came from, and his skills are extraordinary. He is a man of great skill. He answers all the requests of the believers. Even the believers smashed the local city god's temple and used it to worship that demon. Even the 2 banks of that Jidu are now affected." Yun Chonghua pondered and then asked, "Then has this demon ever harmed anyone?" Master Turtle shook his head and said, "That's not true. Not only has it never harmed anyone, it is also responsive to the faithful." Yun Chonghua nodded and said, "Then what's it got to do with me? I am in charge of the Surabaya River. It is counted as a diversion of Huaidao, and that Jidu, Jima is far away from Chilu. Besides, that demon hasn't harmed anyone, so what's the point of looking for me? As for that city god, he is a ghost immortal, under the jurisdiction of the 10 temples of hell in the underworld. He is aggrieved. Just go to the netherworld and complain to the king of hell." "Don't you want me to go to heaven to report to his majesty, letting his majesty personally deal with the demolition of a tiny city god's temple?" Master Turtle shook his head as he listened. "That's not true. It's just that this matter can't be clarified by Little Turtle for a moment. Anyway, this matter is so big that it's not just a small matter of a temple being torn down." Saying this, the Turtle Master took out an invitation from his shell and then handed it to Yun Chonghua. Then he said, "Please make sure that the Dragon Lord goes to the Dragon Palace to talk with my great king." Originally, Yun Chonghua did not intend to care about this idle matter, intending to look at the invitations for a couple of moments after. Then he sent the Turtle Master back. After all, that Jima city, Jishuwei, is far away from him, and they all have their respective superiors above them. Besides, that old Dragon King has tens of thousands of East Sea Dragon soldiers under his command. He himself has cultivation in place. This can't beat the Monkey King in Neza, but it can't beat a small demon? Therefore Yun Chonghua didn't want to meddle. However, after Yun Chonghua read the invitation, he could not help but be shocked. The things written on this old Dragon King's invitation were the same as what Master Turtle had said, but one thing is intriguing. That is, this demon, hell dare not care. The Dragon King said on the invitation that the city god had originally returned to the hell to report to Yama. The hell also sent out manpower with the intention of going to take a look. But the netherworld officials of the hell were all injured by the spiritual light emanating from the demon. When they return, the hell will not dare to ask questions. Originally, the Dragon King did not intend to care about this matter, but the place where that demon stole, Jima City, is adjacent to the East China Sea, and his followers spread to the neighborhood of Huaidu. This puts the Dragon King of the East Sea in charge, but that's all there is to the Dragon King's invitation, and for the rest of the details, he invited Yun Chonghua to the Dragon Palace for an interview. When Yun Chonghua saw this, he also understood everything, and thought that the demon had some origins. This cocky old loach did not dare to take care of it, so he tried to seek help from himself, the Red Man in front of His Majesty's Queen. Chapter 52, Demon of Unknown Origin. Yun Chonghua read the Dragon King's invitation, then said, "Good, I will head to the Dragon Palace to discuss with the Dragon King. Yuan swim back slowly. When Yun Chonghua said that, he leapt and flew out of the Surabaya River. Then he unfolded his light wings and headed towards the East Sea Dragon Palace. Although Yun Chonghua was aware of that old Dragon King's intention to use himself, but with nothing else to do at the moment, he wanted to see what was going on. What the hell is going on? Surprisingly, he was able to make the 10 temples of hell of the underworld pretend to be deaf and dumb. And with that old Loch's character, he definitely knew that that person was an immortal that he could not afford to mess with. But the strange thing was that he didn't go up to him to make friends. Instead, he wanted his help to get rid of the demon. Which was interesting. Faced with such an interesting matter, Yun Chonghua was naturally curious. Wanted to see what this demon was all about. In the blink of an eye, Yun Chonghua arrived in the sky above the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. He then plunged headlong within the Eastern Ocean Sea and arrived outside the Crystal Palace a few moments later. That crab general guarding the gate also rushed forward to salute Yun Chonghua when he saw him arrive. Then he said, "My lord will see the Dragon King." Yun Chonghua said, "Be free, I've come to see your great king. Inform him quickly." General Crab said, reporting back to the Dragon King, "My king has an order that in the future, the Dragon King need not be informed of his coming. The Dragon Lord is at liberty to do as he pleases." When Yun Chonghua heard this, he didn't make himself polite, but directly stepped into that Crystal Palace. Inside this Crystal Palace, this palace full of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, servants and maids. Instead, they all treated Yun Chonghua with respect. Anyone who saw him also saluted. It was as if they weren't arriving at the Eastern Sea. Instead, it's like going back to your own home. Yun Chonghua came to the Dragon Palace hall above. That Ao Guang is sitting on the chair fretting. Not even the siren song and dance in front of him could cheer him up a bit. However, when he saw Yun Chonghua slowly walk up, he then directly stood up in excitement. He dispersed the dancers with a wave of his hand and hurriedly stepped down from atop his throne. He arched his hand to welcome him and said, "The Supreme Immortal has finally returned." Yun Chonghua didn't talk too much to him and asked directly, "What exactly happened? Is that demon really this tricky?" Ao Guang said, "Please take a seat and have some tea first. This can't be said in a sentence or two." Then Ao Guang shouted, "Turtle Prime Minister, you quickly send someone to Jima to bring the city god of Jima here. Then go to Jidu and summon the little Lishan dragon." Afterward, Ao Guang invited Yun Chonghua to take a seat, and he said, "Supreme Immortal, although this matter is tricky, but please be at ease. Immortal, when little dragon's nephew and that city god arrive, we will slowly inform the Supreme Immortal of this matter together." Yun Chonghua said, "Good, it's not so bad for a moment." The Dragon King then arranged for someone to serve Yun Chonghua tea. Of course, if you serve tea, naturally you can't be an ordinary palace maid. Only today the fourth princess went to Manhwa to meet the three holy mothers. Not in the palace. This time, the person who offered tea to Yun Chonghua was replaced by a person wearing a golden conch on his head. A beautiful courtesan in yellow. Yun Chonghua recognized this maid. She seemed to be someone beside the fourth princess. She had been serving by the side of the fourth princess when the Spring Dragon Festival feast was held that day. Yun Chonghua asked, "Is the fourth princess not in the palace?" Hearing Yun Chonghua take the initiative to mention the four dragonesses, Ao Guan was overjoyed in his heart. Then said, "Today is really unfortunate. My daughter today went to Manhwa to have a small gathering with that Manhwa's three holy mothers. Not in the palace." Yun Chonghua sighed as he listened. Seeing Yun Chonghua sighing, Ao Guang said, "There's no need for Shang Xian to be disappointed. When my daughter comes back, the old man asked her to pay a visit to the Supreme Immortal at his door." Hearing this, Yun Chonghua realized that this old Dragon King had the wrong idea. Yun Chonghua sighed, just lamenting that this fourth princess was not destined to be with him. After all, this time when he went back to heaven, Fairy White Crane clearly warned him not to talk to Yang Jian's siblings, as well as the three Qing clan members getting too close. Although this fourth princess is from the East Sea, she is bosom friends with that third holy mother. This was considered a taboo for Yun Chonghua. "I think the empress is afraid that she won't agree to marry him and the fourth princess," Yun Chonghua said at this time. "That's not necessary. It's just a casual question." The Dragon King couldn't wait to ask it this time. Then why did it take so long for the Upper Immortal to return to heaven this time? "I don't know if the marriage between the Upper Immortal and his daughter has ever asked the mother?" Yun Chonghua replied. "This time, Mother Hui Tian summoned me at Yaoqi and gave me an imperial meal. 2 more bottles of imperial wine and a nap made it possible to come back a few months late. As for the matter of the wedding, the queen said that she would have her own arrangements for the future, and that there was no need for us to worry about it." Faced with Yun Chonghua's answer, Ao Guan was considered envious. The peach banquet in the upper world doesn't always invite the Dragon King of the Four Seas. Even if you have a seat in the Yaoqi, what you eat is only a small peach of 3,000 years. even with the gift of imperial wine. It's just that there's that one cup. Yun Chonghua, however, was able to take the imperial meal at Yaoqi at a time other than the Peach Conference, and 2 bottles of imperial wine at one time. This was a realm that Aoguan wouldn't be able to reach in his lifetime. I'm afraid. Hearing that Nyang Nyang had her own arrangements, Aoguan did not ask any more questions. Yun Chonghua was drinking tea and chatting with Aoguang in the Dragon Palace, and waited for about 2 hours. That Jidu dragon god Little Li Long, before he and that Imo city god hurriedly came. The 2 of them went up to the temple, and the Dragon King hastened to introduce Yun Chonghua, Supreme Immortal. This is the Jidu dragon god, my nephew Little Li Xiong, and this is the city god of Jima. Then both Little Li Long and city god stepped forward to give Yun Chonghua a salute. See you, Supreme Immortal. Yun Chonghua looked the 2 men up and down. The little black dragon was large and tiger back and waist is very sturdy. The eyes show light, god-like thunder and lightning. Although the appearance is a dragon head person, but it is very powerful. As for that city god, he was not as old as Yun Chonghua thought he would be. Instead, it was the likeness of a middle-aged scholar. Yun Chonghua said, the 2 of you don't need to be polite. Well, since everyone has arrived, tell us what happened. When the demon came, what it looked like, where it came from and what it could do. How dare even the underworld not dare to meddle in this matter. The 4 then sat down, and the city god began. Back to the Supreme Immortal. This demon came to the little god's jurisdiction half a year ago. It looks like a weasel that has become a spirit. He came to the little god's precinct. Then he sat down on the mountain in Jima. At that time, the little god only thought that he was a spirit who had accomplished cultivation in the mountains, so he did not care at first. Nor has it made an enemy of him. But just a few months ago, that weasel spewed human words and set up a temple on that mountain. He called himself Wang Tai Sin and called his followers to worship and make offerings. He responds to people's requests. At first, the little god only thought that he was just like the general spirits and monsters, just relying on the cultivation of some side door, carving small skills of the blindfold, to set up a small temple. But he also thought that he was just like the general spirits and monsters. It's just a matter of cheating a few incense offerings with mortals. But it was only after the little god incarnated and went there in person that he realized that the demon did have real skills. He practiced medicine to save people, refined herbs, cured many injuries on people, and even regenerated broken limbs, blindness and sight. After hearing this, Yun Chonghua said, "Oh, how can you be so capable? If that's true, it is only right that he should claim a few offerings. As for mortals tearing down your temple and replacing it with his, there's no excuse for that. After all, when mortals seek divination, they have always believed in whoever is spiritual." That city god continued, "AI, if he really shelters the people and blesses one side, doing these meritorious and good deeds, not to mention giving up the temple to him, even if he were to give up the position of the lesser god, the city god, to him, there is nothing wrong with me being reduced to a land or a mountain god." Yun Chonghua asked, "Then did he do something evil?" Chapter 53, The Long Night. This day, right and wrong, black and white, reversed. Yun Chonghua asked, "Then did he do something evil?" Hearing Yun Chonghua's inquiry, the city god sighed and said, "Although that guy has relieved some of the people, however, the bad karma he has created cannot be explained in a couple of words. The first thing is that when he is faced with the demands of the believers, no matter whether they are good or bad, without distinguishing between right and wrong, it's all there for the taking. Mortals are much attached to profit, and those who ask him for money, he distributes it to mortals in the form of stones. Prices in the city skyrocketed. A grain of gold could not even buy a bowl of rice. Mortals begged him for children. It is also the case that a ready-made heir will be delivered immediately, and it is not only the greedy who ask of him, but also some who are extremely wicked. He treats these people with the same necessity, and escapes from the law on behalf of these wicked people. And the prison of the city, which at some time fell down, they have escaped more than 100 villains, who have plagued the surrounding towns and villages, and have committed many murders and fires, the evil of rape and pillage, for this indulgence in evil deeds. He also said beautifully that there is no one who cannot be ferried out of this world. The prodigal son returns to his old age, and no one is without fault, so we should give them a chance to reform themselves. It also says that if one makes a pilgrimage to him and reveres him, he can be forgiven no matter how many sins he commits. If any sensible person would speak out against this perversion of right and wrong, it will also be attacked by those who have been forgiven. He will say that he is hard-hearted and without charity, and he will seize upon those who are sensible. A small transgression once done is purposely brought up and portrayed as a hypocrite to block his speech. In the end, these sensible people are the hypocrites are better than the true villains, and subsequently they are criticized by 1,000 people. and their reputation is destroyed. A gentleman who has spent half his life doing good deeds and doing some small things wrong. In the end, the reputation is not as good as that of a true villain who kills, rapes and pillages and is full of evil. Put down the butcher's knife. Performing a small act of kindness and calling it reforming oneself and abandoning evil for good, without being duly punished for their sins. What kind of asshole reasoning is it to just write off your previous bad karma? Later on, these sensible people, in order to save themselves from the bad name of hypocrites, all of them are also reticent. Some still feel stupid about their previous acts of kindness. Under the cold heart they have also joined under that demon, no longer doing good but indulging in evil. This is strict for good and lenient for evil. Good deeds go unchallenged and evil deeds go unpunished. The result is that today's right and wrong are indistinguishable, black and white reversed, cause and effect are inverted. The result, so much so that today's programs are out of order and morality is lost. It would have been fine if it was just a recitation of some sophistry. Later on, the little spirit visited with his underlings. Those gold and silver that he gave out were transformed by the blindfold spell, which could be used in the vicinity of Jima city, but out of the city. As long as it is not within the shelter of his temple, then all that money will turn back to stone. His explanation for this is that we, the mountain gods, the land, the city god, take away his alms, so much so that the temples of the mountain gods, of the land, of the city gods, around Jima, all of them were torn down by those mortals who could not profit from them, and all of them were converted into his temples, and those stones turned into money, sheltered by his temple. The magic power is not diminished. It still looks like gold and silver. This is all the more reason for those mortals to think that it is we, the gods of the mountains, the land, the city god will take the money. Even the merchants who travel to Jima to do business and receive this gold and silver, when they leave the confines of the temple and turn back to stone, they will also settle this sinful debt on us, the land, the city gods. Little Li Long also said at this time, city god is right, now that this matter has a wide range of repercussions. Jidu, where Xiao Long is stationed, is not far from Jima city, but it is not close either. Quite a few of the traveling merchants that, when I sold my goods at a high price in Jima city and returned to my hometown with the money I had obtained, it was turned into stones, and now in the neighborhood of Jidu. There's also the matter of tearing down our temples and erecting temples for that demon to worship. That city god said angrily at this time, fooling the people with blindfolds is still a trivial matter. He went the furthest. Or those children. The little god had purposely gone to the hell to see the judge to consult the book of life and death. And he had given the children of those couples. None of them are transformed by spells, but are living infants. And these infants are all stolen and abducted from all over the world. Some of these parents who have lost their children have cried themselves blind. Not to mention that, there were also several women who were beaten to death by their husbands' families because they lost their children. There are also women who have gone out to look for their children and failed to do so, but they themselves have been cheated by villains. In the end, they all ended up with broken homes. The lesser god had led a group of land and mountain gods to go and argue with him, but the demon was powerful. The little spirit and the others were not powerful enough to defeat him. They lost to him in less than one round, so we jointly sued to the netherworld, but none of the ghosts sent by the king of hell could get close to him. Later, when we went to sue again, that hell began to stonewall us. It told us not to pay any more attention to it. The others followed the orders of the underworld, and each returned to the underworld to report on their duties. But the little god can't just ignore it. The little god has sheltered Jima for hundreds of years, although I dare not say there is any great virtue, but I don't want to see the years of hard work of the little god go down the drain either. However, the little god's magic power is low, and the hell ignores it. That's why I had to ask old brother Li Long to introduce me to ask for help from the East Sea. Finally this city god let out a long sigh and said, AI, it's a pity that I've been working hard to protect Jima for hundreds of years, but it's not as good as a small favor from a demon. The people have listened to the demon. Not only did he tear down my temple, but he also indulged his lust and messed up the whole of Jima. It is truly both chilling and saddening. In the face of the city god's complaint, Yun Chonghua comforted, well, they're just lusting for profit. It's just a matter of being fooled by a demon's tricks. After Yun Chonghua heard the words of the city god, he also understood more deeply what the Nyang Nyang had said to him earlier. It's no wonder that the rules of heaven prohibit the gods from falling in love with mortals. After all, it was simply too easy for gods and demons with a little bit of mana to fool them. However, Yun Chonghua did not agree to immediately go and subdue the demons, but instead turned his head to look at the Dragon King of the East Sea. Yun Chonghua asked, by the way, even if this demon is strong, it shouldn't be strong enough for the East Sea, not to mention how strong you are personally. Dragon King, there are tens of thousands of dragon soldiers in the East Sea alone. Why did the Dragon King come to me again? But the Dragon King saw where the demon came from? Facing Yun Chonghwa's question, the Dragon King of the East Sea also said frankly, I won't hide it from the Supreme Immortal. When Li Long brought the city god along to see Xiao Long and explained the original story, Xiao Long felt that this matter was strange. But this demon is near my East Sea. If things had gotten out of hand, the young dragon would have been guilty of dereliction of duty. So after learning of the situation, Xiao Long also immediately ordered 8,000 soldiers and generals to. Afterwards, he went to Jima with the city god to find out what was going on. When Xiao Long took the technique of looking for qi to recognize demonic qi to check it out, although that guy was full of ferocious qi, he had no idea what he was doing. But there is also a Ruemei Zenlight in the midst of that ferocious aura. It doesn't look like an ordinary demonic creature, but rather like one with proper cultivation. At that time, when Little Dragon saw this scene, he associated with the reaction of hell, so they immediately withdrew their troops and came back. Ao Guang looked at Yun Chonghua and said, Supreme Immortal, to put it mildly, that demon is so rampant that the wantonly oppress the mountain god, land, city god, and that the hell is ignored. I can see that he has some history. Nowadays, the world is very complicated. The city is on land and not under my control, so if I were to force it, if something goes wrong in the coming days, Xiao Long will also be guilty of overstepping his authority. But this matter has to be managed, so I had to bother the immortal. Saying this, Ao Guang stood up and, turning to Yun Chonghua, he said with an arch of his hand, Little Dragon implores the senior immortal to go and have a look around, and it would be best if the senior immortal can subdue that demon. But if Superior Immortal has any concerns as well, the Little Dragon implores the Immortal to go straight to the heavenly hearing. Even if I don't disturb His Majesty the Jade Emperor's sacred hearing, I can still bring it to the division of Han. Please ask the Tai Thunder Sounding Huazun to picket the Wang Ling one down in the realm. Let's all be impartial and restore order in Shilu as early as possible. Chapter 54, A good weapon to surrender demons and eliminate demons. That city god saw Yun Chonghua's silence and seemed to have little will to help. So the city god got off his seat and knelt down directly in front of Yun Chonghua. City god then said, Supreme Immortal, the little god knows that he is a man of few words, but I still ask the immortal to help me. I'm not doing this for myself. I just don't want the people I've sheltered for so many years. They were bewitched by the demon and lost their hearts. Although hell does not remove demons, the evil deeds done by those people with inflated desires, but all of them are written down in the judge's account book. If you don't stop it in time, you'll go to the 18 layers of hell after death. Not to mention that you'll only be sent to the path in the next life. Yun Chonghua said after thinking, helping is fine. It's just. Saying that, Yun Chonghua looked towards the Dragon King of the East Sea. Ao Guang saw the look in his eyes and followed suit. As long as Shang Xian is willing to help, whatever Supreme Immortal needs, Little Dragon can do his best. Yun Chonghua wasn't quite sure who the demon actually was though, but it's always right to get rid of demons for the people. Not to mention a demon who was wantonly disturbing the order of the mortal world. No matter who stands behind him, this fooling of mortals and making them create the evil that will lead them to hell. Let's beat him up first. Even if his backstage sued to the Jade Emperor, his own side still had the upper hand. Yun Chonghua stood up after thinking about it. Besides, he had gotten a new magic weapon from the White Crane Fairy. After learning a new spell, if you don't find a capable fighter to try it out, how can you know how strong you are now? Yun Chonghua said, just as well. I will go and meet this weasel first. Hearing that Yun Chonghua appeared to be making a condition, that city god but his heart tightened. He was afraid that Yun Chonghua would take the opportunity to ask him for some personnel. Of course, the city god also understands in his heart. Ask him to give some personnel should also be. However, he had lived in poverty for many years, but he did not have much left on him to offer to Yun Chonghua. Though the incense of that imitation is strong, he is from time to time to make offerings that he has obtained. Relief to fishermen who are too old to make a living. Maybe they're all old. But in his eyes as a city god, all were children he had watched grow up. All were naughty boys who had stolen the fasting fruit from his offering table. Therefore the city god would never allow that weasel demon to take the children he had watched grow up. And it all leads down a path of no return. The city god also glanced at the Dragon King, and this matter was a matter of. He was also not in a good position to ask the Dragon King to shell out this personnel for himself. He felt for his pocket in his arms and he wanted to supply Yun Chonghua with all the few possessions he had left on his body, although it was very shabby, but at least it would show his heart and sincerity. Just as Shingo was about to pull out the 3 melons and 2 dates in his arms, Yun Chonghua, however, said to the Dragon King, it's just that this demon subduer always needs a weapon that is handy. I've heard that there are many treasures in the East China Sea. I don't know if there are any weapons in the storehouse, so that I can choose one that is handy and go to subdue the demons? Aoguang said at this time. Weapons? Weapons are good. Supreme Immortal, please come with little dragon. Yun Chonghua then followed Aoguang to the middle of the Dragon Palace's weapon treasury. Yun Chonghua raised his eyes and looked, but he saw that among them, swords, spears, swords and halberds, axes and hooks and forks, that was all there was. When it was really spectacular. It was really a sight to behold. The first 3 rows were laid out with short weapons, everything from whips, mace, swords and knives. There was a whole row of various swords alone. The 3 rows in the center are heavy soldiers. Most of them are xianhua large axes, heavy hammers, and large swords, and the last 3 rows were placed with long soldiers, guns, halberds, lances, forks, and the like were all over the place. Aoguang said, the treasured blades of Little Dragon over the years are all here. The Supreme Immortal can always choose a few of these to take advantage of. Yun Chonghua walked up to take a look or two in the middle of these weapons. He skipped right over the swords, the sledgehammers, and other weapons that. It came directly into the area of the long soldiers in the back row. If Yun Chonghua had traveled to a martial arts world, he would definitely choose the first row of swords. But alas, he had come to a mythical world in which, apart from the magic treasures, everyone also basically fights with long weapons. And just about any weapon weighs thousands and thousands of pounds. Take a sword and fight a long soldier. The one who suffers is himself. As for double axes, sledgehammers and the like, Yun Chonghua was too bulky and troublesome to use. Coming to the area of the long soldiers, Yun Chonghua inquired, dare I ask the Dragon King, among these long soldiers, which one is the heaviest? The Dragon King took Yun Chonghua aside and, then pointing to the halberd placed on the stone table aside, he said, this painted pole square sky halberd is the heaviest weapon in Xiaolong's collection, with a foot of 7,200 pounds. Yun Chonghua knew that there was another Rui weapon among the sea collection, but let's not talk about whether or not to hold that stick, just the word Rui alone. I'm afraid it won't listen to him. Yun Chonghua was about to go forward and pick up the painted pole square sky halberd, but then he stopped. He pondered. This painted pole square heavenly halberd weighs 7,200 pounds. I may not necessarily be able to hold it. It's better to take the lighter ones first, so as not to lose face and show up in front of this old mudblood. Yun Chonghua raised his eyes, and among all these long soldiers, the only thing that could get into his eyes was the painted pole square sky halberd, and a 9-stranded steel fork not far away. He walked up to the 9-stranded steel fork and deliberately asked, how much does this fork weigh? The Dragon King replied, this is a 9-stranded steel fork, weighing 600 pounds. It's considered the second heaviest blade in the Little Dragon Palace. Yun Chonghua asked, in that case, this steel fork is only lighter than Fong's painted halberd. Heavier than all the others? The Dragon King stroked his beard lightly and nodded. Yun Chonghua then reached forward with his right hand, exerting all his strength to try and pick up that steel fork, but he grabbed the steel fork and held it, nearly stumbling over himself. Seeing this, the Dragon King said, be careful, Supreme Immortal. Yun Chonghua then stabilized his stance and said, no harm done. I thought the steel fork was heavy. I didn't realize it was this light. Aoguang listened and then gave a thumbs up and praised. Supreme Immortal's divine power. Little Dragon admires it. Yun Chonghua took the steel fork in his hand and shook it a few times before saying, it's too light. Better try that painted halberd. Saying that, Yun Chonghua put back that 9-stranded steel fork peacefully. Yun Chonghua then turned around and returned to the front of the painted pole square sky halberd, with the lesson he had learned from the party. This time it didn't use its full strength. Instead, he picked up the painted halberd and lifted it a little bit. Seeing Yun Chonghua pick up that painted pole square sky halberd with one hand, Aoguang also couldn't help but stare. Yun Chonghua weighed the painted halberd in his hand for a moment, then said, it's it. Use just the right portion. Yun Chonghua was also glad in his heart that he didn't mention the weapon just now. After all, that weapon is almost twice as heavy as this one. If you go there and can't pick it up, you'll lose a lot of face. Yun Chonghua remembered at this time the weight of the weapons of the 3 brothers who fetched the scriptures in the journey to the west. Monkey's weapon weighs 13,500 pounds. The 8 preceptors' upper treasure Qin Jin Rake and Sha Shurdi's demon subduing staff are both 5,048 pounds. This painted pole square heavenly halberd of his own is better than that upper treasure Qin Jin Rake and the demon subduing staff. It also weighs over 2,000 pounds. He remembered the rake, the descending wand. The weapons all had their own origins. The weight of one's own weapon was compared to that of the 3 brothers. So Yun Chonghua asked, dare I ask the Dragon King, this painted pole square sky halberd is so heavy, can there be any origin? In the future, if someone asks about it when we are against the enemy, I will have an explanation. Chapter 55, can drive away demons, but can't drive away the greed of the human heart. When Ao Guang heard Yun Chonghua inquire about the origin of this weapon, he also then explained, this painted halberd. It was forged from the 6 dings and 6 armors in the sky, taken from the Tai Essence Gold. The pole also had a dragon pattern engraved on it by the hand of Divine Lord Cinnabar Dragon. If you dance with dragon power, like a wild dragon roaring, not only does the body carry thunder, but it can also break the water and divert it. It was a congratulatory gift from Divine Lord Cinnabar Dragon for the sake of his fellow clan members when Little Dragon first took charge of the East Sea back then. Hearing that this painted halberd is a blade made by the 6 dynas in 6 armors for the Dragon King, Yun Chonghua said, this was cast by the Divine Sovereign in the sky to send you. It's not too good if I take it away. In that case I will exchange it for another one. Ao Guang said, alas, what did the immortal say? As the saying goes, the precious sword is given to the hero. Fragrant flowers with beautiful people. Xiaolong's skill is low, although he can hold it, but he can't use it, now that he's older. Over the years also neglected the martial arts. This object has been in this treasure trove to keep, in vain dust. Now that this object is destined to be with Shang Xian, it will be gifted to Shang Xian. Although the halberd is a gift from the dragon, it has always been a shame in the eyes of Ao Guang. It was also the beginning of a poor relationship between him and Tatsura. That Tatsuo dragon is of the same generation as Ao Guang. Originally, they were both small dragons in the lower realm, but Tatsuo was enlightened by the Jade Emperor, incarnated as the Heavenly Dragon. Since then, he has been an immortal in the upper realm and one of the Jade Emperor's beloved generals. And although that Ao Guang was not created by Tatsu Long, he was also enthroned as the Dragon King of the East Sea. Enjoy your wealth and prosperity in the lower elemental water realm in peace. For this reason Tatsuya called on the other 6 dings and 6 armors to help. Ask Inhu to help him forge a top-quality weapon as a congratulatory gift to Ao Guang for being the Dragon King of the East Sea. So the 6 dings and 6 armored siblings combined their efforts, and then they carefully forged this painted pole square heavenly halberd. However, Cinnabar Dragon was overlooking one thing. He was already in the Heavenly Dragon true body at that time, and Ao Guang was just a true dragon. His creation was far superior to Ao Guang's. Therefore when casting this painted halberd, Shenlong had built the caddy to his own standards. The weapon might be just right for him, but it was a bit heavy for Ao Guang. So on the day of the dawning, when Ao Guang tried to pick it up, he was able to hold it, but couldn't dance. Straight up public scandal. Ao Guang had always thought until now that this was something that Tatsuo Dragon had done on purpose to humiliate him. The two have also been estranged since then. So much so that when Ao Guang mentions Qianlong in private now, he says Qianlong Lao Air in one breath. Now that this thing was taken by Yun Chonghua it was just right, so as not to put it in front of him and get in the way. Yun Chonghua was not polite as he said, in that case, then I am flattered. Then Yun Chonghua's mind moved. The halberd then turned into a ray of light and flew directly into the jasper vase at his waist. After Yun Chonghua had picked out his weapon, he followed Ao Guang back within the Dragon Palace Hall. Yun Chonghua said, today I have just returned from heaven and my body is very tired. Everyone, allow me to go back and rest for the night. We will meet at the Jima seaside tomorrow around the 6th hour. I will travel to find you too. Both Little Lixian Dragon and City God nodded. Then Little Li Long and City God did not stay, but straight out of the Dragon Palace to return to Jima. Prepare for war in advance. After Little Li Long and the others left, Yun Chonghua did not delay. He arched his hand at the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, then said, in that case, then I will also take my leave. The Dragon King also returned the salute in a hurry and said, then I'll be counting on the Supreme Immortal in this matter. After Yun Chonghua said goodbye to the Dragon King, he also went straight out of the East Sea Dragon Palace and turned back to his own water mansion. Although the water house has not returned for many days, but there are water-avoiding beads sheltering, but also does not stain the dust. Yun Chonghua took off the return to heaven to report sign and went straight back to his room. Though the pleading papers of the people, which had been piled up into a small mountain, but then he didn't have the heart to look at it anymore. Just an honest night's rest and recuperation. Prepare for the great battle that may come tomorrow. Early the next morning, Yun Chonghua got up early, after leaving the Surabaya River. Then he flew in the direction of Jima. But he didn't use the power of the Kunscale treasure cloth. After all, that Jima was on the beach. It was not particularly far from his own Surabaya, and if he had used the power of that Koan Pang, he would have been afraid that he would have flown straight through without noticing. That little black dragon had been transforming into a dragon body and hovering in the air in order to avoid Yun Chonghua missing it. When Yun Chonghua saw the little Li Long not far away, he also immediately flew over. Seeing Yun Chonghua's arrival, the little black dragon also took human form and came closer to greet him. Little Li Long greets Supreme Immortal. With that, he was arching his hand at Yun Chonghua. Yun Chonghua came closer and said, no need to be polite. Where is the city god? Little Li Long pointed to a hill outside of Jima City and said, "The city god is watching that demon from the hill." Yun Chonghua looked down. The mountain was not high, but its shape was extremely peculiar. Cool as a large lingji. Looking at the blessed land that was born with visions, Yun Chonghua sighed. Such a blessed land, but it is haunted by demons. It's really bad luck. Good. Let's go down and take a look. With that, Yun Chonghua pressed down the clouds with the little Liu dragon and headed towards the place where the city god was hiding, and that sits in the middle of the temple. The weasel receiving the worship of the believers had noticed the movements of Yun Chonghua and the little Liu dragon. That weasel lightly grunted at the sight and thought, 7-colored auspicious clouds? Oh, this time it looks like we've hired someone who's got what it takes. The weasel that sat up there, after listening to the prayers of the believers, with a raised hand, he struck the brass chime at his side. Hearing the ringing of that bronze chime, that mortal also kowtowed and worshipped in a hurry. Under his breath, he shouted, "Many thanks to the great immortal. Many thanks to the great immortal." Yun Chonghua and little Li Xiang pressed down the clouds and came to the side of the city god. In order to avoid frightening the people with his dragon-headed persona, the little black dragon wiggled his body a few times. Changed to head and face. It turned into the appearance of a stout, burly man in blue shorts with a potbelly. Little Li Long glanced at Yun Chonghua. Seeing this handsome appearance of his, he was really envious. Yun Chonghua stepped forward and asked, "How is the situation?" The city god, who was hiding and watching, sighed and shook his head, saying, "Incorrigible. It's hopeless." Yun Chonghua sniffed and also looked in the direction of that small temple, only to see a long-browed weasel sitting in the middle of a small temple the size of a cupboard. In that weasel's hand was a short brass hammer, while at his side was a brass chime. The outskirts of the small temple were crowded with devotees from all walks of life who had come to worship. The devotees, however, were empty-handed. Neither incense nor fruits were offered. All of them went up to the front and after kneeling 3 times, clarified what they were asking for. At last, the weasel struck the brass chime and immediately bowed down and shouted, "Thank you, great immortal." Seeing this, little Li Long said, "What's so incorrigible about it? Now that we have the supreme immortal to help us, just drive this demon away." Saying that, the little black dragon manifested 2 beating drum urns and golden hammers in his hands. It was ready to go to war. The city god still sighed at his words and said, "We can drive away that demon. Can't you drive away the greed in the hearts of these people? Now that greed is in their hearts and they're used to getting something for nothing. There are days of karmic creation when you ask for something. If we strike out against this demon, then the people will only think that we are the demons who spoil their good times, and that demon is the rightful god who shelters them." The city god looked at the people whom he had sheltered and, I couldn't help but say with hot tears in my eyes, it seems that none of them can escape that reward of suffering in hell and being reduced to the path in the next life. Chapter 56, If Mortals Know Everything, Why Do They Need Immortals? Hearing this, the little black dragon also sighed. Little Li Long put away the twin hammers, then sighed and said, "Older brother need not be sad. It's all because these mortals are foolish. Older brother, your hundreds of years of hard work sheltering you is not as good as this demon's few days of petty favors. It is indeed chilling. It is also an evil of their own making, not yours." Seeing the little black dragon and the city god in this downcast state, Yun Chonghua, however, said disdainfully, "It is precisely because mortals are foolish and easily deceived by demons and evils, which is why we, as immortals, need to help them trace back their origins, escape the maze. If these mortals understood everything, what would we need us as immortals for?" The city god said. "That being said, the method used by this demon is a young scheme. How can we trace the origins and help the people escape from the maze?" Little Li Long also said, "Yes, if we don't beat him and let him go on like this, then sooner or later the earth will be in chaos. But if we beat him, these people are all mesmerized by his demonic magic, and their desires swell. Not only will they not help us, but they will think that we are evil. What should we do?" After listening to the words of the two, Yun Chonghua, however, laughed disdainfully. Thanks to the fact that you two have been immortals for hundreds of years, there's nothing you can do about this kind of carving?" Little Li Long and City God looked at each other, and then City God said, "I wonder what wonderful strategy the superior immortal has. Can you solve the current crisis?" Yun Chonghua said, "You can't defeat that demon, but can't you fool mortals? Since mortals are foolish and cannot distinguish between right and wrong, then we can take advantage of that as well." Little Li Long asked, "What the immortal means to say is that we also show up and then ask these mortals for whatever they want? That's a good idea. Uncle's dragon palace in the East China Sea is rich, so I'll ask him for some money. That demon gives and we give. What we give is real, what he gives is fake. After that, just smash his temple and break his blindfold so that these people can see the truth. Then naturally, he dismantles his little trick. With that, little Li Long then stuck out his thumb and said, "The Supreme Immortal is truly brilliant. Neither of us had thought of this. You two wait a moment. I'll go to my uncle and borrow some gold, silver, and money." The little black dragon was just about to leap into the sky. Yun Chonghua, however, held him down and said, "Why bother?" The little black dragon thought he had come up with a good idea, but after seeing Yun Chonghua stopping him, he asked again, "And what does the immortal mean?" Yun Chonghua laughed, "Isn't this matter simple? I'll pretend to be another demon who is black and white, and first smash all of that demon's temples to make his barricade visible. After that I threaten that all the gold and silver he had bestowed on me had been taken away by me, the demon. At the end of the day I will return and fight off the demon. After I fight off the demons, I'll pretend to be a demon and tear down a few homes and set a few fires. When I'm pretending to harm the people, you guys come out and beat me away. Isn't that fine? Anyway, this group of mortals can't tell who is a demon and who is a true immortal. When the time comes, the demon will be beaten away, relieving the danger of this Emmanuel. You guys beat me away, and also regain the hearts and minds of the people. As soon as the demon is gone, then this dream of theirs will be awakened. They'll end up having to invite you true gods back." After hearing Yun Chonghua's words, both Little Li Long and City God could not help but stare. The City God heard this and said, "This is a good idea, but this is a bit of an offense to the immortal. The fact that the immortal is willing to help us is already a great kindness to us. How can we still dare to subject the Supreme Immortal to this unrighteous injustice?" Yun Chonghua said, "Alas, when dealing with extraordinary things, one should use extraordinary methods. Now these people are completely blinded by their desires. How can they tell who is good and who is bad? Even if you tell them anything, there's no way to wake them up either. Only this method is the most direct and the most useful. Afterwards, you will offer financial favors. These mortals will naturally be grateful to you once again, burning incense and making offerings." The little black dragon said with some fury at this time, "It's just that demon's skills are not low. As the saying goes, it's hard to beat four hands with two fists. We don't doubt the skills of the immortal, but if we go up to help, we will have a few more chances of winning. If we act according to Shang Xian's plan, we will not be able to show up to help Shang Xian. If Shang Xian..." Yun Chonghua also heard what little Lu Long meant, and he waved his hand and said, "Alas, there is no need to worry about. Nowadays, my ability may not be inferior to that demon. Besides, even if I can't defeat him, there's no harm. I also have the ability to make a big deal out of this. When the spiritual officers in heaven see this scene, then it'll be a straight-up public affair. Anyway, whether I lose or win, this demon is dead this time." After Yun Chonghua said that, he began to deploy. "Jidu Dragon God labor you to keep watch here. City God, you go down to hell to recall the land and mountain gods whose temples have been torn down and have nowhere to go. After I defeat that demon, then you will all just show up together and banish me." Hearing this, the little Lixian dragon and the city god both took orders. The three of them then went their own way. Yun Chonghua flew to the top of the clouds with a single leap. "Start tearing down temples around here." When that demon saw that seven-colored auspicious cloud leave, his heart was also flooded with mutterings. "Hiss, why is that heavenly immortal gone? Could it be that he saw where I was coming from and went to ask his master? Could it be that he also wants to stand by and watch?" That long-browed weasel sat in the temple, full of questions, but then he realized Yun Chonghua's intentions. For those temples of his, which are likewise connected to his consciousness, Yun Chonghua was smashing his temples one by one at an extremely fast speed, even put his foot on the statue's head and face while demolishing one of them. After this weasel sensed it, it immediately exploded in anger, deceiving people too much. Deception. His sudden outburst really frightened the believers who had come to worship in front of him. The devotee was paralyzed with fear, then said warily, "Dasian, Dyson, I." By this time Yun Chonghua had also flown back, and he, in order to frighten the people, had. So a part of the original body was revealed. It became a dragon with a long head, a dragon's tail behind it, scaled and horned, and a monster with a dragon's head and a human body. Yun Chonghua held his painted pole square heavenly halberd and stepped on the auspicious clouds to the sky above the small temple. Without saying a word, he made the first move. Yun Chonghua danced the painted halberd in his hand, and the dragon pattern painted on that painted pole instantly erupted with thunderous light. Thunder and lightning gathered on top of the small branch of the painted halberd. Then Yun Chonghua pointed downward with the halberd. A lightning strike then struck above the small temple where the demon was. That small temple was immediately collapsed by Yun Chonghua's blow, and the weasel was buried inside. The people present were all startled by this scene, and they all looked up as well. The people saw a monster standing there with a weapon in his hand, a dragon's head and a feathered body. He was scared out of his wits, because the demon's little temple fell down. and the demon withdrew his magic power before bestowing gold and silver on the faithful. It turned back into a pile of rocks. Though some of the good people have begged to escape, the prophet-minded, though horrified, have. But yet, it's also about money. One of them grabbed those stones and shouted, "My money! My money! Where did my money go? Big fairy, Dyson!" At this time Chonghua, who was standing on the cloud, said, "Stop shouting. This demon is giving you money. It's all been taken away by this great king." Yun Chonghua then poked his neck out and then said, "Seeing that you mortals are quite tasty as well, come quickly and make my lord a case of wine and a toothsome meal." With that, Yun Chonghua stretched his head and neck and it opened its bloody mouth and bit at a mortal standing by a tree. Of course, it was impossible for Yun Chonghua to really eat people. It was only to scare them, and in order to avoid fighting in a while, like that little fairy to hurt the innocent, better to get rid of these mortals first. He bit off the bullfig tree in one bite. He then chewed it a few times and spat it out, continuing, "Bah! Yuck! Yuck! Not as tasty as a human. Don't run, you mortals. Quickly give this great king a taste." Then it opened its bloody mouth again and hissed at the crowd with a horrifying dragon's roar. Yun Chonghua's scare was really useful. The remaining mortals saw the monster wanting to eat people. At that moment, they could not care about much. They were all scared and fled in all directions. And the little black dragon that had been hiding at the top of the mountain couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Chapter 57, The Great Sage Yun Chonghua. After Yun Chonghua scared away the crowd, he immediately regained his person as well. Looking at the woeful appearance of those mortals holding their heads in their hands, he couldn't help but sigh. Shook his head. He wouldn't have wanted to use this method if the group hadn't been so obsessed. After all, he was scared off by himself and has been hanging on for dear life ever since. It's better than dying and suffering in the 18 layers of hell and hitting the path in the next life. After scaring off the crowd, Yun Chonghua looked towards the ruins of the small temple with his painted halberd and said, "I know you're not dead. Come out quickly." As soon as Yun Chonghua's words fell, the long-browed weasel jumped out from among the ruins of the small temple. He shook his body, shaking the dust off of it, then stood with his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth, looking up and down. Yun Chonghua looked up. Yun Chonghua was also looking at the weasel in front of him, who was half a body shorter than himself. Then he asked, "Where are you from, an evil demon, daring to act recklessly in the eastern lands?" That weasel didn't panic when he saw Yun Chonghua. Instead, he asked rhetorically, "And where are you, a hairy god, to come here and meddle in this nonsense?" Yun Chonghua then blurted out, "Mao God? This king is the most famous demon of all times. He is known as Tong Tian de Shang is also." Facing the demon in front of him, Yun Chonghua did not want to reveal his identity. After all, not knowing where the other party came from, there's no need to reveal your identity yourself. However, he also felt that the nickname Great Sage of Heaven was also quite suitable for his identity. After all, he really does have eyes in the sky. After hearing Yun Chonghua call himself that long-browed weasel, his disdainful sneer said, "Oh, you, this ghost words cheat Fonkai, that gang of foolish and unbearable mortals is also fine, but you can't hide it from me." After the weasel looked Yun Chonghua up and down, he sneered and said, "You're dressed in immortal clothes, with his feet on auspicious clouds, his body surrounded by immortal chi, the auspicious light at the back of his head, and the blades in his hands are not ordinary things. There is also a purple smoke bell hanging from his waist. This glance will be a heavenly immortal." Then that weasel looked at Yun Chonghua with a look of contempt and said, "Even if you want to pretend to be a demon, it's also necessary to change clothes and conceal the immortal aura around you. You don't even bother to change. Are you taking me for an idiot?" After hearing this weasel's words, Yun Chonghua's heart was also a bit embarrassed. Not that he didn't want to change. Rather, he simply wouldn't. Other than appearing in his true form, and his transformation into this person, the other techniques of change, he hasn't learned yet. After all, he hadn't been an immortal for very long, just a few days according to the time in heaven. This time, when he went up to heaven to report his duties, the line of Buzhou Mountain, the White Crane Fairy gave him the magic treasure for storage, immortal clothes of Tengshan Wanli, and even taught him the spell of the 3 divine winds. Even if he was shameless, it was not good for him to pester the White Crane Fairy this time. This art of change has to be learned, but it's better to wait until the next time you're in heaven. Yun Chonghua then smiled and said, "I'm just treating you like an idiot, so you know." That weasel was furious after hearing that. The word "you" came out through gritted teeth. Seeing this, Yun Chonghua continued to taunt, "You're angry at this? When you fool these mortals like idiots, why don't you think about the times you've been fooled too? Besides, you're such a weasel. It's also a false body, isn't it? Since it's also a false body, why should I inform you of it?" Yun Chonghua pointed the halberd in his hand and said, "If you are sensible, then get lost. Otherwise, Don't blame the painted pole square sky halberd in this great king's hand for showing no mercy. That weasel sniffed, but smiled disdainfully and said, "Ha, don't think you are a heavenly immortal. I'll be afraid of you, kid. If you know what's good for you, go back to heaven honestly and be your superior immortal. Don't meddle in the idle affairs of this earth. If you and I start a fight, I'm afraid that it won't look good on anyone's face." Yun Chonghua laughed. "Whether it's good or not, we'll have to talk about it after the fight. You fooled mortals with your arts, stirring up order in the mortal world, inciting mortals to smash the temples of local city gods, land and mountain gods. I think these charges are enough to send you to that demon chopping block." The weasel let out another sneer, then stretched out his right hand and, the chime hammer buried in the earth then flew into his hand. That weasel then slowly grew larger as well, as tall as Yun Chonghua, and the bronze hammer in his hand slowly turned into a wolfsbane. That weasel threatened, "I'll give you one last chance. It's not too late for you to leave now. If you don't mind your own business, everyone will be fine with each other. If you really start fighting, don't blame me for not giving face to the heavenly court." Upon hearing the weasel's words, Yun Chonghua also gripped the painted pole square sky halberd in his hand. With the injection of mana, the dragon pattern on top of that painted halberd shone brightly, and thunder light was saved around it. Yun Chonghua also eyed him and said, "I will also give you one last chance. I don't care where you come from. I won't tolerate you if you dare to act like this in the eastern lands. Now roll. It's not too late for you either." Hearing this, that weasel then waved the wolf tooth stick in his hand and came forward to attack, saying, "Ha, that's the way it is, kid. You're going to die." Yun Chonghua raised his hand and then swung at the weasel with his painted pole square heavenly halberd. Although the weasel's offense is fierce, but the painting pole halberd caddy is not bad, plus the weasel is slightly gullible. This strike was directly knocked out by Yun Chonghua. The lightning light attached to that painted halberd continuously surrounded his body. However, that weasel just shook its body a little bit, and dispersed all that lightning. He let out a light laugh and said, "Hee, it seems that I have underestimated you, this heavenly immortal. It's just so much better than this crap on the ground." Saying that, that weasel once again struck at Yun Chonghua, but this time he increased his force quite a bit. Yun Chonghua with a halberd to resist. The two weapons will meet, only to hear when. The sound was like a hammer hitting a chime. The sound resounded throughout the mountains, startling the birds. Yun Chonghua was also sent flying out by this weasel's full force strike. The weasel wiggled his arm, followed by another scoff. "Ha, some skills, not too many it seems." Just as he dropped his guard, Yun Chonghua's voice came from the distance. "Yes," but before the demon could react, Yun Chonghua had already quickly flown to his heels. A fierce wind swept up behind them. The sound of shocking explosions under the high-speed flight was endless. Even the little Lixil dragon, who was hiding and watching the battle, all of them were lifted off their feet by the wave of air left behind by his high-speed flight. And the weasel, though he had blocked the blow with the wolfsbane in his hand in time, but he was also toppled directly into the sky by Yun Chonghua, who held a painted halberd in his hand. Yun Chonghua's speed still hadn't slowed down, only to see him catalyze the power of the Kuan Pang. The light wings behind him grew larger, and just by gently stirring his wings, he forced this demon to tens of thousands of miles away above the southern ocean sea. When Yun Chonghua saw that the distance was about right, he used the painted halberd in his hand to pick the demon up and, raising his hand and striking, he catalyzed the thunderous power of the painted halberd, and it sent him flying down into the sea. The demon fell at high speed, directly hitting the surface of the sea. There was a thud. The sea splashed dozens of feet high. Yun Chonghua stood in the sky with his cloud head set up and said with a cold snort, "Poof. First, please take a bath in the sea." Yun Chonghua had no choice but to force this demon onto this ocean. After all, one is now apart from these four magic treasures of the painted halberd, the treasure cloth, the pure bottle, and the dragon binding rope. The only skill that he could hold was the Samadhi divine wind that he had learned only yesterday. Moreover, if that samsara divine wind was exerted, the ripple effect would be too great. If there are any improper words, it will be like the seventh princess in Danyang that day, the fish in the pond. This ocean is empty above the sea, sort of a best battlefield. You can let go of a fight yourself. Chapter 58, First Battle with Yellow Eyebrows. After Yun Chonghua knocked the demon down to the sea, he set up a cloud and waited in the sky. He saw that the demon had not come up for a long time, so he shouted, "Hey, come up and fight again. Since you have the ability to make hell ignore you, I'm sure it's more than that." As soon as Yun Chonghua's words fell, several water columns rose up to the sky, and then, like a sharp sword, stabbing at his cloud. Yun Chonghua remembered what the white crane fairy had said earlier, the way of all creatures. Immediately, he shook his body and resumed his dragon body. The jet of water hit him with the force of a water strike, but that was all the damage it did. Besides, that water column couldn't break his Hunjin body, and the demon flew up from the sea at that moment. Yin Chonghua shook the seawater from his body, then laughed. Ha! You didn't just want to give me a bath when you made such a big splash. That weasel rubbed his somewhat buzzed head and then he sized up Yin Chonghua and said, Before, I thought that the dragon demon appearance you took on was a change in you, but I didn't expect it to be your true form. You are actually a heavenly dragon. Hello, are you divine Lord Chunlong? Yin Chonghua shifted back into his human form as he said playfully, Of course not. I've told you that this king is the most famous demon of all times, the Tongtian Great Sage. You. Before that weasel could finish his words, Yin Chonghua once again attacked towards him. Even though Yin Chonghua didn't know any martial arts, but he couldn't help that the power of this Kuan scale treasure clothes on his body was strong. With a flick of his light wings behind him, he could soar for 10,000 miles. Then Yin Chonghua flew up and down, like a bullet, skimming past the demon at speed. One hit and you change places. The speed at which the demon was waving was nowhere near as fast as the speed at which he was attacking. With this dazzling speed, the demon was really well beaten by him. The fight was also very messy. Yin Chonghua was also a bit glad in his heart now that he had such a treasure. Or else, it really wasn't possible to get that much of a bargain on this demon. Now he didn't envy Wukon's somersault cloud. After all, although that somersault cloud was fast. But there's also a somersault start. And the light wings behind him looked as if they had grown on his back. You can control your speed and direction as you wish. That demon was momentarily rushed by Yin Chonghua's beating, and he shouted, Brat! I'll fight the real thing if I can. What's the point of using the treasure you're carrying? As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Chonghua gave him another nesting kick, then it quickly flew aside to distance itself from him again. That demon's cloud wasn't as fast as Yin Chonghua's, so he couldn't hit him without taking a beating. It exasperated him even more. This demon saw that Yin Chonghua's martial arts were sparse and ordinary, and now that he was able to suppress him like this, it's all because of that magic weapon with 2 wings on its back. If we were talking about martial arts alone, he would never be his enemy. Unfortunately, this time he went down to the world. Except for this chime hammer, there is no other magic treasure with him. For a while, he was unable to hit or grab. He could only be passively beaten, and was very angry. Yin Chonghua laughed, Ha ha, I'm really sorry. I don't have any other skills on hand. Just these few treasures are available for evening out. If you have them, you can also bring them to fight with me. This weasel sniffed and cursed. Oh, this magic treasure of yours. If it is in front of my master's 2 treasures, it is just a trivial skill. If the bag and the golden symbol were here, and you won't be allowed to run wild like this. When I heard about the bag and the symbol, Yin Chonghua looked up and down at this weasel in front of him, and then looked at the 2 long yellow eyebrows on his head. Immediately knew who this demon was in front of him. Yin Chonghua said at this time, Oh, who do I think it is? It turns out to be you, Yellow Hair. Hearing Yin Chonghua's words, that weasel could not help but frown. But then it occurred to him that he had changed into a yellow fairy, and his body was also covered with yellow hair. The other side could be scamming themselves. The weasel replied, What? You saw through me? Yin Chonghua said, Naturally. I didn't realize that the Eastern Buddhist chime boy would be this boring. Come to my Eastern land to disturb the order of the mortal world. Okay. I'm sick of looking at you like this, so show your original body. Hearing that his identity had been broken by the other party in a single word, that yellow eyebrow then stopped hiding. He was transformed back into the original Z-Chime boy. After yellow eyebrows changed and came back, the Zen light on his body glowed. But amongst this Zen light, still has that 5 points of ferocity. After yellow eyebrows appeared in his original body, he asked, I didn't expect to be recognized by you. Who exactly are you? How dare you recognize Master Buddha's identity? Yin Chonghua laughed at his words. Master Buddha? Which Buddha master are you? How dare you call yourself Master Buddha when you're such a harmful demon? It's really shameless. Yin Chonghua gripped the painted pole square sky halberd in his hand tightly as he said with a twist of words, As for who I am, when I escort you to the demon chopper, someone will tell you. Hearing the other party's words, Yellow Eyebrows couldn't help but be a little confused. His master, Buddha Don Lai, is the future Buddha. Throughout the 3 realms, it's also loud and clear. If it were anyone else, even if they weren't scared less, you also have to say 3 or 2 nice things about turning a fight into a fight. However, the Yin Chonghua in front of him seemed to be not buying his own account at all. Now that he knew his identity, he still wanted to make an enemy of himself. This time Huang Mei's heart couldn't help but mutter. Yin Chonghua didn't talk nonsense with yellow eyebrows, but raised his hand and attacked again. He knows the plot of Journey to the West. In the original, although this yellow eyebrow forced the great sage to go around begging for help, but in the opinion of Yin Chonghua, it is also with the golden symbol and human seed bag. The two East Buddha's treasure. It is just a show of power. Although Huang Mei's martial arts can fight with the great sage for 50 rounds without a match, but for speed suppression like Yun Chonghua, hit and run, don't tangle with you. The tactic of hitting one place for another. Yellow Eyebrow's subtle martial arts skills are of little use. Besides, he didn't have that liability, the Tang monk, to drag himself down. Without concerns, Yun Chonghua was naturally able to let go of the fight. Right now Yun Chonghua wanted to take advantage of the great opportunity that those two treasures were not in Huang Mei's hands. Capture this demon. Then they will be sent up to the heavenly palace to be sentenced by His Majesty the Jade Emperor. Anyway, this time his side had the advantage. There was also the testimony of Shaoli Long and the city god, the Dragon King of the East China Sea and others. Surrendering demons and catching monsters by yourself, to rid the people of evil. Not only is there no fault, there is merit. If your Majesty has any intention of releasing Yellow Eyebrows, that is your Majesty's own business. As the White Crane Fairy said, the upper levels of the game, they don't need to worry about it. Just follow the rules. This yellow-browed child has disturbed the order of the mortal world, and has already been considered to have violated the laws of heaven. Now that he was caught in the act, it would not be justifiable if he did not do the right thing. And after this incident, he completely understood what the Empress had told him back in Yaoqi. There is no difference between immortal and demon. It all depends on one's own thoughts. This Yellow Eyebrows had enough to eat. Not in the Spirit Mountain to ring the chime for Buddha Donglai, but came to the Eastern Land to spread the wild. I will give him a lesson today, so that he understands that the Eastern Land is not the no greed, no killing West Nuba continent. Chapter 59, Sea Chime's Golden Body. Koan scale treasure clothes show their power. Yun Chonghua didn't talk too much to Huang Mei and once again carried his painted halberd and struck. This time, however, only heard a clanking sound, and the halberd in his hands suddenly flicked. The painted halberd in his hands were trembling uncontrollably. Yun Chonghua was immediately startled by this sudden jolt. When he pulled away and stabilized his stance, he then looked towards the yellow eyebrows in front of him. The yellow eyebrow in front of him was very different from the party long ago. Huang Mei looked at Yun Chonghua with a gloomy face and shouted, "Fight! Why don't you fight? But you can't fight anymore? Ha ha!" The yellow eyebrows, who had now appeared in his original form, did not look like the weasel who would only be passively beaten up just now, only to see that at this moment, Huang Mei's body was shining with golden light, as if he was a golden man. Yun Chonghua's strike on his body was like striking on a golden stone. This yellow eyebrow was unharmed, not to mention this smug laugh. Yellow Eyebrows said, "Fong used that beast form, and the Buddha's skill could not be utilized. Now let you, little child, taste the power of the Buddha." Yun Chonghua shook his hand, then said with a cold laugh, "He, don't you be complacent. It's just a bronze head and iron arm that blocked my blow." Yellow Eyebrows sniffed and let out another cold snort. He carried the wolf tooth stick in his hand and said, "You ignorant child, what copper head and iron arm? Master Buddha is a golden body. Now that Master Buddha is in front of you, why don't you quickly make a pilgrimage?" Yun Chonghua also let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. "Worship you? You are also worthy," said Yun Chonghua, waved his hand-painting halberd. Then once again to the yellow eyebrows attack. This time the painted pole square sky halberd on the thunder light scurrying. He would like to see that his golden body does not conduct electricity. Seeing Yun Chonghua, who was once again attacking towards him, Huang Mei was unperturbed. He used the wolf tooth stick in his hand to point toward Yun Chonghua and shouted, "Set!" Yun Chonghua was instantly fixed in the air. And that square sky painting halberd is also fixed on the top of Huang Mei's head, again difficult to fall down. Yun Chonghua felt the power of this fixation for the first time, and now he felt very stiff all over. Moreover, the tendons and veins around his body, along with the mana channels, were all imprisoned. The whole body could not move. Yellow Eyebrows couldn't help but laugh up in the air at the sight of Yun Chonghua being restrained. He also withdrew his golden body protection. He looked at Yun Chonghua and said, He, kid, your ability to deal with the yellow-browed old Buddha comes. It's not quite there yet. Ha! But before Yellow Eyebrows could finish his complacency, the Fangtian painted halberd in Yun Chonghua's hand carried the power of a shocking thunderbolt. It smashed straight down. It smashed into his big shiny head. This strike with the power of a shocking thunderbolt directly smashed Yellow Eyebrows with a stumble. Fell off the cloud. Yun Chonghua stepped on an auspicious cloud at this time and stabilized himself. He shook his neck and, shaking his body, he moved his stiffened muscles. He looked out over the sea at Yellowbrow, who had been blinded by his blow. Yun Chonghua said, "This fixation of yours is indeed good. It's just that it's a bit short. I mobilized my mana to charge it a few times, and then it was flushed away from me. You've got a lot of practicing to do." At this time, Yun Chonghua squatted down again, and he said with a playful smile, "Why don't you and I make a deal? If you teach me this fixation technique, This god's sovereign will let you go. What do you think? Ha ha. Yellow Eyebrows rubbed his smashed forehead at this point. He looked viciously at Yun Chonghua above his head. You little child. Bully too much, said Huang Mei, throwing the wolf tooth stick in his hand straight out and it smashed towards Yun Chonghua. But although his attacks were powerful, they were still a bit too slow in Yun Chonghua's eyes. He activated the power of the Koan scale treasure cloth and dodged it with just a flash. Yun Chonghua dodged it and was about to make a mocking remark. However, he saw that the wolf tooth stick on the head abruptly became very huge and directly covered down towards Yun Chonghua. Seeing this, Yun Chonghua immediately continued to dodge and Yellow Eyebrows' wolf tooth rod then smashed down like a collapsing Optimus Prime. If not for Yun Chonghua's body being protected by the Koan scale treasure clothes, his speed would be far faster than the other gods. I'm afraid that I won't be able to dodge the range of this wolf tooth stick falling. The wolf's tooth stick landed on the ground, splashing 100 feet high. Yellow Eyebrows also grunted coldly when he saw that he didn't hit it. With a lift of his hand, that wolf tooth stick flew back into his hand. Yellow Eyebrows said with a cold snort, "The magic treasure on your little child is really difficult." Yun Chonghua laughed after stabilizing his stance. Oh, so what if it's difficult? Get 2 of them if you can. But if you don't have one now, you'll be a good boy and tie your hands. Yellow Eyebrows laughed. Bind your hands? You don't have that ability yet, said Yellow Eyebrows, once again transformed into a golden body. This time not only the wolf tooth stick in his hand, but even he himself also became very huge. It was 100 feet tall. Yun Chonghua looked at the golden body giant in front of him and, under his breath, he murmured, "Could this be the law of heaven and earth?" Yellow Eyebrows said, "Dharma, heaven and earth doesn't count. This golden body of the Buddha's Dharma phase. It's enough to deal with a little child like you," said Huang Mei, also no longer long-winded. Once again waved his hand wolf tooth stick towards Yun Chonghua smashed. The two fought in the sea, stirring up countless blue waves, and the waves were even higher than the waves. Facing this tall golden body of Yellow Eyebrows, Yun Chonghua was unable to do much, despite the fact that he's too fast for Yellow Eyebrows to hit him. He's hitting Yellow Eyebrows right now and it's also like scratching an itch. In this way, the two fought for dozens of rounds, and they were also indistinguishable. Although Yellow Eyebrows had gotten much bigger, and the attack range of the wolf tooth cudgel in his hand was also much bigger. However, the speed of that Koan scale treasure cloth was beyond his reach. No matter how tigerishly he swung his wolfsbane, how wide the waves of, but it couldn't hit Yun Chonghua either. Even wanted to perform the fixation technique again, but he couldn't catch Yun Chonghua, so he couldn't fix him. As time went on, Yellow Eyebrows was getting more and more anxious as he fought, because the state of this golden body phantasm of the he won't last long. If he ran out of mana, without his golden body protection, Yun Chonghua can't beat him to death. Gotta kick his ass, too. Right now he was immensely nostalgic for those 2 magic treasures of his master, the golden symbol and the human seed bag. Without a magic treasure to protect himself, he was really struggling to deal with Yun Chonghua with his spells and bravery alone. Compared to Huang Mei's anxiety, Yun Chonghua was at ease. Although driving the Koan scale treasure cloth also required mana, Yun Chonghua's consumption was indeed not too much. It only required the consumption of the mana to drive the Koan Peng essence spirit. Compared to Yellow Eyebrows' consumption of maintaining this golden body Dharma phase, it was far too small. After the 2 of them had been in a stalemate like this for some time, Yellow Eyebrows finally couldn't hold on any longer. His figure also gradually shrunk down, and the golden body on his body gradually dispersed. Exhausted and panting, he looked at Yun Chonghua and said, "You little child, I don't dare to fight with the Buddha head-on, but only some sneak attack underhanded tactics. What kind of hero is that? You're like a fly on the wall. It's really annoying as hell." Yun Chonghua looked at Huang Mei and laughed. I have always acted in an unconventional manner. There's no need for any honorable means to deal with you, a lowly billet who fools mortals. There, you finished your 3 axes. It's this god sovereign's turn to make a move. Die. Just as Yun Chonghua stepped forward with his halberd, ready to once again beat Huang Mei violently as he did just now. Instead, Yellow Eyebrows opened his mouth 3 times, and then he spat out a mouthful of intense flames. Although this flame came in a hurry, it was good that Yun Chonghua had suffered the loss of the fixation method just now and was prepared. The flames brushed against him. It nearly burned the Koan scale treasure cloth on his body. Yun Chonghua stabilized his stance and said, "Ha, you guy is really dying." Chapter 60, Sea Chime's defeat. Golden Cicada appears. Yellow Eyebrows is now unsuccessful against the enemy and has a crooked idea in his mind. The Yellow Eyebrows said, "The Buddha doesn't know where you're a god monarch. Today you and I are not going to fight. You can't beat me and I can't beat you. Let's call it a day. Since you are standing up for that ghosty mortal, I will grant you permission today not to nuisance that Jima city." Yun Chonghua laughed at this. "Oh, If you can't win, then you want to beg for forgiveness and survive. There's no such thing under the sun. Hearing this, Yellow Eyebrows frowned and said, "What do you want then?" Yun Chonghua replied, "Naturally, I'm arresting you to ask for punishment in heaven. As a disciple of the gods and Buddhas, you, fooling mortals with magical power, causing an imbalance in the order of the earth, this is one of the sins. Inciting the people, causing the demolition of the city god and land temples, this is the second sin. The third sin is that of disturbing cause and effect, of failing to distinguish between good and evil, of harboring and conniving at the wicked, and of dragging the innocent into victimization. With these 3 sins, I'll arrest you and ask you for your crimes in heaven." Yellow Eyebrows heard this, but said in a very unconvincing manner, I have a request for mortals. What is wrong with that? Besides, it is those mortals themselves who are greedy, and in order to keep that gold and silver manna intact, only then did they tear down those city god and land temples to worship me. This is all their own evil doing. What has it got to do with me? Yun Chonghua retorted. Strong words. If you don't tempt the evil thoughts in their hearts, by indulging their evil thoughts, how can they be greedy? And it's fine for you to fool mortals with some spells, but you abducted babies and children, causing those families who lost their children to be separated and broken. And you are equally solicitous of those evildoers, making their sins deeper. Not to mention, it also allowed the surrounding goodness to be bullied by these villains once again. How can you be tolerated for such wickedness? Yellow Eyebrows listened to Yun Chonghua counting his sins, but when he heard the last sentence, instead, there was a smile on his face. Yellow Eyebrows asked, "In that case, you also do not agree that Buddhism is vast and there is no such thing as an uncrossable anymore?" Yun Chonghua listened and said, "Nonsense. The means by which you transform the wicked is to fulfill their desires to plague the good. This is indulging in evil. Since this is indulging in evil, if I agree with you, wouldn't I also be evil?" Yellow Eyebrows listened, but then laughed. "Ha ha, well said, well said. Although I have not awakened those mortals, I have gotten this answer from the mouth of you, the divine sovereign, and it is not in vain that I have come down to earth." Kim, before Huang Mei could finish his words, the painted halberd in Yun Chonghua's hand had already struck. Yellow Eyebrows was secretly pleased with himself when Yun Chonghua delivered another headbutt that he couldn't dodge and eat another square. It was knocked straight down. Yun Chonghua snorted coldly and said, "You're so full of crap. Bind your hands. Bind the dragon rope. Go," said Yun Chonghua, the crimson dragon binding rope around his waist. It then flew towards Yellow Eyebrows like a spirit snake coming out of its hole. Yellow Eyebrows was in the midst of his complacency when he was struck by Yun Chonghua's strike, which was not based on martial virtue. Only then did he come to his senses. Yun Chonghua's dragon binding rope had already bound him. Seeing that he was tied up, Yellow Eyebrows twisted his body and looked at Yun Chonghua and said, the dragon binding rope? A gadget from the Dragon Palace. It's okay to tie up a few of the beasts that Rock is talking about. You don't think this kind of thing can restrain me?" Yellow Eyebrows was about to activate his golden body again and hold open the dragon binding rope. Yun Chonghua, however, let out a cold snort. Immediately running his thoughts, the samadhi flame on that dragon binding rope burned directly. Yellow Eyebrows was unable to mobilize his golden body to defend himself in time. Directly wrapped around the body of the dragon rope burned into a roasted pig. "Where did you little child get all this damn stuff? Why does this dragon binding rope of yours still release the samadhi fire?" Even though Yellow Eyebrows was now roasted and his skin was scorched, he still satisfied the doubts in his heart first. Yun Chonghua continued to catalyze the samadhi true flame while saying, "There's a lot more you don't know. Be a good boy and bind your hands." With that, Yun Chonghua offered up the jasper net bottle at his waist. The wind mouth of that pure bottle opened wide and, straight away, he was going to suck Yellow Eyebrows in. Yellow Eyebrows knew the power of the human seed sac and the golden symbol, and when he saw that this treasure could also accept people, he immediately panicked. At this time, Yellow Eyebrows cried out for help with his speech spirit transmission. "Golden Cicada Sun, save me." As soon as Yellow Eyebrows' words fell, a Buddha's light appeared from the sky. A white-robed monk then descended from the sky. That monk saw that Yun Chonghua's magic treasure was about to take Yellow Eyebrows in. Then a light shadow of a six-winged golden cicada appeared behind him. At the first appearance of that light, Yun Chonghua and the pure bottle that collected people were both knocked back by this strong light. Because the spell casting was interrupted, the Yellow Eyebrows that were about to be collected into the bottle also fell at this moment. With a flick of the monk's sleeve, an auspicious cloud caught Yellow Eyebrows, who had been scalded into a suckling pig. With this respite, Yellow Eyebrows immediately manifested his golden body and broke free from the dragon binding rope. That dragon binding cord flew back to Yun Chonghua's side immediately after it was broken. Although Yun Chonghua was knocked back by this sudden strong light, this golden light did not hurt him. He gathered up the dragon binding rope and the jasper pure bottle. Looking at the monk who stood in front of Huang Mei, he asked, "Who are you? How dare you stop this divine sovereign from catching the demon that is plaguing the earth?" The monk replied with folded hands, "Amitabha Buddha. The poor monk's dharma name is Golden Cicada Z." Hearing the other party call himself Golden Cicada, Yun Chonghua could not help but be interested. He looked up and down at the golden cicada in front of him. Although this golden cicada is bald, but this appearance is very elegant and handsome. A white dress fluttering, neck glazed Buddha beads glittering. It is really a good look of the Buddha's son. This is, even compared to himself, Pan and then Songyu, it was 100 times stronger than the yellow eyebrows on the side. But now that he had seen the golden cicada with his own eyes, Yun Chonghua's first reaction was a question. That is, eat a piece of his flesh and live forever or not. Yun Chonghua held the painted halberd in his hand and said, "Oh, you are the golden cicada. It's better to be known than to be seen. You're even more annoying than I thought you'd be. What? Are you going to take sides with this villain who is disturbing the order of the mortal world?" The golden cicada, although he did not know why this god sovereign, who was unknown to him, in front of him, would hate him so much, however, he still opened his mouth and pleaded, "Amitabha Buddha." This time Huang Mei's behavior was indeed inappropriate. Little monk makes amends to divine lord on his behalf. With that, Golden Cicada Z bowed to Yun Chonghua to make amends. Yun Chonghua sneered and said, "Ha, you've done something wrong and you're done with it?" Elder Golden Cicada speaks so lightly. He has disturbed the order of the mortal world and violated the heavenly laws. I was about to take him to the heavenly court to ask for punishment. The Golden Cicada Z also sighed when he heard this and shook his head. Alas, what the divine sovereign said is very true. This time, the yellow eyebrows stirred up no peace around Jima City, but it was a verbal argument with the poor monk. The matter started with the poor monk, and the poor monk can hardly absolve himself of the blame. The poor monk is willing to do his bidding, to remodel the temple for all the ghost immortals, return all those lost children. As for the innocents implicated by him, the dead monks are also willing to recite sutras to transcend their suffering. Those who are alive grant them blessings. I still hope that the divine sovereign will forgive yellow eyebrows this time for the sake of the little monk. When we return to Spirit Mountain, the young monk will ask for forgiveness with him to the world-honored one and the Buddha of the East. Yun Chonghua let out another cold laugh. He, your face? Elder Golden Cicada has a great face. Furthermore, this matter was caused by the two of you. Remedying the situation afterward is your responsibility, so there's no need to claim credit with me. What I didn't realize, though, was that the cause of the incident? It was actually a verbal argument between the two of you, just for the sake of one sentence. It stirred up the world so restless, when it really is full of food. But since you are an accessory, then it is also fitting to take you down and ask for your punishment together in heaven. Chapter 61, Can blow the darkness of heaven and earth, good at scraping the ghosts and souls. After hearing Yun Chonghua's words, that yellow eyebrow was first stunned, and then couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yellow eyebrows laughed. "Kid, it's not like you're not awake. Such a big talker. I lost to you today, but I just couldn't fight the magic treasure on you. The Golden Cicada is the second disciple of the world-honored one. Even if you are a heavenly realm immortal, I'm afraid you're no match for the Golden Cicada. Today, the Golden Cicada has already made amends to you and has also promised to make amends for me. We will return to the Spirit Mountain to be punished by the Buddhist precepts. And you little thief is still so unforgiving. You're not just trying to help us. Take the opportunity to ask for some personnel?" After hearing Huang Mei's words, Yun Chonghua was not angry because he was right. Although Yun Chonghua was protected by a magic treasure and his own creation was extraordinary. However, the current him was afraid that he was still almost on fire when facing the Golden Cicada. After all, this Golden Cicada elder is the second disciple of Buddha Rulai. Even that ancestor of the earth immortals, Jin Yuan Daxian, was courteous and respectful. Even Tang Sanzang is in his 10th reincarnation, and he still thinks of sending 2 ginseng fruits to honor him. It didn't matter if Xin Yuanzi was honoring himself or the Buddha behind him, but it's certain that, I'm afraid that this kind of character is not the enemy of his current self. Right now, when he saw the Golden Cicada descend to earth to harbor yellow eyebrows, he was also a little bit hard to ride the tiger. Yun Chonghua pondered. I was careless this time. I only encountered a yellow eyebrow before. I didn't expect that the Golden Cicada would be involved now. No wonder the 10 halls of Hell's Yama are afraid to take care of this matter even if they are being bullied to the head. I'm afraid it wouldn't be right if we just put things to rest. This fellow Yellow Eyebrows has suffered such a great loss. Afterwards will not find my back first put aside. After all, there are quite a few people who know that I came to get rid of the demons, those ghost fairies, as well as the Dragon King's nephews. One little slip of the tongue. This will be a problem. If we really let them go, if someone pursues them later, I'm afraid I'll have to take the blame as well. Earlier, Immortal White Crane repeatedly warned me not to interact with the forces of other factions. Now I don't know if this Western religion is among the prohibited ones. If I were to hook up with these people in private, I'm afraid I'll lose the trust of His Majesty and the Queen. My honor nowadays all comes from His Majesty and Your Highness. AI. This must be done carefully. Yun Shonghua had an idea after a second thought. For today's solution, we can only make a big deal out of it. After all, I still have the upper hand now. This yellow eyebrows eat their fill of behavior, also really violated the laws of heaven. It is also considered honorable for me to take them. It's a kind of justice to get rid of the demon. If this matter is covered up like this, I won't be able to say anything if I reopen old scores afterward. After all, one side of the story is better than catching the current one now. Also, why don't we just go ahead and make a complete mess of things? As soon as someone comes down from the sky, then I can take my responsibility out of the equation. Besides, it'll teach these Westerners a lesson that if they want to be wild, they can do it in their Western Nuga continent. Go to your own territory and make a fool of yourself. Don't come to my Eastland Divine Kingdom to wreak havoc. After Yun Shonghua made up his mind, he looked at Huang Mei and laughed. Personnel? You guys don't want personnel from me. I'll be grateful. I don't expect you to give it to me, and you'll have to try to find out if you can fight or not. The Golden Body Dharma phase of your party. The fixation technique is indeed not bad, but you didn't see all of my abilities. When Yun Shonghua said that, he recited an incantation under his breath and pinched his hand. After 3 exhales, it was blown at the two men. The majestic samsara divine wine then blew out of Yun Shonghua's mouth. In a flash, the waves rolled over and the floating clouds are dispersed. This gale carried seawater and directly whacked Golden Cicada and Yellow Eyebrows. Although Golden Cicada could tell that Yun Shonghua was a dragon monarch, however, he didn't expect him to be able to spit out this samadhi divine wind that covered the sky. Without checking for a moment, he also fell into his path. All things are born with their own nature. Yun Shonghua's divine wind, even the Golden Cicada son could only passively invoke it at the moment. He protected himself with his 6-winged golden body, but he couldn't care less about Yellow Eyebrows beside him. Seeing this, Yellow Eyebrows hurriedly hid behind Golden Cicada and also said in surprise, "Not good. It's that thief mouse's samadhi divine wind. Though this kid doesn't blow as violently as that thief mouse, but you and I don't have Lingi Bodhisattva's magic weapon that can stabilize the wind. Although he can't defeat you, we can't do anything about him for a while. It seems that this South Alimony, all the immortals, is not all bullying bureaucrats. Greedy villain. This divine wind can blow the darkness of heaven and earth, and it is good at scraping the worries of ghosts and gods, if it really alarms the heavenly court. Drawing the master and world-honored one to personally ask questions. I'm afraid that it won't look good for everyone. There's another magic weapon on this kid, flying no slower than that rock, now being pestered by him. It's really bad luck. What should we do now?" Yellow Eyebrows and Golden Cicada Z were deliberating on this side, and Yun Shonghua was also a bit drumming in his heart. That Yellow Eyebrows is just a reckless man with empty bravery without his treasure. As long as he himself didn't tangle with him by virtue of his speed, it wouldn't take long for him to fall. But the Golden Cicada in front of him made Yun Shonghua feel tricky, even though he had sacrificed his bottom card, the Samsara Divine Wind. Surprisingly, he had only suppressed him. But I don't know if the Golden Cicada was intentionally showing weakness, or if this divine wind of Yun Shonghua was indeed powerful. After Yun Shonghua blew this mouthful of Samadhi Divine Wind, the barrier of Golden Cicada Z's 6-winged golden light was also blown to pieces by him. Golden Cicada Z and even Yellow Eyebrows were all knocked back. Seeing that his hand had actually broken the Golden Cicada's defense, Yun Shonghua also laughed. He. It seems that the hallowed Golden Cicada Elder is nothing more than that. After stabilizing his stance, Golden Cicada Z plucked the rosary beads in his hand then replied, "Amit Ba Buddha. Divine Monarch is truly an extraordinary creation. The Divine Monarch is a scale insect, but to be able to cultivate this 3 divine winds to such a level is truly rare. The poor monk has no intention of making an enemy of the Divine Sovereign, and the fault for this matter lies entirely with the poor monk and Yellow Eyebrows. After this matter, the poor monk will also try to do as much good as possible, but if it really goes to the heavenly court, I'm afraid that no one's face will be honored. Don't look at the monk's face, look at the Buddha's face. I also hope that Divine Monarch will look upon the golden face of Master Rudraksha as a convenience. In the coming day, my spirit mountain is also set to open the door of convenience for Divine Monarch." With these words, the Golden Cicada is not afraid of being punished himself. I am just afraid that this behavior of myself and Yellow Eyebrows, it's just a matter of bringing shame to the entire spirit mountain. If it did go to the heavens, the great celestial father would not be the only one to adjudicate the matter. The other force that has been preventing Buddhism from spreading eastward is also sure to take advantage of the situation. After all, They didn't want the influence of the Western Church to be involved in Middle-earth. And he and Yellow Eyebrows came to this Eastern land to make a front stop for the transmission of scriptures in the Eastern land in a few hundred years. It's just that the Golden Cicada and Yellow Eyebrows both have different philosophies and different ways of testing mortals. Hence the disagreement. Yellow Eyebrows is competitive and wants that great merit of preaching the scriptures of the East. That's what caused all this ridiculousness. Back on Spirit Mountain, it didn't matter what kind of punishment he and Yellow Eyebrows received. However, if they hindered the great cause of spreading Buddhism to the East, then the two of them would be unable to absolve themselves of the blame even if their souls were relegated to the 9 hells. That was why the Golden Cicada was now forced to step back in the face of Yun Chonghwa's provocation. Words of pleading, begging him to be spared. After hearing the Golden Cicada's words, Yun Chonghwa couldn't help but burst out laughing as he laughed. Ha ha! I didn't expect the Honorable Golden Cicada Elder to be this impure and mercenary, but you don't have to use Buddha to pressure me. He is now far away from the Great Thunder Sound Temple in the Western Heaven Spirit Mountain. Moreover, if this matter is known to his old man, he is afraid that he will not allow you to do so. If you want to leave, it's also simple. Ask the painted pole square sky halberd in my hand. Seeing Yun Chonghwa's aggressive attitude, Golden Cicada Z also shook his head helplessly. He said, in that case, then the poor monk is offended. It's just that the poor monk has no intention of feuding with the Divine Sovereign. It's just a matter of trying to get this resolved as quickly as possible. Immediately afterward, the Buddha beads in Golden Cicada Z's hand transformed into a 9-ring tin staff, and a collar of brocaded surplice surfaced on the body, a Vishnu cap on the head. At this time, the appearance is no longer different from that of the Tang Sanzang of the 10th reincarnation. However, compared to that flesh-eyed old monk, the Golden Cicada in front of him was just more divine. Seeing that brocade splendor surplice, the Yellow Eyebrow is full of helplessness and complaint. Chapter 62 Jinlan's Buddhist clothes settle the storm. Mustard Nasuya has no place to flee. Yellow Eyebrows looked at the glowing, brocaded robe on Golden Cicada Z and said, Golden Cicada Z, since you have this brocade-colored Buddha's clothes with you, why don't you show them early, so that you and I will be victimized by this kid's Samadhi divine wind for nothing? Golden Cicada Z sighed and shook his head. This matter was originally your and my fault. It's only natural for the divine monarch to have grievances in his heart. Furthermore, I had no intention of making an enemy of the divine sovereign. If it weren't for the divine sovereign's refusal to accommodate, I wouldn't want to fight him either. Golden Cicada Z looked at Yun Chonghwa at this time and said, Divine Monarch, right now you and I have yet to fight. If Divine Sovereign can make it easier, Golden Cicada is grateful. But Yun Chonghwa wasn't in the mood to listen to any nonsense from the Golden Cicada now. Right now, his eyes were all focused on the brocade-colored robe he was wearing. I only saw that the brocade robe was red and colorful, and the colorful chi was floating. Above the surplice, various treasures were glittering with light and splendor. Very eye-catching, not to mention the mundane Golden Pond Elder and the mountain-occupying wild demon bear warrior. Even a divine monarch like Yun Chonghwa, who had been to the heavenly palace and had the same immortal clothes with him, all can't help but look twice. Right now Yun Chonghwa also had some feelings in his heart. I don't blame Gold Pond Black Bear for being greedy. This robe is truly a rare treasure. Since the last heavenly palace, the immortals have seen a lot of it. However, the clothes on their bodies are not as eye-catching as these Jinlan Buddhist clothes. But Yun Chonghwa quickly came back to his senses. When he saw the Golden Cicada in this fully clothed state, he knew that right now the Golden Cicada was afraid that he was going to get real. Yun Chonghwa carried the painted pole square heavenly halberd over his own shoulder. He raised his hand and pointed at the Golden Cicada Z and said, Cut the small talk. You and others have violated the heavenly laws. Not something I can forgive by showing favoritism. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then don't blame me for making the first move. Yun Chonghwa said, waving the painted pole square heavenly halberd in his hand, pinching and twisting the spell. That Samadhi divine wind immediately reappeared, compared to the square that covered the sky and drifted 10,000 miles. This time the great dragon whirl was even more violent. With that, Yun Chonghwa struck the great dragon whirlwind formed by that Samadhi divine wind line toward the two Golden Cicada suns. Golden Cicada Z did not flash or dodge when he saw this, while that yellow eyebrow was unavoidable. That huge tornado whirlwind, destroying everything, instantly scraping the surrounding waves. Almost the whole area of the seawater were rolled up to the sky, which did not see clouds but heavy rain poured down. That yellow eyebrow was swept up in the dragon whirl that this Samadhi divine wind was traveling into, as well as the vortex of the seawater, sometimes thrown up into the sky, sometimes dragged down to the ground, trapped in the wind, and it was too late to pinch the water avoidance spell. It was really hard, while that Golden Cicada stood steadily in the center of the whirlwind. This divine wind, however, had not affected him in the slightest. Yun Chonghua was also puzzled at the sight. At this time, the yellow eyebrow that was caught in the middle of the dragon's whirlwind. At this time, while flying up and down, while scolding, golden cicada. What are you waiting for? Your Jinlan Buddha's clothes have rui beads, mani beads, dust-avoiding beads, wind-stabilizing beads. The Sherry Sun and many other treasures are not afraid of this samsara divine wind. But I'm about to be blown to death by this kid's divine wind. Hearing yellow eyebrows shout, Golden Cicada Z was helpless and then used his own Buddha power to catalyze the Jinlan robe on his body. However, he saw that the brocade splendor robe, under the blessing of the Buddha's teachings, was suddenly filled with auspicious light, and the wind-stabilizing beads embedded in this precious garment flashed with light. The 3 divine winds released by Yun Chonghua immediately dissipated. Yun Chonghua himself also stumbled because his spell was broken, and was flashed by this wind-stabilizing bead. Taking several steps backward, he nearly fell off the cloud. Just now the sky was still dark above the southern ocean sea, but at this time the wind and waves were calm, and the yellow eyebrows, who had been caught in the middle of the divine wind and had suffered so much, also fell from the sky. That golden cicada Z pointed with the 9-ring tin staff in his hand, and then he nudged a piece of colorful cloud to catch him. Yun Chonghua looked at golden cicada Z and said, this wind-stabilizing bead is really powerful. Surprisingly, it broke my samadhi divine wind so easily. The birth of all things is really not a falsehood. The golden cicada said with another sigh. Goodness, if it is not necessary. The poor monk is truly unwilling to be an enemy of the divine sovereign. Yellow eyebrows shook his head at this time, snapping out of the afterglow of the samsara divine wind. He saw Yun Chonghua get defeated, then pointed at him and laughed. Ha, kid, you've been immobilized by this 3 divine winds. Let's see what else you're capable of. Upon hearing this, Yun Chonghua unfolded the light wings behind him as he said, Ability? I am indeed out of it. This Jinlan Buddha cloth is just a little too roguish. I didn't expect it to be able to suppress even my samadhi divine wind. I heard earlier that Lingji Bodhisattva had a wind-calming bead in his hand, but I didn't realize that there was one on this Jinlan Buddha's clothes. Yun Chonghua also blamed himself a bit for his carelessness in his heart. He watched TV dramas back then with great concentration. Reading a book is trippy, as if you're swallowing it whole. He only knew that there was a wind-setting pearl in the hands of Lingji Bodhisattva, but he didn't realize that there was one on this brocade-colored robe as well. When I watched the TV show before, the Kun Yum 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 episode, the Tang monk only said, the robe has a fireproof treasure on it that can't be burned, but he didn't realize that there was also a windproof one on it. But Yun Chonghua was a bit curious. That is, this robe is so powerful, beating the yellow wind great sage. When you cross the flaming mountain, what else can you borrow from the wind beads and banana fan? And just put the master's robe on your body, right? Are the Tang monks and disciples themselves not aware of this? Yellow eyebrows cursed after hearing this. I poo. You brat still has the face to say that other people's magic treasures are rascally. If it weren't for that bird wing on your back, how would you be a match for your Buddhist grandfather? Golden Cicada Z looked at Yun Chonghua at this time and asked, I wonder if the divine sovereign is now willing to spare others? Yun Chonghua laughed coldly at this and said, Golden Cicada, don't be complacent yet. I can't beat you, but it doesn't mean others can't beat you. I'll go to heaven and tell His Majesty about this. Let's see how you and the others can still be reckless. The Golden Cicada said with a sigh. In that case, then the Golden Cicada is offended. We can only ask you to come with us to the Spirit Mountain. When we meet our master, the Golden Cicada's son will surely apologize to Divine Monarch again, and personally send Divine Monarch back to heaven, said Golden Cicada Z, hands together, prancing a turn, the body of the brocade robe instantly off. Seeing this, Yun Chonghua immediately wanted to fly away and escape, but at this moment it was already too late. But see, at this moment that Jinlan Buddha's clothes cover the sky and the sun, and the surplice was covered with a red light that penetrated for millions of miles, and the Golden Cicada's son mouthed the Buddha's words and flew towards Yun Chonghua with his robe in his hand, and that robe also looked like a big heavenly net, covering down towards Yun Chonghua. Yun Chonghua swung his wings behind him, and with just one spread of his wings, he immediately flew out of the range of the surcoat. Yun Chonghua laughed at this time after escaping the range of the robe. Oh, sculpted insect tricks also want to catch me? I'll see you in heaven. Let's go. With that, Yun Chonghua immediately flew towards the distance. Among the far heavens came the echoing voice of the Golden Cicada. Mustard nascent, nowhere to escape. As the Golden Cicada's words fell, the smile on Yun Chonghua's face came to an abrupt end, because he really couldn't escape from the range of this brocade surplice. I don't know which magic treasure has revealed its divine power within this brocade splendor robe, or the Golden Cicada Z's own ability. At this moment, just like the ghost hitting the wall, letting Yun Chonghua fly around. In the end, He couldn't escape the scope of that surplice covering the sky. This feeling was just like that the great sage's somersault cloud could not be turned over into the palm of Buddha's hand. Damn! Careless! When it's really a pro master and disciple, their skills are the same. I didn't realize that the golden cicada would know this trick as well. Even though it is difficult to escape the Buddha's palm, Yun Chonghua is not panicked. He is not the son de Shang who is all bravery and courage and has no treasure in his possession. And he, the golden cicada son, is not the Buddha who is infinite in power. After careful deliberation, he then came up with a solution that was not a solution. Chapter 63, the white crane arrives and the golden cicada cannot escape. The bodhisattva appears to settle karma. After Yun Chonghua made up his mind, he fully operated the power of the Kuan scale treasure cloth, constantly going back and forth up and down. Yun Chonghua was flying so fast that even Golden Cicada Z was dazzled at this moment. The Golden Cicada son was also in awe of Yun Chonghua's strength at the moment. If he hadn't been carrying this Jinlan Buddha clothes on his body, even he was afraid that it would be difficult to subdue Yun Chonghua. The wind alone. If the robe is not equipped with a wind-absorbing magic weapon, as Huang Mei said, even if he can win, he is afraid that he will be difficult to deal with. Just as the Golden Cicada was contemplating how to make good on this matter, just in the blink of an eye, Yun Chonghua's figure disappeared in an instant. Only the remaining jasper vase, like a beautiful star, slowly falling from the sky, landed on the ocean. Golden Cicada Z immediately put away the Jin glimmering robe when he saw this, and he also saw the figure that came from the far heavens. A heartfelt sigh of relief, still half a step too late, and Yellow Eyebrows collected the fallen jasper pure bottle in his hands. Yellow Eyebrows held the jasper pure bottle and said, "This kid's skill is really not bad. Surprisingly, I was able to escape in the midst of the mustard Nason sutra that you imposed with the Jinlan Buddhist clothes." Golden Cicada's eyes are tightly closed. Another sigh said, "No one can escape in the midst of the mustard Nasu. At least he can't." Yellow Eyebrows asked suspiciously, "So where did he go?" When Yellow Eyebrows said that, he kicked him again on top of his chest with a nesting kick. Yun Chonghua flew out from the middle of that purifying bottle and rose up in the air with his feet on the Yellow Eyebrows. That jasper pure bottle also flew back to Yun Chonghua's waist. Yun Chonghua said, "It seems that my face is really not small. It's surprising that Elder Golden Cicada could make Elder Golden Cicada use such great magical abilities." At this time Yun Chonghua looked towards the sky and, with a light laugh, he said, "Although I was unable to escape from your hands, you guys can't leave either. You can capture me, but can you capture her?" With that, Yun Chonghua pointed the painted halberd in his hand toward the sky. Yellow Eyebrows was about to open his mouth to hurl insults, but he saw that far above the sky, a white fairy slowly descended. This visitor was no one else but the White Crane Fairy, the chief administrator of Yao Qi. The White Crane Immortal slowly landed as she laughed. "What a big battle here. Chonghua, you and I just broke up. Why did you cause so much trouble? So much so, that even the Honorable Golden Cicada Elder has been alarmed. I wonder where you offended Elder Golden Cicada. He even caused him to use such a great divine ability as Mustard Nason's soul to come and take you." Although the White Crane Fairy said this politely, her tone was very eccentric. It was rather like accusing the Golden Cicada of bullying the small with the big. The White Crane Fairy then landed in front of Yun Chonghua, protecting him behind himself. The White Crane Immortal looked at the Golden Cicada in front of her and laughed. "If this brother of mine, I hope Elder Golden Cicada will forgive me for any offenses." Although the White Crane Fairy apologized on her lips, she did not bow. Seeing the Yao Qi chief administrator in person, Golden Cicada Z didn't know what to do at the moment. Yun Chonghua's first appearance in the heavenly realm was still a short time ago, and he had yet to make a name for himself. Yellow-browed Golden Cicada Z did not know its details, but could try to compete a few moves. But the White Crane Fairy in front of us is a close attendant of the Queen Mother, and even though the Golden Cicada son has magic power, there were also magical treasures that restrained her, but they didn't dare to fight her either. Now that the White Crane Fairy was protecting Yun Chonghua, this matter was really a bit difficult to handle. Just when the Golden Cicada did not know what to do, however, he saw another auspicious light and rays of colored clouds drifted in. A kind and dignified voice came from the air. "Yes, such a big storm. What the hell is it about?" When the crowd heard the voice, they all looked towards where it came from. But I saw the visitor, with his head tied in a dragon bun and wearing a plain robe. Her eyebrows were like a small moon, and her eyes were like double stars. Jade face with joy, Zhu lips a little red, necklace hanging down the necklace. In the middle of her hand, she holds a willow vase. The visitor's precious appearance is so solemn that just a glance at him will make one feel more at ease. The visitor is no one else, but the lord of this South Sea Putua Lujia mountain, the goddess of mercy, the great compassionate goddess of mercy, who saves suffering. And by the side of that bodhisattva, There was a young girl in pink holding a pearl with her. Seeing the goddess of mercy herself, the golden cicada, Yellow Eyebrows all made a respectful bow to her. The white crane fairy also bowed to the goddess of mercy. Seeing this, Yun Chonghua also followed the white crane fairy and saluted together. And when that bodhisattva saw this, he also returned a bow to the crowd with one hand. The golden cicada said, I don't want to disturb the bodhisattva's purification by a little movement, so it's really a sin. That bodhisattva did not say a word, and immediately activated that great divine power of universal perusal of the affairs of the circumference of the heavens and insight into the mysteries of the heavens. She calculated the cause and effect of this matter with a pinch of her fingers. With that, the bodhisattva said, Yellow Eyebrows, golden cicada's son, this time the two of you, due to a momentary verbal argument, you made a bet. This is the sin of the two of you to cause the suffering of living beings. When Golden Cicada Z and Yellow Eyebrows heard this, they both also arched their hands and bowed. Golden Cicada Z, Yellow Eyebrows, knows his sins. The goddess of mercy looked at Yun Chonghua and Fairy White Crane with a smile. Then the goddess of mercy said, Fairy, divine sovereign, this matter, however, is the sin of the two of them. The poor monk will definitely bring them back to Spirit Mountain to be dealt with by the Buddha. As for the people who have suffered and the ghost immortals who have nowhere to go, the poor monk is also willing to make amends for them. The dead are transcended and the living are blessed. It's just that the matter of disciplining the two of them is of great importance. Could it be that on the poor monk's behalf, hand the two of them over to the poor monk to bring back to Spirit Mountain for punishment? The white crane fairy replied with a smile. Bodhisattva, this matter has nothing to do with little fairy. The authority is in the hands of my brother, the Dragon King of Surabaya. I just saw the winds in the lower realm and came to take a look. I'm here to see what's going on in the lower world. The spirit guards who were monitoring that were also kept back by the little fairy. The bodhisattva nodded in understanding after hearing the white crane fairy's words. Instead, Yellow Eyebrows and Golden Cicada looked at each other and the two of them had thought that the heavenly dragon divine sovereign in front of them, who was so skillful that he was able to win a victory and a draw with the two of them, was a famous divine general in the heavenly court. But I didn't realize that it's just a small Jinha Dragon King, not even among the four blasphemies. However, the two men are also some lamented the heavenly court's great talent. This kind of skills. Surprisingly, I can only be a small dragon king. Then the bodhisattva's kind gaze looked at Yun Chonghua. She asked, I don't know what the divine sovereign thinks? Yun Chonghua didn't rush to answer, but instead looked at the white crane fairy by his side. The white crane fairy nodded silently. After receiving Fairy White Crane's consent, Yun Chonghua also put back the weapon in his hand. Yun Chonghua said, since the bodhisattva intends to personally put an end to the foolishness the two of them have done, then Little Dragon has nothing more to say. There is just one thing that I still ask the bodhisattva to promise Little Dragon. The bodhisattva said, the divine sovereign can speak as plainly as he likes. Yun Chonghua replied, I heard that city god say, those mortals who were compelled by the Yellow Eyebrows, all the bad karma created is recorded in the account of the judge of hell. Xiaolong thought that the bad karma they created was not originally from their own hearts. All because of the compulsion of the sky Huang Mei. I implore the bodhisattva to show mercy and cut away the evil karma created in the midst of this incident for those who have been compelled. Hearing this, the bodhisattva asked, only that? Yun Chonghua replied affirmatively, only so. The bodhisattva listened and nodded with a smile on his face. The bodhisattva said, this is what must be done for the two of them afterward. If the divine monarch doesn't say anything, the poor monk will also take care of it. Does the divine monarch have any other requests? So that the poor monk may fulfill the karma of this matter. Yun Chonghua shook his head and said, no more. This matter had nothing to do with me, but only because I was entrusted with it is for the sake of the people that I got involved in this matter. The bodhisattva was merciful and kind to those people and the city god, land and a host of other ghostly immortals will do. I have nothing else to ask. After listening to Yun Chonghua's words, the bodhisattva was also quite appreciative of him. The bodhisattva nodded and said, good. In that case, then the poor monk will thank the divine sovereign. If there is nothing else, then the poor monk will take the golden cicada and Yellow Eyebrows to Spirit Mountain to apologize. The white crane fairy sniffed and saluted the goddess of mercy again and said, make yourself at home, Bodhisattva. The goddess of mercy didn't say anything more. After nodding his head, he took the Yellow Eyebrows and the golden cicada and headed for the western land of ultimate bliss. Chapter 64, Sister is here to specially protect me? After the bodhisattva and the golden cicada and the others left, the white crane fairy smiled and said, you have great skills. It's not enough to provoke that chime boy. Surprisingly, he even fought with elder golden cicada. Yun Chonghua replied, it can't be helped. I wanted to catch this Yellow Eyebrows to the heavenly court, but I didn't expect this golden cicada to intervene. But the treasure you gave me, and teach me that the Samadhi divine wind is really powerful. With this Koan scale treasure cloth, I beat that yellow eyebrows without any resistance, and that golden cicada. It was also by virtue of the wind stabilizing beads on top of that Jinlan Buddha's clothes that my samsara divine wind was stabilized. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take me even if I was undefeated. The white crane fairy couldn't help but cover her face and laugh lightly as she looked at Yun Chonghwa's complacent appearance. Yun Chonghwa asked at this time, "By the way, sister, did I do this right or wrong?" The white crane fairy said, "How would I know if you are doing things right or not? I just went up to heaven. Only a short time after entering the southern heavenly gate, I sensed the samsara divine wind blowing from the lower realms. You've made such a big commotion. I was so relieved that I came down to take a look. I didn't happen to come across this incident." "Ha?" Yun Chonghwa was a bit shocked to hear that as he asked, "What? You don't know the cause and effect, sister? Is it specially to come here to take my side?" The white crane fairy replied, "What else? 1 day in heaven, 1 year on earth. You may have spent a few days on earth, but I've only just entered the southern heavenly gates in heaven. I don't have Goddess of Mercy's great magical power of reading the affairs of the heavens and being able to see into the heavens with a pinch of her finger. How would I know what's going on here? But looking at the reaction of the Goddess of Mercy, I guess they do deserve it." Yun Chonghwa asked, "Then what you said just now was as if it was true. It says that you stopped the spirit officials from going down to the realm to check it out. Is it hard to lie to them?" White crane fairy said, "This is certainly not the case. You made such a big commotion in the lower realms. I thought it was you who had gotten into trouble in the lower realms. So naturally, I couldn't let those spiritual officers come down to investigate. In case they do find out something, even the faces of His Majesty and the Queen are disgraced. Okay, what the hell is going on here? I've taught you your skills. I've passed on my magic weapon. It's not for you to show off in front of people and make enemies. And even if you have a grudge, you still picked one with such a great skill. The cause of this matter, tell me quickly." Yun Chonghwa then informed Immortal White Crane of the original story of this incident, from the invitation he received from the Dragon King upon his return to his house, and then the presentation of the facts by Xingwang and others. He was asked to go to Jima to subdue the demons, and all the details of the party's battle against the Yellow Eyebrows and Golden Cicada Z were told to the White Crane Immortal. After Yun Chonghwa said that, he asked, "By the way, Sister White Crane, then I'm involved in this matter to capture Yellow Eyebrows to heaven to ask for forgiveness. Is this the right thing to do or not?" The White Crane Fairy replied back, "Of course it's right. He's disturbing the order of the mortal world. It also compelled the mortals to tear down the temples of those ghost immortals. Yet the 10 temples of hell didn't dare to ask questions, and you stood up for them to do the right thing for heaven, which is certainly right." Hearing this, Yun Chonghwa asked about another concern, and he said, "Then I respectfully follow your teachings and I have not listened to the words of that golden cicada and privately released the Yellow Eyebrows. How did this go?" White Crane Fairy patted Yun Chonghwa's shoulder and laughed. "Out of the whole thing, you've done the most beautiful job of all. That's the thing. You haven't forgotten my previous instruction not to associate with those whose position is unknown. It is a full proof of your loyalty to His Majesty and His Majesty's mother. It's not in vain that I've taken care of you like this, and it's not in vain that His Majesty and His Majesty have valued and cultivated you like this." Nice. Yun Chonghwa was overjoyed in his heart after hearing this. After taking a long breath he said, "I am not at fault in this matter, this is good." The White Crane Immortal replied with a smile, "You have not only no faults in this matter, but also great merits. First, you have done your duty and defended the majesty of the heavenly laws. This is what the Empress most wants to see, and you have done very well. Secondly, as the divine sovereign of the heavenly court, you were able to fight the 2 major disciples of the Western Heaven this time. This is also a merit that has grown our heavenly court's face, and His Majesty's face is also honored." But then the White Crane Fairy also turned her words around and, continuing, he said, "But you are really not small in guts, when it really is a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers. It even dares to fight with that golden cicada. He is the second disciple of Buddha Rulai in the Western Heaven. His magical power is not small. The move he performed just now, Mustard Nasuya, is inherited from Buddha Rulai. Even I'm afraid that I won't be able to escape. He still has that wind-calming treasure on top of his Jinlan Buddha clothes. Even I am no longer his match." White Crane Fairy patted his shoulder and finally said, "Fortunately, we have the upper hand in this matter. He has no intention of hurting you. In the future, if you meet this kind of high-ranking person again, don't act recklessly. Victory and defeat are commonplace. If you can't beat them, run. There's no shame in that." Yun Chonghwa laughed at this. "Oh, I see." The White Crane Immortal nodded and continued, "But this blessing of your brat is really not small. This battle not only raised our heavenly court's prestige, but also in front of the Goddess of Mercy to make a good karma. I heard the meaning in the Bodhisattva's eyes. this matter is not yet fully settled. I think there will be blessings for you afterward. You should enjoy it. Yun Chonghua said, it's good that I didn't get into trouble this time. Where would I dare to expect any blessings? But what sister is saying right now is that I can deal with the people of the Western Heavenly Spirit Mountain? White Crane Fairy nodded and said, that's right. That Western cult is also a sect of its own though. But in His Majesty's mind, it was an object that could be drawn in to balance the dynasty. Therefore the two sons of Li Tianwang, all of them are also at the disposal of Buddha Rulai and Goddess Guanyin respectively. The Goddess of Mercy is one of the 5 elders of the 5 directions, and even His Majesty pays respect to her. Now that you've made a good connection with her, you'll be able to tell a favor later. Fairy White Crane looked at Yun Chonghua and said, Chonghua, in the future, if that Bodhisattva or the Western Buddha asks you to meet him, you can go and meet him, and there is no harm in having a little correspondence. Just don't lose our heavenly court's face. If we get to know each other well, if your Majesty has any important matters to inform the Western sect in the future, we will be able to do so. It would be most appropriate for you to travel. Yun Chonghua asked, what sister means is that she wants me to be a commissary in the future? The White Crane Fairy smiled and nodded her head. The children are teachable. By the way, you have done much credit this time. If there is anything you want, when I report this time, I can also, at your Majesty, ask for a reward for you in front of the Queen. After thinking about it, Yun Chonghua said, if possible, I want to learn more skills. For example, the fixation technique, or the way of stealthy diving in change. This time, against that yellow eyebrows and golden cicada sun, I suffered the loss of not having too many spells. If I didn't have the 2 magic treasures that my sister gave me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to defeat that yellow eyebrow. That's why I want to learn more skills for my side. The White Crane Immortal said after thinking, the matter of learning the skills, in my opinion there is no hurry first. Now you have these magic treasures in your possession and the heavenly dragon true body to protect you. And you even have the Samadhi divine wind that I have taught you. Ordinary immortals and demons are no match for you. This time, even if the golden cicada wants to take you down, it also relies on the wind stabilizing beads on top of Jinlan's Buddhist clothes. Those rudimentary spells, as I see it there's no need to waste energy learning them for the time being. Your Majesty's Golden K Heavenly Book Pavilion holds a heavenly book called the Book of Rui. This book contains 108 divine spells, all of which are supreme wonders, but His Majesty does not lightly pass on this spell. Now that you have not been under His Majesty's command for long, this reward will not come for a while in my opinion. But don't worry, I'll try to put in a good word for you later. When this reward comes down, you can go straight to learn those profound techniques. There is no need to learn the crude spells of the sidewalks. Chapter 65, The Dust Settles, Waiting for the Reward. Hearing this, Yun Chonghua said, in that case, I just don't know when I will be able to impress His Majesty's kingly heart. The White Crane Fairy laughed when she heard this. Sincerity is the keystone. This favor reward I may not be able to collect for you this time, but the others may be possible. After thinking about it, Yun Chonghua said, since you can't learn the skills then please, sister, ask for a cloak of reward for me. With that, Yun Chonghua summoned the painted pole square sky halberd. He said, this painted halberd was asked for from that old dragon king. It doesn't fit well with my feathered body, and this time, fighting against yellow eyebrows. This feathered garment was nearly burned by the flames he spat out. I think I would be a little more at ease if I had a cloak to protect this precious garment. The White Crane Fairy pondered and said, getting a cloak, this is not difficult. Well, now that it's done, go back to Surabaya. I'll go to heaven and ask for your reward. If you ask for this reward, I will personally go amongst the golden quarter to select a suitable set for you. Yun Chonghua heard this and said, then thank you sister. Yun Chonghua and the White Crane Fairy then parted ways again. The White Crane Fairy went back to the heavenly palace. Yun Chonghua, on the other hand, transported his precious clothes and returned to Jima. After Yun Chonghua returned to Jima, that little Li Long and the mountain gods, land, city gods and a host of other ghostly immortals, all of them are waiting on that small hill. The little Lu Long in human form was shy with a big belly, pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back, very anxious. So did the city god who stood by and they were now very concerned about how the battle between Yun Chonghua and the demon was going. If Yun Chonghua made any mistakes, they were afraid that they would have to blame themselves for hundreds or thousands of years. While the crowd waited anxiously, the city god raised his eyes to the distant sky and, pointing to the sky, he shouted, it's back! The Supreme Immortal is back! Seeing this, the little black dragon immediately transformed into a dragon body and flew up into the clouds to greet Yun Chonghua. Little Li Long asked, how is the situation, Supreme Immortal? Have you subdued that demon? Yun Chonghua replied, don't worry, that demon has already been put to death. never come back to be a nuisance again. After listening to Yun Chonghwa's words, little Li Long complimented, Supreme Immortal is truly divine. Yun Chonghwa said, alright, let's cut the small talk short. Let's just go down first and it's good to know what's going on here as soon as possible. With that, little Li Long pressed down the clouds along with Yun Chonghwa and came to the side of the ghost immortals. What you have suffered today, someone will make good on it in the coming day. And the people of the city were compelled to commit crimes before the same written off. The most important thing now is to lead Jima City back to the right path. My plan, do you and the others ever know? Yun Chonghwa asked. One of the lands came forward to salute and said, the words of the Supreme Immortal, the city god has already informed us. Yun Chonghwa nodded and said, good then, everyone just follow the original plan. Thereupon the people did not delay any longer and acted individually. Yun Chonghwa showed part of his original body again, and immediately jumped into the city to make trouble. He smashed a few stalls and tore down a couple of private houses. In order to perform a little more realistically, he had little Lixil change into a fat kid. Then he was swallowed by him in public, and the scene really scared the people in the city. When the ghost immortals saw that it was almost time, they also immediately went forward. And you made a move and I made a move. In front of all the people, Yun Chonghwa was driven away. And not surprisingly, Yun Chonghwa, when the ghost immortals joined hands to drive away the dragon demon transformed by Yun Chonghwa, the people were immediately grateful and bowed down. After making this play, Yun Chonghwa, together with the ghost immortals, the little black dragon went back to that small hill together. When the people landed on the ground, the ghosts and fairies looked at the city god, who then led a group of mountain gods and lands that. Then he knelt down to Yun Chonghwa and worshipped. We thank the immortal for the grace of enlightenment on behalf of the people of the city. Seeing this, Yun Chonghwa said, it's just a show of hands. You all don't have to be like this. Little Li Long also said at this time, Supreme Immortal, since this matter is over, then we'd better go back to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea first, or we can inform Uncle so that he can be relieved earlier. Yun Chonghwa nodded, and then he turned back to the East Sea with little Li Long. The city god led a group of ghost immortals to see them off for a long time. Afterwards, the Huishur Walker was assigned by the Bodhisattva to come to this place to make amends first without mentioning it. Let's say that Yun Chonghwa and little Li Xiong turned back to the Dragon Palace. After returning to the Dragon Palace, Aoguang praised Yun Chonghwa even more. During that time, he also inquired about the demon's true identity, intentionally or unintentionally. However, Yun Chonghwa knew that this matter was not too honorable, so he put it off with words. Hearing Yun Chonghwa's prevarication, Aoguang immediately stopped asking more questions. Yun Chonghwa has helped Aoguang eliminate a big trouble. The Dragon Palace is to arrange a banquet to entertain. During this time several dragon ladies even took to the stage themselves to offer their dances to cheer up the party. After drinking and eating, Yun Chonghwa was also about to get up and take his leave. Aoguang said at this time, the Supreme Immortal is slowing down. This time the Supreme Immortal is helping. Little Dragon is grateful. Some small gifts I implore the Immortal to accept them as a token of Little Dragon's respect. The Turtle Prime Minister then led a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals to carry up boxes of treasures. Most of these treasures were still the same ones that the Dragon King congratulated Yun Chonghwa with last time. Only it was a bit more bountiful than last time. Seeing these treasures in front of him, Yun Chonghwa also said politely first, this time, to get rid of the demons, the Dragon King has already gifted a fine weapon. How dare I accept such a generous gift? Aoguang replied. Ai, what did the Immortal say? That painted halberd has been in the little dragon's palace for 1,000 years. Now that you've taken it, it's your destiny to take it. It's just a matter of not letting the treasures get dusty. These are what Little Dragon honors. Right now Aoguang is facing Yun Chonghwa, but he can't be stingy at all. For one thing, there had been a grudge against him, and this was because Yun Chonghwa had something that he was really willing to help with. It's so much better than those watered-down favors. Yun Chonghwa looked at the treasures, and then stopped pushing. He said, just as well. The Dragon King has given it to me several times, which shows his sincerity. If I don't accept it again, it would seem like I'm being unkind. In that case, thanks a lot, said Yun Chonghwa. Sacrificed the jasper vase, the box of treasures, as much as possible in the bag. Yun Chonghwa then arched his hand and said, farewell. The Dragon King and Little Li Long also personally escorted Yun Chonghwa outside the palace. Little Li Long looked at Yun Chonghwa's departing figure and said, Uncle, it seems that this Shang Xian, he is not as narrow-minded as we thought, and he is eager to be righteous. Much better than the others in the heavens. Aoguang also lightly stroked his dragon beard and said, yes, it's just a pity that the fourth sister is not destined to be with him. Otherwise, if he marries our Ao family, only then would we be considered to have a real backer. The matter in Jima was over. and Yun Chanhua's life returned to its usual pattern. The work is still 3-1. Reading the paperwork and sending thin rains to the people according to the season. After receiving His Majesty's royal decree, then he followed the god of thunder, the goddess of lightning, the goddess of wind and a host of other gods and goddesses to send down rain. But it's not as comfortable since the Emmanuel incident, either. Every now and then a man comes here on his own and places a call, requesting to visit him. From the 4 blasphemous dragon gods, to the various earth immortals and ghost immortals around, and the dragon kings of those other 3 seas, all of them also sent obeisances and asked for friendship. However, this could not be blamed on everyone being so attentive to Yun Chanhua. In addition to Yun Chanhua having a background of identity as an immortal, there's also the fact that he is one of the few immortals who can actually be called upon to help. As the saying goes, it's good to be cool under a big tree, and with such a god who dares to stand up for his peers, it's only natural that fellow officers should come and go more often. Chapter 66, the Bodhisattva of the Chowing Cave invites the Buddha of the Western Paradise to give the relic. In the face of everyone's hospitality, Yun Chanhua now put up some of his own. After all, there are many favors. There are just as many things going on. He couldn't really manage everything. What should be politely declined should still be politely declined. More than 2 months after the incident in Jima, Yun Changhua's residence had an honored guest. Yun Chanhua is inside the house looking at the paperwork begging for a confession. However, I heard a tender young girl's voice shouting from outside the door. May I ask if the Dragon Lord of Surabaya is at his residence? Hearing this girl's voice, Yun Chanhua was quite surprised. This water house of his is deep in the bottom of the river, and non-immortal demons and elves can definitely not swim here. It's a rarity to have a little girl's voice these days. Yun Chanhua put down the paperwork in his hands and followed the sound to the door. Only a small pink-scaled dragon was in front of his door. Seeing this, Yun Chanhua asked curiously, "Who are you?" That little dragon then took on a human form and turned into a beautiful young girl wearing a pink dress and hairpin. Seeing the appearance of this young girl, and the precious pearl in her hand, he said, "Oh, to have come to think of it, you are the pearl-holding dragon lady by the Bodhisattva side. I don't know what is the purpose of the dragon lady's visit to the little dragon's residence today?" Despite the fact that the dragon lady in front of her was only a young girl in her early teens looking like. However, Yun Chanhua did not dare to belittle her. After all, in the immortal realm, a person's appearance and ability couldn't be judged based on appearance alone. Although the pearl-holding dragoness was childlike, she might be thousands of years older than herself. After the dragon lady bowed to Yun Chanhua, she said respectfully, "Little fairy, on the order of the Bodhisattva, I hereby ask the divine monarch to condescend to travel to the Putua Lujia mountain. The Bodhisattva has received the Dharma decree of the Buddha Rudra to thank the divine monarch for his kindness in taking care of him that day." Yun Chanhua listened and said, "Oh, in that case, you and I can travel quickly." After saying that dragon lady and Yun Chanhua flew together to the South China Sea Putua Lujia mountain to visit the goddess of mercy. The 2 dragons flew to the vicinity of Luojia mountain. Yun Chanhua raised his eyes but saw a good light. "I only saw this Lujia mountain, with its 5 hazy colors, its peaks towering straight through the clouds, and its clouds and mists. The colorful chi is in abundance. This kind of light Yun Chanhua also only in the heavenly palace sacred realm has seen, but do not want to earth also have such a blessed place." That dragoness pressed down into the clouds with Yun Chanhua, led by the Yun Chanhua headed straight for that purple bamboo forest Chowing Cave. This journey is also considered to have seen the beauty of the Luojia mountain, when it is really 1,000 kinds of strange flowers, 100 kinds of Swiss grass. The wind shakes the precious tree and the sun reflects the golden lotus. The beauty of its scenery is not much worse than that of the celestial Yao Qi. When he came to the door of the Chowing Cave, the Hui Bankwalker also greeted him. However, before the beneficent Bankwalker could greet Yun Chanhua was the one who bowed to him first. Seeing this, the beneficent Bankwalker was surprised. The divine sovereign is the Bodhisattva's honored guest. The lesser god cannot accept this gift from the divine sovereign. With that, the beneficent Bankwalker hurriedly returned the gift. Yun Chanhua laughed, "He, this gift of mine, the second prince is accepted. In the past, your brother Neza, the third prince, saved my life. Since your excellency is the third prince's elder brother, I am bound to accept it." The beneficent Bankwalker smiled at his words. "So it is. I didn't think that my third brother, who has always been unconventional, would still have such a connection with the divine sovereign. I'm sorry to hear that. Wooden fork. The name Wooden Fork is too unpleasant. Changed to Mujia in this work." The beneficent Bankwalker then dodged out of the way and said, "The Bodhisattva is already waiting in the cave, so please follow me, divine monarch." Afterwards, the Huishur Walker and the pearl-holding dragon lady together introduced Yun Chanhua into the Chowing Cave. The 3 of them walked 100 steps later, but it was clear but did not want to this tide sound cave inside another cave. But see, the purple bamboos in the cave are pale and strong, and the pure water is gurgling, and the goddess of mercy, the bodhisattva of compassion. Then he sat on top of the lotus throne by the water pool in the forest. Huishir Walker brought Yun Chonghua to stop his footsteps, leaving the dragon lady alone to go up and inform him. The pearl-cupping dragoness marched to the bodhisattva's vicinity, then bowed and bowed down, saying, "Greetings, Bodhisattva. Little Immortal has been ordered by the Bodhisattva to invite the Dragon King of Surabaya, and is now at the cave gate." That Bodhisattva slowly opened his compassionate eyes and hurriedly said, "Since the Dragon King has arrived, quickly invite him." When Hui Bank heard the Bodhisattva's decree, he immediately led Yun Chonghua closer. Yun Chonghua remembered Fairy White Crane's earlier admonition to associate with the people of the Western Heavenly Buddha sect. Do not lose your manners. So he took 3 steps forward and bowed and whisked his hand down in obeisance. Surabaya Dragon Lord Yun Chonghua, worship the goddess of mercy. The Bodhisattva nodded, then said, "There is no need for the divine sovereign to be polite. In the past, that yellow eyebrows and golden cicada sons had committed sins, but fortunately the divine sovereign was lenient. Now the Buddha has punished them according to the precepts. I invite you here today. It is the poor monk who, on behalf of our Buddha Rulai, gives thanks to the divine sovereign." Yun Chonghua sniffed and replied, "Buddha, the Bodhisattva is polite. There is no need to be concerned about such trivial matters." Yun Chonghua did so out of professional sensitivity. He knew that for this kind of thing, it was better to skim over it as soon as possible. It is not convenient to go into detail, nor can it be. The Bodhisattva didn't say much when he saw this. The Bodhisattva then nodded to the pearl-cupping dragoness. The bead-holding dragoness then turned away and a few moments later returned to the Bodhisattva with a lacquered disc in her hand. Yun Chonghua looked at the lacquered plate on top of which rested a treasure letter made of pure gold. The golden letter is surrounded by carved statues of Buddha. The Bodhisattva then said, "The Buddha, in remembrance of the merits and virtues of the divine sovereign, has bestowed a golden Buddha relic." The poor monk was instructed to present it to the divine sovereign, right as a tribute. Hearing the Bodhisattva's words, the golden fish in that lotus pond, and the golden-haired roar that was watching over the cave, they are all very envious that Yun Chonghua had such a great chance. Merit? Yun Chonghua listened to the Bodhisattva's words and was really a bit puzzled. Before, he let the golden cicada and yellow eyebrows go, solely because of his own incompetence. It's just a matter of not being able to take them both in a short period of time, and his own promise to let them go was only after receiving the White Crane Fairy's permission not to pester them. How did these things become merits? Yun Chonghua was puzzled, but this devotee likes to play cryptic. In front of the Bodhisattva, Yun Chonghua was too embarrassed to ask about this kind of thing. Since the Bodhisattva said it was merit, then it was merit. Although Yun Chonghua didn't know what the use of this golden Buddha's relic was, but since it was rewarded by the Buddha, it must be a treasure as well. I don't think there's any harm in bringing it with me. Yun Chonghua then took the golden letter on the disc and with a thought he put it away within his jasper jade pure bottle. Then he arched his hand at the Bodhisattva and bowed. In that case, then the little dragon thanks the Buddha for his gift. The Bodhisattva also smiled and nodded. Although Yun Chonghua was uncertain, but he did receive a great merit by mistake. This Western teaching has always been about karma, cause and effect. Yun Chonghua planted a cause and naturally had to bear a fruit as well. If this Yun Chonghua resisted the deadlock and really twisted yellow eyebrows and golden cicada to the heavenly palace, then the karmic result is the matter of the eastward spread of Buddhism. It would be thwarted by another sect with all its might. This was not a result that the spirit mountainside would like to see, and even less so was a result that His Majesty the Jade Emperor would like to see. In the end, he got a small reward, but a big one. But because Yun Chonghua let them go after cleaning up yellow eyebrows for a while, the incident has not been publicized and is treated as a normal demon removal event. This creates another cause and effect. That is, the golden cicada had reported to the Buddha all the customs of the beings of the eastern land. The preliminary preparations for the eastward propagation of the Dharma were also completed. The program of spreading Buddhism to the east can still be continued. Therefore, Yun Chonghua has unintentionally made a boundless great merit for himself. In the coming days, when the Mahayana Buddha Dharma travels eastward to universalize all sentient beings, he will also have this primordial one credit. The Buddha then gave him a golden Buddha relic, a raw, 2 times familiar, Yun Chonghua this first time to this Luojia mountain. The Bodhisattva did not stay more than him. After presenting this treasure given by the Buddha, he left him to fast in the mountain. When the fasting food and hospitality was finished, he had Hui Bank send Yun Chonghua out of the Chaoyin cave. Yun Chonghua also took his leave at this point. Chapter 67, Obtaining the Buddha's Treasure of Mysteries, Returning Humanity's Favor to Settle Karma. After Yin Chonghua ate a vegetarian meal at Luojia Mountain, he returned to the middle of his water mansion. After returning to his residence, he took out the golden Buddha relic rewarded by the Buddha. He placed the shekels on the tabletop in front of himself and slowly opened the golden letter. When the golden letter opened, a dazzling Buddhist light shot straight out. In a flash, the entire water mansion was enveloped by this Buddha's light. Yin Chonghua fixed his eyes on the golden body of the relic, but saw that it was lying quietly inside like a pill, and the light it emitted made one's mind peaceful. Under the illumination of this light, Yin Chonghua had no more distractions, not to mention no delusional desires. There is just inner peace and tranquility, and there seems to be infinite power in this Zen light swiftness, keeping it close by. Yin Chonghua even felt that the physical strength and mana he had used up just now was slowly recovering, but Yin Chonghua took this sherbet and studied it for half a day, and apart from that, didn't find anything else divine about it either. When he thought about it, among the original Journey to the West, there were only 2 references to sherds. One was the Sheridan Linglong Knighton of the Kwaima Wolf, and the other was the Buddha's precious relics at the top of the sacrificial Sai Kingdom pagoda stolen by the All Saints Dragon King. But the Sheridan Linglong Inner Dan of the Kuei Mu Wolf is a Sheridan in the end, or was it an inner elixir that looked like a Sherpa? Yun Chonghua wasn't too sure. He only knew that the thing seemed to be able to cure illnesses in addition to. There's nothing special about it either. As for the one at the top of the Sai Kuni Tower, Yun Chonghua felt more like a light bulb hanging on top of the tower. Not only did he not show any concrete effect, he also had to take the Queen Mother's Ganoderma lucidum herb to warm it up. Yun Chonghua felt that the treasure given by the Buddha himself, the mystery should be more than that, but he could not understand it. Had to put it away for now. When I meet the White Crane Immortal in the coming day, I will inquire about what kind of divine effect the Sherry Sun has. Time flies like a shuttle, and in the blink of an eye several months have passed. The purple smoke bell rang. It's time for another day of heavenly debriefing. Yun Chonghua rose to his feet and utilized the power of the Kuan Scale treasure cloth. It was only in the blink of an eye that he arrived outside the southern heavenly gate, and Neza is still checking in here as usual. Seeing Neza, Yun Chonghua hastily greeted him, arching his hand and calling out, "Brother!" When Neza saw this radiant look on Yun Chonghua's face, he then said, "One day's absence. Older brother Chonghua has added to his elegance." Yun Chonghua said, "For elder brother after one day. But for little brother in the lower realm it was a whole year. Little brother has been somewhat blessed since in the lower world." At this time Yun Chonghua remembered the last time the White Crane Fairy had called him away to leave Neza out in the cold. He then said, "Brother, the day before yesterday, Sister White Crane." Neza waved his hand at his words and said, "I understand her concerns. She's doing this for your own good. Although you and I have a good personal relationship, it wouldn't be a good thing for you to get too close, but don't worry about it. No matter what happens after that, the friendship between you and me as brothers will never change." Yun Chonghua smiled and nodded. It is good that elder brother understands in his heart. Little brother is relieved. After saying goodbye to Neza, Yun Chonghua also immediately went to the Kuhan division to report for duty, and on the way to Kohanji, when he traveled to the bank of the heavenly river, he saw the White Crane Fairy slowly coming. Seeing the White Crane Fairy, Yun Chonghua also took 3 steps to welcome him. Seeing this, the White Crane Fairy smiled and said, "Gu, this time it's much faster than before. I'm not even at the southern heavenly gate yet, and you're already almost at Kohanji." Yun Chonghua asked, "Oh, in that case, Sister White Crane also came to welcome me on purpose this time?" The White Crane Fairy nodded and said with a smile, "Not bad. You can go to the Kuhan division to report your duties first. Come to the door of the Yaoqi afterward, and I will wait for you there." Yun Chonghua knew something good was going on when he looked at Fairy White Crane's expression, so he rushed to Kohanji to report for duty. When the debriefing was over, Yun Chonghua went straight to that Yaoqi, but on the way to the Yaoqi, Yun Chonghua, however, saw a pair of acquaintances. These two were no one else but the 2 heavenly officials who had captured him in heaven that year. When those 2 saw Yun Chonghua from afar, they turned and ran in a hurry. But now that Yun Chonghua had the Kuan Scale treasure cloth to protect him, he was extremely fast. The 2 had just turned around and hadn't run 2 steps before they ran right into him. Yun Chonghua then laughed, "Don't run away as soon as you see me." Those 2 came back to their senses and saw Yun Chonghua standing in front of them. Frightened, he hurriedly knelt down and said, "Divine Sovereign, you are an honorable man. The 2 of us caught you in the sky back then, but we were also following the orders of the upper peak. Please forgive us." The 2 were about to bow down, but Yun Chonghua helped them up and said, "As I said before, if it wasn't for the 2 of you grabbing me into the sky, I wouldn't have been created today." That Fox Immortal replied, "The Divine Lord's creation is the Divine Lord's blessing. It has nothing to do with us. I still hope that the Divine Sovereign will not forget the faults of the little ones." Forgive us! Forgive us! Seeing these two like this, Yun Chonghua also knew that there was no way to communicate with them both normally. Yun Chonghua's eyes rolled. Then with a thought, 4 sea pearls flew out from the middle of that pure bottle. He handed the 4 jewels to the 2 men. The 2 men also quieted down when they saw the light of the pearl. The 2 of them then exchanged glances and looked at Yun Chonghua in unison. Yun Chonghua smiled and said, "Don't worry, I truly want to thank you too. If you two hadn't been kind-hearted and intended to let me live, I wouldn't have the honor I have today. Even though there were some shady and unpleasant things going on here, the fault is not with you two, and it doesn't stop me from thanking you both." Seeing Yun Chonghua's sincerity, these 2 heavenly officials also slowly stood up. The 2 of them took the bright pearl that Yun Chonghua handed them. Then that fox immortal fawned and said, "You're welcome, Divine Monarch. In the beginning, the 2 of my brothers were only taking pity on Divine Monarch's cultivation. There is no need for Divine Monarch to be concerned." Yun Chonghua then conjured up more treasures amongst that pure bottle. Last time, that incident in Jima, the Dragon King of the East China Sea sent him a lot of money. Yun Chonghua couldn't use too much by himself, so he planned to take out a portion to offer it to the 2. Yun Chonghua said, "These are considered some of my intentions. Consider it a token of gratitude for your kindness at the time. I have things to do before I go to Yachi, so I won't stay here much longer." After saying that, Yun Chonghua turned around and left, not giving the 2 a chance to refuse at all. It was gone in just the blink of an eye. Yun Chonghua secretly hid in a corner to watch the 2 men's reactions. Even though all Yun Chonghua gave were some gold and silver mundane things, both of them were very joyful. Hurriedly, he collected those belongings. Then he arched his hand in the direction of Yao Qi and bowed, seemingly thanking Yun Chonghua for his reward. Yun Chonghua then smiled and headed for Yao Qi. Arriving outside the Yao Qi, the White Crane Fairy was already waiting there. The White Crane Fairy asked, "What took you so long?" Yun Chonghua replied, "On the way here, I met the 2 immortal officials who had previously captured me in heaven. Although the 2 of them captured me, they had good intentions to release me in the first place. Before, the 2 of them ran away as soon as they saw me. I bumped into it today. Since then, I have to thank you nicely." Then with a movement of Yun Chonghua's divine thought, several East Sea pearls flew out from within the precious bottle. He said, "This is the reward given by the Dragon King of the East Sea after that incident in Jima last time. Some of these gold and silver mundane things sister is afraid she won't be able to look at them. But the pearls of the East China Sea are so beautiful that I left a few of them to be used as lamps for illumination. I gave 4 more to the 2 immortal officials. The rest will be given to my sister." Chapter 68, Clothes in Full Bloom. That White Crane Fairy looked at the precious beads in Yun Chonghua's hand, then picked up 2 of them and looked at them. White Crane Fairy laughed. "Not bad, count on your kid's heart. It's not in vain that I take care of you like this on weekdays. Although this item is of little use to me, it is still considered to be your intention. Alright, I'll take it." With that said, those pearls, they rolled into the White Crane Fairy's sleeve. White Crane now said, "The gift from my brother is accepted by my sister. Come and see what your sister has in store for you." With that, Fairy White Crane led Yun Chonghua towards the depths of the Yao Pond. Yun Chonghua asked, "Shouldn't the first thing I do when I come to Yao Qi be to pay my respects to the Empress first?" The White Crane Fairy said, "There is no hurry. The Empress still intends to see how you look when you change into that cloak." "Oh, really? Prepared a cloak for me?" Yun Chonghua said with delight. The White Crane Fairy laughed. "That's natural. You fought 1 against 2 this time. It's only right that you should be rewarded for growing our heavenly court's honor. I personally went to the Golden Temple to pick it out for you. You'll love it when you see it." With that, the 2 of them arrived at Yao Qi's side hall. At that moment there was a golden cloak hanging in the corner of that side hall. The White Crane Fairy walked forward and stroked the cloak, looking a little sad but also a little pleased, saddened by the departure of the last owner of this armor, and elated that it will have a new owner, and both masters, a golden celestial dragon. Yun Chonghua's gaze was also attracted by the golden light emanating from the armor. The cloak was golden in color, and the hair crown was in the form of a dragon's head with 7 jewels set on it in turn. And that armor is the face of the beast, but I don't know which beast it is. It looks like a unicorn. It doesn't look like a unicorn. It looks like a mythical animal but not like a mythical animal. And it looks like a dragon head but not like a dragon head. So it is really awesome. And the boots, they were a pair of soap and gold boots. The shape is not bad. However, Yun Chonghua could not see the subtlety of it. Yun Chonghua said, "This cloak is so majestic." The White Crane Fairy turned back and smiled. "It's good that you like it." Yun Chonghua went up and also touched the cloak, then asked joyfully, "Sister, does this cloak have a name?" White Crane Fairy said, "Naturally, there is. This hair crown is called the 7-star dragon head purple gold crown. The name of this armor is Beast Face Swallowing Heaven Gold Armor. and the name of these boots is step-setting soap and gold boots. The previous owner of this cloak was the divine general Yuan Long, the mount that served his majesty several yuan. But Yuan Long, in the midst of the last Qin Yuan restoration catastrophe, he used his body to resist the heavenly fire and died. This cloak has been stored in the golden cave since then, and it has been thousands of years since then. I couldn't bear the thought of my treasure gathering dust, so I found it and gave it to you, the White Crane Fairy said, and then looked at Yun Chonghua and said, well, you put it on and try it on first. Yun Chonghua touched the armor in front of him, and just moved his mind. The armor then, as if recognizing its owner, directly turned into a ball of spiritual light and flew to his body. The next moment it was put on Yun Chonghua's body. This divine armor was also like that immortal clothing in that both would change size according to the owner's figure. At the moment the feather-clad god monarch was not there, and in his place was a well-dressed and mighty god general. After this cloak was put on, Yun Chonghua also looked it up and down. His eyes were filled with fondness. Yun Chonghua asked, by the way sister, the immortal clothes you gave me earlier could fly for 10,000 miles, and does this armor have any special divine effects? The White Crane Fairy said, naturally. This cloak was created by His Majesty himself in that year by taking the sacred stone, besides its hard texture which can protect the master. These three treasures from top to bottom can respectively avoid the three calamities of thunder, fire and wind. If you put the Koan scale treasure cloth under the beast face heaven swallowing armor, not to mention the mortal fire, you will be able to avoid the three disasters. Even the Samadhi flame, the 6 Din divine flame, and the sun true flame can't hurt you anymore. Fairy White Crane pointed to the soap and gold boots under Yun Chonghua's feet. Continued, take the golden boots under your feet. Although it is not as good as the wind-setting beads of a class of magic treasures directly set the wind. However, it can protect you from being injured by the divine wind. Even the unforgiving severe winds I fan out will be hard to shake you in the slightest. After hearing this, Yun Chonghua said, as sister said, as long as I have this armor on my body, most of the spells in this world can't hurt me anymore? The White Crane Immortal nodded and said, not bad, your true body is the Scale Worm Dragon Clan. You are not harmed by water, and with these 3 cloaks on your body, the thunder, fire and wind can't hurt you. If you want to say what else can hurt you, I'm afraid it's only freezing cold, poisonous wounds, and those great powers that transform people. Oh, right, if you don't dodge, you may also be killed by your opponents with martial arts. But at this moment, Yun Chonghua thought of something, and he asked, by the way, Sister White Crane, since this armor was left behind by Elder Yuan Long, how was he burned to death by the heavenly fire? Could it be that this armor could not withstand the burning of the fire? White Crane said, naturally, I was able to withstand it. However, at that time, Yuan Long was protecting all the female immortals in Yaoqi such as us, left this armor to us. He performed the Dharma heaven and earth, using his heavenly dragon true body and his profound cultivation to harden the heavenly might. In the end, although he used his body to resist a part of the falling heavenly fire, preserving the heavenly palace, Yaoqi, and the eastern land of the divine kingdom in the lower realm, but he himself fell in the midst of this calamity. Speaking of this, the White Crane Fairy couldn't even help but shed a tear. Only her tears that. It was just a matter of not letting Yun Chonghua see it. The White Crane Fairy hid her sadness for a moment. Then he replaced the party's smiling face and said, all right, let's quickly go and show the Empress how you look now. Yun Chonghua nodded happily and he then followed the White Crane Immortal to the Empress' chambers to pay his respects to the Empress. Coming within the bedchamber, the Empress also praised the current Yun Chonghua. Praise for Yun Chonghua and the cloak of the perfect match. Although the Empress also saw in Yun Chonghua's body the shadow of the Yuanlong divine general of the past, but because the White Crane Fairy was present, she didn't want to remind her of that sad past, so he swallowed his words back. After Yun Chonghua finished displaying them in front of the Nyang Yang, he included the 3 cloaks in his pouch. After that, Yun Chonghua remembered another thing, so he took out that Buddha treasure relic. He said, Your Highness, when Little Dragon was in the lower realms, the Bodhisattva Guanyin of that South Sea's Putua Luja mountain once summoned Little Dragon, mentioning the merits of Little Dragon's last private release of the Golden Cicada and Yellow Eyebrows. It says that Buddha Rulai of that western heaven gave me a Buddha treasure relic, right as a reward for my merit. Even though Xiaolong was listening in a clouded mind, not knowing what this merit really is, but still took this relic back to the mansion, after carefully examining it for half a day. Besides that the Buddha's light can make one's mind quiet and free from distractions. Then I felt that this Sherpa could slowly restore Little Dragon's mana and physical strength. Little Dragon thought that what Buddha Rulai himself had given him was by no means extraordinary. I'm afraid that the subtlety of this is by no means so. This treasure Little Dragon does not dare to keep it to himself, so he is offering it to your highness. Please decide. Then immortal White Crane was also filled with shock as she received the golden letter holding the relics in Yun Chonghwa's hand. It was presented to the maiden. The White Crane fairy opened that golden letter, and all of a sudden, Buddhist light appeared. After taking a closer look at it, the Empress also laughed in surprise. Surprisingly, it's a Buddha's sherry. Buddha Rulai is really so generous to bestow this blessing on you, Chonghwa. Since this is bestowed upon you by Lord Buddha, you can just stay and enjoy yourself. Chapter 69 The Buddha Seat of Everlasting Life. After receiving the nymphet's reply, that White Crane fairy closed the golden letter containing the relics. Afterwards it was returned to Yun Chonghwa. The Empress was at this moment resting her arm and thought, since His Majesty has rewarded the golden armor, the Buddha's bestowal of the relics is a great favor, then I can't treat Chonghwa poorly either. But what should I reward you for, when it's really agonizing? Yun Chonghwa leaned down and said, there is no need for the Empress to be troubled. Your Highness has always treated little dragon well. There have been many favors in the past. Xiaolong has always remembered your favor, and now that His Majesty has rewarded him with a golden armor, there is no need for another favor from the Queen. The Empress, however, shook her head and said, you have upheld the majesty of the heavenly rules. This reward is still necessary. This reward and punishment is only convincing. Seeing that the Empress was in some difficulty, Yun Chonghwa said, in that case, then please reward me with another imperial meal and a bottle of imperial wine. Your Highness, the food in that lower realm is really not comparable to that of the heavenly realm. The Queen laughed at this. Oh, you glutton. Also good. White Crane, you go and inform the catering room again to prepare a table of imperial food for Chonghwa, and fetch 2 bottles of jade liquid Chong syrup for him. He now said yes and left the Empress chambers with Yun Chonghwa, came to the previous side hall. After placing Yun Chonghwa here, Fairy White Crane went to prepare a meal for him. A few moments later, the White Crane immortal slowly returned with a food box and imperial wine. Seeing Yun Chonghwa was holding the Sherpa and looking at it endlessly, the White Crane fairy laughed. Even if you have obtained this great opportunity, you don't have to hold it in your hands all day long to manifest it with others. Yun Chonghwa, on the contrary, did not take this baby seriously at all. The golden Buddha's relic, which so many people have dreamed of, is in his hands. It was not very different from the East Sea Night Pearl he used for illumination. The only difference is that the brightness of this sherbet is a little brighter than that night pearl. Yun Chonghwa pinched the sherry Z and asked, sister, what exactly is so subtle about this sherry seed? Why does the Queen all talk about Buddha's generosity? I've pondered over this for a long time these days. Besides calming the mind and tranquilizing the spirit, this stuff, it would just be a slow recovery of mana, stamina, maybe even heal the body, but I haven't been hurt yet. Not really sure if it has that effect. Other than that, I didn't find any other wonderful uses for it. Why do you and the Empress both value it so much? The White Crane immortal placed the food box and imperial wine on the table as she smiled and said, alas, you really are in the blessed and do not know the blessings. Got this great opportunity and still so blind. This one in your hand is the golden Buddha relic, a priceless treasure bestowed by the Buddha elder in the western heaven, not to mention being bestowed upon mortals, even within the 3 realms and 6 paths. It is the envy of thousands. Yun Chonghwa spread his hands and asked suspiciously, so, what exactly does it do? The White Crane fairy said, that's a lot of uses for this treasure. By the way, do you know where this Sherpa came from? Yun Chonghwa rested his chin and looked at the Sherpa in his hand and replied, naturally, I know. It is rumored that there are great monks of great virtue, and that after the Buddha has passed into nirvana, he will leave behind a relic. This relic is the high priest, the embodiment of the Buddha's merits during his lifetime. The White Crane fairy nodded and said, not bad, indeed. Therefore, the relics of the Buddha have also left behind a part of the merit of those Buddhist monks in their lifetime, which is also known as Buddha power. However, this relic can be left behind by monks, Luohan, and Buddhas who have great virtue. However, because of the different fruition levels achieved, the quality is also different. And this one in your hand is the highest quality golden Buddha relic. Priceless treasures that are only left behind after the silence of a Buddha who has cultivated a golden body and achieved the rightful fruits of a great office. One of the greatest effects of this is that this Buddha's relic represents the fruitfulness of a Buddha. If you ever see the light and want to convert to the Western religion, this one will get you a golden Buddha position for a long life. Hearing this, Yun Chonghwa shook his head and said, forget it. When you become a Buddha, you will have no desire. I'm a man with quite a lot of worldly distractions. I'm still thinking of getting married and having children and getting away with it. It is better not to defile the Western heaven's pure land of ultimate bliss. Besides, that Western cult's meals are not as good as our heavenly courts. Previously, in the South Sea, the Bodhisattva invited me to play fasting. Although it is not bad, but I always feel bland and tasteless. It's not as tasty as our heavenly quartz. It's even less earthly. The white crane immortal laughed at this. He, you're the only one who can say this. Do you know how many people have sought the position of the Buddha of immortality? Even the golden cicada and the chime boy, who have practiced for many years beside the two Buddhas. He has not yet been given this opportunity. If it were anyone else, I am afraid that they would have to lament the blessings that they have cultivated over several lifetimes. You're probably going to piss off a lot of people with your cheap ass. Yin Chonghua looked at the Sherpa in his hand and said, Sister, this thing that. What else can I do except trade for that golden Buddha seat? That golden Buddha seat doesn't interest me much. If there are no other mysteries, take it back and it'll just be used as a nightshade. Hearing this, Fairy White Crane shook her head and said, No nonsense. This golden Buddha relic that. He is a golden-bodied Buddha who is highly meritorious and has received the rightful fruits of the great vocation. He has accumulated thousands of merits and virtues during his lifetime. It is only then that we can achieve this righteous golden body. An accomplished monk with such merits should still have some respect. But to speak of other mysteries, there are quite a few, based on the Buddha's light emanating from this Sherpa alone. If an ordinary little essence or monster is practicing on the side, with the shade of this treasure's thousands of merits and virtues, then the speed of cultivation can be greatly increased. It can even be transformed. Take you for example, if you had practiced under the light of this Buddhist treasure in the first place, 100 years can not only transform into a dragon, but even cultivate into a human form and achieve some mana. I'm not sure if the Dragon King of the East Sea can defeat you, but anyway, those two fishermen under Wang Lingwan are definitely no match for you anymore. It's just that this ability, for you right now, really isn't much use. The second thing is that this treasure has the merit and cultivation of the Buddha's life, and if it is used well, it can transcend all the evil spirits wherever the Buddha's light reaches. Having the Buddha power of this true Buddha to boost you can be so much more useful than chanting any afterlife scriptures. Yin Chonghua listened and said, Oh, this is quite useful. In the future, if you are entangled with evil spirits, you can directly offer this treasure, and won't it be a group of evils at that time? The White Crane Fairy laughed at his words. You are a heavenly immortal who has received the heavenly talisman. Your body is surrounded by immortal chi. Even the 10 temples of hell would have to say Divine Sovereign when they see you. Not to mention the ghosts and evil spirits. What evil spirit is so capable of getting close to you? Yun Chonghua said, That's true. In that case, this divine ability is of no use to me. And is there anything else this baby can do? The White Crane Fairy said after a moment's thought. To say that the other effects of it can only work on you. For example, if it calms your mind, if you don't want to think about anything, if you take it with you into the Heavenly Book Pavilion to cultivate the Ruby Treasure Book without being disturbed by distracting thoughts, it might allow you to learn some more divine abilities out of it. I was granted permission by His Majesty to enter the Heavenly Book Pavilion for a day to learn the law. Unfortunately, I had too many distractions at the time. 108 types of divine spells, only the first 36 are fully learned, and the remaining 72 types of divine spells, I have only dabbled in half of it, but I have not learned it all. With this object at your side and no distractions, you may be able to learn everything. Yun Chonghua said, This is a good roll. I just don't know when His Majesty will grant me permission to go to the Heavenly Book Pavilion to learn the Dharma. It may take hundreds or thousands of years. Sister, does this thing do anything else for me? Chapter 70, Sherry Transforming Inner Elixir. Immortal and Buddhist Dual Gifts. The White Crane Fairy continued. This final roll of that is to say, after transforming this relic into an inner body merge, one can use the power of the Buddha. In addition to growing in magical power, one can take the same steps as the Buddha. A giant wheel of merit and virtue manifested behind him. However, I'm not too sure if this will work or not. After all, above the whole heavenly court, except for the Lord of the Palace of Light, the mother of the Pleiadian Stargazer, no one else has ever received this kind of reward except Vishnu Purana. And what she has received is only a bodhisattva's fruition in the proper sense of the word. You, on the other hand, are a golden Buddha fruition of the great vocation of righteousness. This was the case when she manifested back then, so I think you should not be far behind. Yun Chonghua said, If there really is such a mystery, it is possible to try. It's just that, sister. How in the world can we turn this Sheridan into an inner elixir? The White Crane Fairy replied, You swallow it and place it in the middle of your dantian. Just wrap and refine it with your own mana. After listening to Fairy White Crane's words, Yun Chonghua immediately swallowed the golden body Buddha relic in one gulp. According to what the White Crane Fairy said, the object will be transformed in his own dantian to be refined by his own magic power. Yun Chonghua had now become a heavenly dragon true body, and it wasn't very difficult to refine a Shartzi. Soon after, Yun Chonghua used the relics as the foundation of refining a Linglong inner Dan with his own blood chi and magic power, the inner Dan along with his bloodline. And finally he opened his eyes and a golden light was released from among his eyes. Seeing this, the white crane fairy smiled and came forward to inquire, "Do you feel anything?" Yun Chonghua stood up, looked himself up and down, and, he said, "Other than some sense of tranquility of mind, there doesn't seem to be much else. It's not much different from when I held it outside." Seeing this, the white crane fairy was also puzzled. "It shouldn't be. Just now your eyes released golden light. It's obvious that the body merge is successful. I can even feel the Buddha power radiating from you. This relic, it is the treasure of the golden Buddha after he has passed away. Even if you are not like an ordinary minor immortal, whose cultivation has skyrocketed, but it's not so bad that you don't feel anything at all. Could it be that your heart nature is not quite compatible with this Zen relic and you are unable to utilize much of your strength?" Yun Chonghua said, "Perhaps. It's a pity. I thought I could really be like the Buddha and, step by step, a lotus flower is born, and a giant wheel of merit and virtue is visualized behind him." But Yun Chonghua had just said that, and with just a slight movement of his mind, the wheel of merit behind him immediately surfaced, and he noticed the change, after which he took a few steps in the quadrilateral. A blooming colorful lotus did manifest under his feet as well, and this lotus flower could catch him in his stride, even going upwards. It was like stepping on invisible steps. Seeing this, the white crane fairy said, "Oh, I told you, it's impossible for a treasure bestowed by the Buddha to not react at all. Try to see if you can visualize the Buddha's golden body." Yun Chonghua catalyzed the power of the inner Dan in his abdomen, followed by a slight movement of his thoughts. His body was then covered with a layer of protective golden light, just as golden cicada Z was at that time. Seeing this, the white crane fairy clapped her hands and said, "Not bad. You have an immortal aura. Although it can't be like a true Western cult Buddha that fully manifests a golden body, but with this layer of Buddha light illuminating the body, it does look like that." Yun Chonghua looked himself up and down and, although this Sherpa didn't seem to be of much use to himself, the wheel of merit behind him, and the lotus at his feet were indeed pretty cool, and with this sherbet in his belly, he felt that the mana that he had consumed from manifesting the wheel of merit and step-by-step lotus just now was also recovering. Storing the sherbet as an inner elixir in the abdomen is a little quicker to restore the effect than holding it in your hand. With the recovery power of this relic and the wheel of virtue behind him, the special effects of the step Xinglian are not bad. In the future, when they fought again, this wheel of merit manifested itself, but it was also bluffing. But compared to this intrinsic role, Yun Chonghua also felt that he had an extra way to retreat. If it was really as the white crane fairy had said, this one relic was a Buddha seat, then when one is desperate in the future, perhaps we can also put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the ground and join the vast Buddhist sect. Of course, Yun Chonghua still hoped that he would never be able to use this opportunity in the future. After all, for him, it was better to be that desireless Buddha than to be a free immortal. Besides, I heard Fairy White Crane say that the queen would arrange a good marriage for him in the future. He was all the more reluctant to leave the heavenly court and the Nyang Yang. However, Yun Chonghua was somewhat curious as to which fairy the empress would arrange for him in the future. After refining the inner elixir, Yun Chonghua was in the middle of the Yao Qi, had another full and beautiful meal of the heavenly court's imperial meal, drinking 2 large bottles of imperial wine. Like last time, after a short nap, he immediately descended to turn back to the Surabaya River God's mansion. Z said on the Sichuan River that the dead are as good as the living. It's been a couple of years since then. Yun Chonghua has been living as usual these past few years. It's time to reign. It's time to do good deeds. Occasionally he followed the pleas of the faithful, and the requests of his local colleagues. Go and take care of some little demons subduing business. For example, some demons that have become fertilized, or evil spirits that have extremely strong grudges. Those who, in the eyes of mortals, have practiced for hundreds of years as great demons, invincible ghosts and monsters. In front of Yun Chonghua, he was just a clown who couldn't get on the stage. Some of them weren't even qualified to fight him. He just descended around and those demons wouldn't be able to stand the immortal aura and Buddha's light emanating from him. Thus, they will fly away in ashes. Because of the frequent strikes of this great immortal of his, he was basically on the verge of eradicating all the big and small demons around him. Because of the intervention of him, the true God, but smashed the rice bowls of many Taoist priests who subdued demons and eliminated devils. Without the nuisance of demons, naturally no one would seek to sue them. At the moment, people neither respect the Tao nor the virtuous, and if they want to worship, they will also worship the local righteous gods. Yun Chonghua's fellow positive deities, who have his patronage, are all incense-rich. Nowadays, the only people who still have some offerings are some alchemists. After all, if you want to prolong your life, there are still a large number of people who live forever. But Yun Chonghua wasn't just idly helping out around. That's because he's discovered something. That is, the more he does good and blesses the world, the more he accumulates merit. Then the more attuned he is to that relic in his body. Not to mention anything else. Initially, although he could manifest the wheel of merit and the golden body, but the wheel of merit behind him is far less bright. Moreover, Yun Chonghua is now able to utilize the golden body dharma phase. Only his golden body phantom was made by borrowing the Buddha power of the Sherpa, not by himself. Thus his dharma is only the overshadowing Buddha's light, and the gigantic dharma form that. There is no such thing as a body of gold through and through. But he didn't care. He already had his golden armor to protect him. It doesn't matter if there's a golden body or not. These changes in appearance are not the most important. Most importantly, the restorative power of the Sherpa inside Yun Chonghua's abdomen. It's also elevated quite a bit. The initial speed of recovery would be like a drop of water. And after swallowing it into the abdomen and refining it into an inner elixir, the water droplets were slowly flowing a little faster. But now it's like a fine stream now. The power of this double talent stack. It made Yun Chonghua feel like his strength had increased again, at least when we fight someone later. With the restorative power of this Buddhist treasure, you can also have the advantage in physical strength and mana yourself. Chapter 71, The Tiger Spirit Harms People, and the Evil Ghosts Help Them. Yun Chonghua had done nothing but improve his cultivation during these years. There has also been a lot of progress in the martial arts. From time to time over the past few years, he had attended various gatherings of the Dragon Clan as the chief guest of honor. I also took this opportunity to talk to the generals of the sailors of the Four Seas, and to Prince Moong of the Western Sea. All had learned a trick or two. Although their magical power and strength were far inferior to Yun Chonghua's, all of them had been through hundreds of battles. In terms of stance martial arts, yet they all have that redeeming quality, with hard power on his side, and the Buddha's precious relics able to keep his mind free of distractions. Yun Chonghua learned these martial arts moves with ease. A few years down the line, without comparing magical power and cultivation, even if we only sparred martial arts, Prince Moong, who was the number one in the Four Seas in terms of guns and sticks, couldn't go more than 50 rounds in Yun Chonghua's hands. And in the beginning, Yun Chonghua's unorganized sparring couldn't even touch the corner of Prince Moong's coat. On this day, Yun Chonghua was resting in the middle of the water mansion, only to hear voices coming from outside the door. Is the Supreme Immortal in the mansion? The greenback dragon seeks an audience. Hearing this, Yun Chong slowly got up, then arrived in front of the gate of the mansion. The Jiangdu dragon god, Greenback Dragon, was also coming to Yun Chonghua's place for the first time. He looked around at the gate of Yun Chonghua's water mansion. Although they were both dragon kings, but Yun Chonghua's life is definitely the most pursued among the dragon kings. After all, he does not live in the dragon palace, live in the water house. Mansion is not even a watchman. The greenback dragon originally did not believe that Yun Chonghua is so poor. Today personally visit the door to see really so. Yun Chonghua opened the door of the mansion, then arched his hand and said, "What is the purpose of Dragon Lord's visit today?" Yun Chonghua has been getting along well with the Four Seas Dragon Clan for the past few years, and each of these four blasphemous dragon gods is skilled in their own way. When he had practiced martial arts in the West Sea before, he had also sparred with the crowd, despite the fact that all four dragons were now under his thumb. At the beginning of several of their feeding strokes, however, had all benefited him greatly. Thus Yun Chonghua was still relatively polite when facing the four blasphemous dragon gods. The green-backed dragon replied, "Today, I have come to seek the Supreme Immortal for important matters." As the two of them spoke, they also entered the middle of the water mansion side by side. When he came to the living room of the mansion and sat down, Yun Chonghua poured him a cup of tea. Then he asked, "What is so important that has happened that you, the dragon god of river blasphemy, have personally come to the door?" The green-backed dragon replied, "It's not a big thing to say, and it's not a small thing to say." Yun Chonghua asked, "But is there another tricky demon?" The green-backed dragon nodded and said, "Yes, Little Dragon has come to seek out Supreme Immortal today. It was also entrusted by a fellow officer. Within the territory of Jiangdu, where Little Dragon is guarding, there is a Wushan mountain. Does the Supreme Immortal know about it?" Yun Chonghua replied, "Naturally, I know. Rumor has it that Wushan is the blessed land of Jingxiang. It's a sacred mountain from heaven. But a demon has come from above that which mountain?" The greenback dragon nodded and said, "Not bad." Yun Chonghua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he heard the greenback dragon's words. Then he gave a thumbs up and said, "Then this demon's boldness is truly admirable. If I remember correctly, 1,000 miles northeast of that Wushan mountain is Yushangjianjuan, the true martial swinging devil Heavenly Father's dojo, Wudong Mountain. That demon swinging Heavenly Father also had under his command the turtle and snake, 2 generals, and the 5 divine dragons. Has this demon eaten the guts of a bear? It dares to commit sins under the eyes of true martial emperor. At this time, Yun Chonghua also asked, alas, since it's a demon from Wushan, why didn't you just go to Wudong Mountain to ask Jin Wu Da Di to get rid of the demon, but instead came to Surabaya River to find me? The green-backed dragon sighed before saying, this goes back to the beginning. That demon is a tiger spirit that has attained Taoism and came to Wushan Mountain about 2 or 3 months ago, during which time it ate 6 or 7 beautiful women. He detains his soul and offers it as a devourer. He is entrenched on top of which mountain, luring mortals down the mountain with his ghosts of devils for his fruit. In the beginning, those ghosts who were manipulated by him first lured all their friends and relatives up the mountain. The whole family was wiped out. Later, the tiger spirit manipulated these ghosts to lure pedestrians along the way. As long as one takes a fancy to the devourer's beauty, or is moved to protect a weak woman's good heart, all will be earned up and eaten by it. Yun Chonghua listened and said, this matter of being a tiger for a tiger is not that uncommon. I've eradicated a few small cultivated tiger spirits before. However, the cultivation level of this demonic tiger is usually not high. With the strength of the mountain god and the land god, even if you can't beat him, you can drive him away, right? The green-backed dragon continued. That's what's strange about this whole thing. The tiger spirit on top of which mountain was not like a normal wild demon that had become a spirit. He used the method of detaining spirits. It is an orthodox Xianmen spell. Not only are those ghosts he victimized unable to be taken away by the netherworld, but even the Wushan mountain god, the ghostbusters who came to collect the souls were also all detained by his spells. Ha! There is actually such a thing. Yun Chonghua was very surprised to hear that. This time, it really made him mutter in his mind. He got the Buddha's blessing for what happened to Yellow Eyebrows before though, but he also nearly fell into the hands of the golden cicada. And from the green-backed dragon's oral account, it was clear that the origin of this demon was also extraordinary. Not only can they detain mortal souls as ghosts, they can even capture mountain gods, land and ghosts as well. He recalled the episodes of Journey to the West, and the demon that could have done that. That is to say, the golden horn and silver horn, the red child and this kind of big demon king. The green-backed dragon continued. Because of this, Little Dragon saw that the netherworld side was not listening to there would be no need to seek out the Wudong mountainside. That's why I've come directly to seek Shang Xian to do justice. Yun Chonghua didn't immediately agree, but stood up and pondered for a moment with his hands behind his back. What should be done about this matter? That tiger demon's background is of unknown origin. Judging from the fact that he could use orthodox Xianmen spells, he was by no means an ordinary demon. Moreover, this demon was really bold. Even when that yellow eyebrow creates sins, it is by means of deception, compelling people to let mortals create their own bad karma. And this demon dares to eat people in a dignified manner. It even detains mountain gods and ghosts. If I manage this matter, if another great power is involved, I'm afraid I won't be as lucky as last time. But that demon is really eating people's blood and flesh, hurting lives. If I don't care, I wonder how many more people he's going to harm. We are immortals. If we don't do harm with the people, what difference is there between us and demons? Thinking of this, Yun Chonghua also made up his mind. That's just it. If I don't care about this, I'm afraid no one else will, no matter who's involved behind him. With His Majesty and Your Highness as my backers, I don't think they'll dare do anything to me. Besides, now that I'm fully clothed and have the Kuan scale treasure cloth, there's also the Buddha power from the Sherpa's inner elixir. I've also honed my martial arts for so many years, so even if I really fight, I may not lose. After Yun Chonghua thought about it, he said to the green-backed dragon, just as well. I'm going to see what this demon is all about. The green-backed dragon stood up at this moment and said, wait a minute, Supreme Immortal. What? Is there anything you haven't cleared up? Yun Chonghua asked. The green-backed dragon said, even if Shang Xian wants to go, there is no need to rush this moment. That demon seems to know not only the spells of soul capturing, but also some stealthy and recluse methods. Before, Xiao Long and the mountain god thought he was an ordinary tiger demon, have also searched the hills and mountains, but it is difficult to find him. The little dragon had taken the form of a white-clad showman, and at night he encountered the devourer that he had released. However, because Xiao Long prematurely revealed his immortal aura and showed his true form, he failed to catch him and he escaped. I think if I don't travel with that devourer, I'm afraid it'll be hard to find him. In Little Dragon's opinion, it would be better for the Supreme Immortal to first head to Jindian near Wushan Mountain and conceal his immortal power. Transform into a human body. Wait until nighttime and head for the mountains to take your chances. Perhaps we'll encounter the ghost. Chapter 72, The Taoist Huang's Spiritual Symbols. Hearing this, Yun Chonghua said, there is such a thing. Detaining mountain gods and ghosts by magic is not enough. His recluse technique surprisingly can't even catch him like you, the 4 blasphemous dragon god. Although the more Yun Chonghua heard, the more he muttered. However, he still planned to go and take a look first. Soon, Yun Chonghua flew out of the Surabaya River with the green-backed dragon. He was one step ahead of the others in terms of speed, grabbed the edge of the village near Witch Mountain. After he arrived around, he descended into the clouds. Although he does not know the art of change at the moment, he himself is a human form that there is no need for additional changes. He came to a secluded spot, turned his divine mind and changed into his usual cloth costume when he traveled to Earth to pick up supplies. In his hand, he also took out a long sword that he had brought along with him during his martial arts training in the 4 seas. At this time, Yun Chonghua was dressed in cloth, with a hat on his head to shield his head from the sun and the rain. Hanging on his waist is a jasper winepot, and in his hand is a sword. Quite a bit of cynicism ranger child style. In the end, Yun Chonghua covered up his own immortal aura and pulled a dog-tailed grass by the roadside. With that in his mouth, he went ahead to the middle of the village. By now it was twilight. Yun Chonghua walking into the village as a stranger really attracted a lot of people's attention. Just when Yun Chonghua was a bit surprised why they were all staring at him like that, but a shout was heard. "Hey, Junior, are you going over the hill?" Yun Chonghua looked away. He only saw an old man in his early to mid-60s greeting him at a tea stall on the side. Yun Chonghua bowed to the old man and then said, "Yes. I wonder what the old man has to say." That old man didn't say anything. He just waved his hand to signal Yun Chonghua to come over. Yun Chonghua came close and the old man who ran the tea stall poured him a cup of tea. That old man looked Yun Chonghua up and down for a moment. He seemed to be searching for something. Yun Chonghua saw his look, so he fished out some change from his bosom and placed it on that table. Seeing this, the old man said, "The customer has misunderstood, but it is just a bowl of coarse tea. The old man is also just a convenience for those who pass by. No silver money is needed." Yun Chonghua asked, "Then what is the old man looking for when he sizes up Shaoko like this?" The old man selling tea said, "If you want to go through Wushan, it's just that you don't have all the dry food you need. How come you haven't even asked for a spirit talisman?" "Ha? Spirit talisman? What spirit talisman?" Yun Chonghua asked. The old man said, "This Wushan path is more than 800 miles, even on a fast horse. It's also not a one-day effort. If you walk among them, you will not have to sleep in the mountains." Yun Chonghua heard this and said, "Oh, what's the harm in that? We Jianghu people are all over the world. 9 times out of 10, you'll end up sleeping on the streets. Since we are deep in the mountains, catching a few rabbits and picking a few wild fruits, it can also fill your hunger. Even if the mountain road is 800 miles, you can still have a good look at the beauty of the mountains in the meantime." The old man shook his head and said, "If this were before, the old man would never stop the guest. But now if the guest is on the road alone and without a spiritual talisman to protect him, I'm afraid that he will also become the food in the mouth of that demon." When Yun Chonghua heard the old man's words, he immediately became interested as well. It was now dusk, but it was not time for night. Although that devourer was controlled by the tiger spirit, it was still a ghost after all. Ghosts are evil spirits. During the day, the true spirit of the son of the 3-legged crow in the sky shines on the earth to ward off evils. Things that are evil can't come out. Only at night when the yin qi is heavy can they show themselves. Right now it's still early, so there's no harm in finding someone to poke around with first. Yun Chonghua said, "Demon? What kind of demon?" With that he slapped the long sword in his hand on the table and continued, "Can this demon defeat the sword in my hand?" That old man shook his head at his words and said, "The young man's exuberance is something that the old man understands. However, this demon is no joke. Before the government has also sent military police to round up, but in the end, they all became the food in the mouth of that demon. And I've heard it said that there are a few female ghosts under the demon's command, specializing in seducing pedestrians in the mountains. You're alone on the road, and you don't have a spirit talisman to protect you. I'm afraid it's hard to survive." Yun Chonghua arched his hand and bowed to the old man, then asked, "Dare I ask the old man, what is that spirit talisman anyway? Where to seek it?" Seeing that Yun Chonghua was a man who knew how to persuade, the old man selling tea was also relieved. The old man said, "That demon has been wreaking havoc in this mountain for several months. Even the government's military officials. It was not a good idea to hire a magician, or to go to the temple and ask the gods to help us. But just half a month ago, this Wushan city has come to have a cloud-walking Taoist master with high magical power. That Taoist master traveled here from Zhongnan Mountain, knowing that there are demons haunting this place. He then set up a stall in front of the Sanqingguan in the middle of the city. Any pedestrians who came and went, if they were willing to go and beg him, he would give a spiritual talisman of peace. With this spiritual talisman protecting you, you can keep yourself safe from that demon. I see that you are alone, with no spirit talisman on you, and no one carrying one to accompany you. If you don't mind the long journey, you can go to the city first and ask the Taoist priest to give you a talisman to protect your body. But if you don't want to travel further, you can also stay in the village. There are a lot of pedestrians coming and going in the realm of the Witch Mountain. Maybe tomorrow someone with a talisman will pass by. The guest may travel in company with him and keep you safe. Hearing this, Yun Shonghua could not help but sneer in his heart. Oh, another little trick to raise a bandit and cheat the incense? It seems that the demon is not in the mountains, but in that city. Yun Shonghua stood up after hearing this. He arched his hand at the old man and said, I see. I thank you for reminding me, old man. Saying this, Yun Shonghua then fished out another ingot of silver in his pocket before placing it in front of the old man's table. Then continued, I don't know how to get to that city, but I would like to ask the old abbot for guidance. I and other Jianghu people have traveled extensively. If we can really seek the Taoist spiritual talisman, you can have a protector in the future. The old man sniffed and picked up the silver and returned it to Yun Shonghua, saying, This silver, please take it back. Sir, the old man spoke out to stop them, but he just didn't want innocent people to give up their lives for nothing like the people in my village. It's not for the guests' silver money. With that said, the old man let out a light sigh. The old man then pointed to the northwest of the village and said, That Taoist master is in the city 50 miles northwest of this village. Every day that Taoist master will be outside the Sanqing Wan, drawing talismans for the people to exorcise the evil spirits. Guests can go there on their own. Yun Shonghua said, In that case, thank you, old man. Saying that, he saluted the old man again. However, that Chen Yun Shonghua did not take it back, but quickly resigned from the old man. This is rightly regarded as a reward for the old man's kindness. After all, it wouldn't matter if he was an immortal in the sky, but if he were a different mortal, it's a hell of a thing not to know about it. He deserves to be rewarded for this great deed of saving a life. Leaving the village, Yun Shonghua did not delay and headed straight for the city. But he didn't prance in clouds. After all, I don't know the depth of the visitor, and I don't know who's standing behind him, so if I give away my immortal energy, being detected by it, so as not to frighten the snakes. However, 50 miles was not too far for Yun Shonghua's immortal body. Even with their feet they entered the city before the gates were closed, but he was still half a step too late, and Yun Shonghua came to the door of that Sanqing Wan. The Taoist had already closed his stall and was nowhere to be found. Yun Shonghua had no choice but to find an inn to rest for the night and come back tomorrow. Chapter 73, Strange Coincidences. Early in the morning of the second day, Yun Shonghua came early to the door of that Sanqing Wan. Wanted to see what kind of path this Taoist priest was on. He held a dog's tail grass and sat down at a tea stall not far from the opposite side of Sanqing Wan. This Sanqing Wan gate is quite lively. Early in the morning there are quite a lot of people come here to burn incense and pray for blessings and to worship the three Qing. Ever since Yun Shonghua has been working night and day to get rid of demons these past few years, pretty much all the demons and devils in the entire neighborhood of Zhenghuai are dead. The Taoist priests who got rid of the demons had no choice but to travel around in the clouds in order to accumulate merits and virtues. Many of the Taoist temples have also all closed. The temples of various parties worship Cheng Huang, the god of wealth, the god of the moon, the god of Zhao, the dragon king and other positive deities. Few people worship the way to worship the three Qing dynasty. Here in front of the Sanqing Wan the incense is in full bloom, and this Taoist priest who drew the talisman in front of me, it can be considered a credit. Yun Shonghua purposely pulled down the bucket hat on his head, watching carefully, but he was hiding himself like this, not in defense of that Taoist priest. Rather, it was just a defense against the women around him. Because of this handsome face of his own, he had not been out of the inn for more than an hour. And then a dozen or so girls came to hit on him. Even a young lady in a bamboo sedan chair had her own maid come and bring him a token. Ask him to meet you in the evening. Yun Shonghua also couldn't help but lament the fact that there were times when having too good a look was a troublesome thing. Of course, for all the accosting and pestering of these mortal women, Yun Shonghua naturally ignored everything. In addition to the rules of heaven, their looks, compared to the fairies in heaven, are not as good as those of the immortals. It's just so much worse. Not even a goblin could match it. Now he also somewhat understood why there were no sea fans among the male immortals in the sky. Even if they did, they were looking for old lovers who were reincarnated as fairies. Yun Shonghua had been sitting at the tea stall for a long time, watching the Taoist priest. This Taoist priest was tall, dressed in a yin-yang Taoist robe, with a Taoist bun on his head and a gnarled beard. The appearance was in his early to mid-30s, quite immortal. Although this Taoist priest's appearance looked rough, he was kind, with his mouth open to the infinite and his mouth closed to the Heavenly Father. Anyone who came to him for a peace talisman was received with great hospitality. Originally, Yun Chonghua thought he was a crook who was raising an invader to make money, but sitting here for half a day, though he's not taking a penny. But it is also all up to the volition of the person seeking the charm. He placed a water pot on his table, and, willing to give alms, then he could throw a few small coins in the pellet on his table, but it didn't matter if he didn't give it, and he drew charms for the other side as usual, and most of the people who received the spiritual talisman also went into that temple to worship the three Qing, and there is no harm in having incense offerings. The temple warden is also sincere in receiving each and every one of the believers who come to worship the three Qing dynasty. The most interesting thing about this Taoist priest is that he is also not like the yellow eyebrow that has a request. That Taoist priest had a good memory, and as long as he had given a spiritual talisman, and he won't give it a second time. Just for example, one person sold the Taoist spiritual talisman for a high price and turned around and asked for it again, but the Taoist priest was no longer giving. Even if the man was noisy, he waved his hand. For the unfortunate loss of the spirit talisman he also waved his hand and said, "No chance." Yun Chonghua observed him for a long time, and really couldn't see what kind of path this person in front of him had. Doesn't look like a crook or a demon anyway. After Yun Chonghua saw that there were fewer people lining up to ask for the talisman, he walked up as well. When the row came to him, the Taoist priest was stunned when he saw his appearance. Then the Taoist priest said, this young prime minister, he is really good looking. Moreover, the Sangha is full of spirituality, and is deeply inspired by the river and water. Dare I ask if he came from the river?" Hearing this Taoist priest's words, Yun Chonghua couldn't help but feel his neck go a little cold. Yun Chonghua replied, "Taoist master is truly a man of God. How could it indeed come by boat from Jiangdu? There are some important matters to go to Wushan mountain, but I heard from the old man in the village that a man-eating monster had come to the mountain in recent days. I'm afraid that I'll be killed if I go alone. I would like to ask the Taoist master to give me a spiritual talisman to keep me safe. I am grateful." With that, Yun Chonghua pulled out a few dollars from his own body. Then it was put into the Taoist priest's water pot. Seeing this, the Taoist priest then painted the talisman with a wave of his brush. Then he folded it, folding it into a triangle shape. He handed it to Yun Chonghua. Yun Chonghua then gave another salute. The Taoist priest said, "Blessed with boundless longevity," and the two of them said goodbye. After Yun Chonghua left, the Taoist priest continued to draw talismans for other people who came to ask for spiritual talismans. Yun Chonghua turned back and looked again, and did not see anything unusual about the Taoist priest. Still dutifully received those who came to seek the talisman. Could it be that he's really one who just happened to come across and make merit? Yun Chonghua was puzzled in his mind as he took the spirit talisman in his hand and quickly walked out of the city. When he came to the secluded place, Yun Chonghua set up the auspicious clouds and came straight to the Jiangdu Dragon Palace. The greenback dragon heard his retainers talk about Yun Chonghua's arrival and also rushed out of the palace gate to greet him. Access Yun Chonghua to the palace. The two sat down in the middle of the dragon palace, and the green-backed dragon asked, "Has the immortal ever subdued that demon?" Yun Chonghua replied, "That's not quite true. After I arrived at Wushan yesterday, he was advised by an old man in the village. The old man said that although the demons in the mountain were rampant, but there is a Taoist priest in this city who distributes protective talismans for all people. I originally thought that the demon in the mountain was related to that Taoist priest. After all, it's not uncommon to raise a bandit to take advantage of an opportunity to enrich oneself. So I snuck into the city to spy on that Taoist priest first." The green-backed dragon asked, "And how did that turn out?" Yun Chonghua continued, "That Taoist priest had set up a stall in front of the Sanqingguan in the middle of the city, drawing talismans for those who ask for them. And handouts are all voluntary. It's not like a demonic path that takes advantage of the opportunity to enrich itself." With that, Yun Chonghua took out the peace talisman drawn by that Taoist priest and then handed it to the greenback dragon. Yun Chonghua said, "Although I am an immortal in the sky, I have no dealings with the people under the Three Qing sect. Is it true that what this talisman paper depicts can ward off evil spirits? Take a look for me." After receiving it, the green-backed dragon opened the talisman paper and looked at it, but seeing the strokes drawn on it, the talismans drawn are, however, the correct method of the Taoist sect. After reading it, Greenback Dragon replied, "Immortal, the Taoist priest who applied the talisman does have some tricks up his sleeve. The talisman paper he drew is also indeed the Five Thunder Law talisman that tends to good fortune and avoids evil, and subdues demons and repels ghosts." Yun Chonghua said, "In that case, that Taoist priest is indeed a relief for the people?" The green-backed dragon didn't answer positively, but only said, "This talisman paper little dragon is unable to see anything wrong with it." Yun Chonghua didn't say anything more in the face of this rounded answer from the green-backed dragon, though he always thought it was a bit strange that the incident was so coincidental. There was little evidence of it at the moment. and we have to leave it at that for now. After all, to speculate with malice on a man who does good, that's more or less a small-minded person's way of looking at things. Yun Chonghua rested a little for half a day in the middle of the Greenback Dragon's Dragon Palace. When it was dark, he then went out of the Dragon Palace and went straight to the mountains of Wushan. After he descended into the clouds, he immediately concealed the immortal aura on his body and then checked around. See if there are any clues. This Wushan land is more than 800 miles away. Yun Chonghua carried his long sword and surveyed the surroundings in all directions. Afraid I've missed the demon. He had been turning on the road in the mountains for several hours. Suddenly a cry for help was heard from the woman. Help! Somebody! Help me! When Yun Chonghua heard the cries for help, he hurriedly looked in the direction from which the cries came. Only a short distance away, a beautiful woman of 2 or 8 years of age. It was hanging from a tree branch not far away. Chapter 74 Hunting Tigers in the Mountains. Yun Chonghua came to the edge of the cliff and met the woman who was calling for help. Yun Chonghua fixed his eyes. The woman is very young. The age of 28 is at the right age. She was hanging by the branches of the tree, crisscrossed. The skirt on his body was also torn by that tree branch long ago, and his snow-white skin was bared quite a lot. She wore only an embroidered shoe on her foot. Her head, with its hairpin, was covered with withered leaves and there were some scrapes in some places. Hair was disheveled and his face was somewhat dirty. Despite this mess, it was hard to hide the show of color on his face, although there are blemishes. But the flaws do not cover up the excellence. This kind of beauty on earth is also regarded as one in a million. But it wouldn't be much of an attraction for Yun Chonghua. The woman hanging on the tree saw Yun Chonghua, who came over as if she had seen a savior. She hurriedly shouted towards Yun Chonghua, "Good brother, save me. I'm not a human being. I'm a ghost." "Ah no, I'm a man, not a ghost." The woman spoke incoherently. When Yun Chonghua saw the woman's incoherent appearance, he also slowly walked forward. The woman cried out, "Good brother, save me. I've been hanging here for 2 days. If no one saves me again, even if I'm not a ghost, I'm going to become one for real." Yun Chonghua went up and sized her up. He didn't have fiery eyes. He couldn't see the woman's bottom line. But seeing the woman's wretched appearance, and her dry lips, and her haggard face, it does look like one that hasn't eaten in a day or two. Although he didn't know if this was a trap, Yun Chonghua felt that if this woman was really a devourer, at least it's more dedicated than Red Boy and Lady Earthquake. Yun Chonghua pretended to walk up slowly. When she got close, the woman saw Yun Chonghua's appearance, but she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Yun Chonghua walked closer and slowly drew the long sword in his hand. He asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Now that he was pretending to be immortal, it was only natural that he should be somewhat mortal. After all, meeting a beautiful girl begging for help in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere, that's something just a normal person would have to think about a little more. Not to mention the legends of demons around here. The woman replied, "My daughter's surname is Yun, and she is from Fengxian town, east of Wushan. 3 days ago, I was traveling with my father on a business trip, but I didn't want to run into a big bug that broke up my family's caravan. When my daughter was running away from the bugs, I fell down accidentally, but fortunately God had mercy on me and I was able to stay alive. I begged the good brother to save me. My daughter's family has quite a fortune, and as long as the good brother is willing to help my father." But the woman was outright silent when she said this. The woman then said, "Right now, my father's life and death are uncertain. I can't promise my good brother anything either. If only the good brother would save me down and take me home, my elder brothers at home would surely repay their benefactor." When Yun Chonghua heard this, he did not argue. Instead, he quickly stepped forward and he tugged at the trees that stretched out from the edge of the cliff and slowly climbed up the cliff. And when he reached the woman's nearness, Yun Chonghua couldn't help but smile in his heart. Yun Chonghua concealed the mana on his body and he also couldn't tell if the other person was a human or a ghost by looking at them. But after coming close to this woman, he could be certain that this woman was definitely not human. He couldn't see the demonic aura or the ferocious aura of a shadowy ghost on her body even though he had hidden his mana. But his 5 senses were not shielded. His most acute sense of smell as a dragon couldn't smell the blood on her. With just this one break, Yun Chonghua knew her identity. After all, how could someone who fell off a mountain and was covered in scrapes not have blood on his hands? Although he had recognized it, Yun Chonghua did not move. After all, the green-backed dragon had once said that tiger demon will hide, if not the ghost guide, afraid to find where he is. But just the moment Yun Chonghua touched the woman, a trace of clarity flashed amongst the woman's eyes as she shouted to Yun Chonghua, "Hurry up!" Yun Chonghua looked at the woman's sudden change in expression as he asked, "What?" The woman's face instantly changed, and she shouted at him in horror, "Hurry up! A demon is trying to harm you. Move!" But the woman didn't finish her sentence. And then she turned into a wisp of green smoke and flew towards the cliff. Although Yun Chonghua didn't know what had happened, it seemed as if his own party's touching that. It allowed the devourer to briefly regain his senses. Seeing this, Yun Chonghua then did not delay any longer. He manifested a golden lotus under his feet. Straight up the cliff he leapt. The woman's soul, on the other hand, was still flying off into the distance. Yun Chonghua immediately chased after them as well. But it was a pity that the forests in this mountain were so dense that although he has the Kuan scale treasure clothes and the art of rising clouds, if he flies in the sky, it is really difficult to find the traces of the woman's soul just now. However, nowadays Yun Chonghua's stance was also good. Even without using the technique of Tang Yun, he could still catch up. Eventually he came above a clearing. Behind that clearing was a thatched cottage that, it seems to have been left behind by hunters in the mountains, now occupied by ghosts and monsters. And the woman who had just been detained by the spell slowly stood there. The woman seemed to have lost her mind again at this point and stopped speaking. And with her, there were also 4 young women whose looks were as beautiful as hers. One of the women stepped forward and said, "Oh, when I saw you before, I know you are not a mortal. The Buddha's power in your body can not only restore my ghost sanity for a short period of time, it even catches up so easily." Yun Chonghua looked at the woman in front of him and said with a cold smile, "Oh, so it's really you. Looks like my guess was right. You did act like a man. Almost fooled even me. What? Hiding your head like this? You only dare to manipulate a puppet to talk to me?" Yun Chonghua looked towards the woman who had told him to leave quickly just now. He said, "You asked her to lure me. Didn't you just want to eat me? Although the process was a bit unexpected. But now I'm hooked too. Still not showing up. Is it because my meat doesn't smell good?" The woman at the head of the group in front of him laughed softly, and her flirtatious voice turned terrifying. She said, "Naturally not. Just don't want you to die with such regret." With that, the woman took off the skirt and hairpin she was wearing straight away, while the remaining 4 women, including the one who had seduced Yun Chonghua just now, all of them also slowly took off their skirt hairpin until not even a single one of them was hanging. The next moment 5 jade-like bodies appeared in front of Yun Chonghua. But in the face of such a beautiful spring scenery, Yun Chonghua was disdainful sneer. Yun Chonghua looked at the spring light in front of him and laughed coldly. "This kind of little trick it's just fine against those mortals. Against me it's not even close," Yun Chonghua said, smiling and looking behind himself. Only to see a bloody mouth directly biting towards him at that moment. However, Yun Chonghua did not dodge or avoid, and that bloody mouth bit directly on his body. Only heard a click, the sound of teeth breaking, then came. In pain, the tiger spirit let go of his mouth in a hurry, then collapsed staggering a few steps and fell to the ground covering his mouth. Yun Chonghua raised his eyes and looked. The tiger demon in front of him was a white and green colored hanging eyes white frontal tiger. He slumped to the ground and spat a few times until he spat out his broken teeth. Yun Chonghua laughed. "Oh, the body of muddy gold. If this of yours can bite through then I don't have to hang around anymore." That tiger spirit looked at Yun Chonghua in front of him and said in surprise, "What exactly are you? You're not just any little god or fairy." Yun Chonghua manifested a painted pole square sky halberd. Then he pointed at the tiger spirit and said, "It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that you're dead today." He said that the halberd in his hand would slash at the tiger spirit. Chapter 75, The Tiger Woman of the Forest. As the painted pole square heavenly halberd in Yun Chonghua's hand slammed down, that tiger spirit let out a cry of pain. He died instantly on the spot. Seeing this scene, Yun Chonghua could not help but frown. When he turned back again, the 5 women who had been standing there earlier had also long since disappeared. He stepped forward and stomped lightly on the carcass of the great dead tiger. The tiger's form then dissipated into dust, and what was left behind was a rune. Yun Chonghua picked up the green talisman with his square sky painting halberd. After briefly looking at it, he said, "It really isn't that simple. Worthy of being an orthodox Xianmen spell, this trick compares favorably to Tiger Vanguard's skin removal technique. Mrs. Earth Surge's shoe removal scheme is much superior." Yun Chonghua then urged the lightning on his painted halberd to. It directly burned that green talisman. Since he had already shown his true form, Yun Chonghua did not delay any longer and immediately continued to chase him through the forest. But the forests are rich, and in the midst of these mountains looking for demons, it's also true that it's not an easy thing to do. Yun Chonghua searched the mountain for an hour, just as he was about to fly up into the sky to take a closer look. But then he saw a figure cross among the trees in the distance. Seeing this, Yun Chonghua immediately chased after him, disgusted that Lin Mu was in the way. He swung up the painted halberd in his hand, and a thunderbolt flashed through a forest in front of him was cut down as much as he could, and the figure that was forced out was a money-spotted white tiger, and on the back of that white tiger, riding a woman with long, naked hair. Yun Shonghua let out another cold laugh when he saw this. The forest had fallen down in front of him, and there was nothing to stop him. He immediately activated the power of the Kuan scale treasure cloth, stopping that white tiger's path in just a matter of moments. That white tiger stopped in its tracks, as if it had sensed the danger, and the naked woman on top of it was clinging to the tiger's neck. That woman looked at Yun Shonghua, who blocked her way at this time, and Yun Shonghua also got a good look at the naked woman at this time, only to see that the woman willow leaf black eyebrows, julep small mouth, icy skin, bright under the moon. A strand of celluloid hangs from his collar and dangles from his chest. A full head of dark silk fell over her shoulders, while on her head, though she had no hair ornaments, she wore a tiara woven with flowers. Her looks were not even close to those of the fairies in the sky. Even the seven-clothed nymphs of Yaoqi were less flavorful compared to her. But for such an immortal beauty. But it was presented naked in front of Yun Shonghua. After Yun Shonghua read it, he pointed the painted halberd in his hand at her seated white tiger and laughed. He, although you are a hateful cannibal, but this vision is really not bad. I didn't expect that there is such a beautiful woman among your puppets. Such a beauty was victimized by a demon like you. It's a pity. Today, I will send this demon to meet the king of hell, to avenge her. Saying that, Yun Shonghua raised the painted halberd in his hand, carrying the power of thunder. He was going to directly slash down, but the next moment, that white tiger and that naked woman directly turned into a cloud of spiritual light and dispersed. Yun Shonghua's halberd directly smashed an empty one. Yun Shonghua looked towards the aura, which the woman and the white tiger had transformed into. Once again, they merged into a man and a beast. The woman looked Yun Shonghua up and down, then said, "Little brother, you're really handsome. Just why is it so vulgar?" Before the words are finished, they indiscriminately raise their hands to hit. "When has my sister offended you?" Yun Shonghua looked up and down at the woman's jade body, then revealed an expression full of disgust. And, to the white tiger beside her, he said, "You demon, you let this woman be naked, and you have the face to call me vulgar." The white tiger beside that woman, hearing Yun Shonghua's words, on the other hand, he cocked his head with an expression full of disbelief. The woman covered her face and laughed softly. "What's wrong with being naked? Everything in this world. Which one of you didn't come here naked? You've been wearing these clothes since you were born, haven't you? I'm in the middle of the mountains. And what do you need clothes for when you can't see regular people? And you're in the company of birds and beasts and mountain spirits?" said that woman. Even directly walked forward a few steps, stood under that moonlight illumination. She inserted her small savage waist and showed her proud figure with her slender waist and plump breasts and fat buttocks to Yun Shonghua in front of her. "What? Doesn't it look good?" the woman said with a flirtatious smile. Yun Shonghua was furious at the sight. "Shameless and nasty." Saying that, he raised the painted pole square sky halberd in his hand and raised his hand to strike. The woman then transformed into a ball of spiritual light again. Dodging Yun Shonghua's attack, the woman stood aside and said, "You child, how can you be so insensitive? It's a blessing you've earned over several lifetimes to be able to look at my heavenly immortal jade body. If it wasn't for the fact that you and I are destined to find me in this forest, even if you want to see it, I can't see it yet." Yun Shonghua sniffed and pointed his painted halberd at the money-spotted white tiger. He cursed, "You are still finished. This woman was killed by you and became a devourer. She is already very pitiful. You even insulted her like this. It's really hateful." Saying that, Yun Shonghua once again stood up and attacked. But this time the woman didn't let the white tiger dodge again, but pounced straight towards Yun Shonghua, and she herself is crossing her legs and sitting on a tree branch, watching the following dragon fight. The white tiger's technique of gathering and dispersing chi was utilized in a truly appropriate manner, and every attack of Yun Shonghua's, none of them hit him, while the force of the tiger claws that he raised to attack after he regrouped and materialized were not even close. Even Yun Shonghua, the heavenly dragon true body, felt a burst of pain when he took this hard hit from him. The two fought for more than 30 rounds in the middle of this collapsed mountain forest by force alone. Yun Shonghua said, "What a heavy force. It seems that your sinful animal is indeed not a mortal monster. If you can use the Taoist law to detain the mountain gods and ghosts, and can fight me with this power alone, even if you put it in the sky, you'll be able to get away with it. You should also have something to do. It's a pity that you don't follow the right path, so I'll destroy you today." Yun Shonghua then stopped hiding, and immediately transformed into a cloak with a single movement of his divine mind. The woman who was sitting on the tree was also shocked to see Yun Shonghua in this cloak, but then a rakish smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. With a turn of her divine mind, the money white tiger's eyes instantly revealed a brilliant light, and its figure instantly grew larger and, with that, a tiger's roar shocked hundreds of miles. This strong and domineering force also shook Yun Shonghua back dozens of steps, and the gnarled bearded Taoist priest hiding in the Taoist temple thousands of miles away, under the statue of the three Qing gods, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The Taoist priest was seriously injured and muttered, "What the hell is going on here? I wanted to catch a few ghosts, harm a few lives, and imprison the mountain god for a few days, so that these ignorant fools would once again honor Grandpa Sanshine, raising the divine might of my Tao sect. I didn't realize there was such a powerful character. That brat was all spiritual before. I thought he was transformed by the dragon god of Zhangdushir, but I didn't realize that he is a Buddha. He can break my spells, if not for that paper substitute. I'm afraid I'm going to die directly in his hands. It's fine if he's alone, but who is the other immortal monarch in that mountain?" Surprisingly, with just one roar, it broke my 5 thunder spirit symbol technique in the mountain. This roar really shook my soul and shattered my spirit. If I hadn't withdrawn in time, I was afraid that it would have injured my true body. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. It's better to hurry back to the terminal mountain. However, just at this moment the jade clear god statue behind him was suddenly manifested. Just a ray of spiritual light shone through. The injuries on that Taoist priest were then instantly healed. Chapter 76, Mountain Ghosts. The Taoist felt the aura behind him. Then looking behind him, it was only at this moment that the jade clear divine statue unexpectedly opened its eyes. He was very happy to see this, and then he fell to his knees and shouted, "Grandpa Yu Qing has come. It is indeed a blessing for the disciple for 1,000 years, and the disciple is sincerely honored." The jade clear god statue said, "That's all. Though you are a tiger that has become a spirit. You are a tiger that has become a spirit. However, you are practicing my Xuanmen's orthodox way. You have the heart to protect my Xianmen. This seat is very comforting, but if you hurt people and lives to achieve your goal, but it is your sin. However, since you are a disciple of Xianmen, we are also guilty of not being strict in teaching you. In the future, to raise the prestige of the Xianmen sect, one needs to help the world and save the people and follow the right path." Upon hearing the jade clear divine image's reply, that tiger Taoist hurriedly kowtowed and said, "Disciple, keep this in mind." The disciple keeps this in mind. The jade clear image of God continued, "This time, the karmic consequences of your injuring living beings and harming their lives. This seat can bear the burden for you, but you need to help me this time. If this is accomplished, you can also have an extraordinary period of creation. If it doesn't work out, you can go back to Zhangnan Mountain and cultivate in peace." Taoist Tiger looked at the statue of the three Qing gods and said, "Grandfather Jade Clear has commanded, and I shall serve as a dog and horse." The Jade Clear god statue said, "Good. Since this is the case, then this seat will temporarily lend you this body." Saying that, the idol flashed with golden light, and a wisp of spiritual energy drilled into that tiger doctor's body. That tiger Taoist immediately continued to sit back on that futon with his knees on the ground, strangling the Taoist symbols. The eyes are shining. Then he muttered under his breath that before, on top of that witch mountain, the spell formation that had been destroyed by that white tiger's shocking roar was once again restored, and in a cave in the mountains, the ghosts of the devils, who were about to be dispersed. There were also the earthy mortals and ghostbusters that were about to escape, all of which were once again bound. The Wushan mountain god, detained in the cave by the 5 thunderbolt law, looking at the tiger demon that stood up again in front of him, he said, "What's going on here? Wasn't this demon's spell broken by that loud roar just now?" At this time the tiger demon that was transformed by that talisman turned to the mountain god and said, "Don't worry about it. You'll be fine. I'll just ask you to stay a little longer. Wait for this seat to meet them both. After that, we'll see what happens. I will spare you all." The mountain god, and a few ghosts, saw the light emanating from the tiger demon's eyes. It was also not without awe. For some reason, this tiger demon didn't look quite the same as before. Although the tiger demon from before was able to detain them all here with the Xianmen technique. However, the crowd of ghost immortals were not afraid at all. But this time when they saw the eyes of that tiger demon, all the ghost immortals felt that it was a height they could never reach in their lifetime. Beyond the mountains and fields, that white tiger let out a soul-shattering roar that shocked the witch mountain for hundreds of miles around. Even a heavenly dragon true body like Yun Chonghua was shaken out of a dozen steps by him. And the naked woman, still with her legs crossed and her chin in her hand, looked down with interest. The woman said, "Not bad. A bit of skill. Even though my power today is less than 1/12 of what it was at the time of my full victory, but at such a close distance, eating this roar of mine, unharmed. Not to mention that, he was only shaken back a few steps. Little doll, your skills are not bad. Rather, you are worthy of this cloak." Looking at the huge money white tiger in front of him, Yun Chonghua said, "Being able to shock me back, you demon also really impressed me. But you don't speak to me, but you're fiddling with your ghosts. It's really disgusting." The woman listened and laughed, "Hee hee, little doll, although my sister's name carries the word ghost, but it's not called a ghost. For thousands of years, anyone who has seen me in these mountains has called me the mountain ghost. You can call me that too, if you like. Mountain ghost? Yun Chonghua gazed at the naked woman in front of him this time and another look at the leering white tiger. You say you're a mountain ghost? And not a devourer? He pointed at that white tiger with that painted pole square sky halberd and then he said, so, he's not a tiger demon either? The mountain ghost smiled and covered his face. Ha ha, tiger demon. If it was placed 10,000 years ago, if you call me that, I'd probably spank your ass, but it's just that, who made me a real ghost nowadays? Saying that mountain ghost turned into a ball of spirit rime and flew down. She came to Yun Chonghua's side and a careful look around the cloak ensued. Moreover, the mountain ghost was quite naughty, and while surveying Yun Chonghua's cloak, it also breathed on her every now and then, or teased him by pressing her body against his. When Yun Chonghua tried to leave her, or waved the painted halberd in his hand to drive her away, instead, she transformed into a spirit charm and wrapped herself around him again. It wasn't until after she had gotten a thorough look at this cloak on him that the mountain ghost moved away from him. At this time that money white tiger once again transformed into the size of a normal beast tiger, and the mountain ghost remounted back on its back. The mountain ghost asked, Little doll, let me ask you, what is your present position in the heavenly court? How many years have you been practicing? Why haven't I seen you before? What merits do you have in front of His Majesty the Jade Emperor, to be rewarded with this cloak? Hearing that the woman in front of him seemed to know the heavenly palace very well, Yun Chonghua's heart was also drumming. Just a moment ago, this white tiger was able to shock back the current him with just a single roar. It was clear that her strength was not bad. Those who have this kind of strength should never bother to use such means as ghosts, prey on a few mortals. After all, it's perfectly fine to go for open robbery. No need to sneak around and cheat. Plus she seemed to recognize the cloak she was wearing again. And another word for 10,000 years. It seems the other side is a friend and not a foe. So Yun Chonghua put away the painted pole square sky halberd in his hand and asked, You both recognize this cloak of mine? Are you a heavenly fairy? Instead, the mountain ghost said with a playful smile, You answer my question first, then I'll answer yours. We're kind of back and forth. Yun Chonghua then said, My name is Yun Chonghua, His Majesty's appointed Surabaya dragon monarch. I have practiced for over 100 years. As for merit, it is just serving His Majesty as a dog and horse. I dare not claim any merits. The mountain ghost listened but let out a cold snort as she gave Yun Chonghua a blank look and said, Little doll. Sister, I am not one of those uninitiated little girls in the mortal world. You have belittled me too much by coaxing me like this. You are a scale insect, but you have fully transformed into human form. At least a heavenly dragon body. How could a heavenly dragon be a small dragon king in the lower realms and turn into a heavenly dragon in 100 years? Unless His Majesty's mother herself enlightens you, there is never a chance of that. Hearing this, Yun Chonghua said, It was also His Majesty and the Empress who personally enlightened me. When I was in heaven, the Queen gave me a peach, a pot of imperial wine, and His Majesty rewarded me with a 9 turns golden elixir. I then achieved this heavenly dragon body. But listening to the wind of your words, sister, it seems that you were once a heavenly deity as well. The mountain ghost did not answer Yun Chonghua's question, but continued to ask, nodding you into immortality. That I understand. But little doll, what feats have you accomplished to be rewarded by His Majesty with this cloak? This dragon head purple gold crown, beast face golden armor, and Xiankuan soap and gold boots were all cloaked by Yuan Long, the first divine general under His Majesty's command in the past. But at this time, the mountain ghost took another closer look at Yun Chonghua and said, But you look quite similar to the Yuanlong god general when you wear this cloak. Could it be that you are the reincarnation of his Yuanshan? Chapter 77, White Tiger Godly Monarch. Yun Chonghua shook his head after hearing the mountain ghost's words and said, Am I the reincarnation of the Yuanlong divine general? I'm not too sure about this one, but this armor is my way of helping to make heaven look good. Sister White Crane helped me beg a reward from His Majesty's heel. White Crane. Hearing that name, the mountain ghost couldn't help but laugh her ass off and it was her pair of perky breasts that trembled the most intensely. Looking at this woman in front of him, who was so frivolous and Thai, Yun Chonghua was more or less speechless. If she were not as beautiful as a heavenly immortal, and knew the old stories of heaven, he would never dare to think of her as a fairy. The mountain ghost said while laughing, Oh, if she gave it to you, that's not surprising, but she treats you really well. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to wear this cloak. Yun Chonghua asked at this time, Alright, I have answered all of your questions. Now it's time for you to answer my question. Who the hell are you? Since you know so much about heaven, I don't think it's going to be an average little character. The mountain ghost pointed at himself and laughed. Ha, I said it just now. If you like it, Just call me Mountain Ghost. But since you're under His Majesty's command after 100 years of cultivation, I think you'll have a great future ahead of you. Yun Chonghua said, I have informed you of my own details, but you are hiding them from me. That's a bit ungenerous, isn't it? The Mountain Ghost replied. It's useless even if I tell you. Besides, the Mountain Ghost looked into the distance this time, and she pointed at the white tiger she was sitting down on. That white tiger then immediately transformed into a ball of spiritual energy. It finally attached itself to the Mountain Ghost's body. It turned into a demonic dress hairpin lined with copper coins. At this moment, where is the naked and uninhibited demon girl? There is just a beautiful and dignified heavenly fairy. And yet she also looks somewhat like a Wiccan priestess after her clothes were added. Mysterious and sacred. Seeing this scene, Yun Chonghua said, so this white tiger is your clothes? The Mountain Ghost said, it's not just my clothes, it's also my devourer. I'm in this springtime glory. It wouldn't hurt to be seen by you, the one with the destiny, but it can't be cheap. But now is not the time for that. Little doll, if you know what's good for you, you'd better hurry up. The Mountain Ghost looked around for a moment, then said, forget it, you can't leave anymore. Yun Chonghua looked around for a moment, then asked, what's going on? Could it be that the demon has arrived? Demons? The people who came are much more powerful than demons, but it's not your fault if you can't detect it. After all, you, a living being, don't have as strong a perception of spells as I, a spirit. I just don't know if this old guy is here to seek your bad luck or to get me, or to find trouble with both of us together. Anyway, the two of us are afraid we'll have to fight with all our might. Hearing the Mountain Ghost's words, Yun Chonghua also realized the seriousness of the problem. He regained the painted pole square sky halberd in his hand, preparing to meet the coming enemy. He sensed the surrounding area and asked, who are the people who came? The Mountain Ghost still didn't answer his question, but only shouted in the direction of the surroundings, now that we've arrived. It's better to show up quickly. After so many years, how did you become so fond of hiding your head and tail? It was at this time that 5 beautiful women came out of the forest. Yun Chonghua fixed his eyes on the 5 devils that he had encountered just now, and standing behind that woman is the green and white eyedrop white-fronted tiger from earlier. When the Mountain Ghost saw the 5 women, he looked again at the tiger's false body. Then he looked at Yun Chonghua and said, so that's how it is. You think of me as a devourer under the banner of this tiger demon. Previously, although I knew that a small demon had come from this mountain, but I had been hiding for many years unwilling to intervene in the affairs of the 3 worlds. I did not think that the origins of this demon, it's surprisingly this big. At this time, that tiger demon took a few steps forward and said, after so many years of not seeing each other, I can't imagine that the divine sovereign is still alive. The Mountain Ghost sniffed but let out a cold laugh, then said, alive? It's hard to believe that you're old and, are you blind? If others can't see it, can't you see it? Do I look like I'm alive in this state? That tiger demon said, now you only have your Yuan spirit left, but if you want to live, I also have a way to bring you back to life. The Mountain Ghost laughed at his words. Oh, forget it. I've long since grown tired of the strife in these 3 realms. Now that my flesh has long since decayed and only my Yuan spirit remains, I can jump out of the 3 realms and not be in the 5 elements. Otherwise, it's impossible for your magic power alone not to find me. Now that I have seen the cloak of my late husband, for a moment I now have my spiritual power. And this is why you have detected me. But I appreciate your kindness, and instead of being up there for tens of thousands of years as that, hundreds of thousands of years of unchanging some godly monarch, it would be better to get away with being a mountain elf down there with the birds and beasts. Besides, even if I wanted to come back to life, I'm afraid it's not your turn to do favors. Listening to the conversation between the two, Yun Chonghua was very confused, though he used the art of qi to detect that the other party was not a demon. But one cannot recognize the other's true identity. Mountain Ghost looked at Yun Chonghua beside him at this time and said, I just don't know. Did you come in person today for me? Or for him? That tiger demon replied, naturally, it's for you, White Tiger Divine Lord. Hearing that tiger demon reveal the identity of the woman beside him, Yun Chonghua looked at her in surprise and said, you're the White Tiger Divine Sovereign. The Mountain Ghost sneered and said, there's no White Tiger Divine Sovereign here. There are only elves mountain ghosts. The White Tiger Divine Lord was burned to death long ago by that falling heavenly fire. The tiger demon said, White Tiger, you were originally one of the 4 divine beasts born from heaven and earth. The western land was under your guardianship, but now you have thrown away your duties as a god and are hiding on earth. In my opinion, it is better for you to return to heaven as soon as possible. The Mountain Ghost held his forehead inside as he listened. AI, you old farts really sucked the marrow out of your bones. Now I can't even die a clean death. I've told you everything. I'm sick and tired of all that power struggle crap in heaven. Instead of being some immortal god ruler, I'd rather be a genie in the lower world. Can't you all let me be clean for 100,000 years or so that I can properly dissipate in this heaven and earth? Hearing this tone from the white tiger divine sovereign, Yun Chonghua couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. How many lesser immortals in this heaven and earth have paid hardships for immortality? And when it came to the mouth of this white tiger divine sovereign, even if her Yuanshan completely dissipated, it would still take more than 100,000 years. It's really exasperating, the tiger demon said. In that case, then this seed will have no choice but to capture you back. I don't know how many % of your peak strength you still have in this Yuan spirit form. The white tiger godly monarch sniffed and said, wait, it's fine to make a move. Just before doing so, it's better not to spill the beans. The white tiger divine monarch looked at Yun Chonghua by her side as she said, little doll, the grudges of us old things have nothing to do with you. You'd better leave before it's too late, and then forget about this incident today altogether. The white tiger divine lord looked at the tiger demon in front of him and said, what do you think? The tiger demon glanced at Yun Chonghua, then said, help yourself. Chapter 78, Transformed by Golden Light, Driving Away Gods and Ferrying Ghosts. After listening to the words of the white tiger divine sovereign, Yun Chonghua said, although Sister White Crane has spoken with me before, running away if you can't beat them is not something to be ashamed of. But to run away from a battle before you've even fought, this is not the way of a great man. Yun Chonghua looked at the devious ghost that had seduced him just now. Besides, the demon has hurt people and detained the earth immortal and the ghost duty officer, so I have been entrusted to come and get rid of the demon. If I just go back on my word, I won't be able to hold my head up in front of my peers. Yun Chonghua lifted the painted pole square heavenly halberd in his hand and pointed. Then he said, no matter what your identity is as a tiger demon, as long as you hurt people and harm their lives, I won't tolerate you. If you can't do justice to these mortals, I am an immortal god in vain. Hearing this, the white tiger divine lord nodded and said, good, impatient and righteous, little doll, there really is something of him in you. That tiger demon listened and was also very appreciative of Yun Chonghua in front of him. He had previously thought that Yun Chonghua was just a man who relied on playing smart. The snobs who are trying to get to the top of the ladder. Traveling to various places to eliminate demons is just a way to gain fame and be reused in the heavenly realm at an early date. He, however, did not expect Yun Chonghua to be a sincere protector of the people. Still, that tiger demon said, kid, the white tiger divine sovereign is right. It is better for you to leave quickly now. Although your cultivation is shallow, you are blessed. It's not too late for you to leave now. Go back to your dragon palace and be a good dragon god, and you'll enjoy a lot of glory and wealth. Why do you need to give up your life here for the sake of others? Yun Chonghua stood still with his painted halberd in hand as he said, to send or not to send a life, you always know after you've moved. Big words. In that case, then this seat will fulfill you. With that said, the tiger demon attacked directly towards Yun Chonghua. The 5 devils manipulated by the tiger demon also each manifested their weapons. The 5 beauties rushed in all directions like dazzling clouds. The white tiger godly monarch also crouched down his body, and in an instant, he transformed into the money-spotted white tiger from the party. With a fierce tiger pounce, he pounced towards the tiger demon. Yun Chonghua, on the other hand, wielded the painted halberd in his hand and fought with the incoming 5 devils. That white tiger godly monarch said as he tangled with the tiger demon, little doll, go easy on him. Those 5 devourers, although they had his magical power to boost their strength, however, they were still ordinary spirits. If you were to put out your full strength, you'd beat the hell out of these 5 poor girl dolls. At the moment, these 5 ghosts were pestering themselves, although Yun Chonghua was able to use his martial arts to fight with ease. However, as the white tiger godly monarch had said, he didn't dare to lay a heavy hand on them. If it had been any other demon, Yun Chonghua would have long ago activated the power of shocking thunder on top of his painted halberd. Thrilling thunder specializes in souls. As long as the power of thrilling thunder comes together, all ghosts and monsters have to vanish into thin air. But right now these 5 devils are not harmful villains. They are just being controlled by the magic detention. Even Yun Chonghua, who had always been able to move his hands without moving his mouth, was still throwing his weight around. Yun Chonghua said, this I know, while parrying with the painted halberd in his hand. But with them around, I'm afraid we can't even use what we have. If I use the divine wind, I'm afraid that it will also blow their souls away. And the magic treasure given to me by Sister White Crane can only take in people, and there's no way to detain ghosts. It seems like it's just a matter of overtaking them first. The white tiger divine sovereign and that tiger demon fought equally hard. The 2 of them from arts to martial arts. Both also fought back and forth, though both kept the fight within the bounds of not spilling over into the innocents. But the level of this fight is nothing less than stellar. That tiger demon said. White tiger, if you go back with this seed in peace, I won't make things difficult for that boy, and as for these poor ghosts, I'll undo the spell and let them rest in peace. Send them a blessing. The white tiger godly monarch said. Old thing, don't be complacent. You're not the only great power in this heaven and earth. Are the three of you just an ironclad? Now you're borrowing someone else's body to cast spells to fight us. The strength that can be utilized. I'm afraid there isn't much. Who wins and who loses, I don't think it's certain. It's just that those poor devils are in the way. Otherwise, why do I need to tangle with a puppet like you? Besides, you set up a boundary of 5 thunderbolts to seal off Wushan. I'm afraid that you also want to monopolize the fruits of the battle that you found me in. It's a pity I don't buy you. The tiger demon said. He, white tiger divine monarch, you've all died once. This disposition is still this arrogant. Just as the tiger demon and the white tiger godly monarch were fighting each other. The Yun Chonghua, who was fighting the 5 ghosts, shouted open. The next moment Yun Chonghua manifested a giant wheel of merit and virtue behind him. A dazzling burst of Buddha's light suddenly illuminated the entire Wushan mountain, and the 5 devils that were under control, under the illumination of this Buddha's light, were also instantly released from their control. Even that tiger demon was flashed by this sudden Buddha's light and stumbled. Seeing this, the tiger demon said, Ha! Borrowing a puppet and controlling another puppet, when it's really troublesome. But I didn't expect you, this kid, to have cultivated this Buddha power to such an extent. Although my strength today is only 1 cow and 1 hare. But you were able to break my spell with Buddha's light. It's really not bad, if you hadn't really made merit. There's also no way to bring this shekel to this level of strength. However, that tiger demon ended up saying with disdain, with this kind of chance and strength, but he is willing to be a hawk and dog. It's a shame. Hearing the tiger demon's words, the white tiger divine sovereign transformed back into her human form as she laughed. Ha ha, would it be a shame not to stand with you old thing and be your hawk? The white tiger godly monarch said to Yun Chonghua, Kid, it's thanks to you being here this time. I can sense that there are 4 talismans in the 4 corners of this mountain. You go and remove them all. This old thing's boundary will be broken. At that time these little girls will be able to leave this place and reincarnate. Want to go? It's not that easy. That tiger demon was just about to step forward to stop Yun Chonghua. The white tiger divine monarch, however, made a violent lunge, and then the crown of flowers that she wore on her person, it flew straight towards the tiger demon and bound him. The white tiger godly monarch pounced the tiger demon at his feet and pressed him down with his huge tiger claws. The white tiger godly monarch laughed. Old thing, next time you want to catch me, it's better for you to come in person. Using such unseemly little tactics is still nearly a fire. Yun Chonghua didn't delay when he heard that, and then he utilized the power of the Kuan scale treasure cloth, toward the entire perimeter of which mountain flew. Although his perception was not as good as that of the white tiger divine sovereign, before he came close to the, still sensing the power left behind by those 4 runes, as he stepped forward to tear the talisman off, he was struck by a powerful lightning strike. But as strong as this lightning strike was, it only had an effect on other people, only to see the dragon head 7-star crown on Yun Chonghua's head. The dragon's eyes lit up, and the incoming thunderbolt was then immediately cancelled out by his hair crown. Sensing that the talisman was broken, the tiger demon said, Ha! This kid is just as tough as Yuan Long in that armor. The white tiger godly monarch laughed. He, old thing, you've made 1,000 calculations. Didn't count on him being here, did you? Your runes of the 5 thunders of the divine heavens, even though they are fatal to a spiritual body like mine, but he's protected by that cloak that avoids the 3 plagues. That little trick won't do much for him. Within a short time, all 4 of those talismans were broken by Yun Chonghua, and he folded back with great speed. The white tiger godly monarch stood up and transformed back into his human body. She looked at Yun Chonghua in the sky and said, Little doll, you've done well. After praising Yun Chonghua, he looked at the tiger demon and said, How about it, old thing? Will you continue to fight with us here, so that everyone in heaven and on earth will discover my existence? Or will you get the hell back to heaven before it's too late? Chapter 79, After the Wushan incident, the white tiger delivers a gift. Hearing this, that tiger demon laughed out loud and said, Ha ha, good, you guys win this time. The tiger demon looked at Yun Chonghua and said, You are truly an anomaly. I thought you were just a snob who relied on cleverness to get ahead, but I didn't realize that you do have merit and virtue in your body. Truly, it's a buildable talent. Just as well, count yourselves as winners this time. The tiger demon looked at the white tiger divine sovereign and said, White tiger, this seed still wants you to think about it. You are a spirit beast born of heaven and earth. Your divine soul has not been destroyed. This is your blessing. If you have thought about it, you can also come to this seat at any time. The white tiger godly monarch still said, Forget it. It's so hard to stay out of this. I haven't had enough of my getaway. Don't want to get involved in your business anymore. Seeing that the white tiger godly lord's attitude was so determined, the tiger demon also stopped dwelling on it. Immediately, he withdrew all his mana, freeing that ghosty mortals. The tiger demon also fell down heavily, and in the next moment it also turned into flying dust. It turned into a green talisman. Yun Shonghua flew down from the sky and picked up the green talisman on the ground. He said, I didn't realize that the demons in this mountain were all made of runes. That demon's true body is thought to be that Taoist. I'm going to get him here. Yun Shonghua was just about to leave when the white tiger divine lord stopped him and said, there's no need to go. This is a little trick for him to puppet even puppets. Even if you go after him now, it will be too late. Besides, this heavenly thing, it's good to be confused sometimes. The white tiger divine sovereign reached out and tapped his finger on his head, then laughed. It's hard to be confused. It was at this time that the detained ghost immortal. There were also the 5 female ghosts who had all come close to Yin Shonghua and the white tiger divine sovereign. The god of Wushan Mountain saw that the mountain ghost was there. So he said, Mountain ghost, why are you also with the divine sovereign? The white tiger divine monarch was also pretending at this time. Just now, that demon was trying to capture me. Luckily, it was this divine sovereign who saved me. Seeing this, the Wushan Mountain god immediately saluted and said, this time, Wushan Mountain has been in trouble, thanks to the divine sovereign's help. Yun Shonghua looked at the saluting crowd and said, there's no need to do so for a show of hands. The female ghost that had lured Yun Shonghua earlier also came forward and said, I have offended the divine sovereign much before. Please forgive me. Looking at her beautiful face, Yun Shonghua said, that is not your fault either. You have all been victimized by demons. Not only did you die, but you were also reduced to ghosts. It's really pitiful. Yun Shonghua looked at the mountain god and the ghostly messenger who collected the souls. He said, after you and the others have sent them to the netherworld, can you ask the judge to find a good family for them to rest in? The leader of the ghosts said, a few of them died before their lives were over. And with the divine sovereign's great Buddhist aptitude for transmigration, according to my netherworld's legal system, in the next life one should devote oneself to the way of blessing and enjoy a life of purity and happiness. Yun Shonghua nodded and looked at the 5 women and said, you few go to your reincarnations in peace. Several people also thanked them one by one. Immediately, they followed the mountain gods and the ghosts to leave for the netherworld. The female ghost with the surname Yun, on the other hand, gave Yun Shonghua another unique look before she left. After sending a few people away, Yun Shonghua looked at the white tiger divine monarch. He asked, divine monarch, who was that man? I heard the tone of your conversation with him and I can tell that the other party should be a great power. I just don't know which one this person is. He's so. Before Yun Shonghua could finish his words, the white tiger divine monarch said, luckily, you're still a Buddhist practitioner. I don't know that the Buddha said, do not speak. Listening to what that old thing said just now, you don't seem to be involved in those troubles yet. Since you have not been involved, it is better to stay out of it. You don't need to ask about his identity. This time, just end it as a meritorious effort to get rid of the demon. Yun Shonghua heard a long sigh and said, is it this kind of thing again? Hearing his sigh, the white tiger divine lord stepped forward and, patting his shoulder, he said, look on the bright side. In the future, you still have tens of thousands of years to live, and you'll get used to this kind of thing over time. Since His Majesty is willing to enlighten you and give you this cloak, it is clear that he has high hopes for you. In the future, you should be a loyal supporter. You will certainly have a bright future. Yun Shonghua looked at the white tiger godly monarch and said, what about you, godly monarch? I heard that person say just now that you still have a chance to come back to life. Sister White Crane had mentioned to me before that among the 4 elephant divine beasts, the green dragon, the white tiger, the matter of the 3 vermilion bird fell. I saw her look of regret at the time. Is it true that the divine sovereign refuses to return to heaven to resurrect himself? The white tiger godly monarch also sighed and said, I managed to escape from that vortex with great difficulty, and I really don't want to go back. As for White Crane, she's still a bit too young. Young people are always so sentimental. Besides, there are already reliable juniors like you in heaven. And we old things, it's time to make room for you juniors, too. Seeing that Yun Shonghua still seemed to have something to say, the white tiger divine sovereign waved his hand and said, alright, you don't have to persuade me either. How come you're only 100 years old and you're rambling like that old man? That's right. You must remember not to spread the word about what happened today. Yun Shonghua said, after such a big incident today, there is no way I could not inform His Majesty and the Queen. Hearing this, the white tiger divine sovereign laughed. Oh, you're a child who was really loyal and sincere. Well, you can tell this to the Queen or White Crane. There's no need to report it on His Majesty's side. If Her Majesty asks, just say it's what I mean. I'm sure the Queen will understand me. The White Tiger Divine Sovereign looked at Yun Chonghua, and from this spirited young man, she saw the past she used to have with her siblings. It's just a shame that time has changed and all that is changed. She also lamented that a new generation is changing into an old one. She wondered what would happen to the young man in the end. Will it be the same as they were back then? The White Tiger Divine Sovereign said at this time, by the way, meeting is fate. Since you and I met, for the sake of former colleagues, I'll give you a little present. With that, the White Tiger Godly Monarch took off a ghost money from his own clothes. After that, his right hand turned into the sharp claws of a tiger and carved something on that coin. Then after she had carved the coin, she injected a cloud of spiritual light into the. Then, after blowing again, he handed it to Yun Chonghua. After Yun Chonghua took it, she took a closer look at the words she had engraved on the coin. It was exactly the same as the one on the green talisman just now. It also had edict or something written on it. The only difference is that the last line is Mountain Ghost. Yun Chonghua asked, what is the use of this gift from the Divine Lord? The White Tiger Godly Monarch said with a bad smile, this gift of mine has a great use, and you can use it as much as you want. There are times, though, when I suggest you sneak it in, all by yourself, but just don't let anyone else see it. Especially don't be seen by your own maiden. It's lonely to live a long life in that immortal world. If you don't have a little fun, it's really hard to get through. You take it with you, and you're guaranteed to enjoy it. Seeing this expression on the White Tiger Divine Monarch's face, and her words, Yun Chonghua always felt that this thing it doesn't seem to be anything serious. Chapter 80, Chonghua gets ghost money. White Crane plays for important matters. The White Tiger Godly Monarch said at this time, that's right, now this thing, even though it has my aura, but it's still an ordinary piece of ghost money, and if you want to awaken it, you'll still need a drop of your life essence blood to do so. After it's awakened, the wonders of it will be yours for the taking. The White Tiger Divine Sovereign looked around this witch mountain. Then he sighed and said, this time, the spiritual power is now present, and it was discovered by the sky, so I'm afraid that this witch mountain can't be stayed. Saying that, the piece of clothing she was wearing transformed back into the money-spotted white tiger. Only the money spots on that tiger were missing one at this point, and the White Tiger Godly Monarch was now in a naked form again, presenting himself to Yun Chonghua. The White Tiger Godly Monarch rode on that white tiger's body. She smiled and waved her hand at Yun Chonghua and said, all right little doll, don't forget what I've explained. You and I will meet again sometime. With that white tiger ran towards the distance. After running far away, both the White Tiger and the White Tiger Godly Monarch transformed into wisps of light rhythms that dispersed towards the distance. In the blink of an eye it disappeared without a trace. Although Yun Chonghua did not know what this mountain ghost spending money in his hand was in the end, but it was put away for the time being. He didn't delay, and immediately took off, heading straight for the heavenly palace. Although there were still many questions in his mind, as long as he met with the Empress and the White Crane Fairy and reported the former situation, he believed that it would all be clear soon. Yun Chonghua flew through the southern heavenly gate, crossed the coast of the heavenly river, and went straight to Yaoqi. However, after he arrived at the Yaoqi, the fairy on duty at the Yaoqi stopped him. The fairy asked, wait a minute, Divine Lord. Even though the fairy on duty knew Yun Chonghua, the rules of Yaoqi, except for the Peach Blossom Conference, male immortals could not enter Yaoqi without being guided by someone from Yaoqi. Even Yun Chonghua was not an exception to this rule. Yun Chonghua said, please inform sister that I have urgent matters to see the Empress. Hearing this, the fairy didn't dare to delay at all, and hurriedly set up a cloud to inform within the Yaoqi. A few moments later, the White Crane Fairy slowly flew out from within the Yao Pond, and after landing, she manifested herself into a human body. Then he asked, what's wrong? What in the world has happened? The Empress is still resting in the palace today. Speak with me beforehand if there's anything important, and I'll go and inform the Queen. As the White Crane Fairy spoke, she dismissed the maid who was blocking the way and brought Yun Chonghua inside the Yao Pond. After the two of them entered the Yaoqi, Fairy White Crane asked, what's going on? But have you encountered any difficulties in the lower world? Yun Chonghua looked around to make sure no one was there before saying, Sister White Crane, when I was in the lower realms to get rid of the demons, I didn't want to encounter a big event. Yun Chonghua then told him that he was invited by the Greenback Dragon to go to Wushan Mountain to get rid of the demons. During that time, the unintentional meeting with the White Tiger Divine Sovereign, and the fight with that unknown powerhouse, all of them were informed to the White Crane Fairy one by one. The White Crane Fairy was also dumbfounded after hearing Yun Chonghua's words. She murmured, are you telling the truth? The White Tiger is actually still alive. Yun Chonghua nodded and said, naturally, It's true. It's just that whether or not she's still alive, I'm not so sure about that. After all, that great power that possessed the tiger demon, and the white tiger divine sovereign all said that they only had Yuan Ling left, doesn't count as living. With that, Yun Chonghua handed the mountain ghost spending money given to him by the white tiger divine sovereign to the white crane fairy. This is what the white tiger goddess gave me when she was leaving. She originally wanted me to keep it a secret, but I always felt that I couldn't hide such a big matter from His Majesty the Queen. But the white tiger divine sovereign won't let me report this matter to His Majesty. She said that after reporting to the Empress would understand her. So as soon as the matter was over, I came to Yaoqi without stopping to report. The white crane fairy felt the spirit of the mountain ghost spending money and said, "Not bad. This is indeed the spirit energy from the white tiger, and there seems to be a trace of her essence on it." With that, Fairy White Crane took Yun Chonghua's hand and led him straight to the Empress chambers. At this time the Empress was taking a nap in the palace. After hearing the white crane's report, she also immediately asked White Crane to help her freshen up and prepare to receive Yun Chonghua. Within the bedchamber, after the Empress carefully listened to Yun Chonghua finish the whole thing, it was also very surprising. But in the end, the nymphetess let out a helpless smile as she chuckled and shook her head. This girl, White Tiger, has always acted in a radical and unconventional manner. Although her body has perished, her spirit still exists. It's a blessing in disguise. I think if she hadn't seen that cloak of yours and seen it, I'm sure I won't risk exposure by fighting you. The queen sighed and said, since she doesn't want to come back yet, let her go. Whenever this girl has had enough of playing in the lower realms, maybe it will come back on its own. The white crane fairy handed the mountain ghost spending money given to Yun Chonghua by the white tiger goddess to the Empress. Then he asked, Your Highness, then what should be done with this? The Empress reached out her jade hand and took the piece of spending money in her hand and looked at it. Then he said, looking at the inscription spell marks on it, it's a puppet method. Since it was given to Chonghua by the white tiger, then Chonghua, you can take it back. After the white crane fairy received the Nyang Nyang's consent, she returned that spending money to Yun Chonghua. Yun Chonghua cupped that spending money in his hands, then said, Your Highness, when the white tiger divine sovereign gave me this thing, it was very light in his words, and it also requires my essence blood to awaken. The Empress knew what Yun Chonghua meant, and the Empress laughed. Although that girl Baihu likes to play around, however, you will not victimize your own people. This chance she has given you, the palace can't see any other name for it. When you return, and there's no harm in trying it with essence blood. Yun Chonghua said, Yes. Yun Chonghua then went out of the Empress chambers with Fairy White Crane. As to who that mysterious powerhouse really was, the queen did not talk about it between conversations. Yun Chonghua was also sensible enough not to ask more questions, and this time the White Crane Fairy didn't retain Yun Chonghua. Just after sending Yun Chonghua out of the Yaoqi, then they immediately turned back. Yun Chonghua looked at the White Crane Fairy and he also knew that this matter was not something he could get involved in. Right now he had already reported the matter to the Empress and done his part. As for the rest, it was out of his hands. After Yun Chonghua left Yaoqi, he went straight out of the southern heavenly gate and returned to his Surabaya river god's mansion. He wanted to see what this thing that the White Tiger Divine Lord had given him was. After the White Crane Fairy returned to Yaoqi, the Empress asked, Sent Chonghua out? The White Crane Fairy said, reporting back to the Empress, it has already been sent away. The Queen asked, Did he ask you about the identity of the man behind the curtain? White Crane Immortal shook her head and said, Chonghua is a smart person. He has also always abided by his duty. Since the maiden has not informed him, he has not asked much. The Empress pillowed her head at this time and sighed. That's good. Although this child Chonghua is loyal, his roots are still too shallow, and these matters are not something he can get involved in yet. The Empress looked out the door of the Yaoqi and frowned. Fortunately, he didn't tear his face off this time. It's just using a puppet to persuade him to surrender. If he were to strike in person, Chonghua and that girl Baihu would be afraid that both would not be able to escape this fate. The White Crane Immortal said, Your Highness, since the other party has already made a move, then shouldn't we transfer Chonghua up to heaven? He has done a lot of good deeds in the lower realms over the years and has accumulated a lot of merit. I think it's enough if I return to my post in heaven. After thinking about it, the Queen said, Let's put it this way, the Peach Conference will be held in 100 days or so. When the Peach Conference is over, then we'll promote him. Chapter 81, The Wonderful Use of Mountain Ghost's Money. Yun Chonghua left Yaoqi and returned straight to the Jiangdu Dragon Palace. After informing the greenback dragon of the news that the matter of Wushan had been concluded, then he went straight back to his Surabaya divine mansion. Yun Chonghua returned to his bedroom and carefully examined the mountain ghost spending money in front of him. He looked at it carefully for half a day and still couldn't see anything particularly famous. so he followed what the White Tiger Divine Sovereign had said before. Try waking it up directly with your own blood. Yun Chonghwa's fingers turned into dragon claws, pricked himself on his other hand with a sharp fingernail, then put a drop of blood and dripped it onto the mountain ghost's spending money. With a flash of aura, that flower slowly absorbed the drop of dragon blood. It then turned into a cloud of spiritual rhythm and scattered in all directions. When that mass of spiritual rhythms coalesced again, a naked woman was then presented in front of Yun Chonghwa, and this woman's appearance was no other than the White Tiger Divine Sovereign who had been separated earlier. Yun Chonghwa asked in surprise, "White Tiger Divine Lord?" The woman smiled softly and said, "Master doesn't have to be so surprised. I'm nothing more than a sliver of her body's metapsychic spirit controlled by a spell." Yun Chonghwa looked up and down and, the perfect white tiger jade body in front of him asked, "Then are you the White Tiger Godly Monarch or not?" The woman replied, "That's a bit complicated to explain. One could say that or you can say no. If I say yes, I am also the White Tiger Divine Sovereign's Yuan Soul Essence, and I am not very different from her. But to say otherwise, there is some difference between her and me. She holds more weight than I do. She counts instants. I'm sort of a diversion." The woman looked at Yun Chonghwa and said with a smile, "If you like it, Master, or you can call me Mountain Ghost." Looking at the naked woman in front of him, Yun Chonghwa laughed bitterly. "This gift of hers, it's really a bit expensive." Yun Chonghwa asked, "But this doppelganger of yours actually still has a spirit. This is really rare." The Mountain Ghost replied, "That's natural. I've inherited part of her memories and divine sense. It's not much stronger, but it's still okay to talk to you." Yun Chonghwa sniffed and asked, "Since you have inherited her memories, do you know that who exactly was the tiger demon that tangled with us yesterday?" Mountain Ghost shook his head at that and said, "I'm not so sure about that one. When she separated me and merged me into that speck, she purposely deleted that memory, as well as the memories of the distant past. Nowadays I only remember the last few hundred years." "So," Yun Chonghwa murmured. Yun Chonghwa thus looked at her and asked, "Right. Then would you know the spell she used when she fought with that tiger demon before?" "I saw her fight with that tiger demon and cast quite a few subtle spell aptitudes." The Mountain Ghost sniffed and helplessly spread his hands and said, "You seem to be expecting a bit too much from this doppelganger of mine. To put it bluntly, the current me is a ghost attached to a flower-speckled coin. What were you thinking when you expected a ghost to still have those subtle spells?" Yun Chonghua also asked helplessly. "Ha? You don't know anything here. So what can you do? Is it possible that it was given to me specifically to chat and relieve my boredom?" The Mountain Ghost replied, "I can still do a lot. Although I don't know those subtle spells of my main body, but it's still possible to transform." With that, the Mountain Ghost slumped to the ground and transformed back into his white tiger form. Only her white tiger form was still very different from the White Tiger Godly Monarch. The white tiger form of the White Tiger Goddess has money spots on its body, and the white tiger transformed by the Mountain Ghost in front of him was just an ordinary white tiger. Yun Chonghua looked at the white tiger in front of him and asked, "Then what? Is it hard to believe that she gave me a pet?" The Mountain Ghost said, "Of course not. Now that I've sucked your essence blood, already connected to your bloodline divine consciousness, a well-understood analogy is that I am now your devourer, that you can control me with your divine thoughts, attach your own power and spells to my body and control me to fight." "Yeah, I'll try," said Yun Chonghua, turning his divine thoughts. The next moment his divine thought did attach itself to the body of the white tiger. The next thing was to raise his hand, tiptoeing, finally looked to himself. It was an amazing feeling to look at yourself with a puppet you controlled. It's like wearing VR glasses and manipulating a visual robot that then looks at you. At this time, the consciousness of the Mountain Ghost said to Yun Chonghua, "If the battle is, you can also take over my body with your divine thoughts and control me in battle. Or you can release me and let me do it myself. Only I'm not the original body. Personally, I am not as powerful as you are in your controlled state. I still need to use your magic power if I want to take shape. Therefore, you and I share the same divine sense, and if you use me to release a spell when fighting an enemy, it's no different than releasing yourself." Yun Chonghua said, "So it is. This gift from the White Tiger Divine Lord is really generous. If that's the case, you and I can utilize the strength of two people if we work together properly. So you can only be in white tiger form when you fight? Can you change back to human form?" The Mountain Ghost replied in the middle of his sea of consciousness, "Of course. Just think about it." Yun Chonghua thought for a moment, and then he changed from his white tiger form back to his square human form. He maneuvered the Mountain Ghost's body and walked out of the water mansion. But just after taking 1 foot out of the range of the water-avoiding beads and feeling the current, he hurriedly retracted it again. Yun Chonghua asked, "By the way, are you afraid of water? You're not a water tribe. Will you drown if you just go out like that?" The Mountain Ghost replied, "Of course not. I'm just a massive yuan spirit attached to the ghost money. Already a ghost. How could I drown? But if there was still a white tiger body in life when it does drown me if I don't pinch the water avoidance spell. Yun Chonghua also let go of his heart when he received an answer. Then he went out of the range of the water-avoiding beads into the middle of the river. He swam out of the water, then wiggled his fingers at the sky. A small dragon whirlwind composed of small samsara winds instantly rose up from the river. Seeing that he could really use this body to cast spells, Yun Chonghua was also overjoyed. Immediately, he unraveled the samsara divine wind technique. Once again, he swam back into the divine mansion. Only after returning to his room did Yun Chonghua withdraw his divine thoughts. Return control of that body to the mountain ghost. Yun Chonghua said joyfully, "This gift from the White Tiger Divine Lord is really generous. In the future, even if my main body is controlled and I put you out, I can fight with the same power." Hearing this, the mountain ghost once again transformed back into her white tiger form. And she said, "I'm just a massive yuan prana right now. It can also turn into anything." With that she turned into the size of a kitten. Then she directly pounced into Yun Chonghua's arms. Like a cat, she pampered herself and rolled around in his arms. "As long as you're not afraid to expend your mana to feed me, I can still take human form on weekdays. Be your maid of honor or something. If I'm not needed, I can also turn me back into my ghost money form to carry around with me at any time." And it was at this point that the mountain ghost suddenly changed back into his human form and the kitten in her arms instantly transformed into a beautiful woman with plump breasts and fat ass without an inch of clothing. The mountain ghost wrapped his arms around Yun Chonghua's neck and, using his body to cling to him, he said, "If Master is lonely, I can also accompany Master to do some other pleasurable things." Saying this, he hugged Yun Chonghua's head and it was pressed against his chest.